My teammates are all crazy. Chapter 112 to Chapter 151. After the PG gained the early game advantage, he became even more ferocious. He fought as ferociously as he could. A ban, Qianfei sword burial is another tower kill. Zhang Jian's ability to survive under the tower has been pushed to the limit. A ban, one's Maha is a tower kill. Rule's bottom lane can't fight back at all. A ban, it's here. Jingyu is baiting the jungler. Rule's jungler can't even touch one. He was killed by Moonshade Spider as soon as he came out. A ban, Yezi blinks and controls Peacock Plume. Peacock Plume is freed and Jingyu's Moonshade Spider is coming. It's controlled. Peacock Plume is killed in one wave. Jingyu is too strong. His PG is too strong. With the addition of Jingyu, it was as if a crucial gear had been installed. The entire team started to move quickly and displayed a strength that was completely different from last season. Finally, at the 16th minute mark, it was a team battle in the middle lane. Yi Hong's Soul and Han Lung's Golan cut in from two different angles and started the team battle together. Luo Yiming's Maha followed up with a crazy output. Qianfei sword burial and Jingyu's Moonshade Spider activated their unlimited harvesting mode and completed an extremely high-quality control in one wave, 0 for 5. Rule's team wipe. Tanghua originally wanted to support the PG team, but when she saw this scene, no matter how much she forced herself to stay rational, she couldn't help but exclaim from her soul, "Oh my god. Their PG is too strong. They're suppressing Rule so much that he can't even breathe." After shouting, he remembered that he had to say a few words for Rule. I don't know if Rule's team has been affected by the previous two matches, resulting in them not being able to perform as well as they should. I hope they can quickly adjust their condition. This was the truth. This season, Rule had lost 4 matches in a row against Ball C and Jock in the first 2 days of the competition. They were currently at the bottom of the 8 teams. If they lost 0-2 to PG today, they would have no chance of being in the top 5. Through the camera in front of everyone in the competition room, it could be seen that on Rule's side, everyone's faces were deathly pale. Their captain's brows were deeply furrowed, as if he was saying something. From the movement of his lips, it seemed to be encouraging words like "hold on." On PG's side, everyone was extremely excited. Luo Yiming, beat the dragon, beat the dragon, beat the dragon, beat the dragon. Ah-da-da-da-da-da. Yi Hong, we can do it in waves, we can do it in waves. It really works. Han Lung, wave after wave. Qianfei. So noisy, Yiming, hurry up. Faster, 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 faster. Jingyu, got it. Go go go, bottom lane, magic disc. Magic disc, magic disc, magic disc. System, Moonshade Spider, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. System, Maha, conquer the magic disc. The magic disc flew to the middle lane first. Luo Yiming's Maha immediately used Blink to catch up. Jingyu's Moonshade Spider moved into the tower almost as soon as the magic disc flew into it, pushing the tower down in a matter of minutes. Soon, the magic dragon army attacked. All PG's members were concentrated in the middle lane, following the magic dragon army to push through all of Rule's towers in the middle lane in one breath, pushing into Rule's territory like a hot knife through butter. Then, Luo Yiming's Maha frantically took down towers, while the others dealt with Rule's revived members. The enemy territory's health dropped rapidly, reaching the bottom at an incredible speed, not giving Rule a chance to clear out the troops to save the situation. Finally, the 2 golden words victory appeared on the big screen, and the audience cheered. PG won, Luo Yiming. Ah. Awesome. A ban, 2-0, PG won. 19 minutes. They only took 19 minutes to beat Rule in the second round. Tanghua, let's congratulate PG for getting another 2 points. The audience thunderously applauded, cheered, and screamed, one after another. A few minutes later, PG's members came out of the game room. When they went down the stairs, they saw the audience standing up row after row, waving enthusiastically at them. Luo Yiming responded excitedly, when he suddenly heard Yi Hong say, "I think the best thing after this game isn't that we won Rule, but that we have more points than the kid." That's right. Luo Yiming jerked his head back. We have 2 points. The kid only has 1 point. Qin Fei sneered. Don't be happy too early, there are still 4 games left. Jingyu smiled and agreed. That's right, the lead is only temporary, we have to play well in the next 4 games. Hanleng, after all, our goal is to be the champion. Beating Kid is just a matter of convenience. Yes, the champion. Luo Yiming said, then suddenly realized something. Wait, is there a better team than Kid? Who is it? Yi Hong, Ball C, they have 4 points so far, and unfortunately, we have to play against them tomorrow. Hanleng, there's also last season's champion team, MY, who hasn't played against us yet. Yi Hong, Jock's mid laner is also very tricky, Tisk. Hanleng, there's also, which team hasn't played against us yet? Ain, Jingyu reminded. We have another game with Ain. Oh, Ain, Luo Yiming was about to mock them, but was interrupted by Yi Hong. Yeah, they beat Kid's Ain. Luo Yiming immediately shut up. Qin Fei didn't care. No matter which team we meet, we'll just beat them and be done with it. Jingyu smiled. That's right. When PG's 5 players returned to the stage, the screen was playing the special animation of the Moonshade Spider. The MVP of this game was Jingyu's Moonshade Spider, who had the highest damage output and the most kills. It seemed that as long as he had the Moonshade Spider, he would be the MVP. After the animation ended, the screen jumped to the current results and points of the 2 teams. PG, 1-2 in the first game, 2-1 in the second game, 2-0 in the third game, 2 points. Rule, 0-2 in the first game, 0-2 in the second game, 0-2 in the third game, -6 points. When the points came out, the audience was in an uproar. They couldn't believe that Rule, a team that had always been in the top 5, would have such a terrible score. However, it could be seen that most teams had held back their strength in this invitational tournament. Kid and SKR1's 3 shooters lineup were brought out for the first time in this season's competition. Ball C's performance in the invitational tournament wasn't as awe-inspiring as it was now. When the host was interviewing them, the 5 players of Rule were very quiet. In the end, their captain expressionlessly took the microphone. After a long time, he squeezed out a sentence, "PG is very strong." The host mischievously asked, "Then, after this game, will you make any changes to your lineup?" Rule's captain was silent for a while before stiffly spitting out this sentence, "We'll make a decision after we go back and review the game." Every team had a different style. On one hand, it was to win, and on the other hand, it was to attract fans. Rule's team had boasted that we don't need to change our lineup because we're strong. Therefore, even if they lost 3 games in a row, they couldn't easily say that they wanted to change their lineup. Then, the host interviewed PG, "Do you think you won by relying on your lineup?" Luo Yiming wanted to snatch the microphone, but was stopped by Yi Hong and Hanleng at the same time. Jingyu hesitated for a moment before taking the microphone. However, before he could speak, he heard Qin Fei casually say, "Who knows?" Jingyu's casual tone was transmitted to everyone in the audience through the microphone. The audience was silent. They didn't understand what he meant. Jingyu laughed, "Yeah, who knows? Maybe we can win this game with a different lineup. Or maybe, we can lose the next game with the same lineup. No one knows the result without a real match. We can only say that we played well today. We'll work hard in the future." When he said this, he used a normal voice. It wasn't flirtatious or flirtatious. Originally, he just wanted to help Qin Fei translate. He didn't expect to win a round of applause after he finished speaking. Someone even shouted excitedly from below the stage, "Well said. Jingyu, I'll always support you." Countless comments flashed across the screen of the livestream. "Wow, Jingyu's voice is so good. Jingyu's voice is even better when he's not flirtatious. It's a proper male god's voice. No, my ears are going to get pregnant." By the way, was Jingyu helping Brother Fei translate just now? Jingyu looked at Brother Fei after he finished speaking. "Ha ha ha. Brother Fei's smile is so cute. Ozil, please get together quickly." Qin Fei and Jingyu had no idea about this. After the 5 left the competition venue, they took the subway back to the club. They didn't expect to see Xiaoyun sitting on the sofa as soon as they stepped into the club's lobby. "Sister Xiao?" Han Leng's eyes lit up. How come you're free today? Recently, due to PG's outstanding results, countless sponsors had come to their door. Xiaoyun was so busy that she didn't even have time to sleep, let alone talk about the club. Xiaoyun ignored him. When she saw the 5 of them return, she stood up from the sofa with 5 documents and went straight to the point. It's like this. I have a few things to discuss with you guys. She stood up, but Qin Fei sat down on the sofa opposite her. He yawned and lazily spat out a word, speak. Xiaoyun glared at him and threw a document directly at his face, making a crisp paw sound. Qin Fei was hit, but he calmly raised his hands and caught the falling document. Then he heard Xiaoyun say, the first thing is that due to your outstanding performance this season, you've won a lot of sponsors for the club, so everyone's salary will be increased. Luo Yiming, oh. How much? Xiaoyun took another document and gave it to Luo Yiming. Everyone's salary is different, look at the contract yourself. Since our club has developed, we need to be more formal in all aspects, so we want you to sign a more complete contract. As she spoke, she gave the remaining 3 documents to Yihong, Han Leng, and Jingyu. That's the first thing. She said, the second thing, Jingyu, your streaming platform signed JJ, right? Jingyu froze for a moment. He didn't understand why Xiaoyun suddenly asked him this, but he obediently replied, yes. Xiaoyun, how many years have you signed? Jingyu, 5 years. He paused and hesitated, about 2 years left? Xiaoyun, what's the base salary? Jingyu. 1,000, he really couldn't say this number. Sure enough, he saw Yihong raise his eyebrows, Hanlin also looked surprised, and Qin Fei's eyebrows were furrowed so tightly that they could squash a fly. Only Luo Yiming looked confused. He had no idea what this number was. Xiaoyun was silent for a moment, then she calmly said, oh, it's okay. I've already discussed it with JJ Streaming. If the 5 of you want to stream in JJ, the base salary will start at 5,000. Jingyu, you can sign a new 10-year contract, starting from the first time you signed. In other words, after the new contract, your base salary for the next 7 years will be 5,000. I've already given you the contract, take a look. Jingyu. Jingyu flipped through the contract in disbelief. The first thing he flipped to was his contract with PG Club. When he saw the string of zeros in the base salary, he almost thought he was seeing things. 10 million, 100,000. Oh my god, a base salary of over 100,000 a month. And that didn't include the bonus. Looking at the contract with JJ Streaming, the base salary was indeed changed to 5,000, and the share of gifts was also changed from the original 50-50 to 70-30, 70 for himself, 30 for the platform. One had to know that the main source of income for streaming was gifts. Jingyu's hand holding the contract began to tremble. It seemed like he would soon be able to earn more than his mother, Jiaoxi. In that case, his mother might not even have to work, and she would be completely dependent on him. Considering that you still have to train, I've chosen a quota of 30 hours per month, with no limit on the number of days. On average, it's about 1 hour per day. If you think there's a problem, you can come to me to discuss and make adjustments. This is the second thing. Xiaoyun continued, the last thing is about the advertisements. Now, a few advertising companies have come to us, saying that their clients want PG's members to be their spokespersons and shoot advertisements. Some of the clients even limited Jingyu and I won't accept the advertisements. Jingyu refused almost without hesitation. He could naturally show off his voice, but he couldn't maintain his composure in front of the camera. It wasn't that he hated being in front of the camera, he just wasn't good at it. Speaking of which, his mother, Jiaoxi's acting wasn't that good either. She had been able to survive in the entertainment industry for so long because of her face. Because Jingyu refused so decisively, Xiaoyun was stunned. Before she could respond, Qin Fei spoke first, I won't accept it either. Forget about the advertisements, I'll sign for the live broadcast. Oh, you want to sign for the live broadcast? Yihong thought he had misheard. I thought you weren't interested in anything other than competitions. Indeed, I'm not interested. Qin Fei responded, intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Jingyu. But, an hour a day isn't too much. Since I have nothing to do, I'll just beat some noobs and chat with my fans. It'll be a good time to relax. Yi Hong rolled his eyes at him. Don't think I don't see it. You just want to show off your love with little Jingyu. Jingyu obviously thought of that as well. He raised the contract in his hand and covered his face. He didn't dare to look Qin Fei in the eye. Xiaoyun obviously didn't notice these details. In her opinion, Qin Fei might really sign for the live broadcast to relax. After all, this person had been very willful since he was young. No one could control him. She coughed to get everyone's attention. Luo Fan is busy right now. He'll come over later to help you guys analyze your opponents tomorrow. Before he comes back, you guys should look at the contract. If there's no problem, sign it and give it to me. Everyone in PG agreed and looked at their respective contracts. There were a lot of words on the contract. Jingyu felt dizzy after reading a few lines. After struggling a few times, he chose to give up. He secretly glanced at Qin Fei. Seeing that he had already signed, he didn't hesitate anymore. He found a few places on the contract that required signatures and signed his name. He believed in PG, but he believed in Qin Fei even more. If PG was really founded by Qin Fei and Xiaoyun was Qin Fei's relative, Jingyu felt that he had nothing to worry about. Therefore, not long after Qin Fei threw the contract to Xiaoyun, Jingyu also handed over his 2 contracts. Qin Fei looked at Jingyu's actions and raised his eyebrows. In the end, he didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, he got up and walked upstairs. He said without looking back, "I'm going to sleep for a while. Call me when the coach comes." Jingyu nodded obediently. Okay. Xiaoyun looked at his back and couldn't help but roll her eyes. You want to sleep anytime, anywhere. Are you a pig? Qin Fei sneered. If I'm a pig, what are you? Xiaoyun couldn't be bothered with him. When Fang Luofan came back, it was almost 11 p.m. At this time, the last match of the day, the match between ANE and SKR1 had ended. In the end, SKR1 defeated ANE 2-1. This was within everyone's expectations. After Jingyu greeted Fang Luofan, he went upstairs to wake Qin Fei up. Qin Fei didn't take off his clothes. He slept on the bed for a while. Therefore, he came down quickly after being woken up. When the two stepped into the meeting room, they saw that the game between BALC and MY was being broadcasted. After the two sat down, Fang Luofan said faintly, "BALC's other members aren't that special. However, you have to pay attention to their jungler." Jingyu looked at the Moonshade Spider on the screen seriously. He could tell that the player who was using the Moonshade Spider had excellent jungler awareness and mechanics. Fang Luofan, Lian's junglers are Sword Burial, Satan, Azrael, Maha, and Flower Petal of Datura. Then, he used the Moonshade Spider in the first and second matches of the season. Today, he used Wanmi Liuhua. His card pool is unfathomable. His understanding of different monsters is also very good. He's a very difficult opponent to deal with. Jingyu's expression became more and more serious. He knew about Li Yan. Before he joined PG, his 2 favorite players were Brother Fei and Li Yan. However, watching Brother Fei jungled was very satisfying and comfortable. When he watched Li Yan jungled, he always felt that he was awesome even though he didn't understand it. His positioning, displacement, flashes, and the timing and angle of his movements were always unpredictable. Even though Jingyu had watched so many of his matches, it was rare for him to be able to predict his next move. While watching, he and Qin Fei had completely different jungler styles. Qin Fei was the head-on type, while he was always unpredictable like a ghost. However, he was always able to kill his opponents. Therefore, his teammates and players who supported him felt very secure and reliable. Jingyu never thought that one day, he would fight Li Yan face to face. However, he was already fighting side by side with Qin Fei. What else was impossible? Jingyu took a deep breath and suppressed the nervousness and excitement in his heart. He tried to speak as calmly as possible. "Coach, what should I do?" Fang Luofan looked at Jingyu and saw that he was looking at him seriously. His eyes were burning with passion. It was a fighting spirit that had been aroused. Jingyu was now recognized as the #1 assassin in the server, while Li Yan was the number one jungler in the server. The difference between these two words was like heaven and earth. In the eyes of most players, Jinyu was still not as good as Li Yan. Jinyu, on the other hand, wanted to defeat Li Yan and take away the title of the number one jungler in the server. Yes, this was a good idea, but Fang Luofan had to pour cold water on his face. Objectively speaking, Li Yan's jungler awareness is similar to yours, but he has more experience than you. Let's not talk about anything else. Maha's jungler movement and positioning have reached the level of a professional archer. In other words, if he uses Maha to fight Yiming one-on-one, he has a 50% chance of winning. If you fight Yiming one-on-one, you're still lacking. If you don't know where your archer's problem lies, you can try fighting Yiming. Jinyu coughed. Well, we've already fought. You've already fought? You've already fought? Fang Luofan was surprised, but he quickly understood something. He looked at Qin Fei and then continued to look at Jinyu. However, you're not inferior to Li Yan in all aspects. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Do you know where your advantage lies? Jinyu thought for a moment. His jungler awareness was similar, but his proficiency was slightly lacking. His only advantage was his grasp of timing. My grasp of timing? Bingo. Fang Luofan was very pleased. That's right. Li Yan's timing when he enters the battlefield isn't always so precise. That's why he can't use demons like Heart of Ice and Fleeting Shadow, which have too little room for error. But I don't mean for you to use Heart of Ice and Fleeting Shadow to fight him. You have to see what he uses, and then you have to match up with a formation that can counter him. What I mean is, if you fight him alone, the chances of winning are 50%. You might not even be as good as him. You have to rely on your teammates to help you contain him, but he will also use his teammates to contain you. You have to be mentally prepared in this regard, and then think of a way to deal with it. Jinyu nodded. Understood. Fang Luofan said, in short, if he makes the first move, we'll snatch the fiendish demons he's good at. If he makes the second move, we'll match him with the fiendish demons he chooses. There's one more thing you need to pay attention to. When he said this, he moved his gaze away from Jinyu's face and looked at the other PG members. I told you to pay attention to Li Yan, but that doesn't mean you don't have to pay attention to the other members of BALC. Their individual abilities might not be as strong as yours, but BALC's commander is Li Yan. Every one of them listens to Li Yan's orders. That's why their entire team's awareness and unity are very high. They've almost never lost a team battle. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Hong nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. We won't underestimate them. Jinyu pondered for a moment before replying seriously, I'll look for more videos of BALC to watch. Fang Luofan made a sound of agreement, but he couldn't help but add, Li Yan's Moonshade Spider is very strong. If we get the second move, we should ban the Moonshade Spider, or ban Flower in the Mirror, and snatch Soul. You'll decide for tomorrow's match. Although Fang Luofan was both a coach and a commentator, the information and ideas he could provide to PG was limited. Sometimes, it was even limited. Especially after seeing PG bring out so many strange lineups and still win the match, he felt that he couldn't force his own ideas onto PG. He should just stop at a certain point and give them the freedom to express themselves. After all, PG's players, including Jinyu, all had their own ideas. They only needed a general direction to find a solution. After the meeting, the 5 players went back to their rooms to rest. Fang Luofan was left alone in the meeting room. He took out a cigarette and was about to light it when someone knocked on the door. He looked up and met Xiaoyun's gaze. He took the cigarette in a hurry and coughed. You haven't gone back yet? Xiaoyun smiled. I'm waiting for you. As she spoke, she walked to Fang Luofan's side, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Fang Luofan put away the cigarette and rubbed his nose. About the livestream and commercials, they all signed on for the livestream. The one I chose was 30 hours per month. Only Yiming wanted to take the commercials, but the client didn't want it, so. Xiaoyun shrugged. I rejected all the commercials. Fang Luofan, that's fine. After all, our team's goal is to win the championship, not make money. Compared to these messy things, we should focus on training and competing. Xiaoyun nodded. The livestream will start next month. This month, we'll let them train hard and compete in the points competition. After a moment of silence, she suddenly probed, about Jingyu. Fang Luofan looked at her with an inquisitive expression. Xiaoyun sighed. I know you guys don't pay attention to what's going on online. But it's okay. The problem has been solved. However, it wasn't solved by me. Someone else helped solve it. I don't know who it was. Fang Luofan, what happened? Xiaoyun, do you still remember Team PH? It's the team that Qingzi and Xiao Wei were in before. Their official Weibo account said that Jingyu was suspected of fighting and asked for a thorough investigation. In the end, before the LD officials could respond, the post was deleted and the club released a clarification and apology statement. Xiaoyun, that's right. This matter was over before it spread. I felt that something was wrong, so I sent someone to investigate. I found that Team PH had been disbanded, Qingzi was suspected of gambling and was invited to have tea. Xiao Wei also signed with another club. Fang Luofan raised his eyebrows. Someone was helping them? Or rather, helping Jingyu. Xiaoyun, I wanted to follow this line of investigation to see who was helping us, but someone came to me and told me not to investigate. He also said that if there was a chance in the future, he would treat the entire club to a meal. Fang Luofan, Xiaoyun, that person was dressed in a suit and was very polite. He was quite handsome, but I don't know why I felt scared when I saw him. However, he should be on our side. Fang Luofan helplessly patted her shoulder. Okay, as long as you can confirm that he's on our side, don't investigate if he doesn't want you to. There's already so much going on and you're still adding to your workload. Seriously, Xiaoyun pursed her lips. When she spoke again, she used a tone that she had never used before. It was a bit like she was acting coquettishly. Think about it carefully. That person is much more handsome than you. Fang Luofan, Xiaoyun playfully stuck out her tongue. But I still like you. On the fourth day of the points competition, PG and BALC's match was at 9 p.m. Therefore, both teams had a lot of time to study each other's lineups and playstyles. At the same time, they also paid attention to the other team's matches. The first match of the day was between Kid and Jock. Kid defeated Jock 2-0. All of PG's members sighed as if they had lost their lives. Kid had 3 points and surpassed them once again. The second match was between SKR 1 and MY. My defeated SKR 1-2-0. Last season's champion team was still as strong as ever. The third match was between ANE and Rule. It was an interesting match with many twists and turns. In the end, ANE defeated Rule 2-1. Rule really can't do it. Luo Yiming couldn't help but complain. He can't even beat ANE. Yi Hong had to remind him again. ANE defeated Kid. This team is still improving. Finally, it was time for the last match of the day, PG and BALC's match. The country's #1 assassin vs the country's #1 jungler. From the moment he stepped into the arena, Jingyu's heart had been beating at a very fast rate. He was nervous. He didn't listen to what the host said at all. He was paying attention to the ball C team not far away. More accurately, he was paying attention to the ball C team's jungler, Li Yan. Li Yan was wearing a set of black clothes. She crossed her legs and sat there in a relaxed manner, looking at the host on the stage. He crossed his arms and smiled. He was brimming with confidence. Jingyu lowered his eyelids and swallowed hard. He felt that he had already lost to the other party in terms of momentum. Suddenly, the members of the ball C team stood up. Jingyu's teammates also stood up. Jingyu froze for a moment. He realized that the host's opening speech was over and the match was about to begin. He stood up from the chair in a fluster and almost fell down. A gentle but strong hand supported him. Jingyu subconsciously turned his head and met Qin Fei's gaze. Qin Fei supported him. His expression and tone gave people the impression that he was a little lazy. What are you panicking for? Isn't it just one team with 4 players? We have 4 players with 1. Jingyu blinked. He was very curious. Who was the one in 4 players with 1? It shouldn't be him, right? Xianxia smiled. Whoever has a 1 in their name is that one. Jingyu understood immediately. Xianxia let go of Jingyu's arm and raised his hand to stroke his hair. Don't feel pressured. Just play as usual. I'm probably just saying nonsense. In the actual match, you're the most stable player. Jingyu enjoyed the touch of Xianxia's hand. He let out a long sigh of relief. His expression relaxed and he smiled. It's not nonsense. Now, he felt that he wasn't as nervous as before. Yes, LD wasn't a one-man game. He believed in his teammates, and he believed in Brother Fei even more. What was there to worry about when he was fighting side by side with Brother Fei? Compared to being crushed by Li Yan, Jingyu was more worried that he would disappoint Xianxia because he didn't play well. Anyway, no matter what, he just had to do his best. At this moment, the audience cheered. Jingyu didn't care. He thought that they were looking forward to the match. He didn't know that the cameraman had just given him and Xianxia a close-up. The live audience's reaction was calm. The bullet screen on the live broadcast was crazy. The screen was full of AWSL, mixed with a few sighs that broke the formation. I also want to be touched by Brother Fei. The scene of the two looking at each other and smiling is too beautiful. Fujoshi, can you go away? This is just an interaction between normal teammates, as if. Brother Fei has never been like this to anyone other than Jingyu. The two of them should hurry up and get together. Seriously. There were all kinds of discussions in the stadium, but they didn't dare to be too loud. The two teams went up the stairs and entered the game room amidst these discussions. They logged in their accounts, adjusted their equipment, and prepared a series of things that were getting smoother. After putting on his headphones and entering the game room, Jinyu's heart finally calmed down. Play well and win. His teammates all responded. Xianxia also smiled dotingly. Okay. Thus, Jinyu continued, the game against BALC will most likely end up in 2 situations. 1, their entire team will target me, so we'll fight back and target their jungler. The other, you guys will fight normally, and I'll 1v1 Li Yan. I'll command you guys to help me at any time, so always pay attention to my position on the minimap. Xianxia, okay. Yi Hong, okay. Hanleng, okay. Luo Yiming, no problem. Jingyu, Yiming, you can forget about it. Focus on your lane and don't get distracted. Luo Yiming, Kak. At the same time, the host announced the official start of the game. The two teams' preparation screens immediately appeared on the big screen. The first round was to roll the dice to determine the teams. The final result was PG in blue and BALC in red. Today's commentators were Feng Luofan and his partner, Yo-Yo. Feng Luofan let out a long sigh of relief when he saw the results. PG will go first and ban Devils first. Luck is indeed fair. At the beginning of the point competition, PG's luck is really bad. Yeah. Yo-Yo agreed. It's the first day and they're up against Kid. Without any preparation, PG's luck is probably the worst out of the 8 teams. Feng Luofan, let's see how they'll ban Devils. On PG's side, everyone was waiting for Jingyu's decision. After some hesitation, Jingyu said tentatively, I'll ban Sword Burial as a sign of respect. And so, PG banned Sword Burial. Seeing the demon that appeared on the screen, Feng Luofan couldn't help but laugh. Li Yan is the #1 jungler in the country, so the first ban in PG is given to the #1 jungler in the version, Sword Burial. Yo-Yo, then it's BALC's turn. What will they ban? Fleeting Shadow. Haha, Jingyu is the best assassin in the country, so BALC gave the first ban to Fleeting Shadow, the new assassin. The two teams are paying respect to each other. For the second ban, Jingyu thought for a while and said, Satan. He wasn't good at jungling like Satan, but if he didn't, Li Yan would. Of course, he had to ban him. BALC didn't hesitate for long before they returned the ban with Heart of Ice. 2 more junglers have been banned. Yo-Yo sounded excited. PG banned 2 warrior-type junglers, and BALC returned the favor with 2 assassin-type junglers. As expected of 2 teams with junglers as their core. Jingyu asked his teammates for their opinions on the third ban. Should we ban Azrael or Moonshade Spider? Qin Fei replied, Azrael. We can take Moonshade Spider. If they take Soul, Yiming will take Flower in the Mirror. I'll support? Luo Yiming thought he heard wrong. Qin Fei confirmed, that's right. You didn't hear wrong. You'll take Flower in the Mirror. It's not that I want to say this, but Catoptric Deflection AD is very strong. Luo Yiming, oh Hanleng, then I'll take Wind of Condensation? Qin Fei, yes. Jingyu was speechless for a while before he silently banned Azrael. However, he was still worried. Brother Han's Wind of Condensation is good, but Yiming's Flower in the Mirror, Qin Fei, it's okay. His Flower in the Mirror is very good. Luo Yiming sighed and then said in a very pretentious tone, you might not believe it, but when I first came to PG, I played support and liked to play AD. In the group stage, I used Flower in the Mirror to get a triple kill. In the end, my kill count was higher than Old Han's Wind of Condensation. After that, the coach asked us to switch positions. Han Leng shrugged. To be honest, I was used to Yiming's Flower in the Mirror, so I didn't know how to play it myself. That stupid Flower in the Mirror is poisonous. If he can get MVP with the same playstyle, I'll just keep on giving him kills. PG, what an amazing team. Jingyu's lips twitched. After listening to his teammates' past deeds, he had already started to imagine Luo Yiming and Flower in the Mirror getting a triple kill. In the end, BALC chose Moonshade Spider for the last ban position. Yo, Moonshade Spider. This way, the ban positions are all junglers. 6 junglers? Ha ha ha. Feng Luofan was convinced. This is the first time in history that all junglers are banned. PG banned 3 warrior-type junglers, and BALC returned the favor with 3 assassin-type junglers. I really want to know what junglers the two teams will use this round. On PG's side, they saw that BALC's last ban was Moonshade Spider. After being stunned for a moment, they couldn't help but laugh. Very strong, BALC. Yi Hong laughed. Junglers are all banned. Good. Hanleng, there's nothing strange about us banning junglers. They actually banned junglers too. This shows that they value our Jingyu quite a bit. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. Let's go first. The first spot will definitely be taken by the jungler. I'm really curious what junglers they'll use. Jingyu smiled and chose Flower Petal of Datura. He immediately locked onto it. Even if it's an assassin-type jungler, there are more than 3 of them. My card pool has long been full of bans. Feng Luofan, PG has locked onto Flower Petal of Datura. Yo, wow, I haven't seen Jingyu use Flower Petal of Datura in a long time. Feng Luofan, if he's using Flower Petal of Datura, it means that he doesn't plan to take the kill this round. Instead, he plans to exhaust his opponent and help his teammates take the kill. Flower Petal of Datura's poison stacking style is a test of a player's grasp of timing. It's already very impressive for an average player to stack 3 stacks, but Jingyu can stack 6 stacks. Yo, the point is, Jingyu isn't like Li Yan, who can stack 6 stacks in 1 out of 3 games. He can stack 6 stacks in every game. That's right. Feng Luofan couldn't help but laugh. Let's look forward to Jingyu's Flower Petal of Datura. But now, I'm more curious, what jungler will Li Yan use this round? After Jingyu locked onto Flower Petal of Datura, Bala. C locked onto Dark Cupid and Sarier. They seem to be the bottom lane duo. They're not going for the jungler? Are they going to choose last? Jingyu guessed. Then should we choose Wami Liuhua or Maha? Both shooters were used by Bala. C's Li Yan as junglers. Perhaps Bala. C thought that either one was fine, so he left the jungler spot for last. PG was in a dilemma. The problem wasn't which one to choose, but which one to give to Li Yan. Luo Yiming hesitated. He was about to ask for Maha when Qin Fei interrupted him. Or both. Huh? Luo Yiming thought he had misheard. But I can't operate 2 computers at the same time. Your IQ. Yi Hong was speechless. Of course you'll use Maha or Wanmi Liuhua for Old Han. Han Leng was stunned when he heard his name. He was about to say that he wasn't familiar with Wanmi Liuhua, but Qin Fei interrupted him. 2 shooters? Only you can think of that. Wanmi Liuhua is for me. What? Luo Yiming was shocked. You know how to use Wanmi Liuhua? Yi Hong was also shocked. Han Leng, when did you learn it? Qin Fei sneered. Of course you have to learn new monsters. Maha Lok and Wami Liuhua. That's it. Since their captain had spoken, PG's team members had no objections. They locked onto Maha Lok and Wami Liuhua. The commentator and the audience were shocked to see the 2 archers that could be used to fight in the jungle at the same time. Yo, PG is really going all out to stop Li Yan from getting one of these shooters? Fang Luofan raised his eyebrows. PG's team was indeed full of surprises. PG's archer should be a Maha. I wonder what position Wanmi Liuhua will play. This result was obviously out of Balder C's expectations, but they were not surprised for long. They locked onto Quangu and Heijiao, the top and mid laner respectively. It seemed like they really planned to leave the jungler for last. Then, for the last 2 positions of PG, they very decisively chose Gulan and Nine-Tailed Fox. Nine-Tailed Fox. Yo couldn't help but exclaim. It's been a long time since I saw Yezi's Nine-Tailed Fox. Fang Luofan's eyes lit up. If Yezi takes Nine-Tailed Fox, this match won't be a simple jungler against jungler. Yi Hong's Nine-Tailed Fox would be the #1 player in the country without Jox XD. It's really not easy. Yi Hong looked at the scantily clad, curvaceous woman with 9 tails on his screen. His face was filled with infatuation as if he had just reunited with his lover after a long separation. I think the best thing PG did this year was to sign little Jingyu. If it wasn't for little Jingyu, I wouldn't even be able to touch my Jiu this season. Jingyu was a little embarrassed by the compliment and coughed. But it was the truth. Whether it was Qin Fei's Lilith or Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid, their opponents would choose to release them based on their lineups. However, Yi Hong's Nine-Tailed Fox had been banned the entire time. Han Leng, actually, I don't think BALC banned 3 assassins in a row because they were afraid of Jingyu. On one hand, they wanted to create a gimmick of 6 junglers being banned. On the other hand, they didn't even take our team seriously. Who knows? Qin Fei said lazily. In any case, they released Nine-Tailed Fox. If they really don't take us seriously, they will definitely pay the price. Now, BALC's jungler was the only one left. At the competition venue, a tornado suddenly appeared on the huge screen. After it dissipated, a girl with gray pigtails spun around in the air. She faced the screen and opened her blue eyes. Seeing this extremely familiar demon, the crowd was in an uproar. Wendy? Li Yan was going to use the newbie gift pack, Yo was about to explain when the demon on the screen changed. A handsome half-man half-horse ran over from afar and played with the bow in his hand. Centaur? Yo, Li Yan chose Centaur. Oh, he changed to Wind of Condensation. HM? Lilith? Fang Luofan looked at the changing demon on the screen and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, BALC is showing everyone a demon that can be used as a jungler. I'm not locking it. I'm just choosing it for you to see. Ha, how naughty. Finally, the demon on the screen stopped at Kamal. This dark angel was surrounded by green flames, and the magic wand in his hand was filled with a mysterious aura. Yo said hesitantly, "You're not changing? Are you going to lock it? Kamal jungler?" As soon as he said that, the dark avatar on the screen suddenly lit up. The dark angel on the screen closed his eyes and spread his wings. Green flames quickly circled around him and suddenly exploded. It was a spectacular scene on the big screen. Locked, Yo, BALC locked Kamal. Kamal jungler, oh my god. Kamal was probably the most special demon in Devil Lord so far because he was a magic shooter. What did that mean? It meant that he was both a mage and an archer. His attack range was very long, and his normal attack damage was very high. However, at the same time, he could also use his skills, using AP equipment and magic damage to kill the enemy demons. In other words, he could use both AD and AP equipment. According to the team's positioning, he could even use half AD and half AP equipment. He could be a demon that consumed both magic and physical attacks. Because of this, Luo Yiming didn't feel comfortable using this demon. He always felt that it was very strange. When Jinyu saw that Balc had locked onto Kamal, his heart skipped a beat. Li Yan's fighting style was strange to begin with, and he even used such a strange demon. What would happen in this round? Yo-yo. In this case, Balc's lineup is Quangu, Hejiao, Dark Cupid, Sarier, and Kamal. Fong Luofan, that's right. Then, PG's lineup is Wami Liuhua, Nine-Tailed Fox, Maha, Gulen, and Flower Petal of Datura. After a pause, he said, the bottom lane combination of Maha and Gulen appeared in yesterday's match. Wami Liuhua should be the top laner. Although the demon was an archer, she had outstanding survivability. Many teams had used her to join the team. But this is the first time PG has used her. Yo-yo, this is also the first time Li Yan's Kamal has appeared in a match. I don't know what kind of surprises he will bring us. Without further ado, let's see how both sides will perform in the battlefield. Following Yo-yo's words, the demons from both sides entered the battlefield. The match had officially begun. After entering his own jungle, Jingyu's Flower Petal of Datura helped Luo Yiming's Maha get the red, and then began to farm. The blue of the upper jungle was given to Yihong's Nine-Tailed Fox. Then, Qin Fei's Wami Liuhua came to the top lane and faced off against Quangu. Yihong's Nine-Tailed Fox's opponent was Hejiao. Before the match between PG and Balc started, everyone thought that it would be a battle between two junglers. They didn't expect that the two teams would ban 6 junglers in one go and release the strong demons from the other positions. Nine-Tailed Fox and Hejiao, two of the strongest mages in the game. How long has it been since we last saw such a grand occasion? Fong Luofan, wow, the match has only started for a minute, and Qin Fei's Wami Liuhua has already pushed Quangu into the tower. Archers have the advantage of distance, but their early damage isn't enough to threaten a tank like Quangu. I feel like Balc's top laner is a bit weak. Yo-yo, haha, after all, he's up against Qin Fei. Qin Fei's ferocity isn't something new. You have to be extra careful when fighting against him. If you're not careful, you'll be killed by him. Looking at the entire LD esports scene, the player with the most bloodline counter kills is probably Qin Fei. Fong Luofan, then let's take a look at the mid lane. Yezi's Nine-Tailed Fox is also showing signs of suppressing Hejiao. However, Nine-Tailed Fox's survivability is too weak after being weakened, so Yezi doesn't dare to push too deep. Yo-yo, Balc's Li Yan has two favorite things to do. One is to counter junglers, and the other is to gank the mid lane. Yezi is wise to be careful. Fong Luofan, the bottom lane is in a stalemate. Against Dark Cupid, one's hit rate is obviously lower. However, at the same time, the combination of Maha and Gulen is seriously interfering with Balc's archer. Both sides are losing about the same amount of health. After a pause, he said, let's take a look at the junglers of the two teams. As he spoke, Fong Luofan asked someone to bring up the equipment of both teams for a look. He had a look of understanding. Jingyu's Flower Petal of Datura has a jungler that increases physical attack. Li Yan's Kamal has an attack speed buff. Their farming speed is about the same. No. Li Yan is faster. After the junglers of both teams reached level 5, Li Yan's Kamal's damage was obviously higher. Coupled with the distance advantage, there was no need for complicated positioning. Their farming speed was getting faster and faster, and they gradually gained the upper hand. Yo-yo, the gap between the economy of both teams is increasing. Balc is leading by a small margin. Hearing this, Fong Luofan couldn't help but frown. This wasn't a good thing for PG, a team that specialized in the early game. On the screen, Li Yan's Kamal had finished farming all the monsters in their jungle and rushed straight to the middle lane. Almost at the same time, Balc's Hejiao attacked Yihong's Nine-Tailed Fox with a Dragon Tail Whip. Yihong dodged it. Just as he dodged, Li Yan's Carmel rushed out and hit him with 2 normal attacks, both of which landed a direct hit. In order to dodge, Yihong instinctively retreated. As soon as he retreated, he realized that things weren't going well. Sure enough, Hejiao used a water spout to push him up. Li Yan's Kamal seized the opportunity to attack him a few more times. Nine-Tailed Fox was already fragile. After being attacked a few times, it only had a sliver of health left. Another attack would definitely kill it. At this critical moment, a small flower floated over. Jingyu's flower petal of datura had arrived. The moment Nine-tailed Fox landed, Yihong decisively used blink and hid behind the flower petal of datura. He retreated into the tower. However, Li Yan's Kamal didn't give up and chased him into the tower. Jingyu's flower petal of datura blocked 2 attacks for Yihong. He sacrificed a quarter of his health to help Yihong escape. Li Yan's Kamal took a tower attack and realized that he couldn't catch up to Nine-tailed Fox. He could only blink out of the tower and lose a quarter of his health. At this moment, Bal's mid laner Hejiao had no choice but to return to the city to recover his mana. The mid lane suddenly changed from 2 mages to 2 junglers. Jingyu had his flower petal of datura hide under the tower to clear the enemies. Looking at Kamal with the ID ball Cyan above his head, he suddenly thought of a phrase: when enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave wins. As Jingyu cleared the minions in the middle lane, he kept an eye on Kamal's movements. He was ready to make a move. As expected of an archer, Kamal's speed of clearing minions was slightly faster than his flower petal of datura, but only by a little. On Jingyu's side, when the last of the minions' HP was down, he decisively used a displacement skill. The purple flower directly floated over the minions. As it finished off the last of the minions, it appeared in front of Kamal and threw a flower at him, not giving him a chance to react at all. Hit, Jingyu has launched an attack on Li Yan. Feng Luofan exclaimed excitedly. He knew that the audience was looking forward to this scene. They all wanted to know which of the 2 highly anticipated junglers was more skilled. Kamal retreated into the tower to counterattack. Hit. Jingyu deliberately waited for Kamal to hit him before using his 3rd skill, invisibility. Then, he flashed into the tower and attacked Kamal at close range. He successfully hit Kamal. Kamal's HP dropped rapidly. He decisively used heal and barely managed to raise his HP. Then, he flashed away and threw out a big move as he ran away. Kamal's big move, Death Vortex, kept dragging the flower petal of datura into the center of the green vortex. Jingyu's flower petal of datura took a damage from the tower and another big move. Even after using heal, he only had a sliver of HP left. However, he didn't even blink as he calmly used his big move, Sky Blooming Flower. The girl in the purple dress instantly split into countless petals and swept toward Kamal. This big move with displacement skill completely ignored the distance that Kamal flashed away and cleanly took away his remaining HP. System, flower petal of datura, 1 kill. System, enemy Kamal has been killed. Amazing. Feng Luofan almost blurted out the word amazing, but he swallowed it back down. Jingyu has successfully killed Li Yan. Amazing. Yo-Yo was a little worried. But his position is not good. Can he escape? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jingyu's flower petal of datura use the newly refreshed flying flower. Before the image of him returning to his human form appeared, he directly condensed into a small flower and floated out of the defense tower. He squatted in the bushes and clicked to return to the city. The moment he flew out of the defense tower, his HP dropped to single digits. It was only when he walked back to the city that his HP recovered to double digits. The enemy player Hejiao returned after healing himself. He charged straight into the bushes in the middle lane and decisively cast a skill at the bushes where the flower petal of datura was. However, almost at the same time as he released the skill, the flower petal of datura's return to the city ended. She had returned. Feng Luofan's heart almost stopped beating. Let's go back. Jingyu survived. That was too thrilling. Yo-Yo, if Hejiao had arrived 1 step earlier, Jingyu would have been killed. Oh my god, just a little bit more. Let's take a look at the replay just now. Please switch to Li Yan's perspective. Feng Luofan's heart still palpitated as he explained. To be honest, Jingyu had taken too much of a risk by taking this kill. However, it was still considered PG style. Soon, the screen replayed the scene from Li Yan's perspective. First, the flower petal of datura moved and followed up with a flower strike. Very suddenly, she gave Kamal the first blow. Displacement followed by flower strike, poison stack 2, then, Kamal reflexively counterattacked. As a result, the flower petal of datura's passive flower rage, poison stack 3, the flower petal of datura turned invisible and disappeared from Kamal's perspective. Kamal knew that danger was approaching and decisively entered the tower. However, he didn't expect the flower petal of datura to use blink at this time and chase after him to attack. When the flower petal of datura attacked the enemy while invisible, the damage and poison stack multiplied, poison stack 6, poison stack 6. Yo-Yo couldn't believe her eyes. The match has only been going on for 6 minutes, and poison stack 6 has already appeared. Jingyu is too scary. Feng Luofan, because the match has only been going on for 6 minutes, the poison stack didn't deal enough damage. Li Yan was able to recover his health with a heal. However, in order to kill him, Jingyu didn't hesitate to take his tower damage and used a big sword to kill him. Yo-Yo, Yuta Silk Blood kill. As expected of a PG's jungler. At this moment, Jingyu, who had returned to his own territory to recover, felt his heart beating violently. He was both excited and a little scared. At his current level, he was confident that he could kill Kamal. Although the chase seemed thrilling, it was actually all within his calculations. However, the enemy Heijiao came too quickly and used his skill too suddenly. It really gave him a fright. He knew that if he tried to escape at that time, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Thus, he simply squatted in place and didn't move. He was gambling, to see if Heijiao's skill would kill him first, or if his return to the city progress bar would run out first. In the end, his progress bar ran out and he was successfully teleported back to his territory. He survived. He felt that he was lucky, but his teammates obviously didn't think so. Yihong, awesome. Little Jingyu, what you did just now will definitely make it onto the official video. Luo Yiming, F***CK, Jingyu, you killed Li Yan. That's Li Yan we're talking about. Hanleng, you're the #1 jungler in the country. Jingyu was a little embarrassed by the praise. The junglers in this round were all banned. Li Yan's junglers were limited. Plus, the archers didn't come up in the early game. That's why I was able to kill him. Qin Fei laughed. You killed him. Don't be so humble. Yihong, that's right. RPG never knew how to write the word humble. As Yihong spoke, he had his 9-tailed fox flash into the tower. He used his ultimate skill, 9 tails, followed by Fox Flame, followed by Fox Fire. The combo hit Heijiao all at once, and then he added in a normal attack. System, 9-tailed fox, 1 kill. System, enemy Heijiao has been killed. 9-tailed fox, with its damage up, could easily kill the enemy mage with a combo. Needless to say, the one using 9-tailed fox was Yihong. Yezi's 9-tailed fox jumped the tower and insta-killed Heijiao. Feng Luofan shouted excitedly. Suddenly, he felt a little dazed. It was as if he had returned to last season's group stage. He watched as the PG players used their own abilities to tyrannize the opponents and imprinted their IDs in everyone's minds. Qin Fei Satan was the #1 jungler. Yihong's 9-tailed fox dealt heaven-defying damage. Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid agilely carried the team with a pentakill. Han Lung's support stabilized the team from start to finish. This team, if not for the fact that they couldn't find a suitable teammate, they might have won the league last season. Yihong said, Little Jingyu, you just need to keep an eye on Li Yan. Once Li Yan is dead, this team has nothing to fear. Jingyu replied with a After the flower petal of datura finished farming, he went to the vicinity of the magic board. He calculated the time it would take for Li Yan to finish farming after he revived and realized that he didn't appear in the mid lane within the estimated time. He immediately guessed that Li Yan would go to the bottom lane and decisively sent his flower petal of datura to the bottom lane. However, just as he reached the bottom lane, on the minimap, Kamal's avatar appeared in the top lane. Jingyu was speechless. He really couldn't predict Li Yan's movements. He could only warn him, Brother Fei, be careful. Don't go too deep. I see it, Qin Fei replied calmly and ordered his Wanmi Liuhua to turn around and retreat. Almost at the same time, the enemy Quangu and Kamal attacked him at the same time. Qin Fei didn't even blink. He activated his shield to block the damage and flashed in the opposite direction. Then, he attacked Kamal a few times and split the damage to Quangu. The two monsters' HP dropped at the same time. Quangu turned around to bite Wanmi Liuhua, but Qin Fei decisively used Scorch to push it away. Kamal turned around and enlarged. Qin Fei decisively changed forms. After reveal, he cast Flame Barrier to block the damage and protect himself. At the same time, he used Heatwave Assault to push Quangu further away and immobilize him. Then, he moved to dodge Kamal's attacks and counterattacked. Quangu was pushed behind Kamal and was controlled. The 2v1 became 1v1. Kamal still had 2 skills that he hadn't used, but Qin Fei didn't give him a chance to use them. Wanmi Liuhua used Total Annihilation on Kamal and silenced him. Seeing this, Fang Luofan couldn't help but laugh. Ball C is at a disadvantage in a 2v1. Yo-Yo was convinced, this is the first time Qin Fei used Wanmi Liuhua in an official match. I didn't expect him to be so fierce. Under normal circumstances, a top laner can't use a marksman well, right? Yes. Fang Luofan had the most right to comment on this point. Top laners are always at the front in team fights to tank the damage for the backline. However, if a marksman rushes too far in front, he will be killed instantly. Yo-Yo, Qin Fei is an incredible player. From jungler to top laner, it only took him a day to complete the transition. Now, he's so good at marksman. Fang Luofan, it's also related to Wanmi Liuhua's skills. If it were any other marksman, such as Maha or Centaur, Qin Fei's strategy would be no different from suicide. Li Yan knew that he had missed the opportunity to kill Wanmi Liuhua. However, with Wanmi Liuhua blocking his escape route, hesitating now would only result in 2 deaths. He could only bite the bullet and rush up to Qin Fei's Wanmi Liuhua. In the end, he was the first to die. However, Qin Fei's Wanmi Liuhua only had a sliver of health left. Kill him. Li Yan ordered the Quangu. The freed Quangu rushed towards Wanmi Liuhua and was about to finish him off. However, at that moment, Yi Hong's 9-tailed fox arrived and used a series of skills to kill the Quangu almost instantly. Of course, the enemy's Heijiao also chased after them. However, Yi Hong had already bought enough time for Qin Fei. Wanmi Liuhua successfully escaped. After returning to his own turret, he did not hesitate and continued to rush towards his territory. Everything happened in an instant. In the end, PG got 2 kills while BALC got nothing. Oh my god. PG traded 0 for 2. Yo-Yo couldn't believe her eyes. BALC is one of the teams with the highest chance of winning the championship this season. They haven't even gotten a single kill since the start of the match against PG. This is unbelievable. Fang Luofan felt that PG and BALC were in for a good show. His heart was excited, but he could only pretend to be calm. This round, the jungler is completely banned. Ball C is at a disadvantage. Li Yan locked onto Carmel in the end, but he didn't move. He doesn't have an advantage in either harvesting or escaping. Perhaps he should have taken Wendy. Yo-Yo, however, Wendy is a novice fiend and doesn't have enough damage. If he took Kamal, he would have a better advantage in the later team battle. At 10 minutes, Qin Fei's Wanmi Liuhua successfully killed Quangu. He took the lead to BALC's first turret. Li Yan's Kamal stared at Yi Hong's 9-tailed fox. With Heijiao's help, he managed to kill him twice. Both times, he managed to escape from Jingyu's flower petal of Datura. However, Heijiao was not so lucky. He died twice to the poison of the flower petal of Datura. The bottom lane was in a deadlock from the start. At 12 minutes, Luo Yiming lost his patience and let his Maha pass the second turret. Unfortunately, he did not manage to kill the enemy Dark Cupid. He almost died under the turret and was saved by Hanlung's shield. Unlike Luo Yiming, who was getting more and more impatient, Jingyu was getting more and more stable. After facing off against Li Yan a few times, his nervousness before the match had completely disappeared. Now, he only wanted to win. Yiming, stay calm. Just defend the bottom lane. Brother Fei, go to the middle lane. I'll lead the top lane. After Jingyu let his flower petal of Datura kill the minions in the top lane, he rushed to the middle lane. Here I come. Middle lane turret. System, flower petal of Datura, destroy the enemy turret. This way, BALC lost vision of the middle lane and PG gained the advantage of stealing the dragon. Stealing the dragon, Jingyu looked at the situation on the minimap. Quangu went to the bottom lane. Let me see where Kamal is, it's also in the bottom lane. I can steal the dragon. Gather in the middle lane and steal the dragon. Following Jingyu's order, all PG members, except for Luo Yiming, gathered towards the magic dragon. Luo Yiming, I'll guard the tower. Jingyu, no, you just have to attract their attention, don't die. System, Maha, 1 kill, system, enemy Hejiao has died, Jingyu, == alright, he should be worried about Luo Yiming's opponent. Luo Yiming was fighting 1 against 5 in the bottom lane. After taking Hejiao's head, he had no choice but to retreat under the intense attacks. But because of his low health, BALC's members didn't want to give up this opportunity and rushed into the tower, trying to kill him. Luo Yiming could only give up on the tower and retreat, while at the same time counterattacking. System, Kamal, destroy our defense tower. System, Maha, double kill. System, enemy Kwangu has died. System, Kamal, 1 kill. System, Maha has died. After taking 2 heads in a 1 against 5 situation, Luo Yiming had done his best, but in the end, he was killed by Kamal's big move. However, he had bought enough time for PG, don't forget, in this round, Qin Fei took Wanmi Liuhua. Although Qin Fei's Wanmi Liuhua dropped a defensive item, he was still an archer, so he killed the dragon quickly. Almost at the same time that Luo Yiming's Maha died, the magic dragon's low health was killed by Jingyu's Flower Petal of Datura. System, Flower Petal of Datura, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. Yo, PG left 1 to deal with BALC alone in the bottom lane, while the others took the opportunity to steal the magic dragon. This strategy is too good. 1's Maha God is moving. Yes, 1 is very good. Fang Luofan was very pleased. Luo Yiming was someone that he personally poached from Kid. I think BALC's Li Yan should know that PG was stealing the dragon, so he wanted to take down the 3 towers in one go before PG could steal the dragon. But he didn't expect 1 to be able to kill 2 in a 1v5 situation, so he only managed to take down the 2 towers in the bottom lane. After Jingyu snatched the dragon, he immediately returned to the city and headed straight for the bottom lane. He cleared out the enemy troops and protected the last tower at the bottom lane. Then, it's time to counterattack, Jingyu shouted, hit the magic board, hit the magic board. Jingyu, push the middle, push the middle. Wave after wave. Jingyu, wave after wave. Under Jingyu's command, PG took down the magic dragon and went to the middle lane. Qin Fei's Wanmi Liuhua overtook the tower and killed the enemy Dark Cupid. He wanted to continue to kill Kamal, but he escaped with Blink. But it didn't matter, they took down the second tower in the middle lane. Soon, the magic dragon army arrived, and PG pushed forward with the army. Yi Hong's 9-tailed fox's triple kill, Qin Fei's Wanmi Liuhua, and Luo Yiming's Maha God hit the tower together, and the enemy tower's status bar dropped to the bottom. Then, Qin Fei's Wanmi Liuhua continued to deal with BALC in the middle lane, and Luo Yiming was called to the bottom lane tower by Jingyu. After 3 waves of Magic Dragon Army, although PG didn't seize the opportunity to win in one wave, BALC only had 1 tower left in the top lane. At this moment, BALC's army split into 3 lanes and cleared out the creeps. Fang Luofan, PG's economy is in the lead. Yo, BALC is in a passive position. As soon as the 2 casters finished speaking, a system notification flashed on the screen. System, Wanmi Liuhua, destroy the enemy tower. BALC's last tower was finally taken down by Qin Fei, and there was no suspense in the outcome of this match. Sure enough, a few minutes later, PG followed the creeps into BALC's territory, and before they could clear out the creeps, they had successfully destroyed their territory. PG takes the lead and scores 1 point. Seeing this result, Fang Luofan's hanging heart finally settled down. Yo couldn't help but sigh, the 2 archers are really quick to hit the towers. Once they get the upper hand, the game is simply one-sided. Fang Luofan, the junglers of both sides didn't perform well in this match. On the contrary, Qin Fei's Wanmi Liuhua made everyone's eyes light up. Yezi's 9-tailed fox is also as strong as ever. Yo, there's also one's Maha, who killed 2 of them in a 1v5. That's really amazing. It's obvious that PG's 5 players are a bit stronger than BALC. BALC's side is completely centered around Li Yan. At this moment, the live audience was a bit silent. In today's match, a lot of people were here for Li Yan and Jingyu. Moreover, most of them didn't only support one side, they liked both junglers. Now that they saw BALC being suppressed by PG, and the reason was that Li Yan's teammates were too weak, how could they accept this? People couldn't say anything too extreme in the live audience, so the comments on the livestream were unrestrained frowny face haha, Li Yan is leading 4. I feel bad for Li Yan, all the creeps he's good at are banned, but his teammates are still killing him. To be honest, I don't see how Jingyu is better than Li Yan. It's just that PG's overall strength is a bit stronger. Yes, Jingyu's teammates are stronger, or rather, their lineup is stronger. Jingyu couldn't see the comments, but his own thoughts were similar. Our lineup was the key to winning this round. If Li Yan gets a warrior in the next round, it'll be hard to say. Luo Yiming was as optimistic as usual. What's there to be afraid of? I can get a double kill in a 1v5. Qin Fei, don't be arrogant, your double kill can only be attributed to luck. Yi Hong, are we still going to ban 6 junglers in the next round? Jingyu, let's see how BALC bans them. We have to leave at least 2 junglers in the next round. I'm sure I'll get one. As they spoke, the MVP of the previous round was announced. It was Luo Yiming's Maha. This was because the technical judges thought that if Luo Yiming's Maha hadn't stalled BALC, PG wouldn't have been able to steal the magic dragon that decided the match. Yo, but PG's other members also performed very well in this round. Fong Luofan, yes, Qin Fei's Wami Liuhua 1v2, Yezi's nine-tailed fox triple kill, and Jingyu's gank that narrowly escaped death were all very exciting. Yo, let's take a break, we'll come back for the second round. The break between the 2 rounds was very short, only enough for them to go to the bathroom. Soon, the second round began. The loser took the first move, so BALC chose to ban the monster first. Then BALC's first ban spot was given to Nine-Tailed Fox without any hesitation. Yi Hong raised his eyebrows. Oh? This wasn't unexpected. After all, his Nine-Tailed Fox had dealt more than 100,000 damage in the previous round, which was twice as much as Luo Yiming's Maha. What should we ban? For the first time, Jingyu was confused about the ban spots. They couldn't let Li Yan get Sword Burial, which he was best at, so Sword Burial had to be banned. But what about the other 2 ban spots? Seeing Jingyu's hesitation, Qin Fei calmly said, first, we'll ban Sword Burial. The other 2 ban spots will be decided based on the opponent's ban spots. Okay. Jingyu replied and banned Sword Burial. Soon, BALC's second ban spot was given. It was Fleeting Shadow. An assassin jungler was gone. However, BALC had already banned Nine-Tailed Fox, so there was only 1 ban spot left. Han Leng said optimistically, if that's the case, at least one of Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider will be released, right? Yi Hong immediately poured cold water on him. The problem is, BALC made the first move. We don't know if he'll steal the Moonshade Spider. Yes, this was also the reason why Jingyu was hesitating. If they didn't ban the Moonshade Spider, what if it was stolen by Li Yan? But if they banned it, what would they use as a jungler? Ban it. In the end, it was Qin Fei who made the decision. Ban the Moonshade Spider. The other party knew how to use both Elemental Soul and Catoptric Deflection. If they really planned on snatching the Moonshadow Spider, no matter which control-type demon they used, they would be able to coordinate with Li Yan. Furthermore, a Moonshadow Spider coordinated with a control-type demon was basically unbeatable. This was true for other teams, and it was also true for their PGs. Therefore, they had to ban the Moonshade Spider if they had a backup, Feng Luofan. This way, both sides have already banned 3 junglers. I wonder what the last 2 positions will be. Yo, BALC made the first move this round. If the junglers are banned too thoroughly, it will be disadvantageous for PG's Jingyu. On PG's side, Yi Hong was already teasing Jingyu. If we ban another 5 junglers this round, little Jingyu, you don't have to play anymore. Just send a support to follow behind us and buff us. Luo Yiming, ha. Poor Jingyu. Han Leng, or you can support Yiming, and I'll send a support jungler. Jingyu secretly rolled his eyes and didn't want to bother with them. In the end, BALC's last pick was Heart of Ice. PG had no choice but to ban Satan. Yi Hong was right, there were 5 junglers. Then, it was Balc's turn to pick a demon first. They almost instantly banned Flower Petal of Datura as if they were taking revenge on PG. For the first time, Jinyu gave in. I don't care. You guys go first. He could count with one hand the number of demons that he could use as a jungler. Then we'll go first. Luo Yiming unceremoniously targeted Dark Cupid. Qinfei followed suit and targeted Lilith. It was Balc's turn again. They chose a pair of bottom laners, Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror. On PG's side, Yi Hong chose Scarlet Fury, and Hanlong targeted Sarier. Balc's last 2 picks were Azrael and Peacock Plume. Now, out of the 10 players on both sides, Jinyu was the only one who hadn't chosen a demon. He looked at the darkened avatars on his list and didn't want to say anything. The avatars on the list were arranged according to their proficiency. Jinyu's list was Heart of Ice, Moonshade Spider, Flower Petal of Datura, Sword Burial, Satan, Azrael, Plunder Shadow, Wanmi Liuhua, Maha. Now, Wanmi Liuhua's 7 demons had either been banned or robbed. Their avatars were all darkened. Jinyu thought that as Wanmi Liuhua and Maha weren't qualified to challenge the number 1 jungler in the country. I finally understand how Li Yan felt in the last game, Jinyu said and sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll carry your shoes for this game. As he spoke, he scrolled down and found a demon at the bottom of the list and selected it. A tornado immediately appeared on the screen. After it dissipated, the girl with gray pigtails spun around in the air. Facing the screen, she opened her blue eyes. Wendy, you deserve the newbie gift pack. Yo, Jinyu has chosen Wendy. Locked. Following the commentator's words, the audience went wild. Wendy. Awesome. F*CK, Wendy. She's going to cause trouble. I'm looking forward to this match. This was the first time Jinyu had used Wendy as a jungler. In addition, this was also the first time Wendy had appeared in an official match. As for whether Jinyu had used Wendy as a monster before, he didn't know. In response to his teammates' questions, he only said, in my previous account, Wendy's proficiency was second only to Sword Burial. Yi Hong was silent for a moment, then he couldn't help but sigh. Little Jinyu, why do you always like to use unpopular monsters? Jinyu hummed and replied uncertainly, probably because it looks good. Wendy was at least the most beautiful monster in the newbie gift pack. She was a little lowly with silver-gray pigtails. Her eyes were as blue as the clear sky. As she flew in the air, her skirt fluttered, revealing her slender legs. However, looking good was one thing, and whether or not she was useful was another. Wendy and Heart of Ice were both flower vases in the eyes of most players, but they were completely different. Heart of Ice was an assassin-type jungler. Her skill tolerance was very low, but her damage was very high. As long as she had enough technical support, she could become very strong. In other words, how effective she could be was completely determined by the player's control. As for Wendy, her HP, defense, and damage were all between a warrior and an assassin. Her skills were easy to understand, her tolerance was high, and she could learn them quickly. This was a common characteristic of newbie monsters, but it was also a fatal flaw of newbie monsters, their upper limit was too low. The things that Wendy could do and the damage that she could cause were too limited. Ordinary players might be able to use her 10,000 times better than Heart of Ice, but professional players would feel that their abilities were limited. No matter how strong a player was, they could only do so much with Wendy. This was the real reason why Wendy almost never appeared in official matches. However, the commentator and audience were still full of anticipation for Jinyu's Wendy. After all, Jinyu had created too many miracles with different demons. It was as if no matter what kind of demon he played, he could always reach new heights. Why not use Wanmi Liuhua? Luo Yiming asked. Jinyu said, I'm not good at shooting. I need to practice. It would have been fine if his opponent had been someone else, but if his opponent was Li Yan, Jinyu felt that it was no different from sending himself to death. Didn't Li Yan die miserably in the previous round when he had Kamal? What about Quangu? Yi Hong asked. Jinyu, too little displacement, not enough damage. After all, the Quangu was a tank, so it was more suitable for them to go up. There are still too few demons in limited. Hanlong couldn't help but complain about the game. After this season, there will be new demons. Jingyu didn't comment. Soon, the two sides finished adjusting, the countdown ended, and they entered the battlefield. In this round, the camera cut to Jingyu's Wendy from the beginning. After all, the other demons had played many times, and only his Wendy was playing for the first time. Yo-yo, even a novice fiendish demon is being used. He's really been forced. Fang Luofan laughed helplessly. After all, both teams' junglers are very strong. In this game, both sides chose to target junglers, so Jingyu and Li Yan couldn't get the demons they were good at. They had to find another way. Yo-yo, ha ha ha, yes, another way. In the previous round, Li Yan was forced to use Kamal. To be honest, Kamal is very strong in the late game. Unfortunately, Ball C's opponent was PG, and the game ended in the early game. Fang Luofan, yes, archers are very good in the late game, and PG is more suitable for the early game. This is probably one of the reasons why Jingyu would rather use Wendy than archers. Soon, 5 minutes passed. Jingyu's Wendy reached level 6 and had a big move. He immediately had Wendy rush to the bottom lane and crouch in the grass. In this round, Luo Yiming, who had obtained the life item, was like a fish in water. He suppressed the enemy team's wind of condensation in the tower. The enemy team's flower in the mirror threw out control spells from time to time, and Luo Yiming was able to get Dark Cupid to escape in time. At this moment, Li Yan's flower petal of Dachira rushed over. Long before he came over, Jingyu had already warned Luo Yiming. Therefore, Luo Yiming wasn't too surprised to see flower petal of Dachira. He almost reflexively used a displacement spell to hide behind Sarier. Hanlong immediately had Sarier use her big move, and the two of them retreated into the tower. However, the enemy team's flower in the mirror blinked out of the tower and used disorienting steps to crowd control Dark Cupid and Sarier. Luo Yiming, it's over. Jingyu, save me. Jing. You, I'm not saving you. Since Dark Cupid was crowd-controlled, the enemy team's wind of condensation and flower petal of Dachira naturally wouldn't let go of this golden opportunity. They rushed over together and attacked like crazy. Jingyu waited patiently. When the three enemy monsters were almost in the same place, and Dark Cupid was about to break free from the crowd control, his fingers began to type on the keyboard. Wendy's big move, Whirlwind Thousand Blades, her entire body turned into a tornado, and directly swept towards the three enemy monsters. While dealing damage, she also caused them to freeze for a moment. Almost at the same time, Dark Cupid broke free from the crowd control, and Jingyu yelled, Flower Petal of Dachira. Luo Yiming immediately had Dark Cupid attack Flower Petal of Dachira. Originally, Flower Petal of Dachira was the one with the most health among the three enemy monsters. However, under Dark Cupid's constant attacks, it was quickly reduced to critical health. On the other hand, Wind of Condensation's attack was blocked by Sarier's shield, and Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid was still able to dodge. After Jingyu finished using Whirlwind Thousand Blades, he immediately followed up with Wind Blade and Wind Return. After using these two skills, Wind of Condensation's last bit of health was taken away. System, Wendy, 1 kill. System, enemy team's Wind of Condensation has been killed. Then, he used Displacement, and ran over Flower in the mirror's body, and obtained another kill. System, Wendy, 2 kill. System, enemy team's Flower in the mirror has been killed. Li Yan realized that the situation wasn't good. He had his Flower Petal of Dachira teleport and flash, and jumped over the wall to escape. Almost at the same time, Jingyu had Wendy teleport and flash, and chased after him. Seeing this, Fang Luofan's heart started beating faster. Can Jingyu kill Flower Petal of Dachira? This was also the question in everyone's mind. Whether it was the audience in the stadium or those watching the livestream through their computers or phones, everyone held their breaths and broke out in cold sweat for the two players. Li Yan's Flower Petal of Dachira wasn't in a good position. He couldn't return to his own tower, so he decisively rushed into the PG jungle. When he passed by a monster, he used Discipline and used Lifesteal to raise his health, and then continued to escape. He had to think of a way to escape from Jingyu's sight. Only then would he be able to shake off his pursuit. Soon, the two used Displacement at almost the same time. One was escaping, and the other was chasing. The distance between them was still the same. Yo-Yo was so nervous that his heart almost stopped beating. Flower Petal of Datura and Wendy's movement speed are about the same. Can Li Yan escape from Jingyu? Before the start of the match, the moment they saw Jingyu lock onto Wendy, the image of Wendy being chased by Flower Petal of Datura appeared in the minds of both the commentators and the audience. Who would have thought that Flower Petal of Datura, who was now at low health, would be chased by Wendy, who was at full health? The Flower Petal of Datura's poison stack could only be used on players. It was ineffective on monsters. However, he couldn't use invisibility if he couldn't stack it 3 times. Li Yan could only rely on his flashy movements to circle around the jungle, trying to increase the distance between him and Jingyu's Wendy. However, one of Wendy's skills had an acceleration effect. Even if she couldn't hit Flower Petal of Datura, she could still increase her speed for a short period of time. So, Li Yan wanted to get rid of Jingyu? That was impossible. The two of them, one running and one chasing, seemed to be evenly matched. But don't forget, this was a PG jungle. Soon, Yihong's Scarlet Fury arrived. He predicted Flower Petal of Datura's movements and released a crowd control skill, but Li Yan avoided it. Then, Li Yan suddenly changed the direction of Flower Petal of Datura and rushed toward Scarlet Fury. Oh? Yihong really admired this player. Was he going to fight him head-on? Sure enough, Li Yan's Flower Petal of Datura threw a flower at Scarlet Fury as he rushed forward. The skill Flower Strike hit. 1 stack of poison stack. Don't attack him, Jingyu said as he rushed forward, but he was still a step too late. Yihong threw a skill right at Flower Petal of Datura, lowering his HP again. At the same time, his passive skill Flower Rage was triggered, 2 stacks of poison stack. At this moment, Li Yan's displacement skill refreshed and directly pressed down on Scarlet Fury. 3 stacks of poison stack, 3 stacks of poison stack. Invisibility. Aha! The audience was in an uproar. Li Yan is awesome. However, almost at the same time, Jingyu's Wendy used displacement and appeared at the position where the Datura flower's petals had disappeared. She used 1 skill and 2 skills in succession, and the grey wind blades flew out and returned, fighting a battle of wits and courage with the air. The result? System, Wendy, triple kill. System, the enemy Flower Petal of Datura has been killed. Ah! The audience let out an even more intense cheer. Jingyu is awesome. It turned out that the audience was fence-sitters. No, the junglers of both teams are too good. Yo-Yo couldn't find a more appropriate adjective. Too good. They're really too good. Fong Luofan felt like his heart was about to give out. Li Yan is too calm. While being chased in the enemy jungler and having only a sliver of HP left, he actually took the initiative to attack Scarlet Fury in order to escape with 3 stacks of poison stack. Logically speaking, if his opponent wasn't Jingyu, he would have succeeded just now. Yeah. Jingyu's reaction at the last moment was too fast. Yo-Yo looked at the replay on the live screen and said, from Li Yan's perspective, we can see that the 2 skills Jingyu used after displacing barely grazed the Flower Petal of Datura. If they were just a little bit more to the side, he wouldn't have been able to take the Flower Petal of Datura's head. I think Li Yan must be feeling terrible right now, right? Indeed, at this moment, Li Yan's face was constipated in the arena. It could be said that he was feeling quite terrible. His teammates comforted him. You did your best, yeah, it was very good. Just a little bit more. I'll avenge you later. What could Li Yan say? He could only shrug and pretend to be relaxed. Jingyu, we'll see. Although this battle didn't prove that Jingyu was stronger than Li Yan, it at least proved that Jingyu wasn't weaker than Li Yan. In the eyes of ordinary players, Flower Petal of Datura and Wendy weren't strong junglers, but they were played so well by the two of them. Before the match started, the audience was still teasing them. The junglers of the 2 teams can go back to sleep. They can just be dogs for their teammates. Ha ha ha, from the core of the team to the mascot of the team, what happened? Now that the competition had started, after witnessing such an exciting battle royale, the audience was dumbfounded. Awesome. Your father is still your father. As expected of the #1 in the country. The commentator was also very excited. Yo-Yo, this battle will be recorded in the history books. Fong Luofan, I don't know if it will be recorded in the history books, but tonight's highlights will definitely include that scene. Soon, Li Yan's flower petal of datura revived and continued to farm. Ball C's economy was slightly behind, but there was still a chance for them to catch up. What PG needed to do was to seize the advantage and win the match as soon as possible. However, in the next 10 minutes, the two teams were in a stalemate. In the top lane, Ball C's Azrael was very strong, with high health, high defense, and high damage. Xianxia's Lilith could barely suppress him, but he couldn't kill him. The later the game went on, the weaker Lilith's late-game damage wasn't high, so she could only fight in the early game. In the middle lane, Yihong's Scarlet Fury and Peacock Plume were already at a disadvantage. They were also worried that Li Yan would catch them, so they were restricted. It was already good enough that they could protect their own tower. The bottom lane was still okay. Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid almost destroyed Ball C's tower, but Flower in the Mirror's crowd control made him doubt his life. In the end, it was Jingyu's Wendy who rushed into the tower and stole it the moment the minions entered the tower. System, Wendy, destroyed the enemy's defense tower. However, almost at the same time, Li Yan's flower petal of datura turned invisible and sneaked into PG's mid-lane tower to kill Scarlet Fury. Then, together with Peacock Plume, they took down the mid-lane tower. System, flower petal of datura, kill. System, Scarlet Fury has died. System, flower petal of datura, destroy our defense tower. This game has completely turned into a showdown between the junglers of the two teams. Yo-Yo couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't so obvious in the previous game, but in this game, the rhythm of both sides is clearly led by the jungler. That's right. Fong Luofan said, wherever the jungler goes, there will be a fierce battle. Now that PG's mid-lane tower has been destroyed and they have lost vision of the mid-lane, BALC has gained the advantage of fighting the dragon. Will they steal the dragon? This was also what Jingyu was worried about, so he immediately ordered the others to rush to the mid-lane. After he brought the minions of the bottom lane over, he rushed over as well. The team battle was much faster than expected. The one who started the team battle was BALC support Flower in the Mirror. He blinked and cast a big spell, controlling PG's Lilith, Scarlet Fury, and Sarier. Only Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid was able to escape. Other than Li Yan's flower petal of datura, the rest of BALC's players all rushed towards PG. Azrael lured Lilith away, leaving PG without the frontline. The situation was very dangerous. Fortunately, Sarier cast a big spell in time, and PG seized the opportunity to counterattack. Yihong's Scarlet Fury cast a big spell and hit all the enemy monsters. Xianxia's Lilith cast a big spell and directly suppressed the enemy's backline, causing Peacock Plume's big spell to miss and only hit Lilith. For a moment, the skills of the two teams flew everywhere, and their health dropped rapidly. At this moment, Li Yan's flower petal of datura joined the battle. He teleported and killed Lilith, then cast a big spell towards PG's backline and took away Scarlet Fury. Then, he teleported again and used a skill on Dark Cupid, stacking 6 stacks of poison on him. After that, he ignored him and chased after Sarier. 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills, 4 kills, almost at the same time, Jingyu's Wendy rushed into the battle from the back and teleported away Peacock Plume, who had the lowest HP. Then, she used 2 skills on Wind of Condensation, teleported away, and teleported again to kill Flower in the Mirror. Then, she used her ultimate skill, Whirling Whirlwind Blade, and swept it onto Azrael's head. 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills, 4 kills. Luofan was speaking so fast that he couldn't even hear what he was saying. Li Yan's flower petal of datura and Jingyu's Wendy joined the team battle one after another. Li Yan killed PG's Lilith first. Almost at the same time, Jingyu killed BALC's Peacock Plume. Li Yan's flower petal of datura went big. He killed Scarlet Fury. Jingyu killed Wind of Condensation, then killed Flower in the Mirror and went big. Li Yan caught up to Sarier and killed him. Dark Cupid died, poisoned to death. Now, only Li Yan's flower petal of datura and Jingyu's Wendy are left on the battlefield. The ground was littered with corpses, and flower petal of datura and Wendy were left with low HP. System notifications kept popping up on the screen, announcing the intensity of the team battle. But, it wasn't over yet. Jingyu's Wendy was the first to move over and attack Flower Petal of Datura. Li Yan immediately had Flower Petal of Datura dodge, but he was still hit by one of Wendy's skills, and his HP dropped to a critical level. However, he didn't retreat, and instead used Flower Strike. Jingyu quickly had Wendy dodge the attack with Blink, and at the same time, blink behind Flower Petal of Datura. Just a normal attack, just one last attack, and Flower Petal of Datura's HP would be gone. However, Wendy's normal attack missed, because Flower Petal of Datura had also used Blink, appeared behind Wendy, and attacked her with a normal attack. Both of their HP had dropped to a critical level, and it all depended on who could deal the final blow. Jingyu had Wendy turn around and attack Flower Petal of Datura. Just as she was about to succeed, Li Yan used Blink, and Flower Petal of Datura ran over Wendy with a flying flower. System Flower Petal of Datura, Pentakill, System My Wendy has died. At that moment, Jingyu almost smashed his keyboard. What he didn't know was that on the other side of the arena, Li Yan smiled at the camera, revenge. Yo, ah. Li Yan's Pentakill. Feng Luofan, this team battle ended with Li Yan killing Jingyu. Ball. C traded 4 for 5, and won the team battle. Feng Luofan excitedly explained, but his heart was bleeding. PG could only watch as Li Yan returned to the city. Qin Fei's hands left the keyboard, and he leaned back. After taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and patted Jingyu's shoulder. Don't worry about it, you're already very good. Yi Hong also comforted him softly. Little Jingyu, you're already very good at using Wendy. Really? Hanleng, yeah, we were caught off guard in this team battle. If it wasn't for you, it would have been a 0 for 5. Luo Yiming wanted to say something, but Yi Hong and Hanleng covered his mouth at the same time. Jingyu smiled helplessly. It's okay, we still have a chance. Let's win. Yi Hong, yes, let's win. Hanleng, F*CK them up. Luo Yiming, who could finally speak, said, 6 stacks of poison, F*CK. I'm so F*King agreed. Li Yan, I'm going to kill you. Unfortunately, PG didn't have a chance to take revenge. After Li Yan's Flower Petal of Datura recovered in the territory, he directly rushed into the dragon pit and single-handedly took down the magic dragon. By the time PG's team revived, the magic dragon army had already rushed over. Li Yan's Flower Petal of Datura led the entire team to follow behind the army. When the enemy entered the tower on time, BALC's entire team was wiped out. Even Jingyu's Wendy wasn't spared. In the end, BALC pushed down 2 towers in PG's mid lane and forced his way into PG's territory. He destroyed the territory and won the second game. When the 2 golden words victory appeared on the screen, the commentator and the audience were a bit emotional. Yo, what a pity for PG, Feng Luofan, yeah, it was so close. If PG had won the previous round, PG might have already won 2-0 against Ball C. However, there are no ifs in esports. The result is 1-1. They still need to fight another game. Yu, I think PG's losing this round has a lot to do with Jingyu's magical beasts. Wendy is still pushing herself too hard as a professional player. Luckily, PG's went first again in the next round. Feng Luofan, I wonder which demons will they ban this time. If there are still 6 junglers, Li Yan will have a hard time. On PG's side, Luo Yiming thought the same. We'll go first in the next game. Let's ban all the junglers. However, this time, Jingyu had a different idea. Forget it, let's ban all of them. Huh? Luo Yiming thought he heard wrong. Ban all of them? Ban all the junglers? Yi Hong didn't quite agree. Little Jingyu, have you lost your mind? It's not that. Jingyu replied calmly. I'm just thinking that if we ban all the junglers, it will make it seem like we're afraid of Li Yan. Hanleng, That seems to be the truth. But I'm not afraid now. Jingyu said, although his fighting style is hard to predict, after actually fighting him, I think I can handle it. Yi Hong shrugged. Why don't you just say that you want to fight him fair and square? Jingyu, he saw through me. Yi Hong, it's not a good idea to ban junglers all the time. There aren't many demons in LD right now, so we can force him to use other types of demons. What about in the future? Yi Hong, in the future, no one's card pool can be completely banned. If we want to win, we have to fight him fair and square. Qin Fei didn't listen to what Yi Hong said and directly asked Jingyu, what do you want to use? Jingyu, we won't ban junglers. Let's see what the other side bans. Even if they ban all junglers, I still have a lot of choices. I'll use whatever is available. Qin Fei, okay. What's the order? Jingyu, Heart of Ice, Moonshade Spider, Sword Burial, any one of these three is fine. Qin Fei, okay. But I'm guessing that the other side will ban Nine-Tailed Fox, Shadow Skimmer, and Moonshade Spider. It's fine if you take Sword Burial, but if you want to take Heart of Ice, you'll have to ban Sword Burial. Jingyu pondered for a while, imagining the feeling when he fought against Li Yan in the last round. His palms itched, and the blood in his body boiled uncontrollably. Then, he almost subconsciously said, I want to use Heart of Ice to fight against his Sword Burial. The others? What the F***ck? Yi Hong thought he had misheard. Little Jingyu, this is not the right way to fight. Luo Yiming seemed very excited. Jingyu, go. I respect you as a man. Hanleng also disagreed. Don't. Li Yan's Sword Burial is on the same level as Yezi's Nine-Tailed Fox. It's a must ban. Jingyu, calm down. Qin Fei was silent for a moment before he spoke again. How confident are you? Jingyu was also silent for a moment before he calmly said, 50-50. Qin Fei said, alright, let's use it. Yi Hong, Luo Yiming, and Hanleng? Since the captain had agreed, the others naturally did not say anything. But, Yi Hong said, give us a reason? Qin Fei replied calmly, if Jingyu and Li Yan are on par, the winner will be decided by us. Do you think that we can't beat the rest of BALC except for Li Yan? Yi Hong said. I suddenly feel that it makes sense. Qin Fei said, in the first round, Jingyu's Flower Petal of Datura suppressed Li Yan's Kamal, so we won. In the second round, Jingyu's Wendy couldn't beat Li Yan's Flower Petal of Datura, so we lost. In the third round, if they are evenly matched, it will be our turn to shine. Luo Yiming said, oh. Hanleng said, I actually believed you? Alright. Yi Hong smiled helplessly. One wanted to cause trouble, while the other wanted to spoil her. What could they do? He could only follow the pet. Thus, in the third round, PG gave 3 bans, Azrael, Heijiao, and Flower in the Mirror. The 3 demons that Ball C killed were similar to what Qin Fei had predicted, the Nine-Tailed Fox, the Moonshade Spider, and the Fleeting Shadow. Then, it was PG's turn to pick the magical beasts first. Jingyu instantly locked onto the Heart of Ice. Yo, Heart of Ice? Fang Luofan, Heart of Ice? The 2 commentators exclaimed at the same time, unable to believe their eyes. Yo was the first to voice his doubts. PG went first. Why didn't they snatch the Sword Burial? Fang Luofan really wanted to reply, how am I supposed to know if you're asking me? Even he, the coach, couldn't predict the lineup of PG's bastards. Seeing that PG instantly locked onto the Heart of Ice, the entire Ball C team was stunned. It took them a while to come back to their senses and lock onto the Sword Burial and Wanmi Liuhua. Wanmi Liuhua? Luo Yiming was surprised. He had already locked onto the Dark Cupid. Then, Qin Fei snatched the other spot from Satan. To be honest, I'd like to see you guys use Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror, Jingyu said to Luo Yiming and Hanleng. I'd like to see Yi Ming support triple kills. Hanleng, ahem, Jingyu, you've learned bad things. Jingyu, it's because you guys taught me well. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Jingyu, it's okay for you to talk dirty, but don't hurt your teammates. While they were talking, Ball C locked onto the Quangu and Ariel. Seeing this lineup, Fang Luofan raised his eyebrows. Quangu, Ariel, Wanmi Liuhua, they're all monsters with strong survivability. It looks like Ball C is going to defend this round. Jingyu obviously saw it as well. If that's the case, my target is clear, Nakano Tandem. Okay, Yi Hong gestured with his left hand and locked onto the Scarlet Fury with his right hand. In the end, the lineups of the 2 teams were PG, Satan, Scarlet Fury, Dark Cupid, Sarier, Heart of Ice Bal. C. Quangu, Peacock Plume, Wanmi Liuhua, Aerial, Sword Burial. The opening was the same as the previous 2 rounds. Jingyu and Li Yan helped their respective archers get red. The difference was that after Jingyu helped Luo Yiming get red, he started killing monsters nearby. On the other hand, Li Yan's Sword Burial snuck into the PG jungle before both archers were in position. Li Yan is going wild. Fang Luofan was scared out of his wits. He's heading straight for Jingyu. Yo, he's going to fight head-on. On the big screen in the stadium, Sword Burial charged straight for Heart of Ice with his 40-meter-long sword. Where's Heart of Ice? As if he knew that Lu Zilong was coming, he crouched down in the nearby bushes after killing a monster. In fact, Jingyu wasn't sure if Li Yan would come. However, looking at his previous competition videos, there were situations where he went into the jungle at the beginning of the game when he used Zongjian. Especially since Jingyu had picked Heart of Ice. Everyone knew that Heart of Ice was extremely fragile. If it were Jingyu, he would also choose to go against the jungler at the beginning of the game if he had buried sword and his opponent was the assassin. Jingyu waited patiently for a while. When he didn't see Sword Burial, he thought that he was overthinking things. Just as he was about to come out and continue fighting, he saw a figure flash in front of him with a whoosh, giving him a fright. In order to find him, Li Yan's Sword Burial had even used his newly spawned displacement skill. What a ruthless person. However, since he had delivered himself to Lu Zilong, it saved him the trouble of looking for him. Jingyu's lips curled up. Heart of Ice released the newly spawned snow traction and connected it with Sword Burial, pulling him over. At this level, both of them only had 2 skills to use. Jingyu didn't have to worry about Sword Burial blocking his displacement skill. The battle was about to begin. On the screen, the commentator and the audience could only see the 2 demons entangling crazily in the jungle. They attacked, moved, and dodged. Regardless of whether it was Zongjian or Icy Heart, their health points were decreasing. Neither side had an absolute advantage. They were evenly matched in the truest sense of the word. However, Devil Lord was a 5v5 game. I'm holding him back. Yiming, come and kill him. Jingyu shouted. Almost at the same time, Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid used displacement skill to jump over the wall into the jungle. Then, just as Sword Burial refreshed and wanted to kill Heart of Ice in one go, Heart of Ice connected with Dark Cupid and pulled him over with a whoosh. At the same time, Dark Cupid rushed toward Sword Burial with a clear target. The 2 arrows he shot both hit their targets. System, Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System, enemy Sword Burial has died. Enemy, BALCN, Sword Burial my mouth is smeared with honey. Ally, PGGF, Heart of Ice hee again, ha ha ha. Seeing the interaction between the 2 players in the chat, Yo-Yo couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's rare to see players type in public chat during official matches. Li Yan and Jingyu, these 2 players, are really interesting. Fang Luofan couldn't help but laugh as well. I think Li Yan wanted to fight Jingyu one-on-one at the beginning of the game, but Jingyu didn't fall for it. Jingyu has always prioritized the final outcome of a match. If I want to win, the one-on-one will wait until after the match. Yo-Yo, haha, you imitated him very well. Fang Luofan, speaking of which, Li Yan has always been quite willful. I've heard the recordings of his first few matches. Once he gets high, he completely stops commanding and doesn't care about his teammates. Yo-Yo, yes, I'm going to have fun. You guys take care of yourselves. Ha ha ha. Li Yan really did have fun just now because he really wanted to fight Jingyu one-on-one. Ever since he entered the esports scene, he had never met a jungler who could suppress him to this extent. In the past, Ball C lost to Kid and Mai because his teammates weren't good enough. However, today, he lost to PG. Li Yan admitted that he had underestimated Jingyu. The #1 assassin in the Chinese server lived up to his name. After dying once, Sword Burial didn't go into the jungle again. Instead, he obediently farmed the monsters in his own jungle. The finances of the 2 teams increased at the same time. There was no way to increase the gap between them. At the 8th minute, Sword Burial ganked the middle lane. Heart of Ice connected with Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury. Scarlet Fury quickly retreated under the tower and dodged Sword Burial's attack. He used a crowd control skill, but it was successfully blocked by Sword Burial. Jinyu's Heart of Ice rushed over and tangled with Sword Burial for a while. Both of them retreated with low health. At the 10th minute, Heart of Ice ganked the middle lane. Just as he connected with the enemy's Peacock Plume and rushed over, Sword Burial moved out of nowhere and blocked him before he could use a skill. Jinyu slowed down. When Sword Burial's block disappeared, he used a skill and hit Sword Burial right in the middle. The enemy's Peacock Plume wanted to kill Heart of Ice, but it was controlled by Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury in time. Jinyu's Heart of Ice was blocked by Sword Burial and couldn't kill Peacock Plume. He could only continue to tangle with Sword Burial. In the end, both of them retreated with low health. Yo-Yo couldn't help but sigh. Li Yan's Sword Burial and Jinyu's Heart of Ice are really evenly matched. Feng Luofan, Heart of Ice has more options after being strengthened. He's no longer a vase that can be trampled on. However, to be able to use Heart of Ice to fight so well with Li Yan's Sword Burial, Jinyu is really quite good. To be honest, this result was completely out of his expectations as a coach. He thought that Jinyu's Heart of Ice would be destroyed by Li Yan's Sword Burial. Now, let's see how the team battle will turn out. Feng Luofan continued to explain. From the looks of it, Ball C survivability is stronger. However, PGG has sorrier. The cooldown effect of his ultimate skill is very useful in team battles, so it's hard to say. Due to Jinyu and Li Yan's constant gank in PGG and Ball C's mid lane, the mages of both sides didn't develop well. In the end, Ball C's mid lane tower was first stolen by Heart of Ice. However, PGG's mid lane tower was quickly destroyed by Sword Burial. Both sides lost sight of the mid lane at almost the same time. If they wanted to fight the dragon, they had to team up. At the 15th minute, PGG was the first to crouch in the bushes near the dragon pit. Then, Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury threw a blood entanglement at Ball C's alley when he was passing by. The team battle was on the verge of breaking out. Qing-Fei's Satan immediately went for a big kill, squeezing Abel's HP to the point that his health dropped. Then, he activated his Demon King aura and crushed him like a hot knife through butter. He took the kill without giving Abel a chance to recover his HP. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, enemy ally has been killed. With the death of ally, the healer, Ball C's players were hesitant. They couldn't advance or retreat. However, hesitation could be fatal at this time. In the blink of an eye, Qing-Fei's Satan was in the middle of them. Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury also blinked over and activated his ultimate. Ball C threw caution to the wind. Everyone counterattacked. They used all the skills they shouldn't have. Then, Li Yan's Sword Burial rushed into the battle and used a displacement skill to take away Scarlet Fury's remaining health. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, Scarlet Fury has been killed. After killing the enemy demon, the displacement skill respawned. As soon as it respawned, Li Yan used it again. He wanted to kill Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid. However, at this time a cold light connected with Dark Cupid. Luo Yiming dodged Sword Burial's displacement skill with the acceleration buff from Snow's Traction. Then, Jinyu's Heart of Ice floated over with a whoosh. He closed in on Dark Cupid and threw an ice blade at Sword Burial. Li Yan reflexively used block. Then, he screamed in his mind. Sure enough, not long after he blocked the ice blade, Heart of Ice activated its ultimate. A blizzard engulfed him and froze him. Li Yan hurriedly used Dispel, but he was still a step too late. Dark Cupid was constantly attacking him. The archer's normal attack damage was no joke. Within minutes, he was left with only a sliver of health. Knowing that he was going to die, Li Yan made a final struggle. He flashed over the wall and rushed to the nearest monster. He wanted to use Retribution on the monster to raise his health bar. However, how could Jinyu give him this opportunity? He decisively used Heart of Ice to catch up and give him a normal attack. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Sword Burial has died. Jinyu, we won. As long as Li Yan's Sword Burial died, there was nothing to be afraid of. Luo Yiming, ha ha ha, we won. Dark Cupid directly flashed into Ball C's encirclement under the buff from Sarier's lock, health boost. System, Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has died. System, Dark Cupid, 2 kill. System, enemy Wanmi Liuhua has died. In the blink of an eye, only the top laner Quangu of Ball C was still alive. Kwanggu knew that he couldn't beat PG, so he decisively flashed over the wall and escaped. He was lucky to survive. However, PG didn't plan to chase after him. Jingyu, fight the dragon. Yiming, hurry up. Luo Yiming, I'm on it, I'm on it. After Qin Fei's Satan tanked the damage, Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid furiously attacked the magic dragon and took it down before Jingyu's Heart of Ice could return. System, Dark Cupid, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. This time, they really won. Jingyu, let's go, brothers. Luo Yiming, oh. Yi Hong, let's win in one go. Han Leng, let's go. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Let's go back to the city and recover first. After returning to the city to recover, they followed the magic dragon army and attacked Ball C, taking down 2 of Ball C's towers. When Ball C revived, Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury revived as well. He returned to the PG army and used a big move on Ball C's territory, killing 2 players. The enemy team Sword Burial healed Kwanggu and Li Yan. Kwanggu retreated to a fountain, while Li Yan attacked Heart of Ice. However, Jingyu ignored him. After dodging his attack, he snuck into Ball C's territory and then snuck out again. Sword Burial couldn't kill him, so he could only clear the minions. During this process, Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid had been frantically attacking the territory, and the status bar of the Ball C territory quickly dropped. Yo, I'm so nervous. Is PG going to destroy Ball C's territory first, or is Li Yan going to clear the minions first? Fong Luo fan, I think PG is going to win. As soon as the 2 commentators finished speaking, the word victory appeared on the big screen in gold. Fong Luo fan was so excited that he almost flipped the table. PG won. PG defeated Ball C 2-1. Yo, let's congratulate PG for getting another point. Thank you to both teams for giving us such an exciting match. Some of the audience cheered, while others were depressed. Ball C wasn't as popular as Kid and Mai, but Li Yan had a lot of fans. From their point of view, Li Yan's loss in this round was entirely due to her teammates dragging her down. When these fans went home that night, they would turn on their computers and go online. So far, Li Yan's teammates had been the scapegoat for too many things. Almost every time Ball C lost a match, they would be chased and scolded by Li Yan's fans. They weren't as skilled as Kid. They weren't as skilled as archers. They weren't as skilled as SKR. They weren't as skilled as Rule. They weren't as skilled as archers. They weren't as skilled as SKR. However, they were pro players after all. They weren't at a disadvantage against PGs, which proved that their strength wasn't as bad as others said. But because Li Yan was stronger, the halo above her head was too dazzling, completely overshadowing their brilliance. Sometimes, I really envied PG's players. Everyone had their own unique playstyle. That way, even if their teammates were too strong, their own brilliance wouldn't be completely overshadowed. When the 2 teams left the competition room and returned to the stage downstairs, the difference in atmosphere was obvious. PG's players were chatting and laughing. On Ball C's side, everyone was depressed. Li Yan's teammates were even more helpless. We're going to be scolded again. You're still not used to it? Li Yan sighed. I'm sorry. His teammates quickly comforted him. It's okay. It's not your fault. Yeah, Yan, you were great. We didn't do our best. I made a mistake in the last battle. I deserved to be scolded. The host handed him the microphone. Li Yan, what do you think of Jingyu? Li Yan was still depressed. When he took the microphone, a confident smile appeared on his face. He wasn't stingy with his praise for Jingyu. Jingyu is very good. He's the best jungler I've ever met. The host smiled triumphantly. Does this mean that he's qualified to compete with you for the title of the best jungler? Hearing this question, the audience went into an uproar. Someone directly scolded, F***ck off, host. Are you trying to start a fight by asking this? However, amidst the slightly noisy noise, Li Yan continued to smile and replied frankly, the title of the #1 jungler was originally given to me by everyone. It can be considered an affirmation of my strength, but after all, I can't play so well with any jungler, so I feel ashamed to accept it. As for the title of Goldfish's #1 assassin, he really lives up to his reputation. His Devil's Snare Flower and Heart of Ice are both very powerful. After he said this, some of Li Yan's female fans burst into tears. My husband/son is too warm. Jingyu was also stunned by Li Yan's words. He suddenly felt that he was a little petty for being so obsessed with the title before the competition. While he was still in a daze, the host handed him the microphone. Jingyu, did you hear Li Yan's words? Do you think he's right? Jingyu took the microphone in a daze. After a while, he found his voice. Li Yan is very good. His playstyle is very unique. I can predict most people's movements, but I can't predict his. After a pause, he continued hesitantly. The title, it's just a title. I believe that everyone has seen Li Yan's strength. You won't doubt that he's not worthy of the title of the best jungler in the country just because of one match. That doesn't sound petty, but why do I feel a little guilty? Jingyu pursed his lips and hesitated for a moment. He couldn't help but add. However, I don't think I'm inferior to Li Yan. I hope to have more opportunities to play against Li Yan and BLC in the future. Ha ha ha, what a courteous and courteous speech. When the host took the microphone, he couldn't help but laugh. He felt that Jingyu was really soft and honest. After praising each other, he declared war. He really wanted to pat his head. Unfortunately, as the host, he couldn't do something so inappropriate in front of so many people. He also didn't have the right to pat someone's head. When he took the microphone back, he saw Qin Fei naturally raise his hand and place it on Jingyu's head. The host was stunned. Before he could react, the MVP of the third match appeared on the big screen. It was Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid. In this round, Jingyu's Heart of Ice and Li Yan's Sword Burial were restraining each other. Both of them had their hands and feet tied, giving their teammates more space to perform. However, Luo Yiming didn't get the MVP because he dealt the most damage, took the most kills, or knocked down the most towers, although these were all facts. The most important thing was that he had escaped death more than once. He was the demon with the highest survival rate in this match. Most archers relied on their teammates to survive, but he relied on his own movement and positioning. This undoubtedly made the technical judges' eyes shine. Speaking of which, before Jingyu joined PG's MVP had always been Luo Yiming. However, it didn't mean that the MVP was the strongest in the team. Just in terms of awareness, Luo Yiming's awareness was definitely the worst in the team. It was mainly because his movements were gorgeous, which was more in line with the technical judges' criteria. Jingyu didn't have any complaints about this. Then, the current total points of the two teams popped up on the screen. PG originally had 2 points. After beating BALC, it gained 1 point. Total points, 3. BALC originally had 4 points. After losing to PG, it deducted 1 point. Total points, 3. It was a tie. It's a tie. The host's eyes widened in disbelief. This way, PG also has a chance to compete for the championship. Hearing this, the audience burst into loud cheers and applause. It was even louder than when PG beat BALC. Because it was too sudden, PG's entire team was stunned. In the commentary room, Feng Luofan couldn't help but laugh. If he hadn't just received Xiaoyan's message, he wouldn't have known that PG's popularity had skyrocketed this season. It had already surpassed SKR1 and Rule, and was almost on par with JOK. No idea? It didn't matter. He directly looked at the latest popularity rankings. Number 1, Kidno. 2, Mino. 3, BALCNO. 4, Jockno. 5, PGNO. 6, SKR. 1 No. 7, A No. 8, Rula. For the audience, there was nothing more exciting than a team that they supported winning the championship. On the other hand, a team that had the potential to win the championship would have an easier time attracting fans and gaining popularity. The two complemented each other. After the match with BALC, PG's popularity would continue to soar. However, the rise would be accompanied by a fall. This season, Rule's popularity had fallen the most. Especially in yesterday's match, they had lost 1-2 to ANE. It had really shocked everyone. Whether it was in terms of points or popularity, this team was now at the bottom of the top 8. The fall of a god was lamentable, but it wasn't surprising. The strategy of dealing with all changes by remaining unchanged was obviously not suitable for esports. On the way back to the club, Han Ling calculated the current points of the 8 teams and exclaimed in surprise, "We're first." Yi Hong couldn't help but pour cold water on his excitement. "We're tied with BALC and Kid." He paused before adding, "There are still 3 teams that haven't played against us." Luo Yiming asked, "Which 3?" Jingyu replied, "Jock, Mai, and Ain." "Oh, Ain." Luo Yiming mocked Ain on a daily basis, but was interrupted by Yi Hong. "Keep your mocking to yourself, an arrogant army is bound to lose." Luo Yiming pursed his lips and had to change the topic. "Speaking of which, I'm hungry. Should we find a place to eat supper or something?" Jingyu was just about to reply when his phone vibrated. He instinctively took it out of his pocket and lit up the screen. He found that Yi Hong had added him to a QQ group called LD Pro Circle. Then, he was tagged by someone with the nickname "Wake Up Every Morning by My Own Handsomeness." "Wake up every morning by my own handsomeness, it's Jingyu, not salted fish solo." Jingyu hesitated for a moment before replying, "Who are you? Wake up every morning by my own handsomeness, F***CK, I forgot to change my name." "Wait a moment. Ball Si Li Yan, I've changed it, Ball Si Li Yan, Jingyu, solo." Jingyu looked at the members of the group and saw that his teammates were all there. More importantly, Qin Fei was there too. Jingyu let out a sigh of relief and changed his name in the group. "PG Jingyu, I'm on the train. I'll solo when I get back." "Ain Xiaofei, wow, so you accepted the challenge? Can you share your room number in the group when you solo? I want to watch, SKR. One sure, me too, SKR. One sure, I want to watch." Jingyu recognized them at a glance. They were Ain and SKR1's junglers. He could not help but laugh. "PG Jingyu, I'm fine with it. Ball Si Li Yan, I'm fine with it. Ain Xiaofei, then it's settled, Jock Xiaofei, oh, there's a group? Who created it? Ball Si Li Yan, me. Ball Si Li Yan, are you surprised?" Jock's Captain XD immediately sent 2 fist saluting emojis. "Jock Xiaofei, all the top 8 players are here." "Awesome, awesome, awesome." Ball Si Bonehead, actually, this is what happened. After today's match, our Yan wanted to solo against PG's Goldfish, but we didn't have his contact, so we asked a few other teams. As we asked, everyone discussed and decided to create a professional chat group. That way, it would be much more convenient to find someone to solo or to arrange for a training match. Then, Yan created this chat group and let the other teams invite each other to join. "PG Jingyu, = PG Jingyu, Li Yan, how much do you want to solo with me?" Ball Si Li Yan, cough, you said you wanted to have more chances to play with me, Ain Xiaofei, ha ha ha, I'll watch your match. No wonder it's a match between the number 1 players in the country. It's so intense, Jock Xiaofei, love and hate, PG Qin Fei, Xiaofei, you're finished for tomorrow's match. Jock Xiao Xiao? Jingyu was just about to reply when he suddenly saw Qin Fei's message. He froze for a moment and looked up. Sure enough, he saw Qin Fei poking at his phone. PG Qin Fei, killing each other is real. Love doesn't exist. Ball Si Li Yan, that's right. I have a girlfriend. Jock smile, just kidding, look at how serious you guys are. Jock smile, wait, having a girlfriend is too much, Ain Xiaofei, that's too much, SKR. 1AH sure, that's too much. Following that, a group of single dogs strongly condemned Li Yan, who was already in the game. Jingyu smiled helplessly. He thought that what happened next would have nothing to do with him. He didn't expect that just as he set the group to receive messages but don't remind, he would be tagged. Jock smile, Jingyu, do you have a girlfriend? I asked for a friend. Jingyu looked conflicted, not knowing how to respond. Could he reply that he didn't have a girlfriend, but did he have a boyfriend? Qin Fei saw this message and his forehead twitched. He almost impulsively typed something like Jingyu is mine. Considering that Jingyu wasn't ready to come out of the closet, he could only resist this impulse and reorganize his words to send. However, almost at the same time, Jingyu also replied. PG Qin Fei, Xiao Xiao, he's not ready to have a girlfriend. You can shut up. PG Jingyu, Xiao Xiao, sorry, I'm not planning to have a girlfriend. Jock, smile, oh. So why did you send it together and tag me twice? There was silence in the group. Not a single person replied to him. Qin Fei directly turned off his screen and couldn't be bothered to reply. Jingyu didn't dare to reply, afraid that he would accidentally expose something. As for the others, it seemed like they accidentally found out something. By the time PG and the others returned to the club, it was already very late. They washed up and went to bed. The next morning, when Jingyu woke up, he opened the QQ group called Professional Circle of LD and found that the screen was filled with messages from Li Yan. Ball, see Li Yan, Jingyu, are you back at the club? Ball, see Li Yan, Jingyu, where are you? Ball, see Li Yan, Jingyu, where's the solo? Ball, see Li Yan, Jingyu, are you asleep? Ball, see Li Yan, Jingyu, Jingyu, you big liar. Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hey, it was already early in the morning last night, solo my ass, PG Jingyu, BALC Li Yan, wait for me to get up and eat breakfast. After Jingyu sent this message, he was just about to go downstairs to buy breakfast when he received a reply from Li Yan. It was an instant reply, Ball, see Li Yan, I won't believe you again. Your AF asterisk king pigeon. A few seconds later, Ball, see Li Yan, I'll get up right away, wait for me, PG Jingyu, == thus, when PG and the others finished washing up and went downstairs, they saw Jingyu sitting alone in the practice room, using Heart of Ice to fight Li Yan's sword burial. They looked at the group and instantly understood everything. Ain Xiaofei, they're fighting? So early, Ain Xiaofei, I just woke up, how's the situation? Ain Lin Hai, Li Yan is leading 4-3. Ain Xiaofei, holy sh*t, they're really evenly matched. Ain Lin Hai, by the way, this is the third round. In the first round, both of them used Moonshade Spider, and Jingyu won. In the second round, both of them used Sword Burial, and Li Yan won. In this round, Jingyu used Heart of Ice, and Li Yan used Sword Burial. Looking at the direction of this round, Li Yan was probably going to win. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Li Yan's Sword Burial overpowered Jingyu's Heart of Ice, and followed up with the minions to destroy Jingyu's territory, winning the solo match 5-3. Then, Li Yan directly shared the results of the battle in the group. Ball, see Li Yan, awesome. PG Jingyu, again. PG Qin Fei, my ass, let's go to training. PG Jingyu, oh. PG Jingyu, Captain Li Yan asked me to train, I'll come again next time. After sending this, Jingyu tossed his phone aside and turned to look at Qin Fei, who was chewing on a bun as he sent a message. After seeing the reply, Qin Fei tossed his phone aside and sat down next to Jingyu, continuing to eat the bun in his hand. Jingyu wanted to say something, but hesitated. Then, he said tentatively, good morning, Brother Fei. You're up so early today. Qin Fei looked at the time on the bottom right corner of his computer. It was almost 10 o'clock. After swallowing the food in his mouth, he couldn't help but laugh. You're really something. You forgot to wake me up in order to solo Li Yan? After saying this, he swallowed the remaining half of the bun, chewing and chewing. Jingyu looked at his puffy cheeks and couldn't help but want to laugh. He forced himself to hold it in and replied seriously, I didn't forget. Everyone went to bed late last night, and I was worried that you wouldn't get enough sleep, so I wanted you to sleep a little longer. Okay, Qin Fei believed him. After swallowing the bun, he took a sip of water and logged into the game. Without turning his head, he said, I don't object to you playing against Li Yan. He's pretty good, so playing against him will only benefit you. However, I want to have breakfast with you. Hearing this, Jingyu's face instantly turned red. He hurriedly looked at his teammates' reactions and saw that they were all wearing headphones, focused on ranking. In the entire training room, the only two people who weren't wearing headphones were him and Qin Fei. In addition, Qin Fei's words were spoken so naturally and quickly that if he wasn't the one talking to him, he wouldn't have been able to react to what he had just said. After Qin Fei said that sentence, he turned his head and looked at Jingyu. He smiled and added, every day. Jingyu coughed awkwardly. Alright, starting tomorrow, I'll wake you up. Qin Fei, okay. After Qin Fei replied with an okay, he stopped teasing Jingyu and put on his headphones to start training. Their match started at 5 in the evening, and their opponent was Jock. Jock's team was a Magic Burst team with XD as their core. Jock XD, also known as Jock Smiley in the League of Legends group, was currently the only mid laner other than Yi Hong who could make Nine-Tailed Fox into a bug. He was even once known as the #1 Nine-Tailed Fox in the country. However, ever since his Nine-Tailed Fox pentakill carried Jock, no team dared to use Nine-Tailed Fox. This caused his title of the #1 Nine-Tailed Fox in the country to become more and more distant. Gradually, it became a legend. This season, he didn't get Nine-Tailed Fox even once. However, if he could play Nine-Tailed Fox so well, the other mages would naturally be able to play it well. XD was also able to play Scarlet Fury well. In Jock's and Rule's first match, XD got Scarlet Fury. Jingyu even livestreamed the match and witnessed the tragedy of XD's Scarlet Fury pentakill wiping out Rule. Thinking about that scene that would definitely be edited, Jingyu couldn't help but turn his head to look at Yi Hong. He saw that he was staring at the game interface on the computer screen, seriously training. Jingyu remembered how excited and uneasy he was before his match with Li Yan. He wanted to defeat Li Yan and prove his strength, but he was also afraid of being beaten by Li Yan. He didn't know if Yi Hong was feeling the same as him. Now, his match with Li Yan was over, and Yi Hong and XD's match had just begun. However, Devil Lord was never a two-player game, it was a 5v5. Therefore, he would also work hard, win together. With that thought, Jingyu looked away, looked at his screen, and clicked on the ranking. At 5 p.m., all the PG members came to the competition venue for the 5th time, and they were all a little emotional. Hanleng, every time we come, we'll have one less chance. Yi Hong, what are you talking about? Maybe next season's competition will be held here. Luo Yiming was angry. Kid beat SKR 1-2-0, he has 5 points. Jingyu, it's okay, we'll beat Jock 2-0 too. Luo Yiming, that makes sense. Yi Hong, ha ha ha, little Jingyu always says things that are asking for a beating with a calm face, it's inexplicably interesting. He's not wrong. Qin Fei lazily said, from this match onwards, we can't be left behind by Kid by even 1 point. The championship was never something that could be won by just talking about it. If they wanted to win the championship, they had to show the momentum and strength of a champion team. That's right. Yi Hong smiled. Win. Whether it's Jock or Mai, let's win in one go. Luo Yiming, 2-0, we can do it. After the host finished his usual opening remarks, he invited PG and JOK's members to the 2nd floor of the arena. PG's 5 players sat down in the arena and familiarly adjusted the equipment while chatting about other things. Yi Hong, hey, Yiming, aren't you usually quite talkative? How come I've never seen you talk in the group? The group Yi Hong was referring to was Li Yan's new QQ group called Professional League of LD. It was true that Luo Yiming had never spoken in that group. The reason was simple, kids people are there too. That's true. Yi Hong shrugged. Speaking of which, kids people haven't spoken in the group either. Luo Yiming snorted. They're guilty. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that Luo Yiming's grudge with Kid would never be resolved in this lifetime. Even though Luo Yiming said that he hated Kid because Kid wouldn't let him play, Yi Hong was sure that there was another reason. After all, Luo Yiming was a very simple person and didn't hold grudges. If he didn't let him play, he wouldn't hate Kid to this extent. As for PG's coach, Feng Luofan, he was really hurt by Kid. Anyone who was at the lowest point of their life and was heartlessly abandoned by the teammate they cared about the most would hold a grudge. This season, Kid was determined to win the championship. So was PG. If both teams could advance to the finals, then they would have a chance to play each other again. When that time came, they would definitely defeat Kid and avenge their coach and teammates. With that thought, Yi Hong took a deep breath. He put on his headphones and focused all his attention on the screen. Aban, hello everyone, I'm commentator Aban. Tangua, I'm commentator Tangua. Aban, wow, I'm so happy to be able to commentate on PGs. Again. Tangua, haha, everyone who follows the league now knows that Aban is Jingyu's little fanboy. A ban, yesterday's match between PG and Ball C was amazing. The junglers of the two teams are amazing. Watching them fight is a feast for the eyes. That's true. My blood is boiling just from watching the amazing video clip released last night. Xianxia said. When she saw that PG and Jock had decided on their sides, she quickly returned to her commentary. Okay, we can see that PG has the upper hand this round. A ban, PG's luck is getting better. Xianxia, yeah, I feel like PG has been getting the upper hand in the past few days. A ban, PG's points and popularity have been steadily increasing. I'm starting to think more and more highly of this team. Xianxia, however, their opponent today, Jock, is not to be underestimated. Especially Jock's XD. His match with Rule was a true pentakill. As the two of them spoke, PG chose Azrael as the first ban. They banned Azrael? A ban was a little surprised. Against Jock's Magic Burst team, their first ban wasn't a sorcerer. Xianxia, instead, Jock's first ban was Nine-Tailed Fox. A ban, this is the first time Jock has banned Nine-Tailed Fox this season. This confirms Yezi's ability. Xianxia, XD and Yezi's Nine-Tailed Fox are both very good. I'm curious to see which of them is better. A ban, yes, both of their Nine-Tailed Fox are very good, but they have completely different styles. XD's Nine-Tailed Fox is more dirty, while Yezi's Nine-Tailed Fox is more unexpected. As they spoke, PG chose the second ban, Heijiao. Xianxia, PG finally banned a sorcerer. However, in the past matches, PG banned Heijiao more often. A ban, yes, you banned a Nine-Tailed Fox, and I'll give you a Heijiao in return. PG's team has always been like this. However, he didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt that PG had chosen the ban too decisively. It was as if they were back in the preliminaries. Back then, PG had always chosen the top, middle, and bottom lane. Even though they didn't know their opponent's ability, it still gave people the feeling that they didn't care about their opponent at all. As expected, after Jock banned Plunder's Shadow, PG chose the third ban, Kamal. A ban raised his eyebrows. He had a hunch that something was going to happen. Xianxia didn't think that there was a problem. PG didn't deliberately target Jock's sorcerer this round. Instead, he chose to ban the top, middle, and bottom lanes. Now it's time to see who Jock's last ban will be. Yi Hong, blind guessing Heart of Ice. Xianxia, he banned Heart of Ice. Jock gave 2 bans to PG's jungler in a row. Jingyu raised his eyebrows. He wasn't very surprised. So far, his Plunder's Shadow had a 100% win rate in the tournament. And his Heart of Ice had defeated Li Yan's Sword Burial in the last match against Ball C. These 2 fiendish demons might not be released in the future. However, in this round, his Moonshade Spider wasn't banned, Jingyu, it's decided. I'll take Moonshade Spider this round. Yi Hong, do you think they'll burn their boats and steal Soul and Flower in the Mirror at the same time? Han Leng, we've participated in so many matches, but I've never used Flower in the Mirror. As long as their coach isn't an idiot, they won't steal Flower in the Mirror, right? Qin Fei, okay, then Yiming will be the support this round. Use Flower in the Mirror. After a pause, he added seriously, we'll rely on you to carry us. Luo Yiming raised his hand and stroked his blonde hair. TSK, PG can't do without me. Han Leng stifled a laugh. Good luck. Yi Hong stifled a laugh. Good luck, Yiming. Carry us. That's it. The plan works. Jingyu said. He took a deep breath and locked onto Moonshade Spider. Sure enough, when Jock saw Moonshade Spider, he quivered and locked onto Soul. Then, he hesitated for a moment in another position and locked onto Sword Burial. Are you afraid that I'll steal it? Qin Fei raised his eyebrows with interest. Jingyu smiled. After all, you're very good at Sword Burial. After a pause, he said to the other teammates, lock onto Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror. Thus, PG locked onto Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror. Jock wasn't the only one who was stunned when he saw the 2 magical creatures. The commentators and the audience were also stunned. After a short silence, Xianxia was the first to find her voice. she said in disbelief. Flower in the mirror? I've never seen PG's 3H wield flower in the mirror before. Ah Faye, Actually, I did win it last season, but I wasn't that good at 3H's catoptric deflection. I couldn't crowd control anyone, and I always blinked right in front of the enemy archers, delivering kills to them. Tangwa coughed. After all, it was last season. Maybe this season, 3H deliberately practiced it to match Jingyu's Moonshade Spider? Maybe. Although Aban said that, he didn't think that way at all. He didn't know why, but when he saw PG's ban position, he had a feeling that PG was going to cause trouble. Okay, JOK's bottom lane is Centaur and Mermaid. Let's see what PG's last two positions will be. As soon as Aban finished speaking, Xianxia locked onto Lilith. JOK, are we going to settle old and new grudges together? Yihang locked onto Scarlet Fury. Old grudges, we were defeated last season. New grudges, we agreed to a mock competition, but they actually used the second team to fight against us. Who are they looking down on? Xianxia, old grudges are correct, new grudges are wrong. Huh? Yihang didn't remember them having any new grudges with JOK. Xianxia sneered. XD is finished. If I don't kill him 5 times this round, I'll write my name backwards. One moment, he said that Jingyu and Li Yan were in a love-hate relationship. The next moment, he asked Jingyu if he had a girlfriend. This person was really annoying. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't crawl through the internet cable, Xianxia would have fed XD's head to the fish tank. Jingyu obviously thought of the chat history in the group. His fingers tapped twice on the keyboard. Silencing a witness. That sounds pretty cool. He joined in as well. However, the other PG's focus was completely off. Yihang, you're writing the word Fei backwards. Can't you be more sincere? Luo Yiming, no, I think brother Fei means to change the order of the words in his name. Not Qin? Hanleng, we have the birds. Where are the beasts? Yihang said, he's a beast in the game, okay? He's all the beasts in the game. Luo Yiming, that makes sense. Xianxia. F***CK you guys. Hearing this, Jingyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. PG's team was really too interesting. Tangwa, JOK locked Quangu in the last position. This way, both sides' lineups are out. Aban, neither side's lineups are special for this round. However, 3H's Flower in the Mirror and XD's Soul are both out for the first time this season. I don't know how they'll play out. Tangwa, now, both sides will start to exchange demons and adjust their sprites. Most of the players have been adjusted. Only 1 and 3H haven't changed. 10 seconds countdown, Tangwa, huh? The two of them haven't changed yet? The countdown is about to end, 5 seconds countdown, Tangwa, the two of them still haven't changed. Is it because they're stuck? 1 second countdown, Tangwa, When the countdown ended and the demons of both sides entered the battlefield, the big screen cut to PG's arena and gave Luo Yiming and Han Ling a close-up of their faces. Not only were they not panicking, they were even talking and laughing. Only then did Sweets realize what was going on. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, there's only one support in this round? Aban couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. As expected of the PG, I know. Focus on causing trouble. Luo Yiming's support, this was the first time most people could remember seeing it. After all, after he joined PG, he had only played support once in an official match, and he had scored more kills than a marksman. That match was last season's group stage, and all 4 groups played at the same time. The commentator picked the matches of the top 8 teams to commentate on, so Luo Yiming's support match wasn't seen by the audience at all. Basically, only the players themselves and their opponents knew about it. It was no wonder that the commentator and audience were so surprised to see Luo Yiming's support in PG and JOK's match. Jingyu had never seen Luo Yiming's support before. Although he was looking forward to it, he couldn't help but be a little worried. You haven't used Flower in the Mirror in a long time, right? Not really. Luo Yiming seemed a little excited. Although he liked to play the center position, and liked the feeling of controlling the outcome of a match in his own hands, it actually felt good to play support once in a while. More importantly, PG needed him to get flour in the mirror, which made him feel very important. I knew this would happen, so old Han and I rehearsed beforehand. Jingyu raised his eyebrows. Before he could respond, Hanling added, we really put in a lot of effort to coordinate with your moonshade spider. I've cultivated the elemental spirit and Yiming has cultivated the mirror's flower, water moon. This way, no matter what the other party bans or steals, as long as you can get the moonshadow spider, we will have a way to cooperate with you. After hearing this, Jingyu was a little moved for a moment. But in the next moment, he couldn't help but complain, actually, you guys are just tired of playing in your own positions, and want to switch positions, right? Hanleng, Aya, you even found out. Luo Yiming, to be honest, I've wanted to get a pentakill with flower in the mirror for a long time. I'll play support, and old Han, you'll support me. Hanleng, okay. Jingyu, == Team PG was truly hopeless. As soon as they entered the battlefield, the camera was focused on Luo Yiming's flower in the mirror, as if to confirm something. Is PG really planning to let one support him? Tanghua was still in disbelief. Isn't this a little too much? Aban held back his urge to laugh. I haven't seen once flower in the mirror, but 3H's Wind of Condensation has appeared in this season. He plays a little dirty and doesn't seem like a PG. However, his performance in the later stages was more stable than that of one. Tanghua, yes, 3H's performance has always been very stable. I can see that he's a calmer person in real life. No matter how chaotic the situation is, he's very clear about what he needs to do. He hasn't made any big mistakes. Aban, that's right. This player doesn't seem to have a strong presence, but he actually laid the foundation for PG's final victory several times. He's PG's only archer in this match. I'm looking forward to his performance. As soon as he finished speaking, the red in PG's bottom lane was given to Luo Yiming's flower in the mirror. Aban, Tanghua, the commentators and the audience were silent for a second. Then, as the audience whispered, Tanghua hesitantly said, did PG make a mistake? Why did he give the red to the support? Aban frowned. This kind of mistake shouldn't be made. It's very fatal. It's very likely that PG's archer won't have a good early game economy. Then, the two commentators saw Wind of Condensation return to the bottom lane to clear the army. However, in the end, flower in the mirror finished it off. Aban, Tanghua, at that moment, the live stream chat was full of, ha ha ha. Some were laughing at PG for causing trouble, while others were laughing at the commentators' reactions. Let me tell a joke, flower in the mirror's archer, Wind of Condensation support. Commentator, who am I? Where am I? Whose match am I commentating on? Ha ha ha. I'm a fan of some godly team. I'm guessing flower in the mirror's AD equipment. Finally, as if he had just woken up from a dream, Aban asked someone to click on Luo Yiming's flower in the mirror's equipment. The first equipment he dropped was a small vampiric dagger. Then, he looked at Wind of Condensation's equipment. It was a money box for transferring economy. Flower in the mirror's AD equipment? Aban was so shocked that he was tongue-tied. Wind of Condensation support? Tanghua couldn't believe her eyes. Is PG serious? Why didn't he let one be the archer? This time Aban finally understood. It should be because of the moonshade spider. Soul was snatched by Jock, so PG could only use flower in the mirror to coordinate with moonshade spider. However, there's something wrong with flower in the mirror for 3H. Tanghua, then why didn't one use flower in the mirror to support 3H's Wind of Condensation? No matter how I think about it, that would be more advantageous. As soon as Tanghua finished speaking, Luo Yiming's flower in the mirror flashed and cast a crowd control spell. It just happened to control Jock's troops and Mermaid. Then, Wind of Condensation immediately moved and followed up with flower in the mirror to deal damage. System, flower in the mirror, 1 kill. System, the enemy troops have been killed. Mermaid immediately activated her shield after the crowd control was released. However, she was still a step too late and could only protect herself. He decisively flashed towards the second tower and pressed the return button. Luo Yiming had flower in the mirror turn around and continue to deal damage. As he did so, he puffed up his cheeks and said, I won't be happy if I don't get a double kill. Jingyu was convinced. You used a support to get a first kill. What else do you want? Yi Hong, of course I want to fly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Hanleng, haha, how can one kill be enough? I already said that we're going to win this game in one hit. Luo Yiming, that's right. We should at least get a triple kill, right? When Flower in the Mirror was dealing damage, the enemy sword burial went to the bottom lane and was forcefully chased away by Jingyu's Moonshade Spider. There was no chance of a comeback in this 0-4-1 trade. Tanghua felt her face burning. PG is really amazing, huh? Aban couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, PG should change its name to Nothing Impossible. Nothing is impossible. However, it seemed that Flower in the Mirror had taken down the first kill. Looking at the death details of the centaur, it could be seen that most of the damage had been dealt by Wind of Condensation. Flower in the Mirror had just happened to deal the last hit. However, PG insisted on giving Flower in the Mirror the early stage of the game, so that she could develop first. The audience didn't understand. The commentator didn't understand either. Only PG knew the meaning of this. In fact, the focus of this game wasn't Wind of Condensation or Flower in the Mirror, but Jingyu's Moonshade Spider. Now, using the Moonshade Spider as a jungler was inseparable from the support of a control-type demon. In this game, Luo Yiming was indeed a support, but he only needed to support the Moonshade Spider. However, as for Luo Yiming's support, Jingyu didn't count on it. For a teammate like Luo Yiming, he couldn't command him. He could only guide and cooperate with him. In the past, Jingyu couldn't do that. At one point, he blamed Luo Yiming for not listening to his commands. But now, he felt that Luo Yiming was probably the most cooperative teammate in PG's team. Because his thoughts were always so simple, they were completely within Jingyu's expectations. 5 minutes later, Jingyu's Moonshade Spider reached level 6. All of its skills were unlocked. He directly crouched down in the bushes on the bottom lane. Then, he saw Luo Yiming's Flower in the Mirror charge out and successfully control the centaur and mermaid. He also instantly charged out, slipped under the tower, and performed a complete combo on the two. This combo was imitated by more and more people, but when Jingyu used it, it actually had a different feeling. His combo was smooth, fast, and had an indescribable comfort. It was perfect for curing obsessive-compulsive disorder. Along with this comfortable feeling, system notifications flashed across the screen one after another. System Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System enemy centaur has been killed. System Moonshade Spider, double kill. System enemy mermaid has been killed. After killing the mermaid, the displacement skill refreshed. Jingyu had the Moonshade Spider move out of the tower, and then immediately used Blink. The moment he used Blink, Jock's sword burial moved out of the bushes. The position it appeared at was where the Moonshade Spider had been. If Jingyu's Moonshade Spider hadn't used Blink, sword burial might have already finished it off. Now that Jingyu had successfully escaped, Luo Yiming's Flower in the Mirror didn't hesitate to use a big move to control sword burial. The tables had turned, Jingyu didn't even look back. He very leisurely slipped back to his own territory to recover. He had just jumped over the tower to kill 2 people, and had taken 2 tower damage. He only had a sliver of health left. As for sword burial, someone else would take care of it. System Flower in the Mirror, 1 kill. System enemy centaur sword burial has been killed. PG 0-3. Aban couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Once Flower in the Mirror directly blinked over after controlling the centaur and dealt damage right to his face. As expected of one. Even with Flower in the Mirror, he's still able to fight so fiercely. After Flower in the Mirror controlled sword burial, the 3H Wind of Condensation immediately moved over. As expected of partners. Even after swapping positions, their coordination is still so good. Tanghua was truly amazed by the two's maneuvering. Speaking of which, Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror, this duo's bottom lane, used to be the strongest in the game. Actually, I think one's Flower in the Mirror is very interesting. Aban suddenly said. Because he's an AD equipment, he also has a normal attack damage. He's both a support and an archer. After controlling someone, he immediately attacks. He won't miss an opportunity. Tanghua, ha ha ha, I'll support myself. A ban, also, Jingyu's combo. No matter how many times I see it, I still think it's very powerful. Tanghua, I agree. It's very pleasing to watch. How should I put it? It feels like, the moment he uses his first skill, 2 kills are already in his account. A ban, haha, I know how you feel. It's very comforting. Jinyu's combo is either not used, or it's definitely a kill if he uses it. In this match between PG and Jock, everyone originally wanted to see how Yezi's PG would struggle against Jock's XD. Or rather, they wanted to see which of these two players with completely different styles was stronger. However, the moment Luo Yiming entered the battlefield with Flower in the mirror, both the commentators and the audience were focused on the wrong thing. Most of the time, the perspective on the big screen was focused on the bottom lane. Jinyu's Moonshade Spider was constantly ganked the bottom lane and directly destroyed Jock's bottom lane. It couldn't be more comfortable to hold a tower in the bottom lane. The two commentators fancifully analyzed PG's strategy of letting the archer use Catoptric deflection. The audience listened with great interest. Everyone subconsciously paid attention to the situation at the bottom lane. As a result, the next two system messages appeared very suddenly, shocking everyone. System Lilith, 1 kill. System the enemy's soul has been killed, huh? Tanghua thought she saw wrong. PG's top lane killed Jock's mid lane? What was going on? Aban then realized that they were too focused on the bottom lane and ignored the situation in the other lanes. He quickly said, please replay XD's perspective. We need to know what happened in the middle lane just now. On the big screen, the situation in the middle lane was replayed from Jock XD's perspective. After Jock XD's soul successfully controlled Ji Hong's Scarlet Fury, before he could attack, Lilith directly flew over with a big move and drained 1/3 of his health. Jock XD's first reaction was to flash into the tower. His soul was fragile and couldn't withstand a gank. However, Qin Fei's Lilith activated lifesteal and sped into the tower with no intention of letting him go. Following that, Scarlet Fury also flashed into the tower and used Blood Entanglement on Jock XD. It hit him accurately. Jock XD's soul was unable to move under the tower. He could only watch as Scarlet Fury's combo came crashing down and reduced his health to a sliver. Then, Lilith finished him off with a skill. System, Lilith, 1 kill. System, my soul has been killed. Seeing this, Aban still felt a little strange. Where's Jock's top laner? The big screen switched to Quangu's perspective again. After 5 minutes of the match, Quangu's health was already less than half due to Lilith. After Quangu refreshed his big move, he knew that Qin Fei's Lilith must have gotten a big move too. In order to prevent himself from being killed by Lilith, he decisively used his big move and fled to the second tower. Who would have thought that Qin Fei didn't even look at him and directly rushed to the middle lane? Actually, when he saw Qin Fei's Lilith rushing to the middle lane, Quangu had already sent a signal to his captain XD. At that time, XD had just controlled Scarlet Fury and thought that he could take the opportunity to deal some damage. He didn't expect Lilith to arrive so quickly, it was as if she had already targeted him. This thought flashed through his mind and XD shuddered. However, in the end, he still attributed his death to Lilith. Sorry, I underestimated you. His teammates comforted him. It's okay, it's okay. Be careful next time. Team PG is too good at seizing opportunities. We have to play dirty. In the past, Qin Fei was troublesome enough. Now, there's Jingyu. Yeah, because I was too concerned about Jingyu, I forgot about Qin Fei. XD pursed his lips and felt a little uneasy. However, he still pretended to be calm and said, be careful, top laner. Send me a signal before you retreat. Just defend the bottom lane. Jock's archer was on the verge of tears. We can't hold on any longer. After Jock's first tower was destroyed, Luo Yiming's flower in the mirror directly led the minions to the second tower. Jingyu's Moonshade Spider rushed to the middle lane after healing, helping Qin Fei and Yi Hong to destroy the first tower in the middle lane. Then, the three of them lined up to lead the minions in the top lane. The match has just begun and the situation is completely one-sided. Aban couldn't help but sigh. Actually, I don't think Jock's lineup for this round is very wise. Their DPS core is XD, but XD took soul this round. Although Soul has been strengthened, his DPS is still not as good as a sorcerer. I think so too. Tanghua agreed. It's mainly because Jock didn't expect PG to take Flower in the Mirror. However, even if XD didn't take Soul, he might still be suppressed by PG if he took a sorcerer. Sorcerers are the most commonly killed by PGs. That's true. Whether it was Qin Fei last season or Jingyu this season, both of them liked to coordinate with each other. Li Yan of Bala. She also liked to gank sorcerers the most. After all, sorcerers were squishy and relied on their skills to deal damage. Once their skills were used up, they would be a real vase and could only be passively attacked. It was best to gank them. After depriving Jock of his vision in the middle lane, Jingyu's Moonshade Spider would walk around the magic dragon from time to time. Then, it would go to the jungle and walk around the magic dragon after it was done. They're raising a dragon. Aban smiled. Jock's middle tower dropped too quickly in this round. If PG went to steal the dragon now, the magic dragon's army wouldn't be able to deal enough damage. So, they're planning to fatten it up before they fight. Is this the first time they've done this? Tanghua said uncertainly. PG has always tried to steal the magic dragon as soon as possible. This is the first time they've fattened it up like this? Yes. Aban replied. Then, he suddenly thought of something and raised his eyebrows. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel that PG might have other reasons for doing this. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Qin Fei's Lilith and Jingyu's Moonshade Spider, one on the left and one on the right, crouching in the bushes near the enemy's second tower in the middle lane. At this time, Luo Yiming's Flower in the Mirror was leading the bottom lane. Han Lung's Wind of Condensation was farming in the bottom lane. Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury went to the top lane. In this situation where the enemy could group up at any time, only PG would dare to spread out. Especially Flower in the Mirror, who was leading by himself. Did he really think that he was an archer? Luo Yiming's reaction was, I am an archer. What's wrong with that? PG led the minions from the top, middle, and bottom lanes over. Jock's members were originally gathered together to prepare for a group battle. When they realized that there were minions coming from all three lanes, they had no choice but to split up and clear them. XD realized that there might be someone waiting for him in the middle lane. When he reached the bottom of the tower, he cautiously used his weapon to scout the bushes nearby. Sword Burial also rushed over. He was the first to rush out of the tower to clear the minions. The casters and audience had a bird's eye view. In their eyes, the four of them were practically standing in front of each other. Lilith is about to be discovered. Tanghua had just shouted this when Qin Fei's Lilith appeared behind Soul with a big move. Almost at the same time, Jingyu's Moonshade Spider moved in front of Soul and released a spider web. The two of them surrounded Soul one after the other. After controlling him, they attacked him and stunned him. System, Lilith, 1 kill. System, the enemy Soul has been killed. Qin Fei's Lilith took 2 hits from the tower and only had a sliver of health left. After killing Soul, he immediately flashed out of the tower. Almost. At the same time, Sword Burial caught up to him and wanted to kill him. However, he was stopped by Jingyu's Moonshade Spider. Lilith only had a sliver of health left while Sword Burial still had half of his health left. He didn't care about the healthy Moonshade Spider. He only wanted to kill Lilith. However, at this moment, Qin Fei had Lilith use lifesteal. He moved to dodge Sword Burial's enhanced attack and used Sword Burial's health to attack him. Just like that, the casters and audience watched as Sword Burial's health dropped lower and lower. Lilith's health fluctuated and she was on the verge of death a few times. Finally, System, Lilith, double kill. System, the enemy Sword Burial has been killed. Qin Fei's counterattack with a sliver of health left. Sweets cried out excitedly, that's amazing. After killing Soul with the tower, he counterattacked with a sliver of health left to kill Sword Burial. Aban, Jingyu's Moonshade Spider cooperated very well. Whether it was the timing to rush into the tower or the timing to stop Sword Burial, they were all very accurate. A slight mistake could have led to Lilith's death. On PG's side, his teammates were also amazed. Yi Hong, you two are amazing. Luo Yiming, wow, why didn't you bring me along when you were killing people? Han Lung, you two are the best. Jinyu smiled and then complained in a low voice, "You didn't even give me a kill." Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. When he heard Jinyu's words, if it weren't for the fact that they were still in the game, he would have patted his head to comfort him. But now, he could only comfort him verbally. "It's okay, I'll let you have the kill next time. This time, you used all your skills when you killed Soul, so you didn't have the strength to kill Sword Burial. As for Soul, I have a reason to kill him." He didn't expect Qin Fei to say it so straightforwardly. Jinyu said seriously, "If you want to talk about a reason to kill him, I have a reason too." "Oh?" Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. "What's yours?" He didn't remember Jock offending Jinyu in any way. Jinyu was taken aback by his question. What else could it be? Of course, it was silencing him. Jock had almost exposed their relationship, which was why he got into trouble. Wasn't it? He realized that Qin Fei's reason might be different from what he thought, so he couldn't help but ask him while fighting the jungle, "Tell me yours first." Qin Fei shrugged. "I swore before that if I don't kill him 5 times, I'll write my name backwards. So, I have to kill him 5 times. Huh? There didn't seem to be a problem, no." Jinyu almost got sidetracked by Qin Fei, but fortunately, his IQ was still somewhat online. "This is also based on the premise that you want to kill him, right? What I'm asking is, why do you want to kill him? Are you sure you want me to say it?" Qin Fei joked. "In front of the recording device? No need." Jinyu was instantly terrified. It seemed that no matter what the reason was, it had something to do with him. Just like that, PG held Dragon back and let Qin Fei kill XD 5 times, not giving Yi Hong, the mid-laner, a chance to perform at all. When Qin Fei successfully killed XD for the 5th time, PG's teammates all sighed. "Yi Hong, to be honest, I kind of want to see Brother Fei slap himself in the face." Hanling agreed. "I'm not interested in Brother Fei writing his name backwards, I just want to see him slap himself in the face." Luo Yiming, "Yeah, I think it'll be very interesting." Qin Fei's face instantly darkened. "Are you guys tired of living?" He felt that ever since Jinyu came, his teammates had been treating him less and less as a brother. Indeed, in the past, Yi Hong and the others didn't dare to tease Qin Fei. However, ever since Jinyu came, they saw a lot of different things in Qin Fei, even his temperament had changed. In the past, Qin Fei was a beast of few words. Out of 10 sentences that he spoke, 9 of them were roars, as if he wouldn't speak if he didn't roar. But now, he could communicate with them in a normal voice, especially when facing Jinyu. He was so gentle that it was like he was a different person from before. Jinyu had never seen Qin Fei fight, but Yi Hong and the others had. Last season, when one of their teammates was kicked out of the team by Qin Fei, he fought with Qin Fei because he refused to accept it. After a few rounds, he was thrown out of the window by Qin Fei. Later, that teammate brought a group of bad friends to find trouble with PG. Qin Fei blocked them outside the club, didn't hold anything in his hands, and fought with a group of people who had sticks in their hands. He defeated 10 of them by himself. When he fought, he was even fiercer than when he was in the game. He didn't know how to control his strength. He was ruthless to others, and even more ruthless to himself. When others slashed at him with knives, he actually caught them with his bare hands, and then kicked them to the ground. Everyone in the club was scared witless, worried about his hands. For an esports player, hands were undoubtedly a very important part of the body, but Qin Fei didn't care about it at all when he fought. Of course, that group of people was beaten away by Qin Fei in the end, and never appeared in front of PG Club again. But Qin Fei also came back with a body full of injuries. Dripping blood all the way, he yawned and went into the bathroom as if nothing had happened. From then on, no one in PG Club was unconvinced by Qin Fei. No matter their age, whether older or younger than him, they all called him Brother Fei when they saw him. Take Yi Hong and Hanling for example. They were a year older than Qin Fei, but they still called him Brother Fei. But at that time, they were in awe of Qin Fei, but now, they really regarded him as their brother. Yi Hong, I feel like this game has nothing to do with me. It's all up to Brother Fei to carry us. Hanling, ha ha ha, your Brother Fei is still your Brother Fei. On the side, after Luo Yiming killed a group of people with flour in the mirror, he puffed up his face, the damage was so low, and he didn't feel good about killing them. What happened to being the one to carry them? At this moment, Jingyu's Moonshade Spider rushed into the dragon pit. Gather in the middle lane, it's time to fight the dragon. Qin Fei sneered. It's fat enough, it's time to kill it. In the match between PG and JOK, XD couldn't have been more uncomfortable. The mid laner's position was at the center of the map and was very conspicuous. However, the players who played mid laner had to make themselves less conspicuous. When everyone was in a group, they had to sneak over to throw a big hit and then sneak away. This was the basic playstyle of a mid laner. In this aspect, XD had done very well in the past matches. He played very wretchedly. Even if he couldn't hit the enemy, he would never let the enemy hit him. He made his presence as low as possible and then he would come out at the crucial moment and use his explosive damage to kill the enemy in one move. Therefore, it was always fun to watch XD play. He either didn't take any kills or took them consecutively. It wasn't surprising for him to kill 4 or 5 times. However, in the match with PG, in order to prevent Jinyu from using Moonshade Spider to control the wave of attacks, he stole soul and sacrificed his spell damage to become a team control. This wasn't a big problem. As long as he could control people, his teammates' damage output was enough. The bad thing was that he didn't know how he angered Qin Fei and Jinyu. They stared at him and attacked him. This was really uncomfortable. At the 24-minute mark, PG attacked the dragon. He hurriedly asked his teammates to rush over and steal it. Of course, he also went over. As usual, he chose a very wretched route and waited for his teammates to arrive. After attracting PG's attention, he rushed out and threw a control at Luo Yiming's flower in the mirror. However, Luo Yiming seemed to have predicted it in advance. He flashed in front of him and pressed his face against his face. Then, he used a crowd control skill on him and attacked him. Luo Yiming complained that flower in the mirror's damage output was too low. He sold his shoes and didn't use split anymore. He only used critical hits. When the attack hit XD's soul, the floating damage value terrified him. Logically speaking, XD had never been so afraid of a support. Were all PG players poisonous? XD clicked to dispel the control and flashed away. However, the Moonshadow Spider flashed and caught up with him. Immediately after, a white web covered his soul type. Control wave. Okay, it's over. XD watched as his soul was killed by Moonshade Spider and Flower in the mirror together. It was worse than swallowing a fly. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System. Enemy soul has died. System, Scarlet Fury, 1 kill. System, the enemy's troops have been killed. System, Scarlet Fury, double kill. System, enemy mermaid has died. System, Lilith, 1 kill. System, enemy Quangu has died after soul died. JOK's members were scattered in the blink of an eye. Only their jungler, Sword Burial, managed to escape by using block and displacement. However, just as he slipped under the tower, Hanlung's Wind of Condensation caught up with him. A wind blade beautifully passed through the tower and hit Sword Burial in the back, taking away his last bit of health. System, Wind of Condensation, 1 kill. System, enemy Sword Burial has died. PG 0 for 5, JOK wiped out. Aban was so excited that he almost jumped out of his chair. This PG is too strong. JOK has no way to fight back. Tanghua also said, 3H's last hit was too good. I feel that his marksmanship is very good. He doesn't lose to one at all. Aban, this game is really bad for XD. They were constantly targeted and couldn't get their economy up. This caused the entire team's DPS to be low. Tanghua, I feel like it's a problem with the lineup. It's mainly because JOK didn't expect PG to use Flower in the mirror. To be honest, I didn't expect it either. After PG wiped out JOK, they started to fight the dragon comfortably. While they were fighting the dragon, a message suddenly popped up in the chat box: frowny face enemy, Jock XD, Sol M. Do you guys have some misunderstanding about me? At first, no one paid attention to him. It was only after PG took down the magic dragon and returned to the city to recover that someone replied: frowny face ally, PG sleep, Lilith no, ally, PGGF, Moonshade Spider no, enemy, Jock XD, Sol then why are you guys targeting me, enemy, Jock XD, Soul, do you dare to touch your conscience and say that again? Ally, PG sleep, Lilith, I don't dare. Ally, PGGF, Moonshade Spider, I really don't dare. Ally, PG Leafs, Scarlet Fury, you might not believe it, but they just want to kill you. Enemy, Jock XD, Soul. After the conversation ended, the PG members followed the Devil Dragon army and pushed forward. They destroyed all of Jock's towers in one go. After JOK's members revived, they left the Fountain of Resurrection and stepped into their own territory. Before they could do anything, they were controlled by Luo Yiming's flower in the mirror. Then, Yi Hong Scarlet Fury's combo smashed down and instantly killed 3 of them. The remaining Soul and Sword Burial were both at low health. No matter how unwilling they were, they had to return to the city to recover. However, they were killed by Wind of Condensation. At this point in the match, Han Lung's Wind of Condensation finally developed and dealt a lot of damage. After he got the double kill, he started to attack towers like crazy and destroyed JOK's territory in a short while, winning the match. Then, he looked at the word victory on the screen and took off his headphones in a daze. He only felt that his heart was beating very fast and his fingers were numb. He hadn't had such a good fight in a long time, especially in the last 2 team battles. He could feel the feeling of being able to decide the outcome of the match, the fear and desire of the enemy towards him. This was a treatment only available to the C position. When Luo Yiming took off his headphones, he pouted and said, "I'm not playing flower in the mirror anymore." What happened to the promise that he would carry him? Why didn't he feel like he was flying as the game went on? Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You have the most assists, the highest participation rate, and the system's team MVP. What else are you unhappy about? After a pause, he added, on JOK's side, only Centaur and Sword Burial's damage is higher than yours. Be content. Luo Yiming didn't say anything. His damage was the lowest on PG's side and he didn't get many kills. However, his flower in the mirror was a support. So, he couldn't ask for too much. It wasn't that easy to support a pentakill. Yi Hong, by the way, old Han, your Wind of Condensation is super good, right? I feel like I'm playing a lot better than before. Han Lung took a deep breath and finally found his voice. I was so nervous. My hands were shaking in the end. It really isn't that easy to be the C position. I'll just play support. When he heard this, Luo Yiming's mood instantly improved. Sure enough, only he could be the C position of PG. In this round, the system's MVP was Flower in the Mirror, but in the end, the technical team gave the MVP to Jingyu's Moonshade Spider. Everyone had already expected this. As long as Jingyu got the Moonshade Spider, it was as if he was going to be the team MVP. There was no suspense. Moreover, he had taken advantage of several opportunities to harvest kills in this round and played a crucial role in the outcome of the game. But at the same time, everyone knew that all of this was based on Luo Yiming getting the Flower in the Mirror. Therefore, PG's teammates didn't hesitate to praise Luo Yiming. Jingyu, if it wasn't for Yiming's Flower in the Mirror, I wouldn't have been able to get the MVP. Han Lung, only Yiming's Flower in the Mirror could deal such high damage. Yi Hong, Yiming is really good. Qin Fei, yeah, he's really good. Luo Yiming. Are you guys trying to coax a child? Even though he said that, he had to admit that Luo Yiming was very happy to be coaxed. Soon, the second round between PG and Jock began. The loser had the first pick, so Jock had the priority to ban monsters. They gave the first pick to the Moonshade Spider without hesitation. I guess they're going to ban all junglers. Yi Hong shrugged his shoulders. Little Goldfish is getting better and better. She's completely banned from jungling. In the past, only Ball Sees Li Yan had such treatment. It's okay. Jingyu rubbed his nose. He was happy but also a little guilty. After soloing Li Yan a few times, he realized that there was still a gap between him and the #1 jungler in the country. He still needed to work harder. What are we banning? He asked. Nine-tailed fox, of course, Luo Yiming replied. However, Yi Hong refuted, I don't think that's necessary. Jingyu thought about it and also didn't think it was necessary. You can use Soul to suppress Nine-tailed fox. Yi Hong, yes. He still remembered that during the elimination round, he used Soul to suppress DJSSM's Scarlet Fury. Since that was the case, he would definitely be able to suppress Jock XD's Nine-Tailed Fox with Soul. What's more important is, Yi Hong smiled. I said that I would never ban myself. His teammates were speechless for a while and decided to ignore his pretense. Then for this round, we're still going to ban one version each? Han Leng asked. When we don't know what to ban, we'll just ban one version each. Jingyu said and banned Azrael. But for this round, since we're sure that XD will take Nine-Tailed Fox, we don't need to ban Heijiao anymore. I want to ban something else. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. Ban what? Jingyu smiled. Sword Burial. That's right. Yi Hong suddenly understood. They've banned so many of our junglers, there's no reason for us not to ban their junglers. Thus, PG's final 3 bans were Azrael, Sword Burial, and Satan. On the other hand, Jock's bans were Moonshade Spider, Plunder Shadow, and Heart of Ice. 6 junglers. After the match between PG and Ball C, there was another grand occasion of all junglers being banned in the elimination round. The commentator and audience were all shocked, but PG's 5 players couldn't be any calmer. Then, when it came to pick, Jock's first pick was Nine-Tailed Fox. Everyone expected this, but it still caused a small commotion. After all, XD hadn't taken Nine-Tailed Fox for a long time. After that, PG snatched Soul and Dark Cupid. Then, Jock locked onto Flower Petal of Datura. Jingyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Jock's jungler will use Flower Petal of Datura? Han Leng replied, I've never seen him use it before. It's probably to stop you from using it. Yi Hong, I think so too. Anyway, Jock relies on sorcerers to deal damage and take kills. He can even go on a jungler hunger strike. Luo Yiming, wow, Jingyu doesn't have a jungler to choose from. Should he use the newbie gift pack? Yi Hong said leisurely, our opponent is a sorcerer team, and we're the jungler core. Should we get a sorcerer jungler? Jingyu, That's a very dangerous idea. Han Leng, I think it's a good idea. Didn't Heijiao get released? Jingyu's jungler is a skill-based jungler, so is his sorcerer. Jingyu likes to use assassins as junglers. Assassins have high damage and low health. What a coincidence, sorcerers do too. Wow, what a coincidence, huh, Jingyu looked at him with disdain. Sorcerers' junglers will be scolded if they play ranked. Yi Hong, it's okay, we won't scold you. Luo Yiming, sounds interesting. Han Leng, sorcerers can use AD in the early game and switch to AP in the late game. They even thought of what equipment to use for him? These teammates were really poisonous. Jingyu decisively locked onto Wendy. You can cause trouble, but it has to be moderate. Yi Hong shrugged with a smile. He was just joking. He knew that with Jingyu's personality, he wouldn't pick a demon that he wasn't confident in. Luo Yiming really believed him. Seeing Jingyu lock onto Wendy, he sighed regretfully. Then he looked at the Flower Petal of Datura. Jingyu, didn't your Wendy lose to Li Yan's Flower Petal of Datura? You said it yourself. That's Li Yan. Jingyu smiled confidently. Fighting against Jock's Flower Petal of Datura, the newbie gift pack is enough. Jingyu locked Wendy? Tanghua almost thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Even though Jingyu had taken Wendy in his match against Ball C yesterday, Tanghua was not the commentator for that match. Thus, she still found it unbelievable when she saw it in person. Not to mention, Jingyu had taken Wendy yesterday and lost to the Flower Petal of Datura. Today, he still dared to use Wendy against the Flower Petal of Datura. His courage was admirable. However, the player who had taken the Flower Petal of Datura yesterday was Li Yan. Different players took the same magical creature, so the threat was obviously different. The final lineups of the two teams were PG, Lilith, Soul, Dark Cupid, Sarier, Wendy Jock, Quangu, Nine-Tailed Fox, Centaur, Mermaid, Flower Petal of Datura. Although Jingyu said that he was looking down on the other party's Datura petals, when he entered the battlefield, he still focused 120% and seriously dealt with them. He had always been like this. PG was a team that fought in the early stages of the game. However, before joining PG, Jingyu had fought in too many late stages of the game. Many times, he had been the one to bring up the tempo and turn the tables. In order to win, he would not let go of even the slightest opportunity. He treated every match so seriously that he would not make a low-level mistake like underestimating his opponent. However, when he saw his opponent take the flower petal of Datura, Jinyu felt a ding in his heart, as if announcing the victory of the match. Before the match, Jinyu had watched the videos of Jock's team. Jock's midlaner XD was very strong, but Jinyu would not just look at him alone. He had watched every JOK player's performance in every match, so he had a rough understanding of their abilities. Jock's bottom lane was more reckless. Although archers were not afraid of death, they could not just die for nothing. It was because of this that Jinyu had been fighting against Jock's bottom lane in the previous round. He had destroyed their bottom lane in a matter of minutes. XD Sorcerer was indeed powerful. In the early stages, he was probably on par with Yi Hong. In the later stages, he was definitely much more stable than Yi Hong. Or rather, XD was the type that felt better in the later stages. If he wanted to suppress him, he had to rely on Yi Hong in the early stages. In the later stages, he had to keep an eye on XD and not let him disappear from his sight. Then there was Jock's jungler. He had the awareness, but he was always one step behind. He had the mechanics, but he would lose his mind the moment he saw a sliver of health. In any case, from Jingyu's point of view, Jock's jungler could not even compare to Li Yan's pinky finger. As for his own skill, even if he was not on par with Li Yan, he was at least on par with Li Yan. Therefore, when he saw Jock's jungler holding the flower petal of Datura, Jinyu felt that victory was in his hands. What? Jock had a top laner, there was nothing much to say. Brother Fei was the best. This was not the first time Yi Hong had used Soul against a sorcerer. In fact, before Soul was strengthened, he had used this demon to suppress the enemy sorcerer. Sorcerers were very afraid of being controlled because they were very fragile. Once controlled, they would basically be killed instantly. After Nine-Tailed Fox was weakened, she became the most fragile of all the sorcerers. Now, other than Heijiao, only Soul could fight against her. Then, the question was, why didn't he use Heijiao? When Yi Hong and AI Min were playing solo against DJSSM in private, AI Min had asked Yi Hong this question. Yi Hong had replied pretentiously, because if I use Heijiao against XD's Nine-Tailed Fox, the chances of winning are 50%. If I use Soul, as long as my teammates perform normally, the chances of winning are 100%. AI Min, who had to carry 4 players in every match, obviously could not understand the meaning behind Yi Hong's words. However, at this moment, after watching PG and Jock's second match on his phone, he seemed to understand a little. PG's Yi Hong never fought alone. At the 6-minute mark, Yi Hong's Soul flashed and controlled XD's Nine-Tailed Fox. Jinyu's Wendy immediately used a big move to teleport over. The two skills were used together and instantly killed. At the 8-minute mark, Yi Hong's Soul successfully entangled XD's Nine-Tailed Fox and dragged him out of the tower. Qin Fei's Lilith sucked almost half of his health away. Then, he chased after him and killed him within minutes. At the 12-minute mark, Yi Hong's Soul reflected Nine-Tailed Fox's damage. Nine-Tailed Fox only had a sliver of health left and escaped with a flash. However, Jinyu's Wendy caught up with it and used a normal attack to kill it. A ban, so pitiful. Tangua, XD is so pitiful. The commentator couldn't help but sigh from the depths of his soul. A ban, in this round, Jock's DPS core is XD. In order to prevent him from developing, PG practically stared at him. Tangua, XD's control is good. He pushed Yezi's health to the critical point a few times. However, as long as Yezi can control him once, Jinyu will seize the opportunity to finish him off. A ban, yes, Jinyu's awareness and prediction are very good. He won't let go of any opportunity to kill XD. In comparison, Jock's jungler is always half a beat slower. When he arrives, XD's Nine-Tailed Fox can't be saved. Tangua, I can see that his flower petal of Datura isn't very outstanding. So far, he has only managed to stack 2 poison stacks on Sarier. A ban, this round, PG is crushing the top, middle, and bottom lane. Let's take a look at the team battle. At the 14-minute mark, PG pushed down Jock's tower in the middle lane. At the 16-minute mark, Xianxia started the team battle. Both sides had their first full team battle. Jingyu, the bushes on the left, kill nine-tailed fox. Qinfei, you're well hidden? If it wasn't for Jingyu's reminder, PG's players wouldn't have noticed XD's position. This player really knew how to find the right time and angle to cut in. Unfortunately, Jingyu had his eyes on him from the moment the match started. His every move couldn't escape Jingyu's prediction. PG's players first spread out and cleverly dodged XD's ultimate. Then, they all rushed towards his position. Xianxia flashed over to control him while Jingyu's Wendy reaped the kills. They didn't give XD a chance to use his other skills. After killing Jock's center, the rest of the players could be easily killed. In just a short moment, corpses littered the dragon pit. The system notifications on the screen came one after another. Jock struggled for a while. Flower Petal of Datura kept his soul before he died. Top laner Quangu used his ultimate to reposition himself and escaped. In the end, PG took down the dragon pit by exchanging 4 kills with 1 kill. Then, he decisively took down the dragon pit. In this match, even if XD got the nine-tailed fox, he would still be crushed by PG. The viewers who supported PG were undoubtedly very happy. They were looking forward to PG's future. PG's awesome. Let's get to the finals in one go. PG, you can do it. Be the champion. The viewers who supported Jock couldn't help but sigh. The difference between junglers is too obvious. The archer is also a noob. Jock's top laner is too afraid of dying. What's wrong with tanking a little more damage? Anyway, the final result of this match was that PG followed the Magic Dragon army all the way to Jock's territory and won the match in one go. Even if XD's nine-tailed fox took away Soul and Wendy, it didn't change anything. Qinfei's Lilith jumped the tower and killed nine-tailed fox. Hanlung's Sarier activated his ultimate to lock on Lilith and Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid at the same time. Then, Luo Yiming crazily attacked the tower with low health and finally destroyed Jock's territory before Qinfei's Lilith died. They won, 2-0. PG defeated Jock 2-0. A band shouted excitedly. He felt that he had witnessed the birth and growth of a champion team. PG's performance this season is really brutal. Jock's performance this season is quite miserable. Yesterday, he lost 0-2 to Kid. Today, he lost 0-2 to PG. His points are in the negative. Tangwa said. She felt sorry for Jock's XD. Strong players are always targeted. Whether it's Ball, Ceasley Yan or Jock's XD, they've been targeted very miserably this season. Yes, Jock's performance this season isn't good because of this. A band said. Junglers move fast and move a lot. Even if they're targeted, as long as they're strong enough, they can always escape and counterattack. Mages are really helpless when they're targeted. After both players returned to the stage, the MVP of this match appeared on the big screen. It was Xianxia. Yihang was a little surprised, but he quickly accepted it with a smile. It wasn't easy to control XD's nine-tailed fox. Fortunately, Jingyu's Wendy was roaming around nearby. As long as he could control it once, Jingyu would be able to seize the opportunity to kill his opponent. After the MVP animation ended, the screen showed the total points of both teams. PG's score was 2 points. Total points were 5. Jock's score was -2 points. Total points were -4. The competition lasted for 7 days. Today was the 5th day. There were only 2 matches left. Even if they won both matches 2-0, they would only have 4 points. It would only be enough to offset Jock's current score of -4. At this point in the competition, Jock's score had completely lost the chance to advance to the finals. On the other hand, PG had 5 points. What did 5 points mean? They were tied for first place with Kid. In this morning's match, BALC won 2-1 against Ain. They only gained 1 point. Total points were 4. They dropped from first place to second place. Now, the team with the most hope of advancing to the finals, other than Kid, was PG. The host routinely interviewed PG and Jock about their feelings after the match. Jock's reaction wasn't as dejected as the audience expected. Especially XD, they even improvised a live rap. The lyrics were basically saying that PG was very good and that they were looking forward to playing against PG next time. Luo Yiming really wanted to say, if you're really looking forward to it, what's the point of letting the second team play against us in the mock competition? Losing to us today was all your own doing. However, before he could say anything, he was blocked by Han Leng. In the end, Yi Hong took over the microphone and smiled as he replied, okay, let's arrange more mock competitions in the future. I don't think we've played mock competitions before. Not only did he save Jock's face, but he also mercilessly mocked them. Jingyu gave full marks for this response. He suddenly felt that Yi Hong was actually quite a black-bellied person. When the five of them took the subway back, Han Leng couldn't help but sigh. I've never been so close to winning the championship. Where's your future? Qin Fei sneered. Don't forget that our goal is to win the championship. Yi Hong wanted to say that they might really be able to win the championship this season. However, he was afraid that it would raise a red flag, so he stopped himself. Luo Yiming didn't have any qualms. The prize money for winning the championship is pretty good, right? After we win the championship, do you want to consider going on a trip abroad? A trip? Jingyu hesitated for a moment. Not to mention traveling abroad, he hadn't even traveled in China before. Wasn't this a bit too big of a leap? Qin Fei thought that he had somewhere he wanted to go, so he asked, where do you want to go? I don't know. Jingyu replied. When he thought about Qin Fei accompanying him, he suddenly didn't feel nervous. Whatever, I'll go wherever you guys go. Han Leng, we can go on a trip abroad, but shouldn't we bring someone who understands English? Qin Fei glanced at him indifferently. What misunderstanding do you have about my English level? Yi Hong also looked at him indifferently. What misunderstanding do you have about my education level? Luo Yiming looked surprised. Old Han, you don't understand English? Jingyu? Han Leng. I really don't *King understand. Jingyu knew that Yi Hong skipped a grade in high school and went to university abroad. After graduation, he came back to play sports. However, what about Qin Fei and Luo Yiming? Qin Fei dropped out of university and Luo Yiming graduated from technical secondary school. These two didn't look like they knew English. Qin Fei seemed to know Jingyu's doubts. He smiled and patted his head. Before I went to primary school, I lived abroad for a while. When I came back here, it was a bit difficult for me to learn Mandarin. So, my English grades have always been pretty good, but my Chinese grades are a bit worse. Yi Hong couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. Pretty good and a bit worse were too subtle. He knew which university Qin Fei dropped out of. It was one of the top universities in China. Chinese wasn't something that could be passed just because you were a bit worse. If he were Qin Fei's parents and knew that Qin Fei dropped out of such a good university, they would break his legs. However, Qin Fei dropped out of school. Dropping out of school and coming out of the closet almost angered his parents to death. After dropping out of school, he created PG. He deleted all contact information with his parents and never returned to that so-called home. At that time, he didn't have as much passion for esports as he did now. Everything he did was just to escape from that home. As for the reason, only he knew. Even his cousin Xiao Yun was kept in the dark. Oh, there was someone else who knew. That was his birth mother, Qi Xian. Yiming? Han Leng didn't believe that his English couldn't beat a technical secondary school graduate. Where did you learn English? Luo Yiming, you guess what you'll see. Literal translation, you guess. Jingyu and Qin Fei and Han Leng, is this how English grammar works, Han Leng? I actually believed that your English is good? Luo Yiming calmly turned his back to everyone. It's so exciting to be slapped in the face after acting cool. The 5 PG players made a ruckus all the way back to the club. When they got back, Yi Hong couldn't help but pour cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. You can travel overseas, but you have to win first place. There are still 2 matches left in the points competition. Don't relax. Han Leng added, tomorrow ANE, the day after tomorrow MY. ANE's team could be considered PG's old acquaintances. They had played against each other many times, both online and offline. Jingyu still remembered that after he joined PG, his first professional training match was against ANE. In the end, he lost and even got mocked by the other team's support. Xianxia felt that he would never forget this matter for the rest of his life. Xianxia was a Scorpio. He didn't think astrological signs were reliable. A lot of the descriptions didn't match his personality. However, he felt like he was a Scorpio when it came to holding grudges. He held grudges, but he also remembered kindness. Maybe it was just because he had a good memory. In any case, he just couldn't get over the 2 mocking words from the other team. He could even recite those 2 sentences word for word. The first sentence was directed at Xianxia: "If you were the jungler, we wouldn't have won." The second sentence was directed at him: "If the jungler didn't have Heart of Ice, we wouldn't have won." At that time, Xianxia swore that one day, he would use Heart of Ice to beat Ane up. Then, in the knockout round, he did it. He used Heart of Ice to beat Ane and help PG win the official competition. That feeling was undoubtedly great. While proving himself, he also slapped the other team's face. However, it wasn't enough. In any case, Xianxia had already memorized Hai. From now on, as long as it was a competition with Ane, he would take the ice heart if he could. If he could kill Hai, he would kill Hai. He would not give Hai any chance to taunt him. After Yi Hong sat down in the training room, he didn't rush to turn on his computer. Instead, he used his phone to search for Ane's results. Wow, Ane's performance in the points competition wasn't bad? Han Lung was also searching. -2 points, higher than Jock. Luo Yiming, no matter what, they defeated the kid. I love them. Yi Hong, to be honest, if it weren't for Ane, we wouldn't be tied for first place with the kid. Luo Yiming, so treat them to a meal. Han Lung, I think it's a good idea. Yi Hong couldn't help but laugh a few times. Sure, I said I would treat you before. Xianxia said, sure, I'll treat Ane to a meal after tomorrow's game. Yi Hong. Okay, Luo Yiming, sure. Han Lung, on the spot? Xianxia, anything is fine. Xianxia, hey, are you serious? Xianxia was shocked by his teammate's decision, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, this group of people might say that, but they might not necessarily do it. If he really did that, treating the opponent to a meal after winning the game, wouldn't that be a bit too much? That night, Coach Feng Luofan didn't come back, so he sent some videos of Ane's games over for the PG team to study. Xianxia watched the videos carefully and realized that Ane's playstyle this season was very targeted. Basically, they would target whichever player was stronger. Ball C's Li Yan had been killed by the 5 of them at a crucial moment, and then they took advantage of the opportunity to win. Although Ane lost to Ball C 1-2 in the end, he had to admit that their targeting playstyle was effective. Kid's Archer had been killed by them a few times in the same way. Towards the end of the game, his mentality was probably going to collapse. Xianxia wasn't unfamiliar with this playstyle. When he played against Ane, he realized that Ane was clearly targeting him. Later on, she targeted Xianxia. In the end, she was targeted by him. He would kill whoever killed Xianxia. In tomorrow's game, Ane would probably target one of them, right? The question was, who would they target? The next day, Xianxia lazed in bed for a while. Then, he went to Xianxia's room to wake him up. He didn't expect to see Xianxia's cell phone alarm ringing. He watched helplessly as Xianxia slapped his phone and sent it flying to the ground, making a crisp paw sound. Awkward. Xianxia sighed. He picked up his cell phone helplessly and turned off the alarm. Then, he woke Xianxia up. Xianxia groggily opened his eyes and yawned. Morning, good morning, brother Fei. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, did you set your alarm today? Xianxia, yeah, did it ring? He really didn't remember it at all. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It did, but it was slapped to the ground by you. It only had a sliver of health left, and I almost finished it off. I think you shouldn't set an alarm in the future. Xianxia clicked his tongue. Because of this, he didn't set his alarm in the past. However, Xianxia didn't wake him up yesterday and today's game was the first game in the morning. Xianxia seemed to know what he was thinking. He coughed and said, don't worry. From now on, I'll wake you up every day. His tone was careful, but it carried an unquestionable firmness. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He got up and grabbed Jingyu's arm. After pulling him into his embrace, he wrapped his arm around his neck and patted his head. Okay, I believe you. Jingyu's face turned red. He didn't move an inch in Lu Zhou's embrace until Lu Zhou let go of him and gave him a push. Qin Fei, go wash up. Okay. Jingyu was a little absent-minded. He obediently walked out the door and washed up. Qin Fei looked at his back and smiled helplessly. Why was this person so soft in front of him? He really didn't resist at all. After washing up, they put on Team PG's uniform and set off in a domineering manner. What did the esports players talk about on the way to the game? Lineup? Tactics? None of those. The 5 players of PG were talking about food. Luo Yiming, how about a revolving restaurant? A buffet. You can eat as much as you want. Hanleng, I don't think so. It's too expensive. You don't have to pay so much to treat aim to a meal. Yi Hong, we also want to eat. A revolving restaurant is fine. It's fine. Brother Fei will treat us anyway. Qin Fei. Why should I treat you? Yi Hong said seriously, you're the captain. Then he smiled and wrapped his arm around Jingyu's neck. Little Jingyu also wants to eat Jingyu, huh? Qin Fei glanced at Jingyu. Oh, it's my treat. You guys choose a better place. Jingyu? Yi Hong gave himself a thumbs up for being so quick-witted. Jingyu didn't want to talk anymore. He thought that they were joking when they said they wanted to treat aim to a meal. But today's discussion. Why did it seem like they were serious? Speaking of which, did you ask Ain for her opinion on treating her to a meal? They chatted all the way to the game venue and even when they entered the esports room. Hanleng, I think. It's better to go to a revolving restaurant. Yezi likes seafood. Yiming wants to eat steak. Brother Fei and Jingyu don't eat raw food. There's a buffet in a revolving restaurant. Everyone can eat whatever they want. Isn't that great? Luo Yiming, huh? There's steak in a revolving restaurant? Yi Hong. Isn't this the place you chose from the start? I thought you knew. Luo Yiming, oh, I've never been there before. I've only heard about it from others. I've always wanted to experience it. Yi Hong, what about Brother Fei and little Jingyu? Okay? Qin Fei, it doesn't matter. Jingyu, it doesn't matter to me either. But can we talk about this after the game? PG's attitude before the game really worried him. Fortunately, after confirming their teams and banning the monsters, everyone immediately got into the zone. Yi Hong, Ain banned Lilith, Shadow Plunder, and my nine-tailed fox. Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider were both released? Luo Yiming, and my Dark Cupid. Jingyu, don't be happy too early. They went first. Let's see what they'll snatch. Ain took the first position and snatched Zhongjian. This wasn't a surprise to Jingyu. He calmly said, top laner and archer. Thus, Qin Fei locked onto Satan, and Luo Yiming locked onto Dark Cupid. Fang Luofan and his partner Yo-Yo were the commentators for this match. Before they could finish introducing the two teams, the band selection had already come to an end. Fang Luofan couldn't help but sigh. PG and ANE's band selection went very quickly. As expected of old rivals who have played so many matches together. It's obvious that they know each other very well. Yo-Yo, yeah. Luofan, who do you think will win this match? Fang Luofan was silent for a moment before he pretended to speak casually. Probably PG. Yo-Yo didn't expect him to answer so straightforwardly. His expression stiffened for a moment before he found his voice. Haha, Luofan is really confident in his team. However, it's true that PG's performance this season has been very good. However, it's obvious that ANE is also improving. Whether it's in terms of formation or playstyle, there are many new breakthroughs. Perhaps PG will suffer a setback in this match? It won't. Fang Luofan didn't even need to think about it. He didn't care if other people criticized him for not being objective. He spoke with certainty. Before the elimination round, PG was still trying to get used to each other. There were many problems with their teamwork. Even so, they still defeated ANE and became the official champions. Now, PG is almost done with their teamwork. Many of their problems have been solved. I don't think they will lose to Ane. Yo-Yo was at a loss for words. The coach of PG couldn't even save her partner when she woke up. However, Fang Luofan didn't intend to let her save him. He looked at the camera and smiled confidently. PG is definitely not the strongest in the entire League of Legends. However, even if they are going to lose, they definitely won't lose here. Because, if they lose here, they won't have a chance to play against Kid. They could give up on the championship, but Kid had to fight, and if they beat Kid, they would become the champions of the finals. Fang Luofan witnessed the growth of PG's team from the perspective of a coach and a commentator. After Jingyu joined PG, PG's team had grown. Even though PG hadn't figured out how to beat Kid, they were already exuding the aura of a champion team. They were confident and arrogant, but deep down, they were more serious and persistent than anyone else. This type of PG wouldn't lose. Qin Fei, it's starting. Yi Hong, win 2-0. Luo Yiming, then treat Ane to a meal. Han Leng, let's go to the revolving restaurant. Jingyu, == hey, is there really no problem? In the first round between PG's and Ane released her Heart of Ice. When it was Jingyu's turn to pick, he chose Heart of Ice without hesitation. Their lineups were the same as before. The only thing that surprised PG, the commentator, and the audience was that Ane's support picked Maha. When they entered the battlefield, their lineups were as follows: PG, Satan, Scarlet Fury, Dark Cupid, Sarier, Heart of Ice Ane, Quangu, Peacock Plume, Kamal, Maha, Sword Burial. Yi Hong saw through the truth. They knew that we would be weakened in the later stages, so they wanted to fight us until the later stages? Jingyu understood. We will watch their videos. They must have studied our videos as well. Kid defeated us with a 3-shooter lineups, and SKR1 followed suit. As expected, we lost. Han Ling added, if it weren't for the fact that Ane's top laner isn't good at marksmanship, they would have used a 3-shooter lineups to fight us. But there's a problem, Qin Fei said as he looked up lazily. Can they last until the later stages? As he spoke, all the devils entered the battlefield. Of course, they started with red and blue damage. However, when PG was halfway through killing the red devils in the jungle, a group of people with red health bars above their heads charged at them. Jingyu? System, Maha, 1 kill. System, our Sarier has died. System, Kamal, 1 kill. System, our Dark Cupid has died. What's going on? Yo-Yo, the commentator, was stunned. Ane's 5 players all charged at PG's jungle and caught him off guard. PG's Sarier and Dark Cupid died on the spot, but Dark Cupid reacted quickly and knocked Ane's Kamal down to critical health. When Jingyu saw Kamal's critical health, he hesitated between running away and killing him. In the end, he sighed, rushed over with a flash, and killed him with a skill. Then, he lay down on the ground. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Kamal has died. System, Maha, 1 kill. System, Heart of Ice has died. When Jingyu died in the beginning of the game, Luo Yiming and Han Ling had already revived. It took them some time to recover, and they hurried to the bottom lane while complaining. Luo Yiming, is Ane poisonous? Han Ling, what's this strategy? It's not good for their economy at all. Jingyu really wanted to say, with our crazy strategy, we don't have the right to complain about them. Ane played PG at the beginning of the game, trading 1 for 3. Fang Luofan was also surprised, but he quickly calmed down. But this isn't a loss to PG. On the contrary, Ane's top and mid laners' economy will fall behind. Kamal, the only one who could gain an advantage, died. Ane is really harming others without benefiting herself this time. Yo-Yo commented bluntly. It seems like she has a lead, but it doesn't help her at all in the end. But from this, it can be seen that Ane is planning to target either Jingyu or One this round. Fang Luofan said. Ane has been very focused this season. Almost every game is targeted at a certain player. If they break their opponent's mentality, they will win. However, Jingyu and Luo Yiming's mentality wasn't that easily broken. Jingyu was someone who wouldn't give up until the last second. Luo Yiming didn't look at his own record at all. He only thought about how to kill the enemy in front of him. If Fang Luofan was Ane's coach, he would probably ask Ane to target Yi Hong. In PG's team, Yi Hong's mentality was the easiest to break. However, this season, perhaps because of Jing Yu's addition, Yi Hong's play became more and more stable. He made fewer mistakes than before. Actually, it was because the pressure on Yi Hong had decreased. In the past, when PG's jungler was Qin Fei, Yi Hong had to think about how to kill the enemy's mid laner. Now, he only had to think about how to slow down the enemy's mid laner and exhaust him as much as possible. As for things like killing, Jing Yu would do it, and he would almost never fail. However, in this round, Jing Yu didn't coordinate with Yi Hong's mid laner. He ganked the bottom lane the entire time. 6 minutes later, frowny face system, Heart of Ice, 1 kill, system, the enemy sword burial has died, system, Heart of Ice, double kill, system, the enemy's Kamal has died, system, Heart of Ice, triple kill, system, the enemy's Maha has died. This series of system notifications stunned Yo-Yo. Feng Luofan was the first to react. ANE Sword Burial wanted to catch Dark Cupid, but Jing Yu's Heart of Ice connected with him and killed him together with one's Dark Cupid. Then, Jing Yu's Heart of Ice rushed into the enemy's turret and froze Kamal and Maha, completing the triple kill in one go. After hearing this, Yo-Yo found his voice. Jing Yu played too fiercely in this round. He was probably angered by ANE's play in the opening. The image on the big screen jumped to PG's arena and gave a close-up of Jing Yu's face. He didn't look angry. In fact, he didn't have any expression at all. However, everyone could see the focus and seriousness in his eyes. There was a commotion in the arena. So handsome, I love him. As expected, a person is the most handsome when he's focused on one thing. Jing Yu is playing so high, but he's not saying anything. That doesn't make sense. Not long after this sentence was said, the image on the big screen changed back to the battlefield. Hence, no one in the audience knew that Jing Yu immediately moved his mouth. Kill your father? You have to pay the price, you know? Hee-heeped, Yi Hong burst out laughing. He almost missed a soldier. In short, in this round, Jing Yu had been attacking Ain's bottom lane the entire time. He had completely shut down Ain's bottom lane. PG's economy was ahead of ANE's, and they won the first round in less than 20 minutes. This was exactly what Qin Fei had said. If they played against us, would they last until the late game? They could have a double archer lineup, but it was meaningless if they couldn't last until the late game. Especially when ANE's 2 archers had both left. They were fighting for the economy, and their early game development was so slow that it was despairing. This was a failed strategy. However, ANE's players were very optimistic about this outcome. Jungler Fly, Jing Yu's Heart of Ice is really good. Top laner PL, what about the next round? Support High was silent for a while and shrugged. I don't think we can win. As a commander, he actually said something so negative. Even he was surprised. However, his teammates didn't think much of it. Mid laner Wing, PG has really become stronger. Archer GY, yeah, he's getting stronger. How about this? Fly suddenly said. Since we think we're going to lose, why don't we treat it as a training match and experience Jing Yu's Glimpse of Shadows? Letting Jing Yu use Glimpse of Shadows was no different from admitting defeat for the current ANE. Fly had just casually mentioned it, thinking that it would be quickly rejected by his teammates. He didn't expect, hi, I think it's okay. PL, okay. Wing, we can only think of a way to deal with it after experiencing it for a while. GY, maybe there's a chance against Glimpse of Shadows? Fly, huh? Just like that, ANE happily played Jing Yu's Glimpse of Shadows. In the end, she chose 3 bans, Lilith, Nine-Tailed Fox, and Dark Cupid. Not a single jungler was banned. When PG saw the 3 bans, they were all shocked. Luo Yiming, what the F *CK? Yi Hong, which one of you told them that we were going to treat ANE to a meal? Han Lung, we just discussed it today. Who had the chance to tell them? Did they eavesdrop on us? Luo Yiming was shocked. He searched himself all over for a bug. Jing Yu. Compared to eavesdropping, did you forget about the existence of a recording? If this recording was released, he wondered if people would question the relationship between PG and ANE. Yi Hong was the first to react. Oh, about that, let me explain. We invited A&E to a meal because of the camaraderie we built up over the years. We're all teams that made it to the top 8 from the qualifiers. It's normal to kill each other on the stage and off the stage. Yes, yes, yes. Hanleng agreed. The esports scene is quite small. Competition is competition, but we're all friends in private. Luo Yiming wanted to retort, but Yi Hong quickly covered his mouth. Yi Hong then said, "Don't worry, A&E's fans. We'll treat them to a good meal." Hanleng, "It's definitely healthy and delicious." Qin Fei, "Yes, it's definitely not poisoned." You make it sound like A&E has already accepted the invitation. Jingyu was willing to bet that if they really invited A&E to a meal after winning the match, A&E would definitely reject them on the spot without any hesitation. However, A&E's ban position was a bit strange in this round. Jingyu hesitated for a moment, but he still locked onto his sweeping shadow. He wanted to see what A&E was up to. In the end, his sweeping shadow flew the entire time without any hindrance. The rhythm was so smooth that even he was afraid of it. After taking down a pentakill, for the first time, he didn't bother to say anything. Instead, he asked with a conflicted expression, "Seriously, did someone really mention a meal to A&E?" Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Even if they did, do you think A&E would be bought over by a meal?" Hanleng, "Also, we didn't even have a chance to mention it to them." Yi Hong, "Unless one of us has a doppelganger skill or transmigrates to the past to mention it to them." Luo Yiming, "I think A&E's entire team transmigrates to the future and transmigrates back to. Give us their heads." Transmigrating to the future and then transmigrating back, Jingyu was convinced by his teammates' imagination. "Why don't you say that someone in A&E awakened the ability to see the future?" Luo Yiming, F***CK. That makes sense. Jingyu, == compared to PG's team of 5, Feng Luofan was clearly much more rational. He revealed the truth, A&E has already given up. They didn't play seriously against PG at all. Instead, they purposely created opportunities for Sweeping Shadow to seize, giving Sweeping Shadow a lot of opportunities to show off. Yo-Yo also saw it. A&E seems to be thinking of a way to counterattack Sweeping Shadow, but they haven't made any progress. Feng Luofan, PG traded 0 for 5 and wiped out A&E again. It's starting to fight the dragon. I feel like there's no suspense in this round. Yo-Yo, yes, PG is going to make a move. Sure enough, after PG's team of 5 took down the Magic Dragon, they followed the Magic Dragon army and crushed A&E's territory in minutes to win the match. 2-0. Luo Yiming, this round is so satisfying. Yi Hong, so satisfying that I feel empty. Hanleng, the most satisfying one is still Jingyu. 22 kills. Awesome. Qin Fei, it's all a gift from him. I feel like A&E just wanted to see my sweeping shadow this round. Jingyu finally realized it and blushed with shame. Halfway through the round, he almost thought that he was fighting against a human and almost died. Luckily, Sweeping Shadow could save his life, and he managed to escape with only a sliver of health left. In the end, he had a heaven-defying record of 22 kills, 0 deaths, and 6 assists. He couldn't believe that the match with A&E had ended just like that. None of the strategies he had prepared before the match had been used. Jingyu shrugged, got up from his chair, and followed his teammates to the stairs. Then, he remembered something. These people wouldn't really treat A&E to a meal in front of the entire audience, right? Should he stop them or stop them or stop them? PG once again defeated their opponent 2-0. Feng Luofan was undoubtedly excited. This way, PG had 7 points, and they were basically guaranteed to advance to the finals. Although their last opponent was MY, the champion team of last season. However, this team's performance this season wasn't very good, and they only had 4 points. Even if they defeated their opponent 2-0 today, they only had 6 points. Of course, it wasn't advisable to underestimate their opponent. The closer it was to the end, the more they couldn't relax. The host praised PG as he watched the players of the two teams return to the stage. The MVP animation on the big screen appeared very quickly, and there was no suspense. It was Jingyu's glimpse. Jingyu's glimpse has a 100% winning rate in the points competition. The host excitedly said this fact, and then walked in front of Jingyu and asked him, in the netizens' poll of LD's most difficult demon to use, Glimpse was ranked first, but you used it so smoothly. Is it easy for you? When Jingyu took the microphone, he found that his teammates were winking at each other, especially Luo Yiming and Yi Hong, the two who wanted to see the world in chaos. Jingyu obviously understood what they meant, but he directly ignored them, and seriously replied to the host, "It's okay, playing Glimpse does require a certain amount of proficiency, but as long as you understand it, it's fine." He spoke the truth, but to others, it was more abstract. Players who wanted to learn Glimpse would undoubtedly want to hear more, and wanted to know some shortcuts to playing this demon. But in this world, how could there be so many shortcuts? Jingyu's comprehension ability was higher than others, and he spent a lot of time practicing. The host clearly didn't plan to learn Glimpse, so after asking Jingyu this question, he took the microphone back and went to interview Ain. While he was interviewing Ain, Luo Yiming whispered in Jingyu's ear, "Why didn't you say something about the meal?" Yi Hong didn't mind, and smiled, "We'll talk about it later." Jingyu pretended that he didn't hear anything. The host's question to Ain was rather sharp. "You guys don't seem to be playing seriously these 2 rounds? Have you given up on yourself?" The person who took the microphone was Ane's assistant. "Hi." She replied calmly, "It's nothing. We've always been serious about matches, but we knew that we wouldn't be able to beat the current PGs with our old lineup and playstyle, so we wanted to try a new strategy. In the first round, the original plan was to have 4 players protect 1 player, which meant that everyone else would be sacrificed and the economy would be given to the shooter to ensure the development of the shooter. Obviously, this tactic was a failure. In the second round, we tried to find a breakthrough on Fleeting Shadow, but we failed. Therefore, we have nothing to say about the 0-2 result. It's because we're not as good as them. But we will continue to look for a breakthrough, and one day we will win back the points from PG. His speech was flawless and hot-blooded. Even he himself believed it. His teammates also looked at him with admiration. Fly even secretly gave him a thumbs up. The audience was no doubt curious about PG's feelings after hearing this. The host picked up the microphone and walked over to PG's team. "Is there anything else you'd like to say to Ane?" "Here's my chance." Luo Yiming immediately reached out to snatch the microphone. This time, he managed to snatch it. But before he could say anything, Yi Hong snatched it away. Treating Ane to a meal was something that could be joked about in private, but in reality, one had to be careful. At this time only Yi Hong could do it. He picked up the microphone and smiled at Ane's team. Ane's courage to break through is moving. It's something that all teams should learn from. PG is also looking forward to playing against Ane again. Maybe it's because we've participated in the qualifiers, group matches, and knockout matches together, but PG feels that Ane's team is especially close. Ane's team. We don't feel close at all. Thank you. Yi Hong. Therefore, our team discussed this in private and decided to treat Ane to a meal to deepen the relationship between our 2 teams. Ane's team? Looking at their dumbfounded faces, Yi Hong calmly sent out an invitation. As the saying goes, there's no time like the present. How about today? Let's have lunch together. Do you want to come? No. Ane's top laner PL was the first to react. Why are you treating us to a meal? Isn't that strange? Jungler Fly's thoughts gradually changed. He just said that he feels that we're very close and wants to deepen our relationship. I think that's pretty good, right? Support high. Aren't you afraid that they'll poison you? Mid laner wing, this. It shouldn't be, right? The match is over. Archer GY, it still feels weird? Because there was no microphone, the audience couldn't hear these words. Only the host and PG's team could hear them. Yi Hong pretended that he didn't hear anything. He smiled and said, "Then it's decided. Don't go back yet. Come with us." Then, he handed the microphone back to the host. Host, Ane's team, PG's team was too self-centered, right? Amidst the audience's discussion, the host smiled and concluded the match. The 2 teams went upstairs to pack their things and prepared to leave. A few minutes later, they met at one of the entrances of the competition venue. Hai saw PG's team and asked, "What's the meaning of this?" Luo Yiming, I'll explain. Actually, it's like this. Luo Yiming exaggerated the grudge between him and Kid's team. Yi Hong added Coach Fong Luofan's version. Han Leng concluded, in other words, it's to thank you for defeating Kid An's team. This reason was completely unexpected. However, after a period of silence, they accepted it without any hesitation. PL, Kid is 2F** King Bad. Hi, that's a bit too much. Fly, I didn't expect Kid to be like this. Wing, luckily I wasn't there. GY, so what are we going to eat? Hanlin told them the address. Qin Fei yawned. Wait a minute, coach. And so, after a period of time, the two teams and Feng Luofan booked an entire floor of the revolving restaurant. Jingyu didn't have any interest in this development, it was too flirtatious. PG's action of treating Ane to a meal was too flirtatious, but Ane actually accepted it. After taking the elevator to the restaurant, Jingyu obediently followed behind Qin Fei. Basically, he took whatever Qin Fei took. Qin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he realized this. What are you doing? Take whatever you want to eat. You don't have to follow me. Jingyu just didn't want to be too far away from Qin Fei. My tastes are similar to yours. This was a good reason. Qin Fei gave up. Then find a seat. I'll take 2 portions of everything. No. Jingyu surrendered and told the truth. I want to follow you. Okay. Qin Fei sighed helplessly. Thinking that Jingyu really didn't have any interest in food, he let him be. After a period of time, the two of them sat down on an empty sofa with a plate in their hands. After sitting down, Jingyu subconsciously looked out the window. The revolving restaurant was slower than he had imagined, and the scenery outside was moving at a very slow speed. As he looked, he couldn't help but become absent-minded. Before he could react, he felt a warm touch on his lips. He froze for a moment and looked back. He saw Qin Fei supporting his head with one hand and looking at him lazily. He held a fork in his other hand and touched his lips with a piece of freshly cut beef. The warm touch that Jingyu felt came from this piece of beef. He tentatively opened his mouth, took the beef, and chewed carefully. He didn't notice that this scene was seen by Fly, who was passing by. F***ck. Fly almost knocked over the plate in his hand. Whoosh, he flashed to his own territory. No, he rushed all the way to his teammates and sat down. PL and HI were faster. They were already sitting down and eating. Seeing Fly so flustered, they were a little surprised. PL, little Fly, what's wrong with you? HI, did you see PG poisoning? No. Fly took his plate that didn't have much food and sat down next to the two. He secretly glanced in the direction of Qin Fei and Jingyu. After making sure that they didn't notice him, he whispered, I think the relationship between Brother Fei and Jingyu is not normal. Is he gay? This was PL's first reaction, but he just said it casually. Unexpectedly, Fly nodded affirmatively. I saw Brother Fei feeding Jingyu. They're 2 big men. It's not like Jingyu doesn't have hands. PL, F***ck, he's really gay? Hi. Top laner and jungler? It's quite strange that they can be together. At this moment, Wing and GY arrived. As soon as the two of them sat down, they were fed the gossip about Qin Fei and Jingyu. Then, Wing put down his knife and fork and stood up. I'm going to see. The other 4? HI, you're really not afraid of being silenced. Wing ignored them and crept toward Qin Fei and Jingyu. However, he was stopped halfway by Yi Hong. What are you doing? Yi Hong smiled. Wing coughed and raised his hand to scratch his head. Actually, I'm Brother Fei's little fan. I want to ask him for an autograph. As he spoke, he saw his teammates line up one by one toward Qin Fei and Jingyu. Wing almost vomited blood. Was he trying to distract them? Thus, while Qin Fei was feeding Jingyu cake, the 4 of them sneaked behind the sofa. Through the surrounding glass decorations, Qin Fei saw the 4 sneaky people behind him at a glance, but he pretended not to see anything. He turned his gaze back to Jingyu's face and found that the corner of Jingyu's mouth was stained with cream. Without thinking, he leaned over and kissed the corner of his lips. Even if it's a buffet, you can't waste it, understand? Jingyu didn't expect Qin Fei to suddenly kiss him, so he stopped chewing. After Qin Fei licked off the cream on his lips, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised a playful arc. It's clean. Jingyu coughed and was about to respond when he suddenly heard a noise behind him. He was shocked and instinctively turned around, but there was nothing but glass. He secretly sighed in relief and turned around. He didn't dare to look at Qin Fei. Brother Fei, we're in public, okay, I understand. Qin Fei used a fork to pick up a piece of steak and put it into his mouth, pretending that nothing had happened. While chewing, he casually forked a piece for Jingyu. Jingyu looked at him helplessly. In the end, he didn't say anything and obediently took the piece of steak from his fork. At this moment, Ain and the others were covering their mouths and squatting behind the sofa. They were almost suffocating from holding their breath. They finally found their way back to their original seats and sat down. They couldn't help but sigh. I'm blind, I was kissed in the face. Seriously? You blinded my 24K single dog eyes. Actually, I think it's a little sweet. After Xiaofei said this, he was immediately targeted by 3 pairs of eyes. In the end, he shrugged and said, it's good. Lovers eventually become gay. PL, no. Wonder they have such good chemistry. GY, PL, don't be dirty. At this moment, Wing finally got rid of Yi Hong and came back. He looked at the 4 of them with resentment. Did you guys have fun watching? Although he said this, he actually saw a little from afar. After confirming that Qin Fei and Jingyu were really together, he was relieved. He sat down next to the 4 of them and said, to be honest, I never imagined Brother Fei having a girlfriend. Now, he has a boyfriend. When Wing told Yi Hong that he was Qin Fei's little fan, it was true. In the last season's points competition, although they defeated PG 2-0 in the end, as a mid-laner, he was ganked by Qin Fei throughout the whole process and killed countless times. No matter how careful he was, no matter how hard he tried to escape, as long as Qin Fei's demon appeared on the screen, Wing would definitely be chased to death. Then, as he died, Wing could not help but admire Qin Fei. This person was really awesome. He was probably suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. The 5 of them chatted for a while and soon talked about other things. They chatted as they ate, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Yi Hong looked at them from afar as he took the sauce. He felt a little helpless. Brother Fei really didn't hide anything. Wasn't he worried that Ane's people would spread rumors? Oh, Brother Fei probably wasn't worried at all. He couldn't wait for the whole world to know that he was together with Jingyu, right? Poor little Jingyu, who was completely in the dark. Yi Hong didn't plan to tell Jingyu that. He didn't even plan to disturb the 2 of them. He took his plate and sauce to Feng Luofan's table. Soon, Luo Yiming and Han Ling also came. When they sat down, they casually asked, where's Brother Fei? He's talking to Jingyu about something. Don't disturb them. Yi Hong said seriously, eat. After eating, go back to practice. Don't forget that there's a match tomorrow. Luo Yiming, oh. Feng Luofan took a sip of coffee and slowly said, speaking of tomorrow's match, the opponent is my, stop. Yi Hong looked at him with disdain. Eat properly when you're eating. We'll talk about the match when we get back. Feng Luofan was silent. Then he said, oh. His status as a coach was getting lower and lower. Especially when Qin Fei wasn't here, they ate for a long time. After all, it was a buffet. They could eat as much as they could within the time limit. When Qin Fei paid, Jingyu secretly glanced at his phone screen. The amount that popped up was more than 3,000. Qin Fei paid without batting an eyelid. Jingyu's heart ached. Before signing with PG, he wouldn't have been able to make that much money in a month. After paying, PG and ANE went their separate ways. On the way back, they found someone in the group asking Ball Si Li Yen, where did you guys go to eat? I want to go too. Jock Xiao, yeah, why didn't you bring us? Then PG and ANE each shared a bunch of food photos, making the people in the group salivate. When asked why PG wanted to treat ANE to a meal, the 2 teams tacitly didn't mention the kid. They kept saying, for the friendship of the team, for the counterattack of the last place in the quarterfinals. Gifts blind one's eyes. Annie cooperated with PG the whole time. She didn't mention anything that she shouldn't, including the relationship between Qin Fei and Jingyu. At first, Qin Fei was looking forward to whether or not Annie would expose their relationship. In the end, he saw Annie's cowardly look. He turned off the screen expressionlessly. Since there was no one in the club today, the door was locked. Qin Fei and Fang Luofan each had a key to the club. Seeing Fang Luofan open the door, Qin Fei let go of the key in his pocket. Then he noticed that a black Lamborghini was parked in front of the club. The car's coquettish appearance was really eye-catching. Soon, Luo Yiming also noticed it. That's a Lamborghini? Whose car is it? Someone from Brother Fei's family came? This was Han Lung's first reaction. No. Qin Fei frowned. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had a bad premonition. Just as Fang Luofan opened the door to the club, the Lamborghini also opened the door to the driver's seat. There was actually someone inside? A man wearing black sunglasses got out of the driver's seat. He walked straight to the back seat and opened the door. Then he helped an old man with a head full of white hair get out. The old man didn't look too old. He looked to be in his 60s. His white hair looked like it was dyed. He also wore black sunglasses and a very tasteful suit. When he got out of the car, he looked like an upper-class person. When he got out of the car, Luo Yiming suddenly shrank back as if he felt some danger. Who is this person, Yi Hong? I don't know him. Han Lung, me too. Qin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Almost instinctively, he shielded Jingyu behind him. Jingyu originally had the attitude of watching a show, but when he saw Qin Fei's actions, he suddenly realized something and widened his eyes in disbelief. Then he saw the driver of the Lamborghini close the door and walk straight to him. Young Master Jingyu, our chairman Qian has something to discuss with you. May I ask if there's a private room in your club? Young Master? Luo Yiming was the first to cry out in surprise. Then he saw Qin Fei and Jingyu's expressions darken at the same time. Calling him young master meant that the person was someone from Jingyu's family. It couldn't be his mother's family, so it could only be. Before Jingyu could speak, Qin Fei spoke first. What can't be said in public? The man in sunglasses replied expressionlessly, family matters. Qin Fei, oh, then there's no need to talk about it. As far as I know, Jingyu is an orphan. As far as you know, the man in sunglasses replied stiffly and looked at Jingyu. Young master, do you want to talk inside? Qin Fei still wanted to say something, but Jingyu grabbed his arm and stopped him. Jingyu sized up the two of them and very calmly said, okay. This old man, could he be his grandfather? There were still some empty rooms on the second floor of the club, but Jingyu didn't want to take the two upstairs to talk at all. In the end, he borrowed the conference room on the first floor. He sat down facing the two of them. The lighting in the conference room wasn't very good, so the two of them finally took off their sunglasses, revealing two faces that were very unfamiliar to Jingyu. The young one was always expressionless, and the old one didn't say a word the whole time, making Jingyu feel very depressed. Let me introduce, this is the chairman of the Qian Corporation, Qian Jin, the young one said. As for me, I'm Zhou Qi, you can call me Xiao Zhou. Young Master Jingyu, Chairman Qian is your grandfather. After hearing Zhou Qi's words, Jingyu suddenly understood. Okay, it's confirmed, he's my grandfather. Why are you looking for me? He asked expressionlessly. The one who replied was indeed Zhou Qi. You're the young master of the Qian family, Chairman Qian is obviously here to take you home, I'm not going back. Jingyu calmly interrupted him and continued, is there anything else? Zhou Qi seemed to be a little embarrassed, and after a while, he said, the Qian family doesn't object to you playing games, but at your age, you probably won't be able to play for many more years, so you have to think about your future. Chairman Qian's intention is, after you retire, why don't you come to the corporation for an internship, and then inherit the corporation? Jingyu laughed, but it was different from the kind of laughter that came from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, his laughter was a little mocking. He turned his head and looked at his so-called grandfather. Let me guess, because your only son died and you can't give birth to another son, you came to find me? After all, I have a quarter of your blood in me? As he spoke, he saw that the two of them didn't refute him, and he almost laughed out of anger. What do you take me for? The carrier of your genes, a tool for you to carry on the family line? First of all, I don't admit that you're my grandfather, I don't even admit that I have a father. Xianxia said coldly and firmly, not giving the two of them a chance to interrupt. I was brought up by my mother, and I grew up because of her alone. What have you done for me? You've never given me any warmth. What right do you have to say that you're my family? When I said I wouldn't admit it, I didn't admit it. Now that you've finally admitted it, why should I accept it? Xianxia was too young to understand a lot of things back then, so his words were all based on his feelings. However, this anger was real. He hated everyone, including his father, who was nominally his family, but ignored him. And his mother, and even tried to kill them all. If these people didn't come to provoke him, it would be fine. He could treat them as strangers, each living their own lives and having nothing to do with each other. However, they came to find him, and Xianxia had a target to vent his anger on. You actually have the face to come to me, I really admire you. Xianxia was angry, and both his voice and tone were extremely cold. You should know how your son died, right? Hearing this, Xianxia's expression changed, and Zhouqi didn't understand. Seeing Xianxia's expression, Xianxia was more certain of his guess, but he didn't intend to reveal it on the spot. After all, he didn't want to be hunted down again. You can go back, and pretend that nothing happened today. Anyway, it's impossible for me to be your grandson, not in this lifetime. Zhouqi frowned, not understanding why Xianxia would give up such a good opportunity. Do you know the Qian Corporation? He was so anxious that he even forgot to use honorifics. Xianxia replied pretentiously, I don't lack money. Okay, there was no way to chat. Zhouqi silently looked at Xianxia, waiting for him to decide whether to leave or stay. After a period of time, Xianxia expressionlessly opened his mouth. His slightly aged voice carried an indescribable majesty, causing Xianxia to have goosebumps all over his body. He said, what money can do is far more than you think. Whether it's reputation or women. Hearing the word women, Xianxia felt nauseous, and almost reflexively shouted, shut up. He thought of his mother, Jiaoxi. She was the only person he relied on for the first 20 years of his life, and also a wound in his heart that could never be healed. Before he met Qin Fei, he felt that he was born for Jiaoxi. He was a sinner, and he had to treat her well for the rest of his life to atone for his sins. He even felt that he was lower than everyone else, and that he didn't deserve to be loved by anyone. That was why he acted so lowly in front of Qin Fei, afraid that he would lose him if he wasn't careful. Xianxia shouldn't have mentioned women at this time, regardless of whether he meant that he could buy women with money, or that he could get women with money. When Xianxia heard these two words coming out of his mouth, the first thing he thought of was his mother's weak but strong back, which made his fingers tremble in pain. I'll say it clearly, I don't hate money, but I hate you. Xianxia said as he stood up from the chair. If they didn't leave, he would leave, okay, he really didn't want to stay with these two people for a moment longer. And, he took one last look at Xianxia, and said in a gloating tone, I don't like women, I like men. So even if I inherit your company, I can't carry on the family line for you. Give up. After saying that, he didn't give the two of them a chance to respond. He rushed to the door, pushed it open, and walked out. When Xianxia went out, his eyes were a little red. With his blurred vision, he didn't see what was going on outside at all, and directly bumped into a strong embrace. It was a familiar scent. It was Qin Fei. From the moment Xianxia entered the conference room, Qin Fei had been standing at the door waiting for him, ready to rush in to save him. He didn't expect Xianxia to come out by himself, and the moment he came out, he threw himself into his arms. Yi Hong and the others were sitting in the hall out of curiosity, so they all saw this scene. Qin Fei was hesitating whether to push Xianxia away, but unexpectedly, in front of everyone, Xianxia raised his hands and hugged his waist tightly. Brother Fei, hearing his weak call, Qin Fei immediately gave up on the idea of pushing him away. He hugged him back with one hand and patted his head with the other. Are you in a bad mood? Xianxia replied with an his whole body relaxed as he nestled in Qin Fei's arms and closed his eyes. He knew that his teammates were in the hall, but he didn't care what they thought of him anymore. In any case, they would find out sooner or later. In any case, he had already come out to his grandfather. Coming out of the closet could only happen once or countless times. The current Jinyu really wasn't afraid of coming out of the closet at all. He believed that Xiaoxi would also support him. He was 20 years old this year. If it were someone else's mother, she would probably be urging him to get a girlfriend. But Xiaoxi, whether it was in the past or now, most often said to him, "Don't be fooled by women." Jinyu hugged Qin Fei like this for a while. When Xianxia walked out of the meeting room and saw this scene, his face became a lot gloomier. He originally thought that Jinyu would say this to find an excuse to completely get rid of him. Could it be, when Jinyu heard footsteps behind him, he knew that the two of them had come out. He looked up at Qin Fei and said, "Kiss me." Qin Fei smiled helplessly. He knew that Hu Jinyao wanted to perform for the two of them, but he still lowered his head and kissed him. Yi Hong whistled on the spot. Luo Yiming and Han Leng were stunned. Luo Yiming, what the f***ck? Han Leng, so exciting. After the kiss, Jinyu was a little shy. He buried his head in Qin Fei's chest. However, he didn't regret it at all. Xianxia left with an ashen face. When he walked out of the door, he tripped on the ground and was quickly caught by Zhou Qi. After the two of them left, Jinyu poked his head out of Qin Fei's chest. He didn't dare to look at the expressions on his teammates' faces. Qin Fei put his arm around Hu Jinyao's shoulder and faced the three of them together. He said jokingly, "Let me introduce you guys. This is GF, my girlfriend, Jinyu." Han Leng, what does that mean? Yi Hong. No way, don't you know? Girlfriend. Han Leng, isn't he your boyfriend? Luo Yiming, so that's what GF means? Jinyu was dumbfounded. Qin Fei smiled and patted his head. Okay, my boyfriend. That's it, we're together. Since Qin Fei came out of the closet first and treated Jinyu differently, the teammates accepted it very quickly. Yi Hong, that's great, two of us are no longer single. Han Leng, a handsome guy and a beautiful girl. What a perfect match. Luo Yiming, can we treat each other to a meal? Fang Luofan, who was sitting in the corner and watching the entire process, coughed and said, "We'll talk about the meal another day. Let's go to the meeting." After that, he got up and walked to the conference room. The others followed. Jinyu looked at them and blinked in surprise. That's it, coming out of the closet was easier than he thought. Qin Fei knew what he was thinking. He smiled and put his arm around Hu Jinyao's neck. How is it? Is it okay? Jinyu said, some things aren't as difficult as you think after actually doing it. Qin Fei said as he led Jinyu to the conference room. After the game, tell your mom about this. She's with me for the rest of her life. You have to let her know. After all, she's your only family. Okay. Jinyu agreed obediently. It was unknown what he thought of, but he suddenly smiled. No, I have another relative now. It's you, Jinyu said seriously. When Qin Fei heard these two words, he turned his head and kissed the corner of Jinyu's lips. It was a light touch, but it made Jinyu's heart beat faster. However, when the two stepped into the conference room, they let go of each other. Dating was important, but the game was more important. After all, dating could be done at any time. If they lost the game, they could only wait for the next season. And they didn't have many seasons to wait. After the 5 people were all seated, Fang Luofan calmly began his analysis of Team MY. Tomorrow is the last game of the points competition. Our luck definitely isn't good, but it's not bad either. Although MY was the champion team of the previous season, there was an obvious decline in their performance this season. To sum up their playing style, they're using defense as offense. If it weren't for the fact that everyone in their team is strong, it would be very difficult for them to gain a foothold. So we have an advantage against Team MY. If Team MY is a strong shield, then we're a sharp spear. They use defense as offense, while we use offense as defense. It's easier for us to take the initiative. Team MY likes to use demons with high HP and defense. The characteristic of these demons is that they're very stable in the early stages, but can't do any damage in the later stages. So Team MY is actually a team that plays in the early stages. In the early stages, it's a competition of economy. The best way to widen the economic gap is to counter junglers. As Feng Luofan spoke, he looked at Qin Fei and Jingyu, who were sitting side by side, the junglers of Xianxia. You know how to counter, right? Qin Fei couldn't help but smile when he thought of the answer. Xianxia combined. Jingyu nodded seriously, we'll do our best. The next morning, Feng Luofan received news from Xiaoyun that PG's popularity had increased again. Even Ane's popularity had increased. Feng Luofan checked, and sure enough, PG had surpassed JOK. His popularity was close to BALC's. Ane's popularity had also skyrocketed overnight, and was about to surpass SKR. 1. As for the reason, it made people not know whether to laugh or cry. It was actually because of the recording of yesterday's match. After the match between PG and Ane ended, some people suspected that Ane had been bribed by PG to fake the match. In the end, when the recording was released, it was a slap in the face. One of them had a strange way of thinking, and the other had a strange way of thinking. Strange way of thinking, PG felt that Ane was very close. In order to deepen the friendship between the two teams, they had been discussing treating each other to a meal before and after the match. In the end, they had actually invited each other on the spot. Strange way of thinking, Ane felt that they couldn't beat PG with their usual tactics, so they tried to find a way to beat him. In the end, they had accidentally sent him to his death. They were also helpless. Then, after yesterday's lunch, the members of both teams, even on their official Weibo, posted pictures of the food. They even shared them with each other, proving once again that deepening the friendship between teams was reliable. In short, when the recording was released, all the misunderstandings disappeared. PG had even attracted a large wave of fans because he had treated Ane to a meal. A large part of the reason why Ane had gained so many fans was because of PG. The fans felt that since they were brothers, they should all be fans. There were even people who drew a doujinshi between PG and Ane. The story of how the two teams went from love and hate to becoming a family was really touching to those who listened to it, making those who read it cry, and those who read it ponder deeply. The last match between PG and MY was at 1 p.m. After the two teams finished their lunch, they arrived at the venue early in the morning. In the end, they found that there were two other teams that had arrived earlier than them. It was SKR 1 and Rule. Oh right, the last match of these two teams was at 9 a.m. In other words, they had already finished their match. After the match, they didn't leave. Instead, they chose to stay and watch the match. Yi Hong immediately took out his phone and secretly checked the final points of the two teams. In today's match, SKR 1 defeated Rule 2-1. It was as if they were proving that flexible lineups could go further than fixed lineups. SKR 1's final points were -4, while Rule's were -12. With a score of -12, they were basically at the bottom. It was still hard to say if they had a score of -4, but they definitely wouldn't be able to enter the finals. In other words, whether it was SKR 1 or Rule, they wouldn't have a chance to play this season. That was why they could sit in the audience without any worries, waiting to watch PG and Mai's match. I suddenly feel so stressed, Luo Yiming said. Yi Hong immediately retorted, I'd believe it if anyone said it, but I don't believe it if you say it. In PG's team, the one who was the least nervous was Luo Yiming. But this time, Luo Yiming was really nervous. I have to win. Only by winning can I enter the finals and take revenge on Kid. As if he knew what he was thinking, Han Leng patted his shoulder and said with certainty, we'll win. Jingyu also laughed, yeah, we'll definitely win. Joining PG was like getting a new life for him. He liked Qin Fei, and he liked everyone in PG. So, for Luo Yiming, for his coach, for PG, he would do his best and lead the team to victory. This way, Jiaoxi would be happy watching the live broadcast, right? Just as he was thinking this, his right hand was suddenly grabbed by Qin Fei. Qin Fei grabbed his hand, pried open his fist, and gently rubbed the nail marks on his palm. Don't be nervous, we'll just play as usual. Do you still remember PG's slogan? Causing trouble? This was Jingyu's first reaction. Qin Fei laughed. We're just having fun. Don't forget, PG's full name is Playing Gaily. Perhaps it was because it was the last day of the competition, but the number of people in the live audience and the live stream had reached an unbelievable level. There were no empty seats in the stadium. There were even people squatting in the aisles. The live stream on all the major platforms was lagging due to the large number of people and comments. Weibo and the forums were also discussing this matter. On LD's official forum, there was a topic called "Who will enter the finals early in the morning?" It was still in the top 10 of the day. 0L, who will enter the finals? 1L, right now, PG and Kid are tied for first place with 7 points, BALC with 6 points, and Mai with 5 points. The 2 spots for the finals are basically decided by these 4 teams. 2L, PG's opponent is Mai. One of these 2 teams will definitely enter the finals. Kid against BALC, only one of them will enter the finals. 3L, this devilish schedule. It's so unfriendly to people like me who support both Kid and BALC. 4L, hugging the person above me. I support both PG and Mai. 5L, me too, supporting both PG and Mai. Hugging myself with heartache. 6L, between PG and Mai, I think Mai has a higher chance of winning, right? But I really hope PG can win. 7L, I like Brother Fei, I like Jingyu, and I like PG's aggressive team. Good luck PG. 8L, I like PG too. Every time I watch PG's match, I feel so excited. 9L, yes. It was so satisfying to watch the goldfish collect heads. It makes me feel like my OCD has been cured. 10L, me too. Every time I watch PG's match, my hands itch to play a match myself. In the end, I get pinned to the ground and taught a lesson. 11L, ha 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 ha. Upstairs, I'm dying of laughter. Today's commentators were Ban and Tanghua. Through the screen, they watched the 2 teams enter the competition room. When they heard the applause and screams outside the commentary room, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Tanghua, there are so many people here today. Ban, yeah, it's so lively. Tanghua, it feels like there are more people here than in the morning. Are there a lot of fans of the 2 teams? Ban, after all, there are 2 teams in this competition. One is the champion team from last season, while the other is highly regarded this season. Both teams are very popular. Tanghua, speaking of which, I feel that this season, whether it's PG's strength or popularity, they've shot up like a rocket. However, they should be under a lot of pressure now since they're up against a veteran champion team like MY, right? Ban, Mai and PG are like 2 extremes. When MY participated in the competition, both sides would always get the same number of kills. Usually, until the end of the competition, both sides would only get single digits of kills. PGs were the exact opposite. Whenever PGs participated in a match, the number of kills obtained by both sides would always be inconceivable. In the last match between PG and ANE, Jingyu alone had taken 22 kills. It was simply too shocking. Of course, that match had something to do with Ane's terrible tactics. When he said the last sentence, Aban's tone was somewhat helpless. Ha 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 ha. Tanghua couldn't help but laugh out loud. ANE is also a very interesting team. This season, their lineup and playstyle are much more flexible than last season. Although they're not as stable as last season, their results are incomparable to last season's. Ban, okay, let's not waste any more time. Let's watch PG and Mai's match. In the last elimination match, Luo Yiming was the one to throw the dice. He swallowed hard and clicked on the dice with his mouse. Then, he closed his eyes, not daring to look at the result. For teams of similar strength, whether they went first or second had a huge impact on the final result of the competition. Fortunately, PG's luck was pretty good this time. Blue team went first, just by deciding which team was the winner. The audience burst into applause. Someone shouted at the top of their lungs, "PG, go duck." Ban also heaved a sigh of relief for PG. This round, PG got the first move. They're going to ban the demons first. To put it bluntly, the difference between going first and second was that they could snatch the first spot. After the first team snatched the first spot, the second team could snatch 2 spots in one go. It was considered fair. However, the first spot was often the key to victory. Against MY, a team that specialized in defense, PG didn't hesitate to give the first ban spot to Azrael. Then, it was Mai's turn. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for Mai's choice. The countdown ticked rhythmically, but Mai's 3 ban spots were still empty. They seemed to be hesitating. Luo Yiming couldn't help but guess, Shadow Plunder? Heart of Ice? Moonshade Spider? Yi Hong, I think it's. Before he finished speaking, an animation of Nine-Tailed Fox appeared on the screen. Mai's first ban spot was given to Nine-Tailed Fox. As expected. Yi Hong said with a helpless smile. It seemed that even the champion team was afraid of Nine-Tailed Fox. For the second ban spot, Jingyu thought for a while and decided to ban Quangu. Quangu should be the demon with the strongest survivability in LD. Not only did it have high HP and defense, but it also had a displacement skill. Its biggest flaw was that it didn't have high damage. However, as a top laner, it was undoubtedly the demon that could take the most damage. It was very compatible with Mai's style and could be called the representative of this team. Just like Ariel to SOS, Lilith to PG, sure enough, Mai's second ban spot was given to Lilith. Huh? Luo Yiming blinked his eyes in surprise. If that's the case, won't the goldfish demons be released? Qin Fei was also a bit surprised, but he only raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. For the third ban spot, Jingyu thought for a while and decided, Wanmi Liuhua. My archers had a high survival rate, and it was even harder to kill them with the 10,000 extinguishing flowing flames. After Yi Hong banned Wanmi Liuhua, he heard Jingyu say, let's see what Mai's last pick is. If it's Dark Cupid, then we'll grab Heijiao. If not, then we'll grab Dark Cupid. Yi Hong, okay, in the end, Mai's ban was Dark Cupid. PG didn't hesitate and decisively locked onto Heijiao. This was PG's first pick. Obviously, Heijiao was what PG thought was the key to victory. There was an uproar in the audience. Everyone could not hide their excitement. However, it was not because of the Black Flood Dragon's PG lock, but because of the Mai's ban position. The demons of the goldfish were all released. They didn't ban Jingyu's glimpse of shadows and Heart of Ice. Tanghua exclaimed. This is the same as not banning Li Yan's sword burial. Isn't Mai's too confident? A ban also didn't think highly of Mai's ban spot. The grass on the grave of the last team that banned Mai's team is taller than me. Pfft, Tanghua was amused by a ban's words and finally managed to stop herself. A ban, don't be like that. Well, I'm just stating a fact. A ban shrugged nonchalantly. But Mai's ban has its reasons. After all, Mai's style is to tank. Even an assassin with high DPS and critical hits might not be able to kill them in one go. On the other hand, assassins have low HP, so it's easy to kill them. Therefore, not only are they not afraid of Jingyu's assassin, but they also hope that he can take it down. Tanghua, that makes sense. While they were talking, Mai locked onto Sword Burial and Satan. The audience was in an uproar, and even the commentators couldn't help but exclaim. Tanghua, ah. All the commonly used demons in the top lane have been banned. What's PG planning to use? Qin Fei's natural Lilith was banned, and his second natural Satan was stolen. Azrael and Quangu were banned. Even Sword Burial, which was usually used as a jungler, fell into the enemy's hands. In the previous matches, Qin Fei had used Wanmi Liuhua to go up, but it was also banned in this match. What was he planning to use to go up? Under the nervous gazes of the commentators and the audience, PG locked onto Moonshade Spider and Soul. It looks like Jingyu is planning to use Moonshade Spider as a jungler. A ban explained. That's a wise decision. Against demons with high HP and defense, it's better to have a crowd control player in the lineup. It'll buy time for your own ADC to kill them. Tanghua, Mai's picked Kamal and Gulen. Mai's picked Satan and Sword Burial. I think Gulen is more likely to be a support. Ever since PG used Gulen as a support, more and more teams have started to follow suit. A ban, that's right. Now it's time to see who PG will pick for the last 2 positions. Most importantly, it's the top lane. Before he could finish his sentence, PG had already picked Maha and Fleeting Shadow. Ha 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 ha. Fleeting Shadow? A ban thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Didn't PG already lock onto Moonshade Spider? Why did he pick Fleeting Shadow? He paused. Before Tanghua could reply, he thought of a possibility. His eyes widened in disbelief. Unless Moonshade Spider isn't a jungler, but a top lane? The audience was in an uproar when they heard this guess. An assassin going up was undoubtedly a new concept for the League of Legends. Assassins had low HP and low defense. They couldn't tank damage at all. PG's choice was equivalent to giving up on the front lane. Tanghua, it's also possible that PG is just showing off Fleeting Shadow. Before he locks onto it, everything is possible. Before she could finish her sentence, PG had already locked onto Fleeting Shadow. This time, not only were the commentators and the audience stunned, even the two teams sitting in the audience were stunned. After they came back to their senses, they started to complain. PG's team they're really brave. They're always causing trouble. In previous matches, it was rare for an assassin to appear in a lineup. Now, PG's lineup had two assassins at the same time. However, the PG players were very calm about this. Yi Hong, Brother Fei is using Moonshade Spider. TSK, if he can suppress the other team with that, the other team will start to doubt life. I think it's very possible, Hanling said. To be honest, I've never seen Brother Fei lose to anyone in a match. Luo Yiming said straightforwardly, Brother Fei, go. Kill the other team's top lane. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. I think you guys have a bit of a filter on me. It was true that he had never lost to anyone in a match. No matter what kind of monster he was using, he could always suppress the other team. However, this was the first time he was using Moonshade Spider in an official match, and it was against his best player, Satan. He wasn't confident. Satan was very good, so when he saw the other team using Satan, he couldn't help but define that Satan with his own skill level. He felt that he was too awesome and couldn't beat him. Perhaps, sometimes, the onlooker sees more clearly. Jingyu, who had locked onto Fleeting Shadow, smiled and said with certainty, Brother Fei, you'll be fine. Tisk Qin Fei, who had high hopes placed on him by his boyfriend, had no choice but to bite the bullet. Okay, it's just Satan. I can't kill him. I chose Scarlet Fury, who had a crowd control skill, as the last player. The two teams' lineups were confirmed. PG, Moonshade Spider, Heijiao, Maha, Soul, Fleeting Shadow My, Satan, Scarlet Fury, Kamal, Gulen, Sword Burial, two assassins. PG's lineups for this match are really exciting. Aban said, it's obvious that they're planning to use high damage to break Mai's high defense. Tanghua, this match is like a battle between a spear and a shield. The sharpest spear or the sturdiest shield. Who will win? The commentators' words heated up the atmosphere in the stadium. The audience discussed the possibility of a double assassin lineups, but their eyes were fixed on the big screen, afraid that they would miss any details. At this moment, Feng Luofan was sitting in the club and watching the livestream. When he saw the PG lineups, he was worried for Qin Fei. For a long time, the demons that Qin Fei used were quite average. They belonged to the kind of demons that were not outstanding in terms of HP, damage, and defense, but they were not weak either. Take Lilith for example. As a spell tank, Lilith's HP and defense were not high. Her damage was not bad, and she almost relied on her excellent lifesteal ability to tank damage. It was fine when she used defensive equipment, but when she used AP equipment, her HP would fluctuate, and she would be on the verge of death several times in a short period of time. It was not recommended for people with weak hearts. On the other hand, Satan's HP and defense were higher than Lilith's, but his normal attack damage was not enough. He completely relied on his big moves to deal damage. After using his big moves, he was like a piece of trash. Only Qin Fei could suppress him in the tower without using his big moves. All in all, Qin Fei's demons were balanced in all aspects. He would use different equipment according to the situation, and use these demons flexibly. However, Moonshade Spider, the basic attributes of an assassin determined that the damage she could tank was limited. Even if she used defensive equipment, she would be easily killed, and her damage would be greatly reduced. However, if she used defensive equipment, her damage would be high, but her self-defense would be even lower. Especially after using a set of skills, she would be no different from a glass vase that would break at the slightest touch. In any case, before the start of the match, Feng Luofan could not imagine how Qin Fei would fare with the Moonshade Spider. Would he be courting death, or courting death, or courting death? After the match started, Tanghua, oh my god. Brother Fei's Moonshade Spider's bite directly crippled Satan. Satan counterattacked with his intimidating aura, and the Moonshade Spider escaped. Satan seemed to be preparing to retreat. Ah! The Moonshade Spider flashed in the opposite direction, and used corrode on Satan and dealt a flat attack. Satan died. First blood is born. F***ck. As expected of Brother Fei, your Brother Fei, the match has only been going on for a minute. His playstyle is too brutal. Yes, the match had only been going on for a minute, and Qin Fei's Moonshade Spider had instantly killed Satan, taking the first blood. Feng Luofan's expression looked like this, he really should be worried about anyone but Qin Fei. Qin Fei's Moonshade Spider had 1/3 of its health left after killing Satan. He pondered for a moment, and calmly said, Jingyu, come here. Coming. Jingyu replied. He immediately had Shadow Plunder give up on killing half of the monsters, and followed Qin Fei's Moonshade Spider as fast as he could. The two of them sneaked into the upper jungle without any fear. The anti-jungler was definitely aiming for monsters with buffs. The two of them stole the green goblin that boosted attack speed in the upper jungle as fast as they could, and then retreated back to the top lane. During this time, the mid laner realized that the two of them were in his own jungle, and went to take a look at the monster pit. When he saw that the monster's health was low, he decisively used a skill to steal it. Unfortunately, he failed to steal it from Jingyu. It was impossible to chase after him. The mid laner did not forget that he was a squishy tank, and no matter how unwilling he was, he could only return to the middle lane and continue to fight against Ji Hong. As for his jungler, he was one step too late when he arrived at the upper jungle, and could only dejectedly farm other monsters. Candy, PG's timing for this wave of coordinated junglers is too good. He stole Mai's green goblin very smoothly. A ban, mainly because Qin Fei's Moonshade Spider killed Satan, causing Mai's top lane to fall. Mai's top laner needs to be careful. I feel that PG's strategy in this round is to widen the economic gap by using the anti-jungler, and the top lane is their breakthrough point. Tanghua, haha, I feel that PG's anti-junglers will become more frequent in this round. Indeed, at the 6-minute mark, Qin Fei's Moonshade Spider once again crippled Satan and forced him into the tower. Enemy Satan hid under the tower and prepared to return to the city. Suddenly, a silver light flashed, and Fleeting Shadow appeared behind Satan, and stabbed him without hesitation. System, Fleeting Shadow, 1 kill. System, enemy Satan has been killed. After Fleeting Shadow killed Satan, Jingyu immediately used his ultimate skill to appear in the enemy's upper jungle, and started attacking the blue goblin without restraint. Soon, Qin Fei's Moonshade Spider arrived to help him. Since Fleeting Shadow flew over and started attacking Satan right after killing him, the two of them fought very quickly. By the time the enemy's mid laner and jungler arrived, they had already escaped. With a wave of their sleeves, they took away a lot of their economy. The economic gap between the two teams is widening. Dan quickly had people switch their view to the middle and bottom lane of the battlefield. Sure enough, the situation of the evenly matched battle began to change. Whether it was Ji Hong in the middle lane or Luo Yiming in the bottom lane, they gradually showed signs of suppressing each other. However, Mai's defense was not bad. They relied on their excellent positioning to avoid attacks while clearing out the minions before PG's members entered the tower. They were in a stalemate with PG for quite some time. However, this was only limited to the mid and bottom lanes. Mai's top lane was about to collapse. Even when Sword Burial arrived at the top lane several times. To gank Qin Fei's Moonshade Spider, the Moonshade Spider and Fleeting Shadow could only push them back. Now, Mai was beginning to realize how terrifying Fleeting Shadow was. When this devil was strong, no matter which of the top, middle, or bottom lanes of PG was in trouble, Fleeting Shadow would arrive in time to provide support, and even counterattack. At the 12th minute of the match, Mai's Sword Burial ganked the bottom lane. Luo Yiming's Maha was caught in the act. Just as he was about to die, Han Lung's soul activated his shield in time to block the fatal blow. Then, he successfully controlled sword burial. The enemy's Kamal threw a huge bomb at him. Han Leng's heart sank when he saw the dazzling special effects. At this moment, a silver light flashed by. Fleeting Shadow's black figure appeared behind Kamal, who was at critical health, and finished him off with a single slash. System, Fleeting Shadow, 1 kill. System, enemy's Kamal has been killed. After killing Kamal, he quickly teleported over Sword Burial and used his big move to push him back. Sword Burial was pushed back and forth by Fleeting Shadow. His health was low, and because Fleeting Shadow was too agile, he missed and was killed by Fleeting Shadow. System, Fleeting Shadow, double kill. System, enemy Sword Burial has been killed. At this moment, Luo Yiming's Maha and Han Leng's soul only had a sliver of health left. They could even kill the minions. However, the two had no intention of retreating. They both used flash at the same time. One of them stalled Golan, while the other dealt damage like crazy. They actually managed to instantly kill Golan, who still had a healthy amount of health. Then, Fleeting Shadow teleported over and used his big move to push him back. In an instant, he entered and exited the tower. While killing Golan, he didn't need to take damage from the tower. System, Fleeting Shadow, triple kill. System, enemy's Golan has been killed. Ah! The audience was in an uproar. All of the PG fans couldn't help but raise the support cards in their hands. Fleeting Shadow's triple kill was too thrilling, too thrilling. Tanghua, I originally thought that this 0-for-2 was a sure win, but Jingyu's Fleeting Shadow suddenly appeared and turned the situation around. Oh my god! This is unbelievable. Aban's heart was also beating wildly. This 0-for-3 was too thrilling. If Fleeting Shadow had come one step later, not only would he not have been able to save Maha and Soul, he might have even died in the bottom lane. Tanghua, if that's the case, my bottom lane's tower will be taken by PG, right? On the big screen, Maha and Soul returned to the city to recover, while Jingyu's Fleeting Shadow followed the minions into the enemy's tower and destroyed it in a matter of minutes. System, Fleeting Shadow, destroy the enemy's tower. Aban, the economy of the two teams has been pulled apart. Mai has lost one tower each. If the middle tower falls as well, the only way to win against PG is to win as a team. Tanghua, that's right. Will MY be able to defend the middle tower? As a defensive team, if they can't defend, there's a high chance that PG will win this round. The two of them were excitedly commentating, completely unaware that in PG's battle room, Jingyu was already in high spirits. Jingyu, come on, let's have fun, there's plenty of time anyway. His teammates could see that Jingyu was having a lot of fun. He even sang happily. He shared his happiness with his teammates through the headset. It was simply demonic. However, none of his teammates wanted to remind him. After all, his voice was like the horn of victory. Up until now, he had never lost a single match where he had spoken in such a way. Jingyu, Plunder Shadow is the #1 jungler in this version. Are you convinced? Jingyu, not convinced? That's fine. Let me kill you again, Jingyu. Are you convinced now? Are you convinced? Are you convinced? As he said are you convinced, his Plunder Shadow flew from the mid lane to the bottom lane and got a triple kill. Finally, Yi Hong couldn't take it anymore. Not banning Plunder Shadow was Mai's biggest mistake. Qin Fei sneered, I think I know what they're thinking. But there's a problem. To kill an assassin, you have to be alive. Mai felt that assassins were easy to kill. As long as they took the damage, even if they were passive, they could kill the assassin. But now, they discovered a serious problem. Jinyu's glimpse would always take away their remaining HP every time he appeared. Most of the time, they would die under the tower before they could even react. There was no chance for them to retaliate. This is completely different from training. One of Mai's members couldn't help but complain, is this guy cheating? Another member replied, the goldfish itself is a cheat. The equipment brought by the players could only be connected to the computer after being checked. There was no possibility of cheating. Not to mention, in a game like LD, it was very difficult to design a cheat that could increase one's strength without being discovered. Mai's members had never felt that their defense was so weak. They had only returned to the city when they were at critical health. Now that they were at half health, they felt uneasy. Sure enough, not to mention half health, even if the archers and mages only suffered a small amount of damage, they would still be killed by Plunder's shadow. Plunder's shadow had completely developed. In order to increase his damage, Jinyu threw away his shoes. When there were enough critical hits, all of them would explode. When he attacked the enemy monsters, the damage numbers would pop up. In the later part of the team battle, Hanlong's soul tricked all of Mai's members into releasing the crowd control. Qin Fei's Moonshade Spider and Jingyu's Plunder Shadow rushed up together and killed a lot of people. Qin Fei's Moonshadow Spider was half tank and half damage output. It was a normal attack type, which was different from Jingyu's skill type. He couldn't kill everyone after a set, but his damage output was very high. Without skills, he could still kill a lot of people. It was a continuous output. In short, PGs defeated my team and got wiped out. PG 0 for 5, wipe out my team. Tanghua. PG is starting to fight the dragon. PG's 5 people attacked together and quickly took down the magic dragon. Then, all of them returned to the city to recover and followed the magic dragon army towards Mai's territory. After Mai's members revived, they wanted to hide under the tower to clear out the magic dragon army. They didn't expect PG's shameless group to cross the tower and almost wiped them out again. In the end, PG fought a 1v4. The support soul died and Mai's sword burial escaped. But it was fine. They had successfully destroyed Mai's last tower. Destroying Mai's territory was just a matter of minutes. In the end, the game ended at 19 minutes. PG won. Seeing the golden word victory on the screen, Jinyu retracted his fingers that were slightly hot from typing too fast. He sighed in relief. It was easier than I thought. Yi Hong smiled. From the moment you said those words, I thought we were going to win. Jinyu was stunned for a moment. What did I say again? He didn't say anything strange, did he? Hanling sang at the top of his voice. Come on, fake anyway, there's a lot of glory. His voice was very magnetic, and his singing was unexpectedly pleasant to the ears. Jinyu, however, blushed upon hearing his singing. Did he sing during the competition? I really don't remember. Luo Yiming corrected him. You sang wrong. Jinyu sang happy. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jinyu. Jinyu, I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. In the second game, the loser made the first move. Mai chose to ban the demon first. Every ban position hesitated for a long time. Obviously, Jinyu's assassin was completely out of their expectations. They needed to think of a new strategy to fight PG. In the end, they chose 3 bans: Fleeting Shadow, Heart of Ice, and Nine-Tailed Fox. Nine-Tailed Fox was no problem. Everyone expected Fleeting Shadow to be banned, but Heart of Ice? A ban raised his eyebrows and guessed, it seems like PG's Jinyu gave MY team a lot of pressure. That's why they banned both Fleeting Shadow and Heart of Ice. Tanghua, but Jinyu still has a lot of useful assassins. For example, the Moonshade Spider, the Flower Petal of Datura, and even the half-assassin and half-warrior Wendy. A ban, haha, that's right. The Goldfish card pool can't be completely banned anymore. However, the commentator and audience didn't expect that after MY stole Dark Cupid, PG's first ban would be Sword Burial. Jinyu is going to use Sword Burial this round? Tanghua was surprised. As soon as she finished speaking, PG chose the second demon, Moonshade Spider, M. Tanghua felt that she shouldn't speak so fast in the future. It would be too embarrassing. A ban laughed. It seems like Jinyu is going to use Moonshade Spider as a jungler, and Sword Burial will be the top laner. After a while, the lineups of both teams were finalized: PG, Sword Burial, Scarlet Fury, Maha, Soul, Moonshade Spider MY, Lilith, Heijiao, Dark Cupid, Gulen, Satan. With this lineups, Tanghua looked carefully. The top laner is amazing. This is the first time I've seen MY with Lilith. My top laner, Lilith, is also quite strong. It's just that she hasn't been used much this season. As a ban spoke, he suddenly laughed and teased, Qin Fei has played against the demon he's best at for 2 consecutive rounds. I wonder how he's feeling right now. Qin Fei's current mood was fear. Yi Hong glanced at him and saw that his expression was normal, but he still patted him on the shoulder in an understanding manner. Every time I see my life essence in the opponent's hands, I feel like I'm going to die. Then, as I fight, I realize that you're so F***king weak that you don't deserve my life essence. Ha 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 ha. Luo Yiming was instantly amused. Then, without giving face, he retorted, I don't feel anything. In this round, the archer on the other side also had Luo Yiming's life essence. However, Luo Yiming really didn't feel anything. Anyway, he just had to kill it and be done with it. Yi Hong glanced at him. You're an anomaly. On the side, Jingyu shrugged and didn't comment. When he saw that the opponent had his life essence, not only was he not afraid, he even had a feeling that very good, we're definitely going to win. Therefore, Luo Yiming wasn't an anomaly. It could only be said that feelings and whatnot varied from person to person. I felt that Qin Fei's Moonshade Spider was very strong. However, if he only had the Moonshade Spider without the fleeting shadow, he wouldn't have been able to beat them to the ground. Therefore, after some discussion, they decided to ban Jingyu's fleeting shadow and Heart of Ice and release the Moonshade Spider. In other words, PG's taking of the Moonshade Spider and Soul was completely within their expectations. However, what they didn't know was that Qin Fei and Jingyu's Moonshade Spider were completely different concepts. When they were controlled by Soul and Moonshade Spider and killed in one wave, they began to regret releasing the Moonshade Spider. A ban, Moonshade Spider, 3 kills in one go. That's amazing. Soul's coordination is very good. PG's control of one-wave rush is getting better and better. Tanghua, eh? Brother Fei's sword burial killed Lilith? The system notifications appeared one after another on the screen. After Jingyu's 3 kills in the bottom lane, Qin Fei also took down Lilith. A ban immediately replayed the entire process of Qin Fei killing Lilith. When both sides were at critical health, Lilith took the initiative to use her ultimate. Qin Fei's sword burial blocked Lilith's ultimate, then immediately counterattacked and killed Lilith. A ban couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Qin Fei, the timing of his block is too good. Almost at the same time as he said this, Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury flashed and controlled the enemy's Heijiao. After a series of attacks, he actually killed Heijiao. My team wiped, the live audience was in an uproar, and the commentators were also shocked. My team was wiped? Tanghua couldn't believe her eyes. This is my team. Many teams couldn't even move, but they were wiped out by PG right at the start of the game? A ban, the other teams were playing more conservatively, but PG really didn't have to worry about this. Qin Fei's sword burial killed Lilith with low health, so he can only return to the city to recover. Yezi's Scarlet Fury took a tower attack to kill Heijiao, and now he only has a sliver of health left. Everyone else is also at critical health. Luo Yiming's Maha had a quarter of its health left, which was slightly more than Hanlung's soul. Jingyu's Moonshade Spider also had a sliver of health left from the tower attack. Everyone's health was low, but what did it matter? They wiped, my team wiped. The two teams sitting in the audience couldn't help but click their tongues when they saw the scene. Tisk, PG is a bunch of lunatics. They're too cruel. I feel a little sorry for my team. Qin Fei is really amazing. I'm a little curious, can he still suppress people under the tower with a support? The combination of Moonshade Spider and Soul is simply unbeatable. My team is too careless. I guess they didn't pay much attention to PG's matches. This season, my team was the champion team, so they were under a lot of pressure. My team paid more attention to the two teams Kid and Ball C. They spent almost every day researching how to defeat these two teams in preparation for the finals. In the end, a PG appeared out of nowhere. After realizing that PG had a chance of advancing to the finals, my team panicked and watched a few of PG's recent matches. 2-0 against Rule? That's because Rule's team couldn't make it. They were stuck in their own ways, so it would be strange if they didn't lose. 2-0 against Jock? That's PG's mid-singles match against Jock, which broke his opponent's mentality. It wasn't surprising that they lost the entire match. 2-0 against ANE? Haha, that was a gift from ANE. After watching for a while, my team still couldn't tell where PG was strong. My team calmed down and decided to go with their usual formation and tactics. Even if they lost the first match because they underestimated their opponent, with their strength, they would definitely be able to turn this situation around in the next two matches. That was what my thought all the way until the competition started. In the end, when the match started, in the first match, my team was taught a lesson by Fleeting Shadow. In the second match, my team was defeated by Moonshade Spider. I was defeated. I was completely defeated. 0-2, this was a result they never expected. As the champion team of the previous season, they actually lost 0-2 to the last place team of the previous season? When the 2 golden words victory appeared on the big screen, the entire audience stood up, screamed, and cheered. The few who didn't stand up were obviously Mai's loyal fans. PG won. Ah. Good luck for the finals. PG is the champion. PG. 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 The noisy voices finally converged together, and the entire audience raised their support cards high up in the air to cheer for PG. This shocking scene gave all the PG players on the stairs a fright. Jinyu was still in disbelief, but at this moment, when he heard the audience's cheers, he seemed to wake up from a dream. We're in the finals. We're going to be the champion. He shouted excitedly, but Qingfei smiled and rubbed his head. The reason why I was able to win against my opponent was because my opponent didn't know PG well enough and was caught off guard. On the other hand, PG had really become stronger, and to a large extent, this was all thanks to Jinyu's participation. Hanlong couldn't help but sigh. What kind of jungler is this? Luo Yiming, ha ha ha, it's great that Jinyu joined PG. Yi Hong shrugged. If you ask me, Brother Fei has a good eye. Do you remember the first time he was matched up with little Jinyu? After only one round, he could tell that little Jinyu was extraordinary. Brother Fei is really good. The 5 players chatted as they returned to the stage, accepting the flattery of the commentator and host. The audience's cheers were so loud that they almost drowned out the host's voice. Fortunately, the organizers learned their lesson and immediately turned up the volume of the host's microphone according to the noise level. Host, congratulations to PG for advancing to the finals. How are you feeling now? Do you have anything to say? After Luo Yiming took the microphone, he heard the audience shouting Jinyu's name. He hesitated for a moment, but still gave the microphone to Jinyu. At this moment, the MVP animation was shown on the screen. Without any suspense, it was Jinyu's Moonshade Spider. Jinyu took the microphone from Luo Yiming. The first sentence was, "I'm very happy." The second sentence was, "I'm so happy that I don't know what to say." Ha 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 ha. The audience burst into laughter. Then, someone said, "Say something obscene." Everyone agreed and encouraged Jinyu to say something obscene. Jinyu coughed. He was obscene when he was live streaming and playing games. But in front of so many people and with his face exposed, he really couldn't be obscene. Fortunately, he didn't say that he had to be obscene. After organizing his words, he smiled at the camera. This season, we won't hesitate to reserve the throne of the champion. No matter who the final opponent is, don't even think about fighting with us. Because no matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than my ultimate move, hee hee, ha 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 ha. Hee hee. The audience followed suit. Jinyu realized that he had accidentally said something obscene again. His face instantly turned red. Was he so sick that he couldn't help but want to obscene at the mention of Fleeting Shadow? Jinyu lowered his head in shame and handed the microphone back to the host. He thought that if he kept his head down, no one would notice his blushing face. He didn't think that the evil cameraman would give him a close-up at this time. The crowd burst into even louder laughter, and the live stream comments were all flooded by AWSL. He's embarrassed after saying something obscene. What kind of immortal cutie is this? Ah, Jinyu is too cute. No, you don't. Jinyu is mine. Wei died on the spot. Team I went downstairs much slower than PG. They really wanted to leave, but in the end, they forced themselves to stay on the field and accept the host's interview. Their captain took the microphone and said calmly, "Do your best to win the championship." Yi Hong lowered his voice and imitated my captain's voice to translate for him. "You defeated our champion team, so you have to win the championship. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem like our champion team is weak?" Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. There's nothing wrong with that. In the end, PG defeated my 2-0 and received 2 points from 7 points. total points, 9, Mai was only left with 3 points. They might not even be able to get third place this season, let alone second place. Xianxia, next, let's see who will win between Kid and Balc, Jingyu. I support Balc, but I still hope Kid can win. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Jingyu looked at him with a burning gaze. Don't forget, our goal isn't just to win the championship. We also have to get revenge on Kid. Therefore, only if Kid also advanced to the finals would PG have a chance to fight him again. Then, they could settle old and new grudges together, Xianxia laughed. Yes, you're right. After PG's 5 players returned to the club, they immediately held a strategy meeting. Even though Balc had a chance of winning, in comparison, Kid was more difficult to deal with compared to Balc. Therefore, the strategy they were discussing was basically prepared for Kid. The simplest and most brutal way to deal with a 3-shooter lineup was to prevent the opponent from getting 3 shooters. 3 bans definitely weren't enough. What else could they do, snatching shooters? We can also practice 3 shooters, Fang Luofan said calmly. He didn't seem worried that his team wouldn't be able to do it. Jingyu immediately thought about what shooters he should use. Before he could make a decision, Fang Luofan said, Xianxia, practice Wami Liuhua. Old Han, practice Wind of Condensation. Jingyu blinked. After confirming that Fang Luofan hadn't called him, he asked in confusion, what about me? Fang Luofan looked at him. Your Shadow Plunder, Heart of Ice, and Moonshade Spider probably won't be able to play. Practice Sword Burial and Flower Petal of Datura. Just in case, Satan and Azrael should practice as well. Jingyu, 0, seeing Jingyu's confused expression, Fang Luofan had no choice but to explain more clearly. Your shooters aren't good enough against Kid. Okay. Jingyu understood. I'll take either an assassin or a warrior. His shooters weren't good enough. He was aware of this fact. There was nothing to be unhappy about. After all, everyone had their own specializations. Fang Luofan nodded and continued, 2 shooters will steal each other's economy. Therefore, if we really do get a 3-shooter lineup, Yiming, you'll place the order. Old Han will be the jungler, and Jingyu will be the counter-jungler. Jingyu, okay. Fang Luofan, if you're taking Sword Burial, you should be able to counter the jungler alone. If you're taking an assassin, Xianxia will help. Xianxia, okay. It seemed that the game against Kid would inevitably involve junglers. Perhaps it would be more frequent than the game against Mai. The strategy meeting lasted for more than half an hour. They focused on analyzing the style and playstyle of every player in Kid's team. Then, they predicted their lineup and determined a direction for PG's lineup. The 2 games against Mai didn't take long to review. After the meeting, the 5 of them dispersed and rested for a while. Then, they went to the training room to train. However, as soon as they sat down, they saw a stranger walk in and knock on the door of the training room. When the stranger noticed that someone had noticed him, he hesitantly asked, Excuse me, which one of you is Xianxia? Someone's looking for you outside. Xianxia frowned and looked at the stranger. Someone's looking for me? Did he want me to go out? He replied bluntly, Who's looking for me? Tell him to come in. Huh? The stranger didn't expect this reaction. After a while, he said, Anyway, I've delivered the message. I'm leaving. Then, he actually left the club. Xianxia pretended that nothing had happened. He logged into the game and put on his headphones. However, he looked at the game interface and didn't click on the ranking or matchmaking button. Jingyu looked at him worriedly. Just as he was about to ask, he saw a group of men in black rushing into the club aggressively. Not only that, they were all holding sticks in their hands, all PG members? F***CK, what's going on? Yi Hong was so scared that he jumped up from his chair and rushed to the corner to hide. Just as Luo Yiming was matched with a teammate and entered the game, the headset on his head was suddenly pulled off by Hanleng. Huh? Before he could react, Hanleng pulled him out of his chair and threw him to Jingyu. Jingyu pushed Luo Yiming to Yi Hong. Thus, Yi Hong hugged Luo Yiming. The 2 of them trembled as they looked at the men in black outside the door. After a rough count, there were more than 10 of them. Hanleng frowned and made a tisk sound. Without turning his head, he asked Qin Fei, "Who did you provoke this time?" "Who knows?" Qin Fei stood side by side with him. Facing the dozen men in black, he couldn't remember who he had provoked recently. Suddenly, he noticed that one of them was holding a phone. The battle was about to start. The dozen men in black with sticks all rushed into the training room. The last person held his phone up high. It was obvious that he was taking a picture of something. Or rather, recording something. "You hold them off." Qin Fei calmly said this to Han Ling. Then, he rushed toward the men in black. After easily knocking down a few of them, he rushed to the last person and snatched the phone from his hand. "Damn it!" Qin Fei heard the man say these two words, but he didn't have time to respond. After putting the other person's phone in his pocket, he immediately turned to check on his teammates. He found that Jingyu had already called the police. When Jingyu saw this scene, his first reaction was to call the police. He stood in front of Yi Hong and Luo Yiming. After calmly calling the police, he stuffed his phone into Luo Yiming's hand. "Hold it for me." Luo Yiming took the phone in a daze. He was confused. "Why?" Yi Hong vaguely realized something. His eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you doing?" Jingyu turned to face the men in black. He clenched his fists and narrowed his eyes coldly. "Who dares to hit my brother Fei? I'll kill them." As for the background of this group of people, he would know when the police came. Jingyu's eagerness to give it a try really scared everyone. Han Leng snatched the baton from a man in black and shouted without turning his head, "Jingyu, don't be rash. Step back. Stand back." As soon as he finished speaking, Jingyu rushed toward a man in black and hooked his arm around his neck, easily flipping him to the ground. "Han Leng? Yi Hong? Luo Yiming, what the f***ck?" Jingyu didn't have time to pay attention to his shocked teammates. His attention was all on Qin Fei and he just wanted to rush over to help him. He grabbed the arm of a second man in black with one hand and twisted it inward while his other hand went under his armpit, grabbed his shoulder, and slammed him to the ground. The whole process was so smooth that it was like he had done it a million times. The man in black screamed as he came into close contact with the ground. His arm was numb and the baton fell from his hand. It rolled a distance on the ground and came to a stop in front of Luo Yiming. Luo Yiming and Yi Hong opened their mouths wide and stared blankly with their heads lowered. They both stared blankly at the stick. As for Jingyu, he had already let go of that man and continued to rush forward. After knocking down a few more people, he finally came to Qin Fei's side and faced the men in black with their backs facing each other. "Brother Fei, let me help you." Qin Fei didn't feel like he needed help. "You're in the way, move aside." "Jingyu, leave your back to me." Qin Fei, "No, go away." As they spoke, the two of them knocked down a few more people each. Han Leng found his voice after a long time. "I say, since the two of you are so good at fighting, why don't one of you help me?" Even though he said that, he still couldn't believe that Jingyu was so good at fighting. It was as if he had practiced it before. Suddenly, Yi Hong cried out, "Brother Fei, watch out." Hearing these words, Jingyu turned around abruptly. He saw someone take out a blade from his pocket and aim it at Qin Fei's hand. Jingyu didn't even think about it. He raised his leg and kicked the man's knee, knocking him down. Almost at the same time, Qin Fei grabbed the man's wrist and twisted it forcefully, making him loosen his grip and snatching the blade from his hand. Soon, the sirens of police cars approached. The men in black fled in panic, but because of Qin Fei and Jingyu's obstruction, none of them managed to escape from the club. In the end, they were all caught by the police. "Are you hurt?" Yi Hong asked the three of them anxiously. "Especially your hands. It's not that I want to say this, but you guys are esports players after all. Can't you be more careful when you're fighting?" He, who didn't know how to fight, watched from the back with trepidation. Han Leng raised his hands and clenched them into fists. "I'm okay, just a little tired." Qin Fei replied bluntly, "I'm fine." Jingyu finally realized that he had been exposed. He raised his hand and touched his nose guiltily. I'm fine." Luo Yiming had fought before, but he was basically the one who was pressed to the ground. So, no matter how much he wanted to help earlier, he could only hide in the back with Yi Hong. He still had lingering fears. Who are these people? Isn't it too scary to suddenly rush in? Qin Fei remembered the phone and blade he had just snatched and took them out. He threw the blade to Jingyu and opened his phone to check. He found that it required a password to unlock, so he could only click his tongue and throw it to Jingyu. Hand it to the police later. Jingyu obediently agreed. Seeing these two evidence, Yi Hong immediately reacted. Someone doesn't want us to play in the finals? Luo Yiming was completely dumbfounded. What do you mean? Yi Hong pointed at the phone. At first, they probably wanted to record a video of us fighting. Fighting is strictly prohibited during the competition. If the organizers find out, we will be banned. Later, Brother Fei snatched their phone, so they changed their plan at the last minute and attacked Brother Fei's hand. Obviously, their goal is to prevent us from playing in the finals. F***CK. Luo Yiming looked at Qin Fei's hand and didn't see any wounds. Only then did he relax and frown. Who sent these people? This is too vicious. Jingyu also frowned. They are completely targeting Brother Fei. If I wasn't afraid of being banned, I would kill them. Luo Yiming, Yi Hong, and Hanling, so this is Jingyu. Qin Fei looked at the speechless faces of the three people and couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand and patted Jingyu's head. Okay, calm down. I'm fine, aren't I? After a pause, he said calmly, next time when I fight, don't rush over. You're really in the way. Jingyu made a no sound. In the end, he still submitted to Qin Fei's palm and obediently replied, okay. Soon, the police subdued all the men in black and stuffed them into the car. Then, they asked everyone in PG Club to go to the police station with them to make a statement. Fang Luofan, who had been hiding in the conference room and didn't dare to come out, was also taken away. He was faster at calling the police than Jingyu. After calling the police, he hesitated for a moment and wanted to come out to help. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Jingyu flipping over a person and then fighting side by side with Qin Fei back to back. He instantly calmed down and quietly closed the door, pretending that he didn't exist. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. PG Club was really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. After arriving at the police station, Jingyu handed the phone and blade to the police. After checking, they found that there was a half-recorded video on the phone, which clearly recorded the men in black charging at the 5 PG Club members. At the end of the video, Qin Fei knocked down a few people in succession, rushed in front of the camera, and reached out with one hand to grab the phone. This could almost be used as a stone hammer for Qin Fei to fight. However, because the men in black were the ones who attacked first, both the police and the organizers would judge Qin Fei's actions as legitimate self-defense. Esports players weren't allowed to cause trouble or fight, but there was no reason not to fight back after being hit for no reason. Fortunately, when the police arrived, neither the 5 PG Club members nor the dozen men in black had any serious injuries. There was enough evidence to prove that the men in black were the ones who attacked first. After making a statement, the police felt that there were no problems and let them go. They said that they would investigate the identity and purpose of the men in black as soon as possible and would contact them when they had results. The PG Club members were sent back to the club by the police. However, after logging back into the game and starting training, they were a bit absent-minded. After Luo Yiming died 11 times with his Maha, his teammates mocked him by saying, "AD, you should go AFK, we can win." In a fit of anger, he directly logged out of the game. Yi Hong, who had died 13 times with his peacock plume, said, "Yiming, you can't do this. You'll be reported if you go AFK." Qin Fei glanced at him. "You'll also be reported if you maliciously deliver kills." In the end, Fang Luofan realized that everyone was out of it and clapped his hands to interrupt their training. "Okay, stop training if you're not in the mood. How about we have afternoon tea together? It's my treat." Luo Yiming's mood instantly improved. "Okay. What do you want to drink?" Sure enough, Yi Hong, who had lost a round, stretched. "I want to eat pizza." "Luo Yiming, didn't you say afternoon tea?" Yi Hong took off his headphones and repeated, "I want to eat pizza." Fong Luofan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. What about the others? Qin Fei, whatever. Jingyu, anything is fine. Luo Yiming, then I want pizza too. Hanleng, pizza then. Fong Luofan, okay. And so, Fong Luofan ordered a pizza, some snacks, a few bowls of soup, and a few drinks. Everyone happily ate until they were full. It felt like they didn't have to eat dinner. Enjoying good food was a good way to relax. When the five returned to the training room, they were clearly in a much better state. But on the other side, Xiaoyun didn't feel good. A passerby took a picture of the men in black rushing into the PG club and posted it on Weibo. After seeing this Weibo post, Xiaoyun immediately called Fong Luofan to confirm his safety. Because she didn't want Fong Luofan to know about what happened online, she asked very tactfully. On the other hand, Fong Luofan didn't want Xiaoyun to know about the men in black, so his response was also very tactful. In any case, through this phone call, Xiaoyun successfully confirmed the safety of Fong Luofan and the PG club. Then, she began to focus on dealing with what happened online. First, she found the person who posted the Weibo post and sent him a private message asking him to delete it. However, the person refused to delete it. He even asked her a bunch of questions in return, wanting to know more inside information. Xiaoyun was furious, but she could only patiently chat with him. On the other hand, she also tried to contact the administrator of Weibo, trying to use a third party to force the post to be deleted. However, what she did not expect was that before the first wave had subsided, another wave arose. Just as she was gathering information and preparing to write a statement to reply, a rumor of Goldfish was injured in a fight and hospitalized suddenly appeared. It became the top 3 trending searches in a very short period of time. Xiaoyun? She clicked into this trending topic and saw the first post that appeared. There weren't many clicks or comments. Xiaoyun was so angry that she almost laughed. Could this trending topic be any more obvious? Clearly, someone wanted to kill PG. Xiaoyun naturally couldn't let them do as they wished. However, she didn't want to ask her family for help. Until the evening, this matter still hadn't been resolved. Finally, Xiaoyun couldn't sit still anymore. She rushed to PG Club alone, pulled Fong Luofan into her room, and told him everything that happened online. However, what could be solved by discussing with Fong Luofan? Fong Luofan's first reaction was, let Jingyu post a selfie or do a livestream. Wouldn't that solve the rumor? Xiaoyun was convinced. What about the fight with the men in black? There's still no result. Before the result is out, it won't do anyone any good to make a big deal out of it. Now, Jingyu was injured is helping to divert attention. Once Jingyu confirms the rumor, the next step will be to ask why PG got into a fight, right? Now, under Jingyu's Weibo, although some people were asking why he got into a fight, more people were worried about Jingyu's injury and whether or not he would be able to play in the finals. After all, Jingyu looked so weak. A lot of people didn't believe that he could fight. They all thought that he was one-sidedly beaten. Some people even guessed that he offended someone he shouldn't have offended because of what he said in the game. Then what do we do? Fong Luofan scratched his head. Xiaoyun sighed helplessly. She had to give up on him. She directly told him the solution she had in mind. For the next 2 days, turn off their phones and focus on training. Don't go online. As long as they don't lose the right to play, everything will be fine. Anyways, before the results of the police investigation come out, focus on the game. Once the results are out, I'll organize a long Weibo post to explain the cause and effect of this matter. Fong Luofan, okay, that's it. So, after the two finished talking, they immediately confiscated the phones of the 5 PG players and turned off everyone's phones. They reminded them not to go online and to focus on training. The 5 didn't think too much about it. After all, the finals were tomorrow. This was their first time playing in the finals, so they were both excited and nervous. A new lineup needed practice and high-intensity training, so they didn't have the energy to think about anything else. Xiaoyun let out a sigh of relief. She returned to her room and contacted the organizers of the 4th season of World League as quickly as possible. As long as the police helped prove that the men in black attacked first, and that PG was acting in self-defense, there shouldn't be any problems. After all, the organizers weren't stupid. However, she neglected one very important thing. She forgot to tell the five to tell their families that they were safe. The five didn't know what happened online, so they didn't know that their families would find out. Naturally, they didn't have the intention to tell their families that they were safe. So, when Xian and Xiaoxi saw this online, they called and messaged their sons, but they couldn't reach them. Xian immediately called her male secretary over. Go to PG Club. Now. Bring a few bodyguards over. 10 or so, no, a few dozen. Go. Male secretary, okay, I'll go right away. Xiaoxi directly took off her costume. After taking it off, she said to her agent without looking back, I have something to do today, I'll do it another day. As she spoke, she put on her private clothes. I'm really sorry. I'll have to trouble you to talk to the director. The agent was stunned. Before she could say anything, Xiaoxi left the dressing room. When she finally reacted and opened the window to call her back, she found that Xiaoxi had already driven away. She was like the wind. So, after a while, Xiaoxi and Xian sent a few dozen bodyguards to PG Club. Jingyu had just finished a round of ranking, and before he could start the next round, he heard a series of hurried footsteps. He subconsciously turned his head. Before he could see who it was, he was pulled into a soft embrace. Xiaoyu, hearing this familiar voice, Jingyu's pupils shrank. He just let Xiaoxi hug him. After a while, he found his voice. Why are you here? Aren't you afraid of being photographed? Xiaoxi's heart was beating a little fast because she had run all the way here. She hugged Jingyu for a while before letting go. She completely ignored the shocked gazes of the other 4 members of PG Club. She looked at Jingyu and let out a sigh of relief. I heard that you were injured in a fight, so. Anyway. It's good that you're okay. I was injured in a fight? Jingyu looked confused. He clearly didn't know what happened online. At this moment, the 5 of them finally realized what might have happened online. Qin Fei suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, not long after, there was the sound of a car braking, opening and closing the door. Then, a few dozen bodyguards in black rushed into PG Club. Xiaoxi suddenly turned around and shielded Jingyu behind her. One by one, the other members of PG Club also jumped up from their chairs. Yi Hong, F***ck, again? Luo Yiming, F***ck? Han Leng, call the police. Qin Fei, wait. Qin Fei looked carefully and indeed saw a familiar face behind the group of people, Qi Xian's male secretary. Qin Fei. Okay, we're on the same side, don't panic. On the same side? Luo Yiming almost bit his own tongue. The next second, a few bodyguards in black walked up to Qin Fei and let out sighs of relief. President Qin, are you okay? Qin Fei, don't call me that, he didn't have any position in Qi Xian's company. Because Qi Xian said, seeing him is like seeing me, everyone in the company regarded him as the heir of the company. When they saw him, they would respectfully call him President Qin. This, actually made Qi Xian quite depressed. But she didn't plan on correcting them. In short, the title President Qin was just an honorific and didn't have any real meaning. However, it shocked Qin Fei's teammates. Luo Yiming, brother Fei, you actually started a company behind our backs? Han Leng, F***ck. People always say that I have a domineering aura, but you're the real domineering one. Yi Hong, I thought that brother Fei's family was very rich, but I never thought that he was the president himself. Jingyu was deep in thought. Does the CEO prefer gentle and obedient girls? He could. Qin Fei, tisk, it's not what you think. But I'm too lazy to explain. Han Leng, you're indeed domineering. Qin Fei, if you F***king say anything else, I'll beat you up. Han Leng immediately shut up and made a zipping motion with his hand. So, Qin Fei ignored them and hooked his finger at the male secretary who squeezed in. Come here and explain. The male secretary came in front of him and helplessly told him the whole story. In short, President Qi was very worried about you, so she sent us here to save you. There are more than 10, no, dozens of people here? Qin Fei walked into the hall and glanced at the cars and people blocking the road. She's exaggerating. She said that she didn't care about him, but when something happened to him, she did this kind of thing? You guys can go back. The road is blocked. Xianxia said helplessly, tell her that I'm fine. I turned off my phone because I didn't want to be disturbed before the game. I'll turn it on and reply to her message later. The male secretary nodded. Okay. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Xiaoyun suddenly opened the door and walked out. When she saw so many people in black, she was so scared that she almost fell down. However, she quickly noticed the male secretary. After holding on to the door frame to steady herself, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Huh? It's you? The male secretary was stunned for a moment. When he turned around and saw Xiaoyun, he smiled and made a should gesture before leaving with dozens of bodyguards. He didn't take everyone away. Instead, he left 4 of them at PG Club, saying that it was Qi Xian's order to protect Xianxia. Xianxia was speechless. What kind of nonsense was this? However, what surprised him was that he asked, Sister Xiao, do you know him? Xiaoyun finally came back to her senses from the male secretary's last move. She replied blankly, he talked to me and asked me not to investigate him, Xianxia? Xiaoyun said, ahem, it's like this. There were some bad comments about PG Online before, but they were all suppressed before I could do anything. I felt that someone was secretly helping us, so I wanted to investigate. Then this person came to me and asked me not to investigate. Xianxia, so Qi Xian had said that she wasn't interested in what he was doing, but had been secretly helping him settle some things. Xiaoyun was confused. Who is this person? Your gay friend? Xianxia, F***ck off. My mom's secretary. Xiaoyun, huh? Isn't your mom? Xianxia, my birth mother. Xiaoyun was stunned and didn't react for a long time. His birth mother was. Xiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief. You are President Qin's illegitimate son? Yeah. Xianxia replied indifferently. Under Xiaoyun's shocked gaze, he calmly sat down on the sofa. So, you don't have to worry about my relationship with those 2 people. One of them is not related to me, and the other is a scumbag who lied to my mom. Xiaoyun was dumbfounded. That was a bit too much information. She suddenly felt that she was an idiot for trying to report and explain to Xianxia's parents, hoping that they would understand and support Xianxia. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiaoyun felt that Xianxia only told her now because he didn't treat her as one of his own. To be honest, Xianxia didn't treat her as one of his own. After knowing that he was an illegitimate son, it was hard for him to trust anyone. He didn't trust anyone and only wanted to live a good life. So, why did he tell Xiaoyun? Xianxia looked at Xiaoyun in silence, not knowing how to respond. Instead, Xiaoyun found an excuse herself. Why are you so stupid? Even if you told me, I wouldn't look down on you. This is your dad's fault, it has nothing to do with you. Xianxia, tell me, what are you thinking? Xiaoyun, I support you, you don't need parents like that. It's a good thing that your birth mother cares about you, so I'm relieved. Xianxia. Oh. At this moment, Jiaoxi was wearing sunglasses and squatting next to Jingyu. She suddenly raised her hand and poked his waist. Your teammates are so interesting. Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They are quite interesting. After saying that, he couldn't help but worry about Jiaoxi. Are you okay coming here? What if someone takes a picture of you? Jiaoxi smiled. As long as you're okay, I don't care. Hearing this, Xiaoyun, who was still one-sidedly stirring up emotions, finally noticed Jiaoxi's presence. She couldn't believe her eyes. Jiaoxi? What day is it today? Why is a celebrity here? Jiaoxi, who was discovered, shrank back. She found no place to hide, so she stood up and took off her sunglasses. She looked at Xiaoyun and smiled. You're PG's manager, Xiaoyun, right? My Xiaoyu is in your care. It's nothing. Xiaoyun didn't want to admit that she was stunned by Jiaoxi's beauty. For a moment, she wasn't sure if she was still in the real world. You're so beautiful, she's so much prettier in real life than on TV. It's unbelievable, Jiaoxi smiled. Thank you. You're very beautiful too. Xiaoyun was stunned again. It took her a while to come back to her senses. Where are you from? Do you need me to send you back? Jiaoxi, no need. I drove here myself. I just want to catch up with Xiaoyu. I'll leave soon. She looked back at Jingyu and suddenly sighed. It's been a long time since we last met. Jingyu was stunned. Indeed, it's been a long time. Jiaoxi raised her hand and touched Jingyu's face. She smiled helplessly. Do your best. I'll watch the finals. You must win. I'll make the money. You just do what you want to do. Okay. Jingyu responded firmly and smiled. I'll do my best. I'll take care of you when I get the prize money, okay? Jiaoxi chatted with Jingyu for a bit before driving off. Xiaoyan looked at the 4 bodyguards standing at the entrance of the club and didn't know what to say. She tried to invite the 4 of them. You don't have to keep standing, why don't you, come in and sit. The 4 of them ignored her. Fine, since they treated her as if she didn't exist, she'd treat them as if they didn't exist. Xiaoyan returned to the training room and took a look. Other than Qin Fei, everyone else had returned to training. As for Qin Fei, where is he? Xiaoyan looked at the empty seat in the middle and asked curiously. Jingyu replied, Brother Fei went upstairs to make a call. Qin Fei took back his phone and turned it on as he went upstairs. While his phone was off, there were a lot of messages and missed calls. He glanced through them and found Qi Xian's number and dialed it. The other party picked up almost instantly. Yo, you didn't get killed? This annoying tone. Qin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, I didn't get hurt. It won't affect tomorrow's game. Who cares if you can play or not? Qi Xian sneered and then said in a commanding tone, don't turn off your phone in the future. You have to reply to my messages. Immediately. Qin Fei helplessly replied, yes, ma I am. Qi Xian, don't worry about what's going on online. I'll take care of it. Train well and play well. I'm hanging up. After saying hanging up, she really hung up the phone. She didn't give Qin Fei a chance to respond. She really did things her own way as always. When Qin Fei returned to the training room, Xiaoyun had already left the club and gone home. Feng Luofan was sitting in the conference room watching the other team's matches. He was mainly watching the match between Kid and BALC. Their score directly determined who PG's opponent would be in the finals. Kid and BALC's match was the last match of the day. Therefore, when they were competing, the other team's final scores were all out. The commentators and the audience felt that ANE had become stronger. It wasn't an illusion. Their last match was a 2-0 victory over Jock. Their final score was -2. Although it was negative, their ranking had obviously improved compared to the previous season. Looking at the final points of the other teams, it was clear. Total points of SKR 1-4 Jock's total points, -7 Rules total points, -12 Looking from the back to the front. This season, ANE's overall ranking was 5th. Although the fighting style is a bit tricky. This was Hanlung's evaluation of ANE. But we've also used this method before, so we don't have the right to complain. Yihong didn't like hearing that. That's different, alright? If we target someone from the enemy team, it's most likely because we have a grudge against them. No matter which team we're fighting against, we'll always target one of them. The people we target are too pitiful. Hanlung glanced in the direction of Qin Fei and Jingyu. But on our side, no matter who is targeted, it seems that the other side will end up worse off. Yihong couldn't help but laugh. Indeed. At this time, Luo Yiming had just finished a solo match. He took off his headphones. Do you guys think that the men in black today were sent by Kid? Qin Fei, no. Yihong, no. Hanlung, that's not very likely. Luo Yiming. Do you guys have to answer so straightforwardly? Yihong patiently explained, first of all, Kid's strength is obvious. Whether it's their lineup or their fighting style, it's very effective against us. Objectively speaking, their chances of winning the championship are much higher than ours, so there's no need for them to do anything unnecessary. Secondly, we're at risk of being banned for fighting. If they send people to cause trouble, they're also at risk of being banned. If the police investigate and confirm that they sent people, even if they win the championship, they'll still be disqualified. So, no matter how you look at it, doing this will do more harm than good for Kid. Luo Yiming was confused. He didn't really understand the process of the analysis, but he understood the conclusion. In any case, the boss behind the men in black couldn't be Kid. Then who could it be? Luo Yiming couldn't figure it out. Qin Fei, don't think so much now. Play well in the finals. Luo Yiming, that's true. Whether or not they were sent by Kid, we have to take revenge on them. Qin Fei didn't say anything else. Although he said that he didn't know who sent the men, he already had a rough guess in his heart. To be able to hire so many people to cause trouble without any scruples, and to buy a trending topic that even Qi Xian couldn't remove immediately, it was most likely someone with money and power. He thought of Jing Yu's grandfather, the chairman of the Qian Corporation. Thus, after Qi Xian hung up the phone, he sent this person's name to Qi Xian. Before the finals, Qi Xian would have full authority to deal with this matter. The match between Kid and Ball C lasted for a long time. The first round lasted 35 minutes. Ball C took the dragon twice, while Kid took the dragon once and the phoenix once. Come back, come back, come back, come back. The hearts of the commentators and the audience couldn't calm down. In the end, when both teams were at full level and had lost all their turrets, Kid traded 3 for 5 to wipe out Ball C. He destroyed Ball C's territory in one go and won the first round. In the second round, the two teams were in a stalemate again. However, this round ended faster than the previous one, lasting 29 minutes. Ball C took the magic dragon down to critical health twice, and both times it was stolen by Kid. In the end, the final result was, Kid defeated Ball C 2-0. After knowing this result, all of PG sighed. Luo Yiming, I thought Ball C would get at least 1 point. Yi Hong, how should I put it? If Ball C's ADC didn't make any mistakes, they should have won the first round. Han Leng, the second round can only be attributed to bad luck. Both junglers used discipline at the same time, but both times the dragon was awarded to Kid. Poor Ball C. Jingyu thought for a while, I think Ball C was too rushed in the second round. The timing for stealing the dragon wasn't right. Also, they should have sent 1 or 2 people to push the turrets to distract Kid. Qin Fei, regardless, the opponent for the finals has been decided. Since Kid defeated Ball C, then Kid would be PG's opponent in the finals. At the same time, the final points and rankings of the 8 strong teams were revealed. PG and Kid were tied for first place with 9 points. Third place, Ball C, 4 points, 4th place, Mai, 3 points, 5th place, Ain, -2 points, 6th place, SKR. 1, -4 points, 7th place, Jock, -7 points, 8th place, Rule, -12 points. Reality proved that as the versions changed, the rankings of the 8 teams were constantly changing as well. Among them, the biggest change was undoubtedly PG. Last season, they were at the bottom of the top 8. They were also suppressed by the other 7 teams and weren't recognized by the top 8 teams. However, this season, even if they didn't win the championship, they were still the highly anticipated runner-up. After this season's points competition, no one doubted PG's ability to be in the top 8 anymore. In fact, a large portion of people were looking forward to PG winning the championship. The next afternoon, when they stepped into the finals, Fang Luofan took a deep breath and said calmly, "Take back the championship." PG's 5 players roared in response. Their morale was high. The finals was a best of 7, which gave the 2 teams plenty of time to fight for the championship trophy. However, it was clear that this long competition wasn't good for PG. Therefore, their goal was to finish the competition as soon as possible. We have to win 4 games. That's a lot of pressure. Yi Hong was smiling, but his forehead was already sweating. Qin Fei reminded everyone, when we enter the arena later, keep your mouths shut. Don't mention anything about the men in black. His teammates all agreed. This was the 8th time they stepped into the arena, but the feeling was completely different from the previous 7 times. Jingyu plugged in his mouse and keyboard. After logging into his game account, he felt that his heart was beating abnormally fast, as if it was going to jump out of his chest. He took a deep breath and then concentrated on using his fingers to feel the touch of the mouse and keyboard. He was definitely nervous, but he believed that no matter how nervous he was, it wouldn't affect his performance in the competition. It was like when he took the college entrance exam. Before the exam, he was so nervous that he couldn't even hold a pen. However, when it came to answering the questions, all emotions and thoughts unrelated to the questions would be automatically blocked by his brain. His attention would be highly focused on the questions, and he would only think about how to answer the questions in front of him. The members of the two teams entered the preparation room one after another and clicked to prepare. After everyone was ready, the system randomly selected a person from the two teams to throw the dice. PG threw a 1, and Kid threw a 6. Kid went first on the blue side. Luo Yiming. Goddess of Luck doesn't love me anymore. Han Leng, you're pretty good to be able to throw a 1. In short, in the ban and pick round, Kid had the advantage of being the first to ban the devil. According to the order of rotation, today's commentators were originally supposed to be Feng Luofan and Yo-Yo. However, because Feng Luofan was also PG's coach, after the organizers obtained the agreement of the two teams, the commentators for the finals were changed to Aban and Tanghua. This guaranteed the viewing quality of the finals to the greatest extent. At this moment, Feng Luofan was sitting in the audience, nervously looking at the big screen above the entire arena. He unconsciously clenched his fists. A backup plan? It's fine. Even if you get the first move, Kid will still be the backup plan after you win. If you can't beat Kid with a backup plan, then you don't even need to think about winning 4 out of 7 games. Kid's first pick was very decisive. It was a glimpse. However, after they chose the glimpse, they didn't click confirm for a long time. Clearly, they wanted to drag out the time to discuss tactics. At the same time, PG's side was also discussing Jingyu. In the first round, no matter what they ban, we'll take the first 2 shooters. It was time to test the results of their training. If they didn't try it in the first round, they wouldn't dare to try it later. Luo Yiming, are we going to ban shooters? Yi Hong, of course we are. If we're playing against Kid, what else can we ban other than shooters? Han Leng, right now, there are 6 shooters commonly used. We'll ban 3, leave 1 for them, and take the other 2. That's just right. Qin Fei, the plan works. Thus, the final picks for the two sides were PG, Kamal, Sagittarius, Maha Kid, Glimpse, Nine-Tailed Fox, Moonshade Spider. Then Kid unhesitatingly took the first pick for Dark Cupid. Sure enough, it's Dark Cupid. Aban said in a tone as if he had seen through everything. With 1 on the other side, even Kid wouldn't dare to give Dark Cupid to him. Tanghua, haha, after all, Dark Cupid is very flexible. It's too compatible with one's playstyle. It's PG's turn to pick. Who will they pick first? Aban looked at PG's picks. Qin Fei and Jingyu's first picks have been released. I'm guessing they'll pick Lilith and Heart of Ice first. As soon as he said that, PG's first 2 picks were locked. Wind of Condensation and Wanmi Liuhua. Tanghua couldn't believe her eyes. Huh? 2 shooters for the first pick? Aban was also very surprised. This doesn't seem like PG's style. Have they changed their playstyle? This pick was obviously out of Kid's expectations, causing them to be very slow in the second round of picks. They only picked the second and third monsters when the countdown was about to end. Sword Burial and Heijiao. Strong jungler and strong mid laner. This move is relatively easy to understand. Tanghua explained. I don't think Kid can bring out 3 shooters in this round. It'll be difficult for him to even bring out 2 shooters. Is PG trying to compete with Kid in the late game with this lineup? Aban guessed. Maybe they're like Ain. Since they can't win with their previous lineup, why don't they try a new one? I think it's very possible. Tanghua said seriously, after all, the finals are best of 7. Even if they lose 3 games in a row, they can still turn the tables. PG probably wants to use the first game as an experiment, right? Tanghua was half right. PG did want to use the first game as an experiment, but this lineup was not something they came up with on the spot. They had planned it for a long time. They had been training with this lineup until the start of the finals. This was just an experiment. Lock Soul and Sandy. Jingyu said these words with a hint of schadenfreude. Indeed, when PG chose the two monsters, especially Sandy, the audience was in an uproar. The commentator's eyes widened in disbelief. What was Sandy? He was a shooter in the newbie gift pack. That wasn't the point. The point was that PG had three shooters lineup? Aban finally found his voice. Before the game started, I had a feeling that we would see 3 shooters, but I didn't expect it to be PG. Tangua, did both sides really not log into the wrong account? Of course not. There was no way they could log into the wrong account. Yi Heng imagined the expressions of the commentator and the audience. He couldn't help but laugh. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Luo Yiming, isn't it just a 3 shooters lineup? Let's show them one too. After confirming that PG really had 3 shooters, Aban couldn't help but laugh. I remember that PG lost to Kid's 3 shooters in the first game of the elimination round. Now, PG is using a 3 shooters lineup against Kid in the first game of the finals. Is this giving him a taste of his own medicine? Tangua, ha ha ha, if that's the reason why PG got 3 shooters, he's really tough. While they were talking, Kid chose the last 2 spots, Azrael and Kwangu. Aban couldn't help but add, since our shooters can't beat yours, we'll use our meat to carry them. Tangua, no problem. Then, it was finally PG's last spot. Instant lock, Heart of Ice, when the most good-looking demon in Demon Lord appeared on the big screen, countless viewers cheered, Jingyu, let's go. The #1 Heart of Ice in the country, let's go. Jingyu couldn't be in a better mood after getting his life item in the first round. All the nervousness before the competition disappeared when he got his hands on this monster with the highest proficiency. As long as I have Heart of Ice, I won't lose, he said. Then, Yi Heng mocked him on the spot. You make it sound like you didn't lose when you had Heart of Ice. Luo Yiming didn't hold back. Then your win rate should be 100%, but I remember it's not even 80%. Jingyu, less than 80% was the win rate of his streamer account in a solo match. It was already very impressive, after all, solo matches depended too much on luck. If you were matched with an AFK teammate or a crazy actor, you could only blame yourself for being unlucky. After locking onto Heart of Ice, Jingyu began to adjust his sprite commandeering and equipment. In the game Devil Lord, every demon could bring 2 additional skills with them when they entered the battlefield. These 2 additional skills were called sprite commandeering. The 2 most commonly used sprite commandeering were undoubtedly Flash and Healing. There were also Shield, Teleport, Corrosion, and so on. Most people would bring Flash and Healing to increase their survivability. Compared to Healing, Qin Fei preferred to bring Corrosion. He would rather give up the chance to escape death to kill the other party. In this round, he had Wanmi Liuhua. He was a marksman, but he still stubbornly brought Corrosion. Han Lung's Wind of Condensation brought Teleport. The 3 marksmen had a clear division of labor. Jingyu, the main C is still Yiming. We must survive until the end. Brother Han, roam around to provide support. I'll be in the jungle. Brother Fei will help. Qin Fei, okay. Luo Yiming, I'll deal the highest damage. Han Lung, it feels so good to get a life in the finals. Yi Heng, let's go all out. Jingyu, go for it. Following Jingyu's 2 words, the countdown reached 0, the interface jumped, and the demons from both sides entered the battlefield. In this round, the final lineups of the 2 sides were PG, Wanmi Liuhua, Soul, Sandy, Wind of Condensation, Heart of Ice Kid, Azrael, Heijiao, Dark Cupid, Kwangu, Sword Burial. Before the start of the game, everyone thought that PG would definitely ban the marksman in order to prevent Kid from getting 3 marksmen. They had indeed banned him. All 3 bans were given to archers. However, no one expected that after they banned 3 marksmen, they would choose 3 more marksmen. They were supposed to ban marksmen as a last resort, but in order to prevent Kid from getting 3 marksmen, they got 3 marksmen themselves. In a game like Devil Lord, tanks played in the early game, mages played in the middle, and marksmen played in the late game. PG, a team that played in the early game, actually got 3 marksmen. It was both exciting and unsettling. Okay, now we can see that the demons from both sides have entered the battlefield. When he saw Jingyu's Heart of Frost go to the jungle, he couldn't help but be surprised. In this round, PG's jungler chose to help in the opening. I wonder if there's some kind of strategy? On the big screen, Heart of Ice and Wanmi Liuhua went to the top lane together after helping Yi Hong's soul get mana. Then, Heart of Ice crouched in the grass, and Wanmi Liuhua started to line up with Azrael. In the early game, marksmen had no advantage against tanks, except for their long hands. Indeed, the live stream cut to the top lane. Everyone saw that Wanmi Liuhua's HP was getting lower and lower as Azrael kept retreating into the tower. This was probably the first time that Qin Fei lost to someone in a line of battle. However, Azrael's HP was only a little higher than Wanmi Liuhua's. Kid saw that Wanmi Liuhua's HP was low and felt that he could definitely kill him, so he used Flash and chased after him. However, the moment he used Flash, he was connected to by a cold light. In the next second, Heart of Ice flew over along the light and killed him with a normal attack. First kill, system, Heart of Ice, first kill, system, enemy Azrael has been killed. Following these two system messages, Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. Good acting. Hearing the laughter in his voice, Qin Fei couldn't help but smile. You ganked well too. Yi Hong, who was sitting beside the two, had goosebumps all over his body. This mutual flattery, beautiful. Aban was amazed. Then, he looked at the replay and explained. Qin Fei pretended to be suppressed and lured Kid's Azrael into Jingyu's hunting range. Jingyu seized the opportunity to kill Azrael. The coordination between the PG and top laners was perfect. Now, Wanmi Liuhua is retracting the minions in the top lane and preparing to return. Not returning to the city? Qin Fei's Wanmi Liuhua didn't have a healthy amount of health. However, he didn't return to the city to heal himself. Instead, he followed Jingyu's Heart of Ice to Kid's top lane. At this time, Hanlung's Wind of Condensation had cleared all the minions in the bottom lane. He didn't even look back as he headed to the top lane. Wanmi Liuhua and Heart of Ice are fighting in the bottom lane. Sandy has placed an order? Tanguo was shocked as she commented. She really admired PG's courage. Kid's most troublesome opponent is their bottom laner, LLY. PG actually allowed one to fight against LLY alone. Maybe it's to ensure the development of the archer? Aban guessed. With PG's arrangement, as long as one can defend the bottom lane, both 1 Sandy and 3H's Wind of Condensation will be able to develop. After a pause, he couldn't help but sigh. This strategy is quite risky. However, it's very consistent with PG's style. Tanguo, wait. Kid's Sword Burial has realized it. He has rushed to the top lane. Jinyu's Green Goblin is only halfway there. Seeing this, Aban's heart was in his throat. Can PG steal Kid's Green Goblin? Or will Sword Burial kill him instead? Especially since Wanmi Liuhua's health is very low. Just as he said this, Green Goblin's health was almost depleted. Jinyu had Heart of Ice use punishment. Almost at the same time, Kid's Sword Burial moved to Green Goblin's side and used punishment. The result? Tanguo, Sword Burial got Green Goblin. Aban, wait a minute. Heart of Ice has connected to Sword Burial. Are you preparing to attack? Almost as soon as Kid's Sword Burial got Green Goblin, Jinyu's Heart of Ice connected to him. Qin Fei's Wanmi Liuhua had already attacked him the moment Sword Burial appeared. Sword Burial received a buff to his attack speed and his hit rate against Heart of Ice increased significantly. Even though it was a 1v2, his and Heart of Ice's health decreased at the same time. The audience held their breaths and focused their attention on the two's health bars. They didn't even dare to blink, afraid that they would miss the most crucial moment. However, just as Sword Burial was about to deal the final blow to Heart of Ice used Flash. Aban, Jinyu escaped with Flash. Sword Burial missed. Sword Burial has been killed. System, Wanmi Liuhua, 1 kill. System, the enemy Sword Burial has been killed. Seeing these two system notifications, the audience was in an uproar. They didn't expect this to happen. Just like that, the attack speed buff fell to Qin Fei's Wanmi Liuhua. Let's go. Jinyu said this word calmly and returned to the city with Qin Fei. Before the enemy's mid laner arrived, they returned to their own territory first. That was too close. Tanguo felt that her heart couldn't take it anymore. Both of them killed Kid's Sword Burial. Kid's Heijia was controlled by PG's soul and couldn't arrive in time to help. Both of them successfully escaped. Aban looked at the replay on the screen and saw the buff that fell to Qin Fei's hands. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. PG gives me the feeling that he'll fight anyone who tries to steal from him. Hearing this, Tanghua couldn't help but laugh. PG is really tough. I'm curious. If Sword Burial didn't get the Green Goblin, would they still try to kill Sword Burial? After all, their health isn't good and their level and economy is low. I don't know. Aban shrugged. I only know that PG's economy will surpass Kid's. After the replay, the livestream cut to the bottom lane. Luo Yiming's Sandy was hiding under the tower and fighting 1 against 2. Sandy was also a shooter with a displacement skill. He was as agile as Dark Cupid. But his damage output wasn't as high. His advantages were the short cooldown of his displacement skill, the strong slow effect of his first skill, and the crowd control effect of his big move. All in all, he was a shooter with strong survivability. But in Luo Yiming's hands, he became an unkillable cockroach. Luo Yiming, come here. Luo Yiming, come and hit me. Luo Yiming, come and hit me. Yi Heng laughed so hard that he wanted to roll on the spot. Jingyu, listen to that. You were like this when you used Skimming Shadow. But you're more cunning, more reckless, and more despicable than him. Jingyu, shut up. F***ck off, Tanghua, LLY's Dark Cupid is missing all the time. I have to say, one's positioning is amazing. Aban, this round, Kid chose to use Quangu as support. It's easy to understand because Quangu is tanky and can take a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Quangu's arms are too short, and he can't hit Sandy without entering the tower. Tanghua, yeah, Quangu's health is mostly taken out by the tower. He entered the tower along the creep several times, and once he was hit by one, he would take damage from the tower. Aban, LLY has given up on killing Sandy. He's starting to attack the tower. However, one is clearing the creeps very quickly and doesn't give him a chance to attack the tower. On the big screen, Kid's Quangu entered the tower along the creeps several times. LLY's Dark Cupid would attack the tower whenever he had the chance, but Luo Yiming was always able to clear the creeps in the shortest amount of time and transfer the damage from the tower to Quangu. He even had time to lick Dark Cupid's health. His hand speed and control had reached an incredible level. Sandy was a thunder spirit, and its normal attack special effect was to shoot a blue lightning bolt forward. After it moved, its normal attack would be strengthened for 5 seconds, and the lightning bolt it shot out would turn red. Although it was a novice fiend, its modeling and special effects were not bad at all. It even had a sense of attack that other fiends couldn't compare to. Abba, 1, this contestant, is also growing, and the speed of her growth is astonishing. However, there's still too much pressure to deal with. LLY's progress in attacking the tower isn't fast, but there's always a chance to attack the tower. PG's bottom lane is about to collapse. As soon as he finished speaking, a fiend suddenly flashed behind Dark Cupid and wrapped a silver thread around him. Soul's first ability, Inextricable Threads. The camera cut to the bottom lane, so they had no idea what was happening in the middle lane. They only knew that Yi Heng's soul had suddenly wandered to the bottom lane and controlled LLY's Dark Cupid. Almost as soon as he controlled Dark Cupid, Luo Yiming had Sandy teleport over and started attacking like crazy. Blue lightning bolts struck the body of the Dark Cupid one after another, reducing its health points to less than half in just a short moment. After Quangu activated its shield, it immediately used its big move to attack Luo Yiming's Sandy while tanking the damage for Dark Cupid. However, Yi Heng's soul cast a puppet strangulation technique, Skill Reflect. After Soul activated its big move, it immediately used a crowd control on Dark Cupid, not giving him a chance to escape. Luo Yiming continued attacking. Finally, System, Sandy, first kill. System, enemy Dark Cupid has died. Seeing that its archer was dead, Quangu could only flash away as a support. However, it unexpectedly bumped into Jingyu's Heart of Ice, and Luo Yiming's Sandy decisively used Flash to chase after it. System, Sandy, double kill. System, enemy Quangu has died. Luo Yiming went solo against 2 players, and everyone was wondering how long he could last. However, the first to die was Kid's bottom lane. And he was killed by Luo Yiming's Sandy. PG's coordination is too good. Tanghua couldn't help but exclaim. However, after exclaiming, she felt that something wasn't right. That's strange, who's in the middle lane right now? The live stream cut to the middle lane and saw that Hanlung's wind of condensation was suppressing Kid's mid-laner Hejiao under the turret. Behind Hejiao was Sword Burial, who only had a sliver of health left. Aban, can you please replay what happened in the middle lane? Following Aban's words, the screen quickly showed the situation in the middle lane. In the beginning, Yi Hong's soul was fighting against Hejiao. Then, soul was pushed up by Hejiao's waterspout. Kid's jungler Sword Burial immediately moved over to gank. At this moment, Hanlung's wind of condensation also moved over and focused on Sword Burial. After Yi Hong's soul was put down by waterspout, he used 2 crowd control skills to control Sword Burial. Wind of condensation attacked him wildly. When Sword Burial was released, he only had a sliver of health left and could only flash away. Then, his soul returned to the turret with a sliver of health left. Wind of condensation stayed in the middle lane to fight against Hejiao. Kid thought that Yi Hong was planning to return to the city to recover, so he didn't care. Who would have thought that he would take a detour to the bottom lane? Obviously, the person who gave this order was Jingyu. This is a good opportunity. Brother Yi, don't return to the city. Go straight to the bottom lane and control Dark Cupid. I'll be there soon. Thus, there was Sandy's double kill. Tanghua, Kid is being completely suppressed by the PG. Oh my god. When did the 3-shooter lineup become so powerful? They were clearly a bunch of squishy characters. Needless to say, archers could only deal damage in the late game. Now, they were clearly in the early game. The 3-shooter lineup is actually very tactical. Aban explained. If the PG started the game with 2 archers, they would probably be suppressed by Kid. However, they cleverly chose to have 1 solo and 1 jungler. This way, not only did they ensure the development of each position, but they also suppressed Kid's economy. Then, they adjusted everyone's position according to the actual situation. Jungler, roam, switch lanes, catch targets. It can be said that the PG lineup in this game is very flexible and can change at any time. Aban concluded. After killing Kid's bottom lane combo, the PG destroyed their bottom lane tower in a few minutes. Then, they conveniently took a magic disc and gathered together to destroy Kid's middle lane tower. Archers were very scary once they gained the early game advantage. The 3 archers worked together to destroy the tower. They wanted to experience this demon speed. After destroying Kid's first tower in the middle lane, the magic disc was basically undamaged. Thus, the PG team continued to push forward and destroyed the second tower in the middle lane. The game was only 12 minutes old, and Magic Dragon had just spawned. However, the PG didn't even fight the Magic Dragon and destroyed Kid's 3 towers in one go. Although the revived Sword Burial killed 2 archers in a row when they destroyed the 3 towers, Luo Yiming successfully destroyed Kid's last tower in the middle lane before he died. The archer who escaped was Hanlung's wind of condensation. Strangely enough, Hanlung was very fierce when he was a support and inhumanely reckless when he was a top laner. However, once he was an archer, he became very timid and cautious, hiding for as long as he could. He and Qin Fei were completely different types of players. Qin Fei was fierce no matter what type of demon he used. His personal style was very obvious. Hanlung, on the other hand, had different styles when he used different types of demons. However, there was no doubt that they were both very good players. Luo Yiming opened the map while waiting for his resurrection. Looking at Kid's barren middle lane, he couldn't be any happier. Awesome. Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. Then, he said, they're busy cleaning up the creeps. Now, gather. Fight the dragon. And so, after Jingyu and Hanlung recovered, they took the lead and rushed toward the magic dragon. Soon, the revived Qin Fei and Luo Yiming also rushed over. Yi Hong used his soul to carefully explore the nearby bushes. After confirming that there were no problems, he also started fighting the magic dragon with everyone. The 3 archers are really fast at fighting the dragon. Tanghua couldn't help but sigh as she watched the magic dragon's HP drop rapidly. This round's PGs are too fierce. They've been leading the game for almost the entire time. Kid was led by the nose the whole time. Aban, ha ha ha. This round's PGs got their revenge. Don't forget, they lost to Kid's 3 archers in the first elimination round. As soon as a band's voice fell, the magic dragon on the big screen wailed and fell to the ground. System, Heart of Ice, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. Following these 2 system messages, all the PGs rushed into Kid's jungle and unscrupulously stole the jungle. With the 3 archers in hand, the world was mine. Everywhere they went, all the monsters were wiped out. After clearing the jungle, all the PGs gathered in the middle lane and followed the magic dragon army into Kid's territory. Not only did Kid's people have to clear out the magic dragon army, but they also had to defend against the PGs' attacks. They were in a very passive and uncomfortable situation. Once they were controlled by Soul, the 3 archers would each receive a normal attack. No matter how much HP they had, they would be instantly killed. Not to mention, the PGs also had the terrifying Heart of Ice. System, Heart of Ice, kill. System, enemy Xianxia has been killed. System, Heart of Ice, double kill. System, enemy Dark Cupid has been killed. System, Heart of Ice, triple kill. System, enemy Sword Burial has been killed. System, Heart of Ice, quadruple kill. System, enemy Azrael has been killed. System, Heart of Ice, pentakill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. Aha! Pentakill. F*CK, pentakill in 1 second? I've witnessed the live version of the wonderful editing. Jinyu is awesome. As expected of the #1 Heart of Ice on the national server. No one would have thought that Jinyu's Heart of Ice would be able to get a pentakill before the enemy's territory was destroyed. Even Jinyu himself was very surprised. In fact, his pentakill was quite cunning because the damage was dealt by his 3 archers, and he just casually added a few hits. After Heart of Ice killed the enemy demon, he could immediately teleport again. Therefore, after he killed Xianxia and Dark Cupid at the same time, he used his teleportation skill as soon as it refreshed. He didn't expect to kill another enemy, so he continued to teleport and kill. The result was that he got a pentakill in just a few seconds. Jinyu felt that he was lucky to get a pentakill, but the audience didn't care. When the audience saw this scene, they only had one thought, and that was, awesome. Pentakills in an instant, that was F*King awesome. The first match ended under the excited gazes of the commentator and audience. PG1, Luo Yiming felt wronged. For a moment, I thought that I was the one who got the pentakill, but, Jinyu shrugged. You might not believe it, but my mouse and keyboard moved first. Luo Yiming, Yihong couldn't help but burst out laughing. He patted Luo Yiming's shoulder and comforted him. Be content, you have the highest damage output in the game. You deserve to be in the C position. Hanleng also laughed. You're probably the only one in the entire esports circle who can fight with this kid. The audience isn't blind. Even if they are, it's because of your outstanding performance. Oh, Luo Yiming's mood instantly improved. Yihong and Hanleng couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. He was too easy to please. The system gave the MVP of this match to Jinyu's Heart of Ice, but after the technical team did a detailed analysis, the final MVP was given to Luo Yiming's Sandy. Being able to use a novice demon with low base damage to deal the highest damage in the team meant that his effective damage was terrifying. In other words, his hit rate was very high. The C position of PG really belonged to none other than him. When the 2 commentators saw the result, they each praised Luo Yiming to the heavens. Feng Luo fan sat in the audience and listened very happily. He really wanted to see the expressions on Kid's face. Luo Yiming was someone he had poached from Kid. Although this 19-year-old kid wasn't perfect, it was undeniable that he was a very strong player. He definitely wasn't inferior to any of the 5 members of Kid's starting lineup. The second match soon began. Both sides' bans were exactly the same as in the previous match. However, when stealing the demon, Kid stole Sandy, and the support was changed to Flower in the Mirror. Half explained, in the last round, Kid was very passive. To a large extent, it was because of the control of the elemental soul. Looks like they want to imitate PG this round and play a control style. Tanghua, on the other hand, PG didn't take Soul, but took Scarlet Fury and Sarier as a strong support. I wonder how he'll fare against Kid. The lineups for the second match were PG, Wanmi Liuhua, Scarlet Fury, Wind of Condensation, Sarier, Heart of Ice Kid, Sandy, Heijiao, Dark Cupid, Flower in the Mirror, Sword Burial double archers versus double archers. Seeing this lineups, Fang Luofan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that their plan was very successful. Kid had fallen into a serious misconception. Why did PG win the previous match? Was it because of the 3 archers? No, it was a big mistake. It was because PG successfully killed Kid's top laner and jungler in the beginning of the match, stole the monsters in the enemy's jungle, and gained an economic advantage. However, Kid attributed all of this to PG's lineups. Therefore, in order to get Sandy, they gave up on the strong top laner Azrael, and then in order to get the control-type monster, they gave up on the most tanky Quango. In this match, Kid thought that he had stopped PG from getting the 3 archers, but he forgot, 3 archers weren't PG's style. PG's lineups were what they were good at. In the beginning of the match, Jingyu's Heart of Ice went to the jungle to help Yihong's Scarlet Fury get the blue mana, and then started farming the jungle there. Kid's top laner was worried that Heart of Ice would hide in the bushes like in the previous match, so he didn't dare to get too deep. However, after a while, he realized that he was overthinking, he couldn't get too deep. Not only that, Qin Fei's Wami Liuhua overbearingly pushed him into the tower. Qin Fei's Wami Liuhua is suppressing Sandy. Aban didn't know why, but she felt that PG had an easier time in this match than the previous one. Sandy's damage is too low, so it's at a disadvantage in the early game. It can only hide under the tower to provide support. Yes, they got Sandy's one in the previous match, and they're also being pushed into the tower in the early game. As Tanghua spoke, she suddenly felt that it was very interesting. However, one is a 1v2. In the previous match, Luo Yiming's Sandy seemed to be in a passive position against Kid's bottom laner combo, but in fact, it was more than enough for them to restrain each other. However, in this match, Kid's top laner was completely suppressed by Qin Fei. It was just the start of the match, but his health was already very low. Suddenly, Kid Sandy made a move, which seemed to be suicidal. However, Qin Fei wasn't satisfied with his move and quickly retreated. The commentators and spectators who had a bird's eye view immediately reacted. Qin Fei had sensed that Kid's jungler was coming for him. However, at the same time, they also saw Jingyu's Heart of Ice crouching in the bushes nearby. The battle was about to start. Sword Burial was the first to reposition and appeared from the bushes. He caught up with Qin Fei's Wami Liuhua and slashed at him, but he was pushed away by a wave of air. Sandy followed closely behind Sword Burial and attacked Wami Liuhua. However, after the first attack, the screen turned gray. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Sandy has been killed. Just a moment ago, when Qin Fei's Wami Liuhua pushed away Sword Burial, Jingyu's Heart of Ice connected with Sandy and pulled him over. With a normal attack, he easily took away Sandy's remaining health. Then, Heart of Ice used Snow's pull again and connected with Qin Fei's Wami Liuhua. The two of them sped up and rushed toward Sword Burial. Heart of Ice threw skills and Wami Liuhua dealt a normal attack. After a short while, he also took down Sword Burial. System, Heart of Ice, double kill. System, enemy Sword Burial has been killed. He got a double kill at the start of the match. The audience was dumbfounded. After getting the double kill, Jinyu and Qin Fei didn't hesitate. They rushed to Kid's jungle as fast as they could and took the attack speed buff. This time, the buff was given to Jinyu's Heart of Ice. This match is similar to the opening of the previous match. It feels so familiar, Tanghua said in surprise. Both of them went to the jungle after killing the top laner. PG's jungle coordination is very strong. Aban said, it seems like the breakthrough point for PG lies in Kid's top laner. While they were talking, the livestream cut to the bottom lane. Everyone was surprised to see that Kid's archer was suppressed by Luo Yiming, after the bottom lane duo of Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror became opponents. Their lane coordination was very subtle. Every time Flower in the Mirror threw a crowd control, Wind of Condensation was able to dodge it and counterattack smoothly. Wind of Condensation's displacement was like a skill that existed to avoid Flower in the Mirror's crowd control. In front of Wind of Condensation, Flower in the Mirror didn't have any advantage. On the other hand, PG support Sarier threw a shield from time to time to ensure Wind of Condensation's survival. This allowed Luo Yiming to play without any worries. The result was that Kid's bottom lane duo was suppressed and could only play in the tower. What was even more infuriating was that while Luo Yiming was suppressing them, he also leisurely took the magic vision in front of him. Aban's hunch was right. In this match, PG played more smoothly than the previous match. After this match, Kid didn't have any chance to make a comeback. There was no doubt that PG won the second match again. After winning 2 matches in a row, the commentators and the audience were all cheering for PG. They felt that the championship was in the bag, but PG's 5 players couldn't relax. Yi Hong rubbed the back of his hand. He felt that the pressure he felt before the match hadn't lessened at all. We still have to win 2 more matches, can we keep winning? He was really afraid that if PG lost 1 match, he would keep losing until the end and let Kid make a comeback. Then people would say that Kid let 2 chase 4. Or that let 3 chase 4. In any case, it would make it seem like Kid had gone easy on PG in the first few matches. Xianxia calmly replied, "It's not a matter of whether or not we can win. We have to win." If PG continued to play, his condition would only get worse. Even though Kid's condition would definitely deteriorate as the match went on, they were still a late-game team. Their focus and endurance were definitely much better than PG's. Yi Hong sighed and looked at Luo Yiming beside him. "Stay in the center position. Don't mess around at the back." Luo Yiming glared at him. "You're the one. Don't give away all my kills." Jingyu coughed and tried to calm them down. "Don't think too much. Just play well and be done with it." Hanlin nodded in agreement. "If you really can't hold on, Brother Fei and I are here." "Qin Fei, it's fine. If you really can't hold on, just change into support gear and follow behind me. Help me carry my shoes." "Yi Hong. Your shoes are too smelly. Carry them yourself." Qin Fei sneered. "You say it like you've smelled it before." Hanlin, "Okay, you two shut up. I can almost smell it." Luo Yiming, "Huh? What's that smell? Why can't I smell it?" Jingyu, equals what kind of nonsense is this? My teammates are really too much." Jingyu felt that his teammates weren't nervous at all. What the hell were they talking about? However, he had to admit that with their interference, Jingyu felt his tense nerves relax a little. The current score was 2-0. PG still had to win 2 more games to clinch the final victory and become the champion of the 4th season of the World League. Of course, the best result would be a 4-0. Otherwise, every loss meant that PG would have to play 1 more game. The longer the game dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. However, would a 4-0 go so smoothly? After a short break, the 3rd game began. Kid Blue went first again and chose to ban the demons first. This time, there was finally a change in their ban position. After banning Nine-Tailed Fox and Fleeting Shadow, Kid gave the 3rd spot to Wanmi Liuhua. Wanmi Liuhua, everyone was shocked when they saw the little dark-type loli on the big screen. This was Kid's first time banning a marksman. Kid's team had always been proud of cultivating excellent marksmen. Under normal circumstances, the marksman position was a team's main DPS. Kid had always tried to let a team have multiple main DPS players so that they could crush their opponents with absolute dominance. Therefore, for Kid, the more marksmen he had in his team, the better. However, such a team, which could not wait to have a full 5 archers, had actually banned their own archers. Obviously, they didn't want PG's Qin Fei to get Wanmi Liuhua. But didn't this also mean that Kid felt that he couldn't beat PG with the same number of marksmen? Thinking of this, Fang Luofan laughed on the spot. "Slapping your own face, did it? Feel good?" Seeing Kid's last ban position, the 2 commentators were stunned for a moment before they found their voices. "Tanghua, Kid banned Wanmi Liuhua. This position should be targeted at Qin Fei, right?" Aban nodded and agreed. In the first 2 rounds, Qin Fei used Wanmi Liuhua. Whether it's his survivability or his damage output, he's very strong. It's indeed very troublesome. Aban, it's worth mentioning that Wanmi Liuhua started off with defensive equipment. Later on, they gradually switched to AD equipment. They can tank damage and deal damage at the same time. Their presence doesn't seem strong, but in reality, they have played a very important role in the outcome of the match. If I had to choose the MVP of the previous round, I would probably choose his Wanmi Liuhua. Tangua, by the way, does this mean that Jingyu's Moonshade Spider will be released? Aban, yes. Therefore, in this round, there is a high chance that PG will use Moonshade Spider and Soul to control One Wave Rush. Sure enough, after Kid snatched Dark Cupid, PG both locked onto Moonshade Spider and Soul. Aban raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt that this was very interesting. Tangua, don't you think that PG's lineups are becoming more and more suited to their style? Tangua, huh? Clearly, Tangua did not realize this before Aban brought it up. Now that she heard Aban say this, she could not help but pay attention to the lineups of the two teams. She saw that after Kid chose Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror, PG chose Sandy and Lilith. Tangua vaguely realized something and her eyes widened in disbelief. Aban saw her expression and could not help but laugh. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? In the first round, PG got 3 archers. In the second round, they got 2 archers. In the third round, be it the combination of Moonshade Spider and Soul or Qin Phase Lilith, aren't they all monsters that PG usually uses? It can't be what I think it is, right? Oh my god. I'm getting goosebumps. Tangua's tone was full of disbelief. Are you saying that PG set a trap for Kid? He used Kid's best 3 archer lineups to defeat them and diverted their attention to archers. Then, he guided them to adjust their bands so that he could get the lineups he really wanted to use. It's not impossible. During the elimination round, Kid clearly knew how difficult it was to deal with the combination of Moonshade Spider and Soul, so he would rather die than use it on PG. But now, in the third round of the finals, Kid used both monsters at the same time. The reason was because he banned Wanmi Liuhua, so he did not have enough bans? Hearing the commentators guess, the audience was in an uproar. The live broadcast was also flooded with the words, "Think carefully." Aban quickly said, "It's just a guess. It could just be a coincidence." Fang Luofan shrugged. No, it was indeed a tactic. Of course, such a tactic also required PG's players to be strong enough to practice it. It was very stressful for a team that was used to fighting in the early stages to use a 3-archer lineup to fight Kid and win. However, if this tactic succeeded, PG's chances of defeating Kid would greatly increase. So far, there were no major problems with PG's tactics or the performance of the players. In Fang Luofan's opinion, PG's victory over Kid in the third round was basically set in stone. Now, it was up to Kid to see if he could react in the fourth round. Sure enough, after 23 minutes, the third round ended and PG won. Soul deceived him and Moonshade Spider went up to control One Wave Flow. Kid was controlled by PG the entire time and had no way to fight back. It was 3-0. For PG, they only needed to win one more round to win the finals and become the champion of this year's LDPL. For Kid, if he wanted to become the champion, he had to win 4 rounds in a row. This was the last part of PG's entire strategy, psychological suppression. However, PG was not having it easy either. Jingyu, they should have already noticed our tactic. Yihong, it's normal for them to notice it. It's already the 4th round and they still can't sense it. Kid is too careless. Then, what should we do about this round? Jingyu said, but the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Some tactics could not be broken even if they were seen through. So what if they knew that PG wanted to take down the Moonshade Spider? If they put the Moonshade Spider back in the ban position, it meant that they had to release Wanmi Liuhua. Would they be able to win like that? No, it would only make both teams return to the previous round and they would never be able to get out of this endless loop created by PG. Who said that fierce teams did not have tactics? On the contrary, the fiercer the playing style, the more they needed tactics to support them. Without tactics, they would not be fierce, but reckless. PG was a very ferocious team. They were very aggressive and loved to collect kills. If they did not have flexible tactics and excellent skills, how could they successfully take down the other party's kills? After other teams finished competing, the number of kills they got was usually like this: 5-9, 6-13, 11-18. In competitions with PG, the number of kills they got would be like this: 17-21, 23-31, 25-48. Not only did they play fiercely, but they also played fiercely. If the other party could keep up with PG's rhythm, there would still be suspense. Once the other party could not keep up, it would be time for PG to go on a killing spree. In the fourth round of the finals, Kid could not choose his 3 ban positions. After all, this round concerned whether they had a chance to win the championship. Once they lost, they would lose everything. The Moonshade Spider definitely could not be given to PG, but could Wanmi Liuhua. Now, Kid was faced with 2 choices: 1. Ban the Moonshade Spider and steal Wanmi Liuhua. 2. Ban Wanmi Liuhua and steal Soul. However, there was a problem. Marksman LLY, no matter what we choose, we will still give Dark Cupid to PG. Luo Yiming Sandy is already very troublesome. Giving him Dark Cupid will only make it more troublesome. The top laner Ka frowned. Actually, he felt that Wanmi Liuhua could continue to be given to PG. Because, in his opinion, the truly frightening one was not Wanmi Liuhua, but Qin Fei. After playing against Qin Fei so many times, the more he fought, the more he felt that this person's strength was unfathomable. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He always felt that no matter what he banned or stole, no matter what kind of monster he locked onto, he would not have any advantage in front of Qin Fei. The mid laner NB directly cursed, PG is a group of old schemers. If you have the guts, release all your marksmen. Top laner Ka, don't say any more. In the end, it was LLY who made the decision: ban the Moonshade Spider and steal Wanmi Liuhua. After a pause, he added, support and take Sarier. Protect me. So what if they couldn't bring out 3 marksmen? They were Kid, and he was Kid's trump card. If he really couldn't even beat a yellow-haired person who couldn't even become an official member of Kid, he should just retire. Thus, after PG chose the last ban position, Kid instantly locked onto Wanmi Liuhua. When Luo Yiming saw Wanmi Liuhua, he quivered and locked onto Dark Cupid. Oh. I'll carry this round. His teammates couldn't help but laugh. There was probably nothing happier than getting your natal item in the deciding round. The other position was, of course, Wind of Condensation. The final lineups of the 2 sides were PG, Lilith, Scarlet Fury, Dark Cupid, Wind of Condensation, Heart of Ice Kid, Azrael, Heijiao, Wanmi Liuhua, Sarier, Sandy. Seeing this lineups, Yihong couldn't help but laugh. Those who got their natal items, please raise your hand. Luo Yiming raised his hand, Hanling raised his hand, Jingyu raised his hand, and Qin Fei also raised his hand lazily. Yihong, then I got my second natal item, ha 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 ha. Kid is too good to us. 5 monsters, 4 natal items, and 1 second natal item. This kind of luxurious lineups was originally only used for entertainment purposes. It was now the 4th round of the finals, and Kid felt that they had made tactical adjustments that were more advantageous to them in each round, but the PG lineups were more and more in line with the expectations of the 5 PG players. In fact, if Kid had been a little more stubborn and continued with the lineups of the first round, they might have already turned the tables. However, it was obvious that they were afraid of failure. They didn't have the confidence to turn the score around with the lineups they had lost before, so they could only blindly look for new lineups. It was like walking in a maze. After bumping into a wall, they immediately turned back to find a new way. They didn't notice that the wall they bumped into at the beginning wasn't that strong and could be broken through. The 3-shooter lineups weren't the usual lineups of PGs. As long as one paid attention to the professional league, it was impossible not to know this kind of thing. For the sake of the championship, for the sake of this set of tactics that could lead them to victory, PG practiced for a few days at the last minute. The first round was really an experiment for PG. It could even be said that it was a gamble. Fortunately, it seemed that they had won the gamble. The countdown ended, and the 2 sides entered the battlefield. From the live broadcast screen, it could be seen that in the competition rooms on both sides, whether it was PG or Kid, they were all 120% focused. After all, this round was likely to be the last round of the finals. In the game Devil Lord, almost every player had their own natal demon. The natal demon was the player's favorite demon. Their fondness for demons would often become a kind of motivation, driving them to constantly use this demon, so that their strength would be worthy of their life source. In other words, the natal demon was the demon that the player played the most and was the most familiar with. Now, the 5 demons that PG had locked onto were all natal demons. As for Kid, he didn't realize the horror of this matter. But they soon realized something. In the top lane, Kid's Azrael was pushed into the tower by Qin Fei's Lilith from the beginning. He could only wait until his HP was low and used skills to heal. Inevitably, he was licked by Lilith a few times. When he returned to the city with low HP, he was scared that Heart of Ice would suddenly rush out and take his head. However, Heart of Ice was now in the middle lane. System Heart of Ice, 1 kill, system enemy Heijiao has been killed. Not only did PG's formation change back to the one he liked, but he also changed his playstyle. For Jingyu, the combination of midlaners and junglers was the most comfortable. As for Kid's midlaner, he didn't get ganked much in the previous 3 rounds. In this round, he let down his guard and accidentally pushed too deep, allowing PG to easily take him down. Kid's only hope was in the bottom lane. Lly's Wami Liuhua had the ability to protect himself. With Saryer's support, he was able to push PG's 2 archers into the tower. However, the situation changed at the 6-minute mark. After Yi Hong and Jingyu worked together to kill Kid's midlaner, they immediately rushed to the bottom lane. As soon as Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury appeared, the enemy Sandy, who was lying in ambush nearby, attacked him. However, as soon as Sandy used his teleport skill, Yi Hong had Scarlet Fury cast crowd control. After successfully crowd controlling Sandy, he used a combo of ultimate skills one after another. In an instant, Sandy's health dropped to a critical level. The enemy Saryer used his ultimate to protect Sandy. Lly's Wami Liuhua immediately rushed over to kill Yi Hong. However, he didn't expect Yi Hong to decisively use Blink. While dodging his attack, Yi Hong escaped to the back of Luo Yiming and Hanleng. At this moment, Kid and the other 2 monsters were very close to each other. Their chests were almost touching each other's backs. This was a good opportunity. Jinyu's Heart of Ice decisively used snow traction and floated over to Sandy. No matter how many times they saw the special effects of Blizzard, they were still stunning and beautiful. In just a short moment, Kid and the other 2 monsters were frozen. Then, it was time for PG to kill them. System Heart of Ice, double kill. System enemy Sandy has been killed. System Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System enemy Wanmi Liuhua has been killed. System Dark Cupid, double kill. System enemy Saryer has been killed. Just like that, this small team battle at the bottom lane ended with PG trading 0 for 3. Wow, this was such a comfortable fight for PG. Tanghua actually wanted to say that it was a comfortable fight for her. She felt that every monster on PG's side was alive. They were so agile that they didn't look like they were controlled by humans. Aban smiled and explained in a more professional manner. It's obvious that PG had already discovered Sandy's position. Yezi Scarlet Fury showed up to bait Sandy, and he succeeded. He used his crowd control skills at critical moments, and he used Flash to escape at the right time. Then, there was Jinyu's Heart of Ice. His timing was perfect, and he used his ultimate to control Kid's 3 monsters. When Tanghua said it was comfortable, Aban also explained. In this round, PG's players basically got their first pick. Their understanding and familiarity with the skills of their monsters are incomparable to those of the previous 3 rounds. That's why this round went very smoothly, at least for now. Yes. Tanghua agreed. I think Kid's decision to give Dark Cupid to 1 was really unwise. Aban, this round will be dominated by PG2. Ahaf's prophecies were correct in most cases. Occasionally, there would be situations where he was a jinx, but he didn't waste his years as a commentator, so he would try his best to avoid being hit in the face. In other words, in his opinion, PG had a very high chance of defeating Kid in this round. After helping his 2 archers take down Kid's bottom lane tower, Jinyu's Heart of Ice returned to the city to recover, and then directly floated to the top lane. At this time, Qin Fei's Lilith pushed back Azrael and returned to the city. After comfortably clearing out the minions, he immediately rushed to the enemy's top lane. Jinyu's Heart of Ice was faster. When he got close to the Green Goblin pit, he followed up with Lilith and teleported there to punish them. It was another coordinated fight between the top and bottom lane. In today's 4 rounds, PG successfully stole countless monsters from Kid. Kid knew that they would steal, but he couldn't do anything to stop them. As a team that specialized in late-game play, Kid's goal in the early stages of the game was to stay low and play dirty. However, against PG, they couldn't even stay low. At the 13th minute, the 2 teams went straight to the middle lane and a huge team battle broke out. In the end, it ended with Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid's quadruple kill. Originally, he could have gotten a quintuple kill. However, just as he was about to get a quintuple kill, a heart of ice floated over. System, heart of ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Azrael has died. Luo Yiming, the commentator gave face and didn't say anything. He only said that PG 0 for 5 was very good. The comments were different. Frowny face. Ha 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 ha. I feel sorry for one. Getting a quintuple kill is the happiest thing. Ha ha ha. At this moment, one's heart is crumbling. Jinyu, you might not believe it, but it was Heart of Ice who did it. It has nothing to do with me. Getting a quintuple kill snatched was indeed a big deal. Luo Yiming's heart was crumbling at this moment. However, compared to getting a quintuple kill snatched, at this moment, he cared more about winning the competition. Luo Yiming, beat the dragon, beat the dragon, beat the dragon. Ah da 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 da. On the big screen, Dark Cupid was crazily attacking while rushing into the dragon pit from time to time. Then, he would be sent flying by the enraged magic dragon. He would rush again, and be sent flying again. Jinyu wanted to remind him not to worry, but after looking at the remaining HP of the magic dragon, he couldn't help but laugh. It didn't matter. System, Heart of Ice, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. After these two system notifications appeared on the screen, all the viewers who supported PG breathed a sigh of relief, while all the viewers who supported Kid were ashen. This was equivalent to announcing PG's victory and Kid's defeat. If Kid's opponent had been another team and gotten the magic dragon, then Kid would have had a chance to turn things around. But it just had to be PG. PG's team was the best at seizing opportunities to launch fierce attacks. Sure enough, after PG followed the magic dragon army and pushed down 2 towers in the middle lane, the entire team jumped over the towers and forcefully wiped out Kid. No matter how many times you saw the scene of a full team jumping over towers, it was still very exciting and shocking. A band was excitedly commentating, both the volume and the speed of his speech were at the limit of what he could do. Tanghua could only reply with, yes. From the side. Yes. Amazing. From the side. Everyone agreed with him. In the end, at the 21st minute of the game, PG successfully destroyed Kid's territory. At that time, Jinyu had just connected to the enemy Sandy with Heart of Ice. Before he could pull himself over, the screen suddenly broadcasted the scene of Kid's territory being destroyed, and the 2 big golden words victory popped up. And so, Jinyu pressed the W and stared blankly at the 2 big words, ushering in the victory of the 4th round. At the same time, it was also the victory of the finals. You won? Yi Hong raised his eyebrows. That's it? In the past, after winning a match, they would always shout and dance in excitement. But today, even Luo Yiming was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Hey, did we win? We're the champions? Han Leng wanted to say something but hesitated. He wanted to reply yes, but even he couldn't believe it. Had he really won? In the end, Jinyu released the W button and calmly announced the result. Yes, we won. We won the finals. Yi Hong said, oh. Luo Yiming, ah. After getting a positive answer, the two immediately jumped up from their chairs and hugged each other. Then, Han Leng jumped up and gave the two of them a big bear hug. Qin Fei raised his head and looked at them. He couldn't suppress the joy in his heart and laughed silently. Suddenly, Yi Hong shouted and reached out a hand to him. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. Qin Fei sneered and looked disgusted, but he still held his hand. After getting up, he reached out his hand to Jinyu. Thus, with the excited voices of the commentator and audience, the scene in the arena was shown on the screen. PG's 5 players were hugging each other. Everyone was unusually excited. The commentator and audience couldn't help but be excited. Emotions were contagious. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena reached a climax. Some people were laughing and laughing, but they actually burst into tears. They couldn't control their emotions no matter what. It really wasn't easy for PG to fight all the way here, but even so, they still won. They won the championship. They were the champions of the finals, but then again, defeating Kid 4-0, wasn't this a little too exaggerated? At this time, Li Yan and his teammates were having dinner outside to celebrate their team's 3rd place. No matter what, compared to last season, they had improved by 1 place. It was always good to improve. Suddenly, their coach looked at his cell phone and said, "The results of the finals are out. I bet on PG winning." Jingyu is too good to explain, Li Yan guessed casually and took a sip of his drink. The coach glanced at him and suddenly smiled slyly. "You won the bet. PG won the championship. The score is 4-0. Pfft, just like that, Li Yan spat out the drink he had just taken. Li Yan tilted his head as he spat. Thankfully, he didn't hit anyone or the food. However, he accidentally choked and coughed for a long time before he recovered. Then, he snatched the phone from the coach's hand and said in disbelief, "How is this possible?" He could believe that PG had won a narrow 4-3 victory over Kid, but a perfect 4-0 victory? What kind of cosmic joke was this? Don't forget, in the first round of the points competition, PG had been completely dominated by Kid. Li Yan's teammate seemed to be a little drunk. Seeing Li Yan's shocked expression, he laughed and leaned over. "Ha ha ha, what's with your expression? What are you looking at?" Li Yan exited the current page and searched again. After confirming that PG really had won 4-0 against Kid, he fiercely pinched his own leg. "Ouch, it hurts, it's not a dream. Holy shit, PG is too strong, isn't he?" Li Yan said as he threw the phone back to the coach. 4-0, where's the kid's face now? Li Yan's teammate didn't react. He asked in confusion, 4-0? What 4-0? Li Yan turned his head to look at him. After confirming that there was no food in his mouth, he calmly replied, "In the finals, PG won 4-0 against Kid." Holy shit? His teammate spat all over Li Yan's face. "Aw, so dirty," Li Yan said as he stood up from his chair and rushed to the bathroom. He went to wash his face. When the other teams found out about the score of the finals, they were all shocked. They couldn't believe that it was actually true, not to mention those who weren't there. Even those who had witnessed the entire process couldn't recover from the shock for a long time after the game ended. When PG won the fourth round in one go and the two golden words victory appeared on the screen, the entire stadium was silent for a few seconds. In those few seconds, there was complete silence. Even the sound of a needle dropping to the ground could be heard. A few seconds later, the commentator excitedly announced the result. Then, the stadium erupted with unprecedented applause and screams. The deafening sound almost blew off the roof of the stadium. The atmosphere reached its climax when the screen showed a close-up of the PG battle room. In the PG battle room, 5 people were huddled together and screaming crazily. Everyone's faces were filled with uncontrollable excitement. Their excitement was transmitted to everyone on the scene through the big screen, so much so that when the MVP animation was shown, the sound of the special effects and the demon's voice could not be heard at all. It was completely covered by the noise of the scene. In the end, the MVP award was given to Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid. However, whether it was the commentator or the audience, they all felt that there was no absolute MVP in this game. Every PG player was the MVP. After all, victory belonged to the entire team. The cheers of the audience did not stop for a long time. Kid and the other 4 walked down the stairs and left the stage amidst the cheers. The commentator chased after them and tried to persuade them to stay, but they pushed him away. In the end, he could only let them go. When he turned around, he saw the 5 PG players standing on the stage holding the championship trophy high and the audience going crazy. He sighed helplessly. This was good too. At this moment, the entire stadium belonged to PG. They were the champions of the finals, the overlords of the stadium. Quiet. Please be quiet. The host called out a few times before he managed to get the volume of the audience to drop slightly. Then, he began his interview. He faced the 5 PG players and asked, "How did you win against Kid?" The first to grab the microphone was always Luo Yiming. But this time, no one stopped him. He could answer the commentator's question without any scruples, because we are stronger than Kid. It's that simple. Such an arrogant response was indeed in line with his personality. Commentator, does Jingyu think so too? Jingyu was stunned when he was called out. He took the microphone and smiled. The winner must be strong. There's nothing wrong with that. His words were also quite domineering, but when he said it, it was a little cute. The commentator looked at Qin Fei. What did the captain say? Qin Fei took the microphone. Unlike his usual laziness and indifference, at this moment, he was actually smiling. I'm very happy. I've always wanted this trophy. I got it today. His tone was much softer than usual. But we won't stop here. If we have the chance to play in the international competition, we will continue to move forward. The stadium immediately burst into applause. This was a way to express their support and encouragement for PG. Yes, the domestic champion was dazzling, but above that, there was the international champion. PG wouldn't stop here. They would attack a higher goal. Now that they had won the championship trophy, they had to celebrate. After leaving the stadium, the 5 PG players and Fang Luofan went directly to a nearby hotel and booked a private room. Fang Luofan called Xiaoyun and asked if she was coming. Xiaoyun smiled and said, "No, it's just you 6 men tonight. But don't drink too much. Come back early." Fang Luofan, okay. Qin Fei poured himself a glass of red wine. He was about to pour a glass for Jingyu when he saw Jingyu cover his glass with both hands. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. Qin Fei raised an eyebrow. You're not drinking today? Jingyu covered his glass and nodded. I'm not drinking. Qin Fei, why? Jingyu remembered the last time he got drunk. He coughed awkwardly and lowered his head, not daring to look at Qin Fei. I'm scared of getting drunk. Qin Fei didn't expect him to give a reason so readily. He couldn't help but laugh and try to pry his hand away. You won't get drunk from red wine. We have to celebrate after winning the championship. Take your hand away, good boy. Jingyu originally wanted to resist, but when he heard good boy, he didn't know why, but his hand loosened and Qin Fei easily pried it away. Qin Fei poured half a glass of red wine into his glass and raised his full glass. Cheers. Everyone at the scene cooperated and responded to him. Cheers. Jingyu also obediently picked up his half glass of red wine and drank it all. After the dinner, it was time to sing karaoke. Jingyu was a little dizzy because of the wine, so he nestled in Qin Fei's arms and didn't sing much. But even if he wanted to sing, he couldn't get the microphone. Luo Yiming, the microphone hog, grabbed the microphone and sang a dozen songs without stopping. His stamina was really good. Han Leng also sang a few songs. Yi Hong sang a song. After satisfying himself, he let them be. By the time the 5 of them finished singing karaoke and returned to the club, it was almost midnight. He was tired and sleepy. He really wanted to go straight to bed without taking a shower. But Jingyu still took a hot shower and washed himself clean. He smelled good. Then he put on a bathrobe and stepped into Qin Fei's room. He sat on his bed and quietly waited for him to come back from his shower. He didn't forget that they had promised to get together after the game. Qin Fei was half asleep when he finished his shower. Then he yawned and went back to his room. When he saw Jingyu on his bed, he was stunned for a moment. Then he closed the door and said, I'm so sleepy. Let's talk tomorrow. Jingyu was a little disappointed, but it was indeed quite late. Just as he was about to get up, Qin Fei unexpectedly pulled him down on the bed. Sleep. With that, he reached out and turned off the lights. In the darkness, Jingyu blinked and felt the breath and warmth of the person beside him. He instantly calmed down and tried to burrow into Qin Fei's arms. Qin Fei chuckled and gently hugged him. Good night. Jingyu, good night, brother Fei. The next day, the 2 of them woke up in the same bed. It was strange. When Qin Fei was asleep, it was very easy for him to react to the movements around him. But today, when Jingyu rubbed against him a few times, not only did he not hit him, he hugged him even tighter and said drowsily, don't mess around. At this time, Jingyu had already woken up. He felt Qin Fei's hand touch his body. Where's his bathrobe? Jingyu touched his body for a long time, but he couldn't find it. He thought that he probably took it off because it was too hot after he fell asleep. He didn't care and let Qin Fei hold him in his arms. Then, he reached out for his phone and looked at the time. It was only 6 o'clock, and the alarm hadn't gone off yet. Thinking that he had nothing to do today, he simply turned off the alarm. Just as he was about to go on Weibo to see if there was any big news, he suddenly felt Qin Fei's hand move down. Jingyu stopped breathing. At this moment, his back was facing Qin Fei, and his back was pressed against his chest. Jingyu's hand gradually went limp, and the phone slipped onto the bed. He blinked and felt his own heartbeat. I can't be alone, right? Jingyu struggled on the bed for a while more before decisively turning around and tormenting Qin Fei's body. Being woken up by someone else, was there anything worse than this? When Qin Fei woke up and saw Jingyu lying on top of him, he didn't know what to say. So exciting so early in the morning? Jingyu rubbed his head against his chest. Let's do it. Qin Fei. So, that morning, the two of them made love for the first time. After they were done, they slept for a few hours. When it was close to noon, Yi Hong couldn't find Jingyu anywhere, and he instantly understood everything. It was common for Qin Fei to sleep until noon, but Jingyu had never slept in. If he slept in, then it would definitely be Qin Fei's fault. Yi Hong, we don't have to wait for them for lunch. Just the three of us will eat. Luo Yiming, huh? Why? Yi Hong smiled mysteriously. They had fun last night, so they must be tired. Let them sleep a little longer. Okay. Luo Yiming responded and complained in his heart, I sang a dozen songs in one go last night and I didn't feel tired at all. So, when Qin Fei and Jingyu finally got out of bed, everyone in the club had left and the door was locked. The two of them took a shower and went downstairs to eat breakfast. Qin Fei noticed that Jingyu would change his position every once in a while, so he knew that he was in pain. He sighed helplessly. Who told you to be so wild? Can't you take it easy for your first time? Jingyu coughed and replied vaguely with a bun in his mouth, it doesn't hurt. Qin Fei didn't say anything. He just raised his hand and gently touched Jingyu's head. Don't broadcast for a few days. Rest well. Jingyu hesitated. But today is the last day of the month, no broadcast. Qin Fei interrupted him. Just lie in bed today and don't do anything. Jingyu, okay. After Jingyu finished his breakfast, he obediently went to lie down on the bed. However, he couldn't sleep, so he picked up his phone and started scrolling through it. First, he opened Weibo and saw that the news of PG winning the championship was overwhelming. There was no trace of the Men in Black incident, so he was finally relieved. Then, he opened the chat and found that there were already 99+ messages in the LD Professional Circle group. There were countless messages from Li Yan declaring war on him. Jingyu ignored it and found Jiaoxi's chat. He opened it and organized his words. Jingyu, we won the finals. We beat Kid 4-0. We are the champions. Also, there's something I want to tell you. After he sent this message, he paused for a bit before sending the next one. Jingyu, I realized that I like Brother Fei, the captain of PG. Jingyu, we're together. After typing this line, Jingyu bit his lower lip. No matter how nervous he was, he decisively clicked send. Then, he threw his phone aside and didn't dare to look at Jiaoxi's reply. After a while, he picked up his phone and looked at it. There was no reply. He tossed his phone aside and closed his eyes in resignation. He decided that even if Jiaoxi objected, he would still want to be with Qin Fei. He would try his best to persuade Jiaoxi. However, what he didn't know was that Jiaoxi didn't have time to look at the reply at all. She received a message from an unknown number early in the morning. The content was, if you still want to continue your career, go downstairs now. Someone will pick you up. At first glance, the commanding tone sounded like a threat. Jiaoxi hesitated for a long time before she finally decided to go downstairs and take a look. However, as soon as she walked out of the door, she saw a polite man in a suit. Jiaoxi remembered him. He was the person who brought a group of bodyguards to PG Club the day before yesterday. Hello, Ms. Jiaoxi. My name is Tan Shouyuan. You can call me Little Tan. We should have met before. The man's voice was very magnetic and very pleasant to listen to. Jiaoxi sighed in relief and smiled. Yes, I remember you. What's the matter? Tan Shouyuan, it's like this. There's a very important matter that requires your cooperation. If this matter is successful, it will be good for you and Jingyu. So, I hope you can help. Jiaoxi hesitated for a moment. Can I ask what it is? Tan Shouyuan smiled and said calmly, I can only tell you that it's related to your career and your and Jingyu's past and future. As for the specifics, you'll know when you get in the car and meet with President Qi. Jiaoxi, President Qi? Tan Shouyuan, Qi Xian, the legal representative of Fei Xian Game and Entertainment Company, Limited. He paused and said, who knows, we might have a chance to cooperate in the future. In the end, Jiaoxi chose to get in the car. After a while, she appeared on the top floor of Fei Xian Game and Entertainment Company, Limited, which was Qi Xian's office. Qi Xian, sit. Jiaoxi sat down and sized up the woman behind the desk. The serious suit couldn't hide her beauty. She didn't wear too much makeup, but she gave a strong visual impact. Her red wavy hair cascaded behind her, vividly showing her temperament. To be honest, if Tan Shouyuan hadn't introduced this person to Jiaoxi in advance, Jiaoxi would have thought that she was a senior in the industry. Even if she didn't have any acting skills, she would definitely attract a lot of fans. While Jiaoxi was sizing up Qi Xian was also sizing up Jiaoxi. She was indeed good-looking, innocent, and a little cute. She was the type that most men liked. No wonder she was popular. Unfortunately, the dramas she acted in were really. Qi Xian put down the documents in her hand and said bluntly, to be honest, you're not a good actress. Jiaoxi was stunned for a moment and blinked her eyes in confusion. Qi Xian's second sentence, but you're a good mother. Jiaoxi, to Jiaoxi, these words were more like sarcasm than praise. Jiaoxi was silent for a while. And sighed helplessly. No, I'm not. Thinking about it carefully, I haven't really accompanied Xiaoyu. He has always been alone. I can't even do the most basic things for him. How can I be considered a good mother? Needless to say, she had wanted to kill Jingyu at the very beginning. It doesn't matter. Qi Xian said indifferently and gave Tan Shouyuan a look. Tan Shouyuan immediately turned on the projector and showed some photos to Jiaoxi. Then, under Jiaoxi's confused gaze, Qi Xian went straight to the point. I called you here for two things. First, you were followed on the way to PG Club and the photos were posted everywhere. Now, my men are helping to control the situation, so it hasn't blown up. But your relationship with Jingyu can't be hidden anymore, so you have to think about what to do. Second, the police haven't found out who sent the men in black, but according to my investigation, it must have something to do with the Qian Corporation. They almost hurt my son, so I have to take revenge, right? For example, let them go bankrupt or something. But I need your cooperation, so I want to ask if you're willing to do it? Jiaoxi was stunned. She had clearly heard the news that was disadvantageous to her, and the other party's tone was full of arrogance and condescension, but Jiaoxi didn't hate it at all. She even felt a little happy. She had a feeling that, as long as she cooperated with this woman, everything could be solved. Jiaoxi couldn't help but laugh. I'm willing to cooperate with you, and I'll follow your arrangements. Wow, that's straightforward. Qi Xian also laughed. Okay, sign these documents. Then, push back all your work for the next few days and follow me. Do whatever I ask you to do. This time, Jiaoxi didn't respond immediately. Instead, she tilted her head and asked curiously, can I ask why you want to help me? She looked innocent, but she wasn't that stupid. She knew that Qi Xian wanted to help her and Jingyu. But why? This wasn't the attitude a stranger should have towards another stranger. Qi Xian thought for a moment and said teasingly, but she didn't answer her question. My house is quite big, and I live alone. Do you want to move in with me? Jiaoxi, huh? If Jiaoxi moved in with her, Jingyu would definitely come. If Jingyu came, would Qin Fei dare to not come? Thinking of this, Qi Xian smiled. But this is a topic for another time. Let's solve the problem first. As for this matter, you can take your time to think about it. Jiaoxi didn't know how she returned to the law firm, and she didn't know what she had for lunch. She absent-mindedly asked for a week's leave, turned down all her work for the next week, and returned to the lounge to search for Qi Xian. She was a perfect Ms. Perfect, and a rich second-generation heir. Her parents lived abroad and were famous brand designers. Well, these weren't the main point. The main point was, did this person like men or women? If she had a son, she should have been with a man before. Then, the people she reposted and liked on Weibo were mostly young men. It didn't feel like they were gay. Then why did she invite her to move in with her? Xiaoxi sighed and picked up her phone to see if she had missed any news. Then, she saw Jingyu's message. He said that he was with Qin Fei. When Xiaoxi saw this message, her first reaction was, "Ah. I see. No wonder Qi Xian wanted to help me. They are in-laws." Her second reaction was, "Ah?" Xiaoxi was surprised that her son was gay. She found it unbelievable. However, she quickly accepted it and even felt a sense of relief. To be honest, she didn't want Jingyu to get married and have children. She wanted him to do whatever he wanted with his life and not be tied down by anything. She wanted him to be free and happy. However, Jingyu's life could only be decided by Jingyu himself. Therefore, she never urged him to find a girlfriend, nor did she deliberately stop him. She only reminded him not to be deceived by women. And now, he had found his own happiness. Xiaoxi was sincerely happy for him. She replied to him, "Pretty good. You guys should be happy." Xiaoyun and Qi Xian were both following up on the men in black. The 5 PG players didn't care at all and were busy with other things. "Yi Hong, it's a new month. Let's go live?" The 5 of them had signed a contract with JJ Live. From today onwards, each of them had to livestream for at least an hour every day. After a day of rest, Jingyu didn't hurt as much as before. He sat on the gaming chair and was eager to give it a try. It was his first time streaming with his teammates. It was quite novel. However, Luo Yiming, "I'm going out with someone today. I'll stream tonight." "Hanleng, I'm going back to my hometown today. I'll be back in a few days." "Okay, then." Yi Hong looked at Qin Fei and Jingyu on his right. "What about you guys?" Jingyu, "Stream." Qin Fei, "Let's stream." Thus, the 5 black players became 3 black players. The remaining 2 players could only be randomly matched. After the 3 of them started streaming, Yi Hong pulled Qin Fei and Jingyu into his room and clicked on the match button. During the match, Yi Hong couldn't help but say, "When the C position isn't there, it's like a phone can't receive a signal." "You're panicking." Jingyu was calm. "It's fine. I'm here. I'll carry you in the jungle." As soon as he finished speaking, the match was successful and they entered the ban and pick segment. Then, Jingyu looked at the ID of one of his teammates and was slightly stunned. Li Yan? They were randomly matched with 2 teammates. One ID was Valiant King Kong Loli. It was obvious that she was an ordinary passerby. The other was Bal Cien. Wasn't that Li Yan's professional account? Friend, Valiant King Kong Loli, F***CK. Jingyu and Li Yan? In person? Friend, Bal Cien, yo. Friend, Jingyu, not salted fish, yes, in person. Friend, PG Leafs, I'm in person too. Friend, Valiant King Kong Loli, I'm your fan. I'll rely on you guys to carry me in this round. Friend, Jingyu, not salted fish, okay, I'll carry you in the jungle. Friend, Bal Cien, no, I'll carry you in the jungle. As the messages spread, both sides each banned 2 strong versions. Then, it was their turn to pick demons. Jingyu and Li Yan instantly locked down Heart of Ice and Sword Burial. Friend, Jingyu, not salted fish, I'll carry you in the jungle. Friend, Bal Cien, I'll carry you in the jungle. Both of them brought discipline and chose to carry the jungler outfit. Friend, Jingyu, not salted fish, I'll carry you in the jungle. Friend, Bal Cien, I'll carry you in the jungle. Next, the message box was basically filled with the words, "I'll carry you in the jungle." The 2 of them crazily spammed the screen, neither of them willing to give in. Friend, Valiant King Kong Loli, Yi Hong looked at the countdown with only 5 seconds left and said, "I think it's also possible to carry you in the jungle." As soon as he finished speaking, the countdown ended and both sides entered the battlefield. Their lineup was Heart of Ice and Sword Burial in the jungle. There was no support. If the 3 of them opened the bullet screen, they would know that their netizens in the live stream were laughing like crazy. I'm dying of laughter. Jingyu and Li Yan are too cute. We can lose the competition, but we can't give them the jungler position. Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to how they'll play this round. The match began. Li Yan's Sword Burial charged into the enemy's jungle as soon as he entered the battlefield. Jinyu's Heart of Ice was farming in his own jungle, while Lian's Sword Burial was farming in the enemy's jungle. They did not interfere with each other. Then, in the second minute, Lian's Zong sword directly found the enemy jungler and fought him one-on-one without saying a word, killing him in minutes. Jinyu's Heart of Ice ganked the mid lane without hesitation and killed the enemy's mid laner. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Satan is dead. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Heijiao is dead. At the 5th minute, Sword Burial and Heart of Ice both reached level 6. Lian's Sword Burial charged out of the enemy's jungle and killed the enemy's top laner. Jinyu's Heart of Ice controlled the enemy's bottom laner and obtained a double kill with the cooperation of their side's marksman. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Azrael is dead. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy's mid laner is dead. System, Heart of Ice, 2 kill. System, enemy's mermaid is dead. Jinyu was in the lead in terms of kills, however, Lian's Sword Burial quickly rushed to the mid lane and killed the enemy's mid laner. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Heijiao is dead. The two top junglers in the country brought the entire team's rhythm. Heads flew everywhere they went. Not only that, but both sides' jungles were also occupied by the two of them. At the 6th minute of the match, their economy was already in the lead. The enemy jungler had no jungler to farm, and his economy was even lower than the enemy's support. Finally, at the 14th minute, the enemy team was wiped out and surrendered. The screen began to play the animation of the enemy's territory being destroyed, followed by the word victory in gold. In the end, the MVP award for this round was given to Jinyu's Heart of Ice. However, Jinyu's win was not complete because he did not get as many kills as Lian. It was only because he had more assists and a higher participation rate that his MVP was 0. 1 higher than Lian's Sword Burial. Again. Jinyu said. Yihong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's enough, you two. It's a good thing that you were matched up with a random player. If a pair of junglers were matched up with a professional player, they would be beaten to death. Qingfei didn't care. Come on, it's not a competition. As long as you're happy. Thus, when the three of them returned to the team page, Jinyu decisively invited Li Yan, and Li Yan accepted the invitation without hesitation. As soon as he entered, he couldn't help but shout frowny face friendly, BALCN, Jinyu. Solo, friendly, PG Leafs. Solo? Why the hell did you come in? Jinyu didn't reply. He took the time to open the bullet screen and saw that the screen was full of gifts from his fans. He was shocked and thanked them all. When they saw that he was looking at the bullet screen, the fans sent gifts even more diligently. They also seized the opportunity to send a few more messages. Frowny face, you two are too cute. Can you carry a pair of junglers? Facts have proven that as long as you're strong enough, you can handle any team. Jinyu thanked them again and closed the bullet screen when Yihong clicked start. This time, they were matched up with a teammate with the ID and Fly. Isn't this End's jungler? When Fly realized that both Li Yan and Jinyu were in the team, he was devastated. He broke down and sent a string of ellipses. Friendly, and Fly, friendly, BALCN, yo. Friendly, it's Jinyu, not salted fish, what a coincidence. Friendly, BALCN, don't steal my jungler. Friendly, it's Jinyu, not salted fish, my lines. Friendly, BALCN, all jungler. Friendly, it's Jinyu, not salted fish, all jungler. Friendly, BALCN, all jungler. Friendly, it's Jinyu, not salted fish, all jungler. Just like that, the chat was flooded with messages from the two of them. Yihong laughed so hard that he almost couldn't hold the mouse. Can you two consider Little Fly's feelings? For the first ban, the system chose to let Li Yan ban. Li Yan didn't hesitate to ban Heart of Ice. Friendly, it's Jinyu, not salted fish, F*CKU. For the second ban, the system chose to let Jinyu ban. Jinyu didn't hesitate to ban Sword Burial, Friendly, BALCN, F*CK, Friendly, and Fly. Then, when it was their turn to pick, Li Yan insta-killed Moonshade Spider, and Jinyu insta-killed Glimpse Shadow. Obviously, it was another double jungler. Little Fly silently locked Maha and walked down. Yihong clicked on the bullet screen and almost fainted from laughter. Little Fly, I feel wronged, but I won't say it. I really feel sorry for Little Fly, but why do I feel like laughing? Ha ha ha, Little Fly is too pitiful, right? Then, a second before entering the battlefield, Little Fly changed the sprite commandeering from heal to punishment. For a moment, the bullet screen went crazy. Those who saw this scene all used exclamation marks to fill the screen. Yi Hong couldn't help but say, F***ck, Little Fly is very strong. Can 3 junglers work? Jingyu was silent for a moment. Can you kill your teammates? After the match started, Li Yan indeed rushed straight to the enemy's jungle and killed the enemy jungler. After Jingyu got the buff to recover his mana, he failed to gank the mid laner. He turned around and went to the top lane, working together with Qin Fei to kill the enemy's top laner. Then, the two of them went to steal the green goblin from the enemy's jungle. After Little Fly forced the enemy's archer to retreat, he went to his own jungle and started farming the junglers there. Yi Hong was laughing so hard that he didn't have the mood to play anymore. The junglers say that we can't afford to keep so many junglers. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jingyu's glimpse shadow go big. With a whoosh, he appeared in front of Little Fly and used punishment to steal the purple goblin from the jungle. How could he go big just to steal his teammate's jungler? Little Fly didn't care and returned to the bottom lane to continue clearing the troops. At this moment, Li Yan rushed to his own jungle with a long tail. His Moonshade Spider was low on health and behind him were the enemy's jungler, mage, archer, and support. He rushed straight to Jingyu and then went behind him with a flash. What the F***ck? Jingyu's glimpse shadow was on cooldown and could only rely on displacement to escape. In order to protect Li Yan's Moonshade Spider, he chose a bad direction. However, the enemy's Heijiao also had displacement. After catching up to him, he immediately threw out a water spout. After pushing him up, he immediately used a big shot to kill him. The 3 buffs on Glimpse Shadow went to Heijiao just like that. However, the moment Glimpse Shadow died, Li Yan's Moonshade Spider changed forms and caught up to Heijiao, killing him with a combo. The buffs on Heijiao went to Li Yan. In addition to Li Yan's original buff, he had 4 buffs. At this moment, Little Fly rushed in the direction of the enemy archer. Li Yan's Moonshade Spider hurriedly followed, wanting to finish off the archer's remaining health. However, Little Fly suddenly stopped attacking, causing their damage output to be cut off. Li Yan's Moonshade Spider was killed by the enemy archer. Little Fly flashed over and dealt the final blow, killing the enemy archer. Okay, the last owner of the 4 buffs is Little Fly. Friendly, Ball CN, friendly, Jingyu not salted fish, friendly, Ain Fly, What happened? Friendly, Ball CN, don't F** King leave after school. Yi Hong was laughing so hard that he accidentally rushed into the enemy's defense tower and was killed by the tower. System, tragedy, our Scarlet Fury has been killed by the enemy's defense tower. System, our Scarlet Fury has been killed. At this moment, the comments frowny face ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. He did it on purpose. Little Fly definitely did it on purpose. Li Yan did it on purpose too. Only now did I know that junglers can lead the tempo and screw over their teammates. The situation just now could be summarized like this: Li Yan led the enemy demon into his own jungle and killed Jingyu. Then, Little Fly led the tempo and lured Li Yan to collect the enemy archer's head. At the crucial moment, he lost a bit of damage output and killed Li Yan. And all of this was to steal the buffs from the wild monsters. What kind of F** King game was this? Yi Hong, ha 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 ha. This story tells us that we must never provoke our team's jungler. Otherwise, we won't even know how we died. That being said, they still won this game in the end. They wiped out the enemy team at the 15-minute mark and obtained the magic dragon. The moment when the 3 punishments emptied the magic dragon's health bar, it felt so good that it exploded. The MVP of this game was Little Fly. Then, the QQ group named LD Pro Circle instantly became lively. Ball C Li Yan, Little Fly, come solo. A Little Fly, Ball C Li Yan, if you have the ability to steal the buffs, then come solo. Ball C Bonehead, What happened? SKR. 1 Usher, steal the buffs? Did you guys team up? A Little Fly, Bonehead, actually it's like this. I saw that your Yen shamelessly killed PG's little Jingyu in order to get the buffs from the wild monsters. So, I killed him back and avenged little Jingyu. SKR. 1 Ah sure, why did it involve Jingyu again? You guys are in a team? SKR. 1 Ah sure, isn't this stealing the jungler position to death, SKR? 1 Ah sure, so who's going to be the jungler in the end? Ball C Li Yan, I'll be the jungler. PG Jingyu, I'll be the jungler. A little fly, I'll be the archer. A little fly, but I brought punishments. SKR. 1 Ah sure, SKR. 1 Ah sure, the third jungler, didn't get scolded by your teammates? PG Yezi, lol, I'm the teammate who wanted to scold you but died laughing on the keyboard. PG Qin Fei, I'll be the top laner. I suddenly remembered that I can also be the jungler. Do you want to do it? PG Yezi, what are you doing? PG Qin Fei, Satan will be the top laner, bring punishments. PG Yezi, awesome, awesome, awesome. PG Yezi, I'm leaving. Yihong decided to play solo instead. In the previous round, he had been laughing like crazy the entire time and was not in the mood to compete. In the end, his results were too horrible to look at. His fans had flooded him with ruined reputation. He decided to solo to save his image. In the end, Little Fly accepted Li Yan's challenge and played a solo match with him. Of course, Li Yan won. Li Yan, who was not satisfied, went to find Jingyu. The two of them played 3 solo matches in a row, winning and losing. At 6 p.m., Jingyu started streaming for another 2 hours. As expected, he was more used to streaming at this time and decided to stream at this time in the future. Hence, Xiaoyun had another job, editing videos for them and posting them on various platforms. She also selected some interesting ones to submit to LD's official website. At the same time, she was following up on the Men in Black. The results were already out. The police followed the clues and traced the Men in Black to Qian Enterprise. However, there were some problems in the process and it was difficult to continue the investigation. However, a few days later, the police, who had told her that it was not easy to deal with this matter and that they were thinking of a solution, changed their words the next day. The Qian family is in trouble this time. Don't worry, we'll definitely give you a satisfactory result. The real result of this matter was a week later. Qian Jingjia was arrested by the police for intentional homicide, which shocked Xiaoyun. She finally came back to her senses and posted a statement on her official Weibo. The general content was that the Men in Black incident was a farce created by a parent to get her son to quit the esports industry. There was no mention of who the parent and son were, nor was there any mention of anything unrelated to the Men in Black incident. In short, it gave an explanation to the netizens who were still thinking about the incident and put an end to it. Jingyu also heard about Qian Jingjia's arrest, but his heart did not waver at all. To him, Qian Jingjia was a stranger. Forget about being arrested, even if he died, it was none of his business. He only needed to know one thing, and that was, from now on, this person would never cause trouble for him again. A few days later, Jingyu's mother, Jiaoxi, revealed her relationship with him and even her background. She also announced that she was ready to leave the industry. She thought that a lot of people would scold her. After all, she had hidden it for so many years. However, whether it was because her background was too tragic or because she was too beautiful, there were actually more people trying to persuade her to stay on Weibo. Originally, Jingyu was prepared to take care of Jiaoxi after she left the industry. With his current monthly income, he could definitely provide Jiaoxi with enough food and clothing. In the end, a few days later, Jiaoxi posted on Weibo again with 9 photos. The 8 photos were of her and a very beautiful woman, and in the middle was the logo of a variety show. The caption was, "President Xi said that my acting skills were not good enough, so I quit. This variety show looks fun, I'm going to participate." Jingyu? Qin Fei? Jingyu, who is President Xi? Qin Fei, my mom. Jingyu, huh? Then, the two of them found out that their mothers had lived together a week ago and were as close as real sisters. Qi Xian sent a message to Qin Fei, "Ha ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. I went to watch a horror movie with a friend today. She was so scared that she screamed and scared everyone around her. You don't know how they looked at her. It was so creepy, ha ha ha." Jiaoxi, Jingyu, I will never go to the cinema to watch a horror movie in my life. Especially with a friend who will scare you from time to time. Wow, that was too scary, okay? Don't you know that you can scare people to death, Qin Fei? Is your friend called Jiaoxi, Jingyu? Is your friend called Xian? During the weekend, Qin Fei said that he wanted to take Jingyu to see his mother, and Jingyu agreed without hesitation. He also wanted to see how his mother was doing at Xian's house. However, he didn't get to see her. Jiaoxi wasn't at Xian's house these days. She was filming a variety show. Knowing that Jiaoxi wasn't there, Jingyu instantly became nervous. He sat opposite Xian and didn't dare to look up at her face. In contrast, Xian looked at him carefully for a while and couldn't help but laugh. You're really as good-looking as your mother. She paused and said, you came just in time. I prepared some clothes for you. Do you want to try them on? Jingyu didn't think much of it and nodded. Okay. However, before he could get up, Qin Fei frowned and said, hey, you said not to bully him. Xian glanced at him lazily and said, call me mother. Qin Fei clicked his tongue and said, well then, mother, since you've seen him, we'll be leaving if there's nothing else. After that, he grabbed Jingyu's hand and pulled him out of the door. Jingyu was confused. He thought that this wasn't good, but he still let Qin Fei pull him away. However, they didn't leave in the end. Because Xian said, there are still the clothes that Jiaoxi prepared for him. This was the truth. Jiaoxi did buy some new clothes for Jingyu, but she didn't have time to tell him. Jingyu tried on the clothes his mother bought for him. Qin Fei couldn't stop him, so he could only resign himself to fate and stay. However, before he could sit down on the sofa, Xian sent him away. I suddenly remembered that we don't have any rice wine to cook. Go buy a bottle. Qin Fei said, why don't I remember you knowing how to cook? Xian said, I don't know how to cook, but Jiaoxi does. Qin Fei, Xian, are you going or not? All right. Qin Fei walked out of the door impatiently. Before he left, he couldn't help but remind her again, don't bully him. Although he said that, he thought that Jingyu was not someone who would be bullied by others. If Xian really made him wear women's clothing, even if he really didn't want to, he would still refuse, right? In the end, after buying the rice wine, Qin Fei saw Jingyu in a Lolita dress with long hair that reached her waist. Qin Fei, Jingyu coughed, obviously feeling a little embarrassed. When he saw that Xian had prepared a dress for him, he really wanted to refuse at first. However, Xian was Qin Fei's mother after all. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on her. Moreover, Qin Fei was away, so there was no one to support him. This was the result. I knew it would fit. Xian said as she took out her phone to take a photo of Jingyu. Jiaoxi has worn this dress before, but her breasts are too big. It doesn't look as good as yours. Jingyu, Qin Fei, Xian put down her phone and looked at Qin Fei. Does it look good? Qin Fei. Yes. Jingyu, Xian was right. Jingyu was indeed very suitable for women's clothing. If he stood there and didn't speak or walk, no one would believe that he was a man. Xian, do you want to go out for a walk? Jingyu. Qin Fei, hey, that's enough. Qin Fei said as he pulled Jingyu into the room and asked him to change. Xian sighed. However, what Jingyu didn't know was that Xian had edited the photo of him in women's clothing and sent it to Qin Fei. Then, Qin Fei secretly set it as his chat background. The new season soon arrived. The MOBA game, Devil Lord, had a lot of new monsters. The 5 players of PG had to fight their way up the rankings and train new monsters. In addition, they had to livestream for an hour every day. They were extremely busy. At this time, the original mid laner of Team DJSS, AMM, came to PG during the summer vacation. They had no choice but to put the formation of the second team on the agenda. They couldn't kick out someone who they had promised to take in, not to mention that AMM was indeed a very talented player. Although his playstyle was imitating Yi Hong's, his own talent wasn't any worse than Yi Hong's. In fact, he was even more talented than Yi Hong. Soon, the players of PG cleaned up Xiao Yun's room and changed it into a new training room with 5 sets of esports equipment. Then, Feng Luofan found a young archer named Xiaoyao at a godlike speed. Yes, it was a girl. Yi Hong said in a tone as if he had seen through everything. Kid poached her, right? Feng Luofan, you found out. Obviously, Feng Luofan was still hostile towards Kid's team. In fact, after PG won the 4th LDPL finals, Kid lowered his face and invited them to a training match. PG agreed, but the members of the two teams didn't communicate during the training match. Their relationship was still very tense. Feng Luofan went to investigate Kid's enemy whenever he was free. Then, he noticed Xiaoyao. This young archer was obviously good at playing, but because she was a girl, she was ostracized by Kid. Feng Luofan had wanted to poach her for a long time. Therefore, as soon as the new training room was built, he couldn't wait to extend an olive branch to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao nodded without hesitation. Xiaoyao was a year younger than Ai Min. She was much more lively than Ai Min. She was a girl, but her words were even more flirtatious than Ai Min's. When the two of them were in a duo, Ai Min basically said, "I'm coming, archer seduce. Come back, don't go up, listen to my commands. Come, hit the magic board. Okay, push the tower." Xiaoyao was like this, "Don't run, if you have the guts, come at me." Wow, you're chasing after a girl. Don't you feel embarrassed? Little brother, come at me? I'm a lowly. F*ck, this damage hurts. I'm leaving. With the 2C positions, Feng Luofan was still lacking a top laner, jungler, and support. In the end, someone took the initiative to look for him. I'm Chu Jian, the original ZHIS of Momo team. The young man with a black eye patch placed one hand in front of his chin and said in a childish manner, "Do you still remember me, Goldfish? Jingyu. You're the jungler who has been focused on stealing dragons for 100 years, right?" It was hard to forget this iconic Chinibyu. Chu Jian, yes, it's me. So, I heard that you've started to form a second team? Do you lack a jungler? Feng Luofan, take off your eye mask, we can still consider it. Chu Jian, QAQ together with Chu Jian was the original Momo team's support, Tang Yin. The two of them were the same age, but Tang Yin looked much more mature. The deepest impression that Momo team left on Feng Luofan was that they had never lost in stealing dragons. Chu Jian was really unscrupulous in order to steal dragons. Even if he died, he wanted to die in the dragon pit. At that time a bunch of people laughed to death. It could be seen that Chu Jian had potential and could try to nurture him. As for Tang Yin, since PG Team 2 lacked everything now, it was not a bad idea to stay for the time being. Just like that, PG Team 2 gathered 4 people and only lacked a top laner. Unexpectedly, PG still had to find a top laner. However, before finding a top laner, there was still a problem to consider. It was the name of PG Team 2. Since it was the name of Team 2, Qin Fei suggested that they think of it themselves. Unexpectedly, that afternoon, Team 2 finalized the name of the team, PMG. Yi Hong, why PMG? Luo Yiming, because AMM is a mid laner, so we put AMM in the middle? Jingyu, I don't think so, Feng Luofan coughed. PMG's full name is Play More Gaily. It means to have more fun. Qin Fei, Han Ling exclaimed, what the F*ck? Qin Fei felt that the name PMG was regrettable. When he first heard it, he rejected it in his heart. However, this was the name of Team 2, and they seemed to be quite satisfied, so he didn't say anything. As long as they were happy. After all, Mai's team name was still Mom. What did Mai say? Just like that, PG Team 2's team name was finalized. Their last top laner was recommended by Ball C Team's top laner, Bonehead, who said that he was his younger brother by 2 years. Since Ball C didn't plan to form Team 2 and didn't need a substitute, Bonehead recommended his brother to play after learning that Team 2 lacked a top laner. Bonehead's real name was Ding Qing, and his brother was Ding Yang. Everyone in PG liked to call Ding Yang Little Bonehead, so Ding Yang was very open-minded and changed his professional ID to PMG Spone. Well, Bonehead's ID was Ball C Bone. Just like that, the members of Team 2 were pieced together. Top laner, PMG Spone, Ding Yang, mid laner, PMGM, AI Min, Archer, PMG Xiao, Support, PMG Kins, Tang Yin, Jungler, PMG Jis, Chu Jian. Since they were all gathered, they had to play a mock match to see how it went. Team 2's first mock match was against Team 1. Before the match started, Ding Yang was very nervous. I'll die if I play against Brother Fei. Xiao comforted him heartlessly. You're already a skeleton, how can you die? Ha 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 ha. AI Min didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't panic, listen to my commands later. Tang Yin, archers can follow me, I have good awareness. Chu Jian, the magic dragon is mine. Soon, the match started. The last demons that both sides locked onto were PG, Lilith, Realm God, Dark Cupid, Heijiao, Bladeless Death PMG, Undying, Nine-Tailed Fox, Garden of Sin, Flower in the Mirror, Heart of Ice. Ji Yan took the Heart of Ice? Yi Heng raised his eyebrows. Brave warrior. Jingyu was non-committal. Heart of Ice wouldn't be able to steal a dragon, would it? Feng Luofan was standing in PMG's training room. He was also surprised when he saw the lineups of both teams through Tang Yin's screen. The new demons are appearing quite frequently? Tang Yin replied, the new magical beasts will definitely be very strong. Their usage rate in the next Pro League will probably be very high. Indeed, the new demons that had appeared this season had all leaped to become the strongest players in the version, especially the top laner Immortal and the mid laner Realm God. Their damage was heaven-defying and they were simply devils. When it came to the Pro League, it would either be banned or stolen. After entering the battlefield, Jingyu sent his Bladeless Man to the jungle. With this lineup, he had to help Qin Fei. Otherwise, Qin Fei's Lilith would be beaten to death by the enemy's Immortal. Bladeless Man's appearance was that of a young girl with pale skin and bandages wrapped around her face. Her tattered clothes and body full of scars made her look like she had walked out of hell. She had no weapons and relied on her nails to fight. Each of her nails was longer than a finger and extremely sharp. Obviously, this was another assassin-type jungler. When she had first appeared, she had been ridiculed by netizens for being more fragile than Heart of Ice and not playable at all. However, a few days later, they were slapped in the face by Jingyu's Bladeless Man's Pentakill livestream. As expected of the #1 assassin in the country. In this world, there was probably no assassin-type jungler that Jingyu couldn't control. Bladeless Man's first skill, Sharp Claw, was a close-range attack skill that could only be used at close range. This was one of the aspects that made her inferior to Heart of Ice. However, her second skill, Burrow, could burrow into the ground and accelerate to appear below the enemy's demon to deal damage. It was much safer than Heart of Ice's displacement skill. It was a bit like a low-level version of Plunder Shadow. Plunder Shadow could rely on big moves to escape, but Bladeless Man could also rely on Burrow to escape. For Jingyu, it was quite difficult for him to die while using these two demons. Yes, he was that confident and arrogant. After Jingyu had cleared all the jungles in the upper jungle, Bladeless Man had risen to level 3 and gained the passive ability to recover health. He immediately rushed to the top lane and prepared to gank the enemy's top laner at any time. The enemy's top laner, Dingyang Lilbone, had an Undying Demon. The Undying Demon was jokingly called brainless by netizens because this demon's skills were too simple and crude. Once you had this demon, you could just mindlessly fight it. The first skill strengthened your own damage, the second skill healed your own health, and the big move strengthened your attack while draining your health. In short, it was a demon that a newbie could use blindly to kill an experienced player under the tower. Yes, so Dingyang Lilbone's Undying Demon was currently suppressing Qin Fei's Lilith under the tower. Qin Fei, TSK, too sick. Jingyu, are you talking about Lilbone or the Undying Demon? Qin Fei, Undying Demon. Damn it. I'll write my name backwards next season. Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This demon was indeed sick. After all, there weren't many people who could suppress Qin Fei under the tower. Jingyu crouched in the bushes for a while. When the Undying Demon approached, he immediately let Bladeless Man burrow into the ground and quickly moved under the Undying Demon. After burrowing out of the ground, he instantly used the skill Sharp Claw and scratched off nearly a third of the Undying Demon's health. Almost at the same time, Qin Fei's Lilith activated Drain and used Sprite Commandeering Corrosion to attack the Undying Demon to death. However, in the end, the two of them still couldn't kill Ding Yang's undying demon, and it successfully escaped back under the tower. Qin Fei and Jingyu both had low health and had no choice but to hide under their own towers and click Return City. At this moment, a cold light connected to Qin Fei in the tower. It was Jesus' heart of ice. Qin Fei and Jingyu had already expected this. When they saw the cold light, they immediately stopped returning to the city and released skills in the direction of Heart of Ice. Thus, Jesus' Heart of Ice pulled itself under the tower and was already low health. The moment Jingyu got close to it, it was almost hopeless. But it still struggled to throw out a skill before it died and successfully hit Qin Fei's Lilith. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, our Lilith has died. System, Bladeless Man, 1 kill. System, enemy Heart of Ice has died. 1 for 1. After Jingyu used his Bladeless Man to kill Heart of Ice, he said as he clicked Return City. Then, he couldn't help but sigh. Jiyan's reaction is quite fast. On the other side, Chu Jiyan was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Wow, AI Min, I didn't believe you. AI Min replied calmly, if you didn't gank at that time, when would you? You didn't get a double kill because you weren't good enough. That's right, Chu Jiyan only went to gank under AI Min's orders. 5 minutes later, the demons on both sides reached level 6. The moment Jihong leveled up to level 6, he flashed towards AI Min's 9-tailed demon fox and unleashed his Realm God. Realm God was a new mid-laner. It was a combination of mage and control, and its damage was explosive. Realm God's ultimate skill, for Directions Realm, had an extremely beautiful special effect. For golden walls surrounded 9-tailed fox, causing continuous damage and slowing effects. 9-tailed fox could jump over the walls to escape, but the wall's damage was much higher than the walls. What to do was a problem. AI Min's choice was to decisively give up Flash and escape towards the second tower. However, while she was escaping, she suddenly had a very bad premonition. Sure enough, as soon as she ran out of the first tower's attack range, a girl in tattered clothes drilled out of the ground in a strange posture. Her 5 fingers formed a blade and scratched away her remaining HP. System, Bladeless Man, 1 kill. System, enemy 9-tailed fox has died. AI Min. You scared me. Xiao, ha ha ha. I guess the officials have been obsessed with zombies recently. Bladeless Man was indeed a zombie. When such a pale girl with bandages and wounds suddenly drilled out of the ground, anyone would be shocked. Another zombie was the Undying, whose image was a handsome man carrying a coffin. Realm God was probably the most normal of the new devils. He was a beautiful blonde man floating in the air. His appearance was very good, and his image was more feminine. He wore a very luxurious robe, revealing his flat chest and long slender legs. It could be said that he was very sexy. Unfortunately, Yihong was a straight man who only had eyes for 9-tailed fox's chest. Ayaya, my Jiao is so beautiful. Hanleng, wake up. Your Jiao is now an enemy. In the bottom lane, Luo Yiming and Xia Yao were facing each other. They had been in a deadlock since the start of the game. This season, mage support was popular, so Hanleng took Hejiao. However, mage support couldn't tank damage. In this game, in order to protect Luo Yiming, he was injured several times by Xia Yao Sin Garden and had to return to the city frequently to recover. Sin Garden was a sickly little loli with roses blooming all over her body. She had a displacement skill similar to Heart of Ice, but her displacement skill vines could only connect to teammates. After Flower in the Mirror controlled someone, Sin Garden could immediately use vines to connect herself to the enemy. This was one of the more popular bottom lane compositions this season. Wind of Condensation was completely ignored. Sin Garden also had a control skill, Rose Trap. It controlled the enemy devil and dealt continuous damage for a period of time. The advantage of this skill was that it had a large attack range, so it basically wouldn't miss. The disadvantage was that once the enemy devil escaped, the actual damage dealt would be far lower than expected. Before the start of the mock competition, Fang Luofan was more worried about the two players. One was Ding Yang, and the other was Tang Yin. However, now it seemed that Tang Yin's support skill was even better than Hanleng's. Unlike Hanleng, who was an all-rounder who could play any position, Tang Yin was a support. He clearly knew what to do when and what to do. He kept whispering reminders to Xiaoyao, who was next to him. He led the tempo of the bottom lane so fast that not only was Luo Yiming unable to kill them, but he was also faintly being suppressed by them. Fang Luofan felt that if Tang Yin was in command, the effect might be better than if Ai Min was in command. Maybe he could let them take turns to command, in the bottom lane of PMG, because Tang Yin led the tempo. He and Xiaoyao didn't die even once in the first 10 minutes. At the 11th minute, Chu Jian's Heart of Ice came to the bottom lane. The moment Tang Yin's flower in the mirror used flash to control Luo Yiming and Han Leng, he connected Heart of Ice to Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid and floated over for a big one. A blizzard engulfed the two of them, freezing them to the point that they couldn't move. Xiaoyao immediately sent her Sin Garden over and used her ultimate move without hesitation. The special effect of Rose Trap was very beautiful. As the vines intertwined, blood-red roses bloomed one after another, releasing a black miasma. However, before Xiaoyao could kill Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid, Jingyu's bladeless sacrifice suddenly rose from the ground and used the skill Sharp Claw to take out more than half of Sin Garden's health. Then, he used the big move Slayer's Will to increase his movement and attack speed. With 2 stabs, Sin Garden's health bar was almost empty. It was almost an instant kill. System, bladeless sacrifice, 1 kill. System, the enemy Sin Garden has been killed. However, almost at the same time, Chu Jian's Heart of Ice also used the same skill to kill Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, the enemy's Dark Cupid has been killed. Bladeless Soul could recover 30% of the player's HP by killing the enemy magical beasts while it was on. After Jingyu's bladeless sacrifice killed Sin Garden, his health bar was instantly full. He rushed to Heart of Ice with full health and sent him back to the fountain with a few hits. He had avenged Luo Yiming. System, bladeless sacrifice, double kill. System, the enemy's Heart of Ice has been killed. Tang Yin looked at the distance between Flower in the Mirror and his own defense tower. He knew that even if he used Blink, he wouldn't be able to escape from bladeless sacrifice. He sold his shoes and used his AD to kill Heijiao. Then, he laid down on the ground. System, Flower in the Mirror, 1 kill. System, the enemy's Heijiao has been killed. System, bladeless sacrifice, triple kill. System, the enemy's Flower in the Mirror has been killed. In the bottom lane, PG traded 2 for 3 and won the battle. Then, Jingyu had bladeless sacrifice remove the minions and followed his own minions into the tower. He couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, you can't relax when fighting against the second team. Hanleng agreed. Yeah, they're stronger than I thought. 10 minutes later, the magic dragon spawned. Jingyu directly squatted near the dragon pit. As expected, he successfully hunted down a Heart of Ice and insta-killed it. 12 minutes later, Jingyu, who had finished killing a wave of minions, squatted near the dragon pit again. He actually hunted down a Heart of Ice and insta-killed it. PG's side was dying of laughter. Yi Hong, Jiyan's obsession with dragons is as good as the rumors say, ha ha ha. Jingyu, but he can only do it twice, right? Sure enough, after that, Heart of Ice didn't appear near the dragon pit again. He probably realized that Heart of Ice wasn't suitable for stealing dragons. At the 15th minute, the two teams started fighting in the middle lane. Tang Yin's Flower in the Mirror was the first to flash and cast crowd control, successfully crowd controlling the 3 PG players. Apart from Jingyu's bladeless sacrifice, Yi Hong's Realm God Flash escaped and then used a big backhand to surround the enemy team. PG's entire team went up and wiped out PMG, however, PG also suffered heavy losses in this battle. The enemy's Immortal actually got a triple kill. In the end, only Jingyu's bladeless sacrifice was still alive. 4 for 5. Fang Luofan raised an eyebrow. The Immortal was indeed a little too strong. However, like Lilith, it was an early-stage monster. In the late stage, its damage would be greatly reduced, which was very much in line with PG's style. As for PMG, it wasn't obvious that they were more early stage. However, what was certain was that these 5 young players were able to fight PG like this without much practice. It was already quite good. While everyone was still dead, Jingyu had his bladeless sacrifice lead the middle lane creeps over and pushed down 2 towers in a row. Then, at the 18th minute, they snatched the magic disc, crossed the tower, and wiped out PMG. This time, it was 1 for 5. Only Hanling's Heijiao died. In the end, the game ended at the 19th minute. PG directly pushed into the enemy's territory without using the magic dragon, destroyed it and won the game. What do you guys think? After the game, Yi Hong took off his headphones and asked his teammates. Jingyu took off his headphones and took a deep breath. I think Xian is relying too much on the magic dragon. This idea has to change. In the end, Demon Lord is still a tower-pushing game, not a dragon-stealing game. A jungler's evaluation of a jungler was very reasonable. Yi Hong also evaluated Team 2's mid laner. There's nothing wrong with AI Min's performance, but his command. Oh, it's also possible that he commanded and his teammates didn't cooperate? It was true. AI Min had reminded Chu Jian many times not to touch the dragon, but in the end, Luo Yiming, Singarden is so cute. I'm not going to say anything else. I'm going to practice. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I asked you to evaluate Team 2's members, not the monsters. However, the final evaluation was still based on Feng Luofan's. He gathered the members of the two teams in the conference room and reviewed the game just now. Then, he said to the 5 PMG players, you guys are all good individually, but your cooperation is bad. You have to practice. Ding Yang can be more reckless with the immortal, there's no need to be afraid. Later, use the other monsters to play a few games. I'll see how you play. Xia Yao and Tang Yin's cooperation is good. Speaking of this, he looked at Tang Yin thoughtfully. Tang Yin, you've been a commander before? Caught off guard, Tang Yin was stunned for a moment before replying, I was the commander of Team Momo. No wonder. Feng Luofan nodded. Your awareness is good. Next, you and AI Min will take turns to command. I'll see whose command suits your team's style better. In the end, before the start of the 5th Professional League, Feng Luofan signed all 5 PMG players and confirmed their commander position. Tang Yin would temporarily be in charge. If the mid laner AI Min didn't receive any orders from the commander, she could decide when to roam. The 5th Professional League was about to start. Feng Luofan signed PMG up without hesitation. However, before that, the members of PMG were very happy and proud. They received an invitation from the 5th Devil Lord Professional Invitational Tournament. They could play in the Invitational Tournament. This was the first time they received a ticket to the Invitational Tournament. Everyone's blood was boiling. Then, they accidentally used too much strength. They scored a terrifying 14 points. Yes, first place in the Invitational Tournament. Ball C said, the Invitational Tournament is just a warm-up. Everyone is just playing for fun. It's fine as long as it's a little fun. Why are you guys so weak? PMG replied, wow, you're only lower than us by 4 points. Do you have the right to say that? As it turned out, Ball C really did have the right to say that. In the finals of the 5th Devil Lord Professional League, Ball C narrowly defeated PMG 4-3 and won the finals. Ball C's team was getting stronger and stronger. However, PMG, who was the runner-up, wasn't too disappointed. At least they defeated Kid 2-0 in the points competition. Kid lost the chance to enter the finals and could only take 3rd place. Then, the most exciting moment came, the first Devil Lord International Invitational Tournament. This invitation letter from M country was sent to 7 different countries. Each country that received the invitation letter could send 2 teams to M country to participate in this grand international invitational tournament. There were only 2 spots. If they were to send, they would definitely send their 2 strongest teams. Thus, PMG and Ball C received the invitation. The champions and runner-up of the 5th Devil Lord Professional League, if they weren't sent to the international invitational tournament, who else would they send? Feng Luofan was about to die of laughter. Kid just had to stumble and take 3rd place in such an important tournament. It was really, very satisfying, HM? You're asking about PMG. As for PMG, they did show off in the 5th Devil Lord Professional League. They made it all the way to the knockout stage. However, they were defeated by Jock in the semi-finals. Thus, in short, they didn't make it to the top 8 in their debut. However, this was within Feng Luofan's expectations. Feng Luofan wasn't anxious at all. He could see that PMG had a lot of potential. Even if they were eliminated in the semi-finals, he could see that they had improved significantly in this tournament. He believed that it wouldn't be long before they could make it to the top 8 and even compete with the top 8 teams for the domestic championship. After the 5th LDPL tournament ended, the beautiful summer vacation came to an end. The 5 members of PMG were still in high school. After the summer vacation ended, they had to suspend their training and return to their respective high schools. At the same time, the 5 members of PMG were ready to go to M Country to participate in the first Devil Lord International Invitational Tournament. Before leaving, Qin Fei casually said to Jingyu, "M Country allows same-sex marriage." Jingyu's eyes lit up. "So," Qin Fei smiled and patted his head. "So, let's get married after we win the International Invitational Tournament." "Okay," Jingyu replied. Suddenly, he thought of something and was slightly stunned. "What if we don't win? What else can we do?" Qin Fei smiled and lowered his head. He kissed him gently on the forehead. "Of course, we'll do it." After getting a satisfactory answer, Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. After a while, he said firmly, "However, we can win the championship." End of text. Next chapter starts to write about the International Invitational Tournament. After the members of PG and BALC met up at the airport, they took a plane to M Country under the lead of the general manager. It was late at night when they set off. When they woke up on the plane, they realized that it was still late at night when they arrived in M Country. Only then did they realize the problem of jet lag. The general manager said, "When you get to the hotel, continue to sleep. If you can't sleep, sleep as much as you can. Adjust to the jet lag as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will definitely affect your game condition." Everyone agreed. However, when they arrived at the hotel and lay on the bed, who could sleep? Jingyu felt that the more he slept, the more tired he became. The more tired he was, the more he wanted to sleep. The more he wanted to sleep, the more he couldn't sleep. It was a vicious cycle. In the end, he got up and scrolled through his phone. The group created by Li Yan called World of Professionals had 99+ messages. He really didn't know what they had to talk about. Did they think their mouths were Gatling guns? Gatling gun, a type of machine gun with a firing rate of more than 1,000 rounds per minute. While complaining in his heart, Jingyu still opened the messages and took a look. Aim Xiaofei, Li Yan, Jingyu, remember to take pictures when you arrive in M Country. Aim Yuan, don't come back if you don't win the championship, SKR. 1. Sure, if you win the championship, remember to treat us to a meal when you come back. Jock Xiaoxiao, yes. Treat us to a meal. Qin Fei, you only invited Ain, that's too unfair. We are brothers too, PG Qin Fei, Xiaoxiao. Who the hell wants to be in a brother team with you, Jock Xiaoxiao? Hey, we also rushed out of the qualifiers this season, okay, Ball Si Li Yan, Xiaoxiao. It's okay. We will be the champions. We will definitely treat you to a meal when the time comes, Jock Xiaoxiao. Oh, PG Yezi, Li Yan, we can't pretend that we didn't hear that. Don't think that you can win the second time just because you beat us once, PG capital C, that's right. We saw that you didn't win the championship even once, so we deliberately gave it to you, Ball C Bonehead. Wow, you PG are really arrogant. You will get beaten up if you do that. PG capital C, fight, Brother Fei, PG Jingyu, equals PG Jingyu, so, PG Jingyu, you, PG Goldfish, none of you are sleeping? Jingyu was speechless. After all this time, he was the only one struggling in bed? The others were all F**************. As soon as he sent this string of messages, he received a private message from Qin Fei, Can's Qin Fei Jing can't. Qin Fei, come to my room, Jingyu. What, Qin Fei, no way. Jingyu. That's not what I meant. Qin Fei, I just miss you. Jingyu froze for a second. His fingers stopped tapping on the screen. After a while, he deleted the unsent message and replied, okay, I'll come over. After he sent this message, Jingyu got out of bed and hurriedly put on his shoes. He left the room and went straight to Qin Fei's room. Then, the two of them played Devil Lord, Demons Contend for Hegemony for more than 3 hours. Yes, it was the mobile version of Devil Lord. A single man and a single man in a room, doing nothing but playing games. There was nothing else to be said about that. However, after more than 3 hours of fighting, the two of them finally felt a little sleepy. Both of them lay on the bed and slept intermittently until the next morning. Yi Hong's room was across from Qin Fei's. The next morning, he and Jingyu opened their doors at almost the same time. Yi Hong looked at Jingyu in disbelief. After a while, he found his voice. F*CK, the competition is the day after tomorrow. What are you guys thinking about? What are you thinking about? Jingyu sat up straight. We just slept together. We didn't do anything else. Yi Hong, sleeping together isn't enough? What else do you want? Jingyu, wow, I can't communicate with him. When it was almost 7 o'clock, Fang Luofan gathered all the members of Team PG in his room and told them the schedule of the International Invitational Tournament. The International Invitational Tournament is the prelude to the International Championship. It's like testing the waters, so the schedule won't be too crazy. First, there will be a group round robin. The 16 teams will be divided into 4 groups. It's similar to the domestic group stage. The top 2 teams in each group will advance to the knockout stage. He flipped through the information as he spoke. We're in Group D. By the way, BAL-C is in Group C. The officials have tried to avoid 2 teams from the same country from meeting each other in the early stages. Apart from us, there's also RE from country R, LBL from country L, and Death from country H. PG and the other 4 were at a loss. Who were they talking about? Fang Luofan coughed. Because they're from another country, I don't have much information on them. You guys might have to improvise. I've seen videos of Death's matches, but their opponent was a bit weak, so I couldn't tell their true level. That was as good as not saying anything. Fang Luofan, anyways, do your best. Fighting. Soon, the first LD International Invitational Tournament officially began. There were a total of 8 countries participating in this international tournament. The scale of the tournament was obviously incomparable to the domestic one. The players were brought into their respective rooms at the beginning. They connected their equipment and were checked by the technical staff. 1 room for each team? TSK, Yi Hong said. Are we going to play in this room for the next few days? Obviously. Fang Luofan couldn't help but remind the 5 of them, the round-robin matches are also best-of-5 matches. Don't go overboard after winning 2 matches. Yi Hong, okay. The round-robin matches were played twice a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. The next day, after the last group match in the morning, the first elimination match would begin in the afternoon. It could be said that the schedule was quite tight. There was almost no time for training. The technical staff checked Team PG's equipment. After confirming that there were no problems, they reminded the 5 of them to enter the preparation room and wait for instructions. On the other side, Aban and Tanguo were also ready in the broadcast room. They nervously waited for the match to begin. Tanguo, wow, I'm so nervous. Aban, me too. This is my first time commentating on an international tournament. Tanguo, I didn't think there would be so many people watching the broadcast at this time. Aban, you're underestimating the perseverance of the fans. Tanguo, let me say this in advance. Because PG and BAL-C's matches are happening at the same time, we'll be commentating on their performances at the same time. So it's inevitable that we'll miss some interesting moments. Please forgive us for that. Aban, yes, there's also the replays. It's not up to us to decide. Please forgive us if there's anything wrong with the commentary. As the 2 of them spoke, PG's 5 players received the start of the match command. All of them clicked ready. Then, both sides rolled the dice to choose their side. In the end, PG got the red team in the first match of the International Invitational Tournament. Aban, why do I feel like I expected this? PG's luck in the early stages of the tournament is always terrible. Tanguo, but they always get better as they play. I'm looking forward to their performance in the later stages. Aban, on the other hand, BAL-C got the blue team first. Let's see what lineups they'll choose. PG's first opponent was RE. This team from country R was said to have won 2 consecutive championships in country R's professional league. Their strength was not to be underestimated. However, there was no more information. Yi Hong, I'm starting to get nervous. Jingyu, Qin Fei, why are you panicking? Just play like you usually do in training. His words were not comforting at all. After all, even though they didn't know the strength of their opponents before the match, a random opponent could not be stronger than a professional team. As they spoke, the other side banned the first monster, Sword Burial. Wow, this was really unexpected for PG's players. What do you mean by banning Sword Burial first? Yi Hong was puzzled. Qin Fei replied indifferently, they probably heard that Sword Burial is popular in our country. Unfortunately, it doesn't apply to PG. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. Our Jingyu is the #1 assassin in the country. Han Leng, if that's the case, they've wasted a ban spot. By the way, what should we ban? Jingyu, Qin Fei, and Yi Hong, immortals. The three of them spoke almost at the same time and spat out the name of the same monster. It had become an unspoken rule of the professional league to ban immortals and realm gods. They believed that this rule also applied to the battlefield of the International Invitational Tournament. Thus, PG banned immortals. When Ri saw the ban position, he suddenly felt relieved. PG didn't know RE, and vice versa. For RE, PG was also a very unfamiliar team. Thus, when they banned immortals, RE had the feeling that they were afraid of immortals. Suddenly, PG wasn't so mysterious anymore. As for the ban spot, they could only ban based on their impression of the country. This country seemed to rely on their lineup. Sword Burial was popular as a jungler. Azrael, after some discussion, RE banned Azrael. Should we ban realm gods? Jingyu decided to ask for Yi Hong's opinion. Yi Hong thought for a while. In terms of difficulty, Nine-Tailed Fox was definitely harder to use than Nine-Tailed Fox. But in terms of difficulty, Realm Gods were much more difficult to use than Nine-Tailed Fox. As soon as Realm Gods appeared, even the strong Heijiao in the previous version was abandoned. If it was a domestic competition, they definitely couldn't ban Realm Gods when they met a team like JOK who had a strong mid-laner. But now, because they didn't know RE style and playstyle, PG was completely in the dark. They could only ban based on their feelings. In the end, Yi Hong's feeling was, let's ban it. Jingyu, okay, then ban Kamal. PG chose Kamal as the second ban spot. Then, RE chose the last ban spot. This time, they didn't hesitate and very decisively chose Realm Gods. When he saw the monster on the screen, Yi Hong couldn't help but laugh. Are RE telling me that their team doesn't specialize in Realm Gods? Han Leng decided to pour cold water on him to calm him down. Maybe Nine-Tailed Fox is sneaky? Yi Hong, Tisk, this is an international competition. Banning a monster was like a gamble. PG chose Flower in the Mirror as the last ban spot, which was equivalent to preventing both Garden of Sin and Wind of Condensation from appearing in this game. However, RE's final lineup still surprised them. Even without Flower in the Mirror, RE still managed to get Garden of Sin. The jungler even got Moonshade Spider. PG thought that they would get Soul in the mid lane and panicked. In the end, RE chose Scarlet Fury in the mid lane. PG was silent for a while. Then Yi Hong asked tentatively, are they taking Soul from different areas without considering the lineup? Han Leng, probably, maybe. The final lineup of the two teams was PG, Lilith, Nine-Tailed Fox, Dark Cupid, Heijiao, Heart of Ice RE, Quangu, Scarlet Fury, Garden of Sin, Mermaid. Moonshade Spider in PG's eyes, RE's lineup was fragmented. If they sent Garden of Sin and Moonshade Spider, but they didn't use any crowd control skills, wouldn't their power be greatly reduced? However, they didn't know that at the same time, RE was also ridiculing their lineup. Lilith? Nine-Tailed Fox? Heijiao? 3 mages? Now there's actually someone using Heijiao as a mid lane. Oh, with a shield, support? Lilith in the top lane, Nine-Tailed Fox in the middle lane? Are these people really manly? Heart of Ice is the jungler? Is this team here to play? Just like that, the match between PG and RE officially began amidst the noise from both sides. After entering the battlefield, Jingyu first sent his Heart of Ice to the bottom lane to help Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid get red, then he started farming the bottom lane. However, just as he killed the first monster and reached level 2, he bumped into Ari's Moonshade Spider. Jinyu was shocked. If it were him, he wouldn't have dared to farm without the cooperation of his teammates when he had Moonshade Spider. Ari's jungler was really something. Or did Ari want to bully him because he had Heart of Ice? There was a price to pay. After the Moonshade Spider found Jinyu's Heart of Ice, it didn't hesitate to bite him. However, just as it was about to bite, Jinyu used Heart of Ice to flash behind the Moonshade Spider, and used a Cold Light, Snow Traction. After he used Heart of Ice to pull himself over, he instantly used the skill Ice Blade. The level 2 Heart of Ice directly hit the level 1 Moonshade Spider until it was only left with a sliver of HP. Then, Jinyu didn't give the opponent a chance to counterattack, and simply finished it off with a normal attack. First blood, system, Heart of Ice, first kill. System, enemy Moonshade Spider has been killed. Jinyu raised his eyebrows. Wow, this was a free kill. If it weren't for the international competition, he would have sent a thank you to ridicule it. He let his Heart of Ice drift over the Moonshade Spider's body and continued to farm. At the same time, Aban, who was staying up late to commentate in China, was laughing so hard that he was out of breath. Tanghua looked at him in surprise. Even if Jinyu took the first blood, you don't have to be so happy, right? After commentating so many PG games, she was almost used to Jinyu's performance. No, Aban said while laughing, I was listening to the commentary from M Country. It was so funny. When Jinyu killed the Moonshade Spider, their reaction was ha ha ha. The two commentators only knew one word now, and they kept repeating amazing. Tanghua imagined the reaction of M Country's commentator and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems that even abroad, there aren't many people who can use Heart of Ice to farm. Not to mention M Country's commentator who kept repeating amazing, the players of Ri were also in disbelief. Their Moonshade Spider was actually killed by Heart of Ice? Soon, something even more unbelievable happened. On the top lane, the most tanky Quangu was actually suppressed by Lilith in the tower and couldn't fight back at all. Qin Fei's Lilith was practiced to the point of perfection. All the dodging and attacking behaviors had become muscle memory. Lilith, who was a little awkward between a tank and a mage, was played around with by Lilith. The Quangu's HP was reduced to less than half in minutes. The enemy Quangu's HP was already very low, but they insisted on killing the new row of players before returning to the city. M Country's commentator didn't think there was a problem with this. PG's jungler is Heart of Ice, so it's not suitable for a tower kill, so the Quangu will be fine as long as they hide under the tower. Ri's top lane seems to be able to hold on for a while. As soon as this sentence was said, Jinyu's Heart of Ice rushed to the top lane and used Snow Traction to connect with Qin Fei's Lilith. Then, just as Lilith rushed into the tower and turned on the blood pressure suction towards the Quangu, Jinyu let Heart of Ice follow the cold light and whoosh, approached Lilith, then threw Blade of Ice, accurately stabbing the Quangu. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, the enemy Quangu has been killed. M Country's commentator, Aban, ha 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 ha. Heart of Ice can't take damage from the tower, but Lilith can. Although Lilith isn't tanky enough, as long as she turns on blood suction, she can rely on herself to recover a certain amount of HP from the damage she deals to the enemy demons. Not to mention, the first equipment that Qin Fei dropped was the spell blood suction. This time, Tanghua couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just now, the Quangu really should have given up on the row of players and returned to the city to recover. The sprite he brought was teleportation. After returning to the city to recover, he would return to the tower to finish off the players. Not only would he not die, but he would also be able to protect the tower. But now, Ri's tower is about to be lost. Aban, no, wait, Lilith only has a sliver of HP left. Ri's jungler is chasing after us. If he can kill Lilith. Before he could finish speaking, on the screen, Qin Fei's Lilith had risen to level 6 and directly activated her ultimate, instantly crippling the Moonshade Spider. Then, Jinyu's Heart of Ice connected to the Moonshade Spider and pulled it over to activate her ultimate. She successfully used Blizzard to freeze the Moonshade Spider, and then crazily attacked it with Lilith. System, Heart of Ice, double kill. System, the enemy Moonshade Spider has been killed. Aban paused for a moment, then shouted excitedly, pretending that he wasn't worried about Qin Fei just now. Lilith's little HP counterattack. Qin Fei and Jinyu's cooperation is really flawless. Tangua, ha ha ha. I don't know if the commentators in Country M are repeating amazing again. Aban, no, they're repeating my god now. After Jingyu and Qin Fei worked together to kill the Moonshade Spider, they pushed down Ri's tower in the top lane. Then, the two of them returned to the city to recover. After recovering, Qin Fei went to the middle lane, and Jingyu went to the bottom lane. At 7 minutes, Yi Hong's nine-tailed fox crippled the opposing Scarlet Fury, and Qin Fei jumped the tower to kill Scarlet Fury. At 8 minutes, Jingyu's Heart of Ice appeared in the bottom lane, and successfully froze the enemy's archer and support with her ultimate skill Blizzard. Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid moved up and crazily attacked, getting a double kill. Then, the entire PG team gathered around the magic board and took down the magic board very comfortably. With the help of the magic board, they pushed down 2 towers in Ri's middle lane in one go. Now, the commentators in Country M were not repeating amazing or my god, but impossible and crazy. Aban was about to laugh to death, ha 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 ha. PG's first game in Country M has exposed his ferocious nature. The reaction of Country M's commentators is too cute. It reminds me of myself when I first came into contact with PG's team. Tangua, wow, you're actually praising yourself as cute. Aban, you got me. In fact, not only were the commentators in Country M shocked by PG's performance, the live audience was also discussing, Country Z's Heart of Ice is actually so strong? Amazing. GF. Girlfriend. This player is too good to be able to use Heart of Ice like this. It's simply impossible for PG's lineup to play like this. However, in the eyes of other countries, Ri's lineup was not much better. Fong Luofan sat in the audience and listened to the discussions around him. He raised his eyebrows. It seemed that every country had their own understanding of the choice of lineup and the way they played. This international invitational tournament was held at the right time. The two teams from different countries were also having a collision and exchange of ideas while they were playing. At the 13th minute, PG's team was wiped out in a 1-for-5 exchange. Yi Hong's nine-tailed fox got a quadruple kill and stirred up 1,000 waves of discussion. These basic moves that Aban and Tangua were used to seeing were so novel and shocking to the foreigners. Even so, Aban was still very excited. Yezi's nine-tailed fox quadruple kill. I'm so happy to see this. It's rare to see him use nine-tailed fox in domestic competitions. Yes. Tangua also said, Yezi's nine-tailed fox win rate is second only to Jingyu's glimpse of shadows. It's almost 100%. Who would dare to show it to him? Aban, ha ha ha. I suddenly feel sorry for Ri. While the two were talking, PG successfully took down the magic dragon. System, Heart of Ice has conquered the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. Aban, looks like there's no suspense in the first match between PG and Ri. Tangua, looks like there's going to be a wave. Aban, let's watch BALC's match. The live broadcast switched to BALC's match screen. Everyone saw Li Yan's battle record next to his avatar, 10 kills, 0 deaths, 8 assists. Alright, it looks like there's no suspense in the first round of Bauk's match. Sure enough, both teams won the first match at almost the same time. Luo Yiming, awesome. Yi Hong, was it easier than expected? Qin Fei, don't be reckless. Who knows, maybe they went easy on us. Han Leng, yeah, we can't rule out the possibility that they used the first match as an experiment. After all, it's a best-of-5 match. Jingyu, don't think too much. Just play seriously and be done with it. The 5 of them were very serious as they prepared for the next match. They didn't know that the 5 players on Ri's team were all pale after the first match. Devil. This team is the devil. Mama, I want to go home. PG won the first round against RE. Therefore, RE went first in the second round and chose to ban the demon first. After the first round, both teams had a general understanding of each other's strength. RE's first ban spot was given to Nine-Tailed Fox almost without hesitation. Ayaya. Yi Hong spread his hands helplessly. He was indeed banned, as expected. Qin Fei, be content. Han Leng, yeah, the National League didn't give you a chance to get Nine-Tailed Fox. It's good enough that you were given a chance to play in the International League. Luo Yiming, let's guess their next 2 bans, Lilith and Dark Cupid. Yi Hong, it's hard to say, it could also be little Jingyu's Heart of Ice. PG's first ban spot was given to the Undying again, then it was Ari's turn. They obviously hesitated for a while before choosing Lilith. PG's second ban spot was given to Flower in the Mirror. Considering that Ari would use Garden of Sin and Moonshade Spider, LD's first ban spot was definitely not allowed. Then it was Ari's turn to choose the third ban spot. This time, they hesitated for a longer time than before. Finally, at the moment when the countdown was about to end, they chose Dark Cupid. Jingyu raised his eyebrows. They didn't ban his Heart of Ice. Why did he feel a little disappointed? Jingyu gave PG's last ban spot to Yi Hong. Yi Hong gave the answer based on his gut feeling. Realm God, it's better to ban him. After a pause, he forced himself to explain. Who knows, maybe Realm God wanted to reban us in the last round to make us lower our guard, and then use him to crush us in this round? As long as you're happy, Jingyu said, decisively banning Realm God. Anyway, when you don't know what to ban, it's always right to ban a strong version. Then Ari's first ban spot was Garden of Sin. It was obvious that their Sagittarius was deeply in love with this dark element lowly. Then I'll go to Wanmi Liuhua? Luo Yiming said. They were both dark element lowless, but who was cuter? Thus, PG locked down Wanmi Liuhua and the Moonshade Spider. Yes, the Moonshade Spider. Ha 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 ha. Ban could already imagine the storm that Jingyu's Moonshadow Spider would cause when he controlled One Wave Rush. PG is too evil. Since the other party got the Moonshade Spider in the previous round, they snatched the Moonshade Spider in this round. It's as if they're saying, I'll teach you how to play this game. Ri is surprised to see that the Moonshade Spider is robbed. It takes a long time for her to choose the second and third demons, Flower Petal of Datura and Blood Carp. Blood Carp? Yi Hong thought he had seen wrongly. Support? Or mid laner? Hanleng, I don't know. Country R's lineup is so mysterious. It's completely unpredictable. Jingyu, maybe our lineup is also mysterious in their eyes. While talking, Yi Hong chose Soul. Since the Moonshade Spider was in the lineup, he decisively chose Soul. Then, PG locked down another position, and Satan walked up. Only the top and support were left. They hesitated for a long time and finally locked down Azrael and Sword Burial. Isn't this lineup too strange? Who's the support? Luo Yiming couldn't help but shout. Yi Hong was already enlightened. He shrugged his shoulders and said, before the international competition, we should really understand the usual lineup of other countries. It's completely different from ours. Is it possible? Jingyu suddenly guessed, Blood Carp is the support, and Sword Burial is the mid laner? Yi Hong, Hanleng, it can't be, right? Jingyu didn't say anything else. He had this idea because when he used Sword Burial, he liked to gank the mid laner and kill the sorcerers until his hands went numb. At that moment, he suddenly had the feeling that Sword Burial was also a mid laner. Qin Fei glanced at him and didn't say anything. In fact, he had the same feeling. In the end, the lineup locked down by the two teams was PG, Satan, Soul, Wanmi Liuhua, Heijiao, Moonshade Spider Ri, Azrael, Sword Burial, Garden of Sin, Blood Carp, Flower Petal of Datura. Then, it was time for the two teams to criticize each other. On PG's side, Yi Hong, F***CK. Sword Burial is really mid-laning. It's toxic. Luo Yiming, Blood Carp is so fragile, and they dare to use it as support. Hanleng, Blood Carp hasn't been used in 800 years, right? Ri, Soul mid-laning? Is he really a man? Soul didn't deal any damage at all. Someone is actually using it now. Wanmi Liuhua isn't a mid laner, but a marksman? Then, it was time for the actual battle. Yi Hong, who had been killed by Sword Burial for the 5th time, was having a mental breakdown. Sword Burial's mid-laning is the devil. Jingyu, who had missed Sword Burial and was almost killed by Sword Burial because Yi Hong didn't control it. Brother Yi, hang in there. I can't show off without you. However, at the 11th minute, Jingyu, who didn't have soul support, used a combo alone in the bottom lane and got a double kill. As expected of an international competition, it was really exciting. They didn't know how they lost, nor did they know how they won. On the big screen of the live broadcast, Jingyu's face was close up. After getting a double kill in the bottom lane, he had a complicated expression on his face. Country M's commentator thought that he had gotten a double kill too close and hadn't recovered yet. Aban, who knew the truth, laughed so hard that he slapped the table. Jinyu's expression. Tangua, look at Jinyu's expression. I'm dying of laughter. He must be wondering why the opponent didn't control it, right? But the opponent didn't even bring a dispel, ha ha ha. Assassin junglers were popular in Country R, but their junglers usually went after low-health demons, and the total damage they dealt was often only slightly higher than the support. Who would rush up like Jinyu and take out the enemy's entire HP bar in one go? The people of Country R couldn't understand, and the people of other countries thought that Jinyu's combo just now was a coincidence. Until the big team battle broke out in the middle lane, Jinyu's Moonshade Spider used the same combo again and got a quintuple kill. The people of Country R? The people of other countries. In the end, in the second game between PG and RE, PG won again. It took more time than the first game, more than half an hour. When the post-battle data came out, everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. The Moonshade Spider's damage accounted for nearly 50% of PG's damage. It meant that nearly half of PG's damage was caused by the Moonshade Spider. It was even more than Luo Yiming's damage. As for Yi Hong's elemental soul, his total damage was even lower than Hanlung's support. He was already depressed. Yi Hong, F***CK. If you use sword burial again, I'll kill you. Qin Fei, wake up, we have a backup plan. We can't get it. Ari's sword burial really showed off. If it weren't for Jinyu's Moonshade Spider, PG might not have won this game. Luo Yiming, well, Jinyu's Moonshade Spider is going to be gone. I'm not worried at all. Jinyu was calm, I haven't used my sweeping shadow yet. Hanlung, Jinyu's sweeping shadow is still the best. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha. If Jinyu uses his sweeping shadow, will he still be alive? Jinyu was more worried now. Brother Yi, are you okay? In the previous game, Yi Hong was obviously defeated by sword burial. He made a lot of mistakes in the later stages of the game, causing Luo Yiming to suffer as well. As a result, both of them didn't have a good record. Yi Hong rubbed his hands and said, yeah, but didn't say anything else. He knew better than anyone that he wasn't in a good state in the previous game. He couldn't guarantee how the next game would turn out, but he could only do his best. Luo Yiming guessed correctly. In the third game, Ari banned Jinyu's Moonshade Spider. Ari's three bans were Moonshade Spider, Nine-Tailed Fox, and Lilith. PG's bans were the same as the previous game, Immortal, Realm God, and Flower in the Mirror. In this game, Ari chose the demon first, and their first position was sword burial. Yi Hong's lips twitched. He regretted banning Realm God. He suddenly wanted to use Realm God to show the other side why flowers were so red. Jinyu frowned when he saw Ari's sword burial. Obviously, Ari had gradually figured out a way to deal with PG at this point in the game. On PG's side, the demons that they had won were all banned, so they could only think of a way to deal with Ari's formation while they played with their new formation. What should I do, Jinyu? I want to use my sweeping shadow. Qin Fei, I suggest you wait. Jinyu, huh? This is only the first game. Don't throw out all your chips at once, Qin Fei said as he locked Wanmi Liuhua. Yezi, I'll go mid for this game. You go first. I'll go first as a mage? Yi Hong thought he had heard wrong. Go first? Qin Fei looked at him with disdain. Just stay under the tower and finish off the enemy. Your mage has long arms and high damage, so it won't be easy for the enemy to kill you if you stay low. Jinyu thought for a while and thought it was feasible. Well, that's it. Don't worry, Brother Yi, I'll help you. I'll still take Heart of Ice for this game. Yi Hong, okay, I'll take Scarlet Fury. At least he had a control skill, so he could stay low for as long as possible. In the end, the lineups for the third game were PG, Scarlet Fury, Wanmi Liuhua, Maha, Gulen, Heart of Ice Ari, Azrael, Sword Burial, Garden of Sin, Blood Carp, Flower Petal of Dachira. It was inevitable that they would complain. On PG's side, Yi Hong, wow, they didn't even change their lineups? How arrogant. Jinyu, It seems that RE is the kind of team that will continue to play if they think they can win. Hanlang, the combination of Garden of Sin and Blood Carp is really amazing. I don't know what's their advantage. Qin Fei, maybe it's high damage? This season, the officials had strengthened Blood Carp, a support with a lower usage rate than Heart of Ice. It increased her magic damage to the point that she could pretend to be a mage and play in the mid lane. She was favored by support players who pursued damage output. That was how the trend of mage support in Country Z was brought up. However, in the professional league where team victory was more important than individual results, players would still prioritize support who could protect their archer. When RE saw PG's lineups, they wanted to flip the table, not to mention complain. Scarlet Fury is serious? There are still people who use Maha? I almost forgot about this archer's existence. Gulen? Isn't that a monster that only newbies use? This team's lineups are too strange. I don't understand at all. Then, in the 3rd minute of the game, Frowny Face system, Wanmi Liuhua, 1 kill, system, the enemy sword burial has been killed, system, Wanmi Liuhua, double kill, system, the enemy's flower petal of Datura has been killed, Qin Fei's Wanmi Liuhua and the enemy sword burial were facing each other in the mid lane. Both of them had low HP. The enemy's jungler, Flower Petal of Datura, saw that he had low HP and wanted to gank him. In the end, Qin Fei's Wanmi Liuhua not only killed Sword Burial, but also killed Flower Petal of Datura. It was a double kill. 666, Yi Heng was convinced. Brother Fei is indeed Brother Fei. I can't be too useless. Otherwise, I'll be scolded to death when I return. As he spoke, he used a Scarlet Fury to control the enemy's Azrael with a blood coil. Then, he used the skill Bloodlust to deplete a layer of Azrael's HP. Against a high damage and high defense top laner like Azrael, he could only maintain his distance and slowly deplete his HP. Jinyu's Heart of Ice went to the top lane from time to help Yi Heng. Then, he reminded him, don't go too deep. Be careful of the enemy jungler. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more system notifications appeared. Frowny Face system, Maha, 1 kill, system, the enemy's Sin Garden has been killed, Luo Yiming has successfully killed the enemy's archer. The commentators from Country M were having a headache. They didn't think highly of the lineups of the 2 teams, but they were able to produce results that were beyond their expectations. They decided to go and commentate their own team's matches. In contrast, Aban's commentary was much clearer. PG's match is very interesting. Qin Fei took Wanmi Liuhua to the middle lane. This archer has a strong self-defense ability and is not afraid of being caught by the jungler. It is indeed very suitable for the middle lane. As far as I know, players from many countries like to take Wanmi Liuhua to the middle lane. However, Yezi's Scarlet Fury is at a bit of a disadvantage. Fortunately, Jinyu is helping him. The bottom lane PG once again took out the combination of Maha and Gulen. Obviously, this is the first time the players from Country R have seen this combination. They are fascinated. Tangua, ha, the players from Team RE seem to be saying, are we playing the same game? Aban, this game is really not simple. For example, Sword Burial can go to the top lane and jungler. Now, he can even go to the middle lane. The positions of the other demons are also not fixed. The same lineup can have different effects if the positions are different. The charm of the first international competition lies in this, subverting each other's existing ideas and broadening each other's understanding and cognition of the same game. Tangua, yes. Therefore, in this game, teams who dare to try new lineups and new strategies can go further. On Team RE's side, the 5 players felt that they seemed to know how to defeat PG. Unfortunately, they were already in the 3rd game. If they couldn't win this game, they would completely lose the chance to make a comeback. PG's archer has poor awareness. Jungler, don't worry about the top lane, go to the bottom lane. Although PG's sorcerer's strategy is confusing, he will make mistakes. The later the game, the more mistakes he will make. Focus on him and defeat him like in the last game. We still have a chance. Damn it. Their Wanmi Liuhua is the devil. It's actually a defensive equipment? The jungler is the devil. Is this really Heart of Ice? At the 18-minute mark, Team RE's jungler went to grab the bottom lane. Unexpectedly, as soon as he moved out of the bushes, he was connected to by a cold light. After Jingyu's Heart of Ice successfully connected to the enemy jungler, the enemy Sin Garden also connected to him. Thus, Jingyu let his Heart of Ice float over and used his ultimate. The blizzard froze the two fiendish demons. Only the enemy Blood Carp managed to escape the calamity. Luo Yiming's Maha ran over and attacked fiercely like a tiger. In an instant, the two demons were crippled. Then, Jingyu's Heart of Ice combo successfully took their heads. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, the enemy Sin Garden has died. System, Heart of Ice, double kill. System, the enemy's Flower Petal of Dachira has died. When Heart of Ice used his ultimate, the enemy's Blood Carp also used his ultimate, Koi's Leap. Koi's Leap, while slowing down the enemy demons, increasing the movement speed of the user and their teammates. Thus, after Jinyu's Heart of Ice took the double kill, not only could he not catch up to Blood Carp, but he was also whittled down by Blood Carp's ultimate. Wah, it hurts, Jinyu said as he returned to the city. Blood Carp's damage is really high, for a support. Han Leng, yes, it's very useful in a team battle, but it's easy to die. It's better to have a mage support with control skills. Later on, we can directly use AP equipment to deal higher damage. Jingyu, don't just stand there, go and kill the dragon now. The enemy jungler and archer are dead, we can take this dragon. Luo Yiming, okay. Luo Yiming's Maha hurriedly rushed into the dragon pit. After Jingyu's Heart of Ice recovered, he chased after it as fast as he could. The 5 PG players gathered in the dragon pit to fight the dragon. When the battle was about to end, the enemies Azrael and Sword Burial wanted to steal the dragon, but they were directly killed by Qin Fei and Luo Yiming's archer split damage. When Jingyu saw that the magic dragon was low on health, he immediately used retribution. Almost at the same time, he saw the enemy Sword Burial use his ultimate on the magic dragon. The result? System, Heart of Ice has conquered the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. Seeing these two system messages, all the PG players sighed in relief. Then, without any worries, they chased after Azrael and Sword Burial, who were low on health, and killed them both back to the fountain. A ban, looks like there's no suspense in this match. Once the PG team gets the magic dragon, they won't give the enemy a chance to turn the tables. Sure enough, at the 27th minute, the PG team wiped out the RE team. Then, at the 28th minute, they won the third match. At the same time, they won the first group match. We won. Luo Yiming was the first to shout. Yes, we won. Hanlon took off his headphones and replied. Qin Fei subconsciously turned his head to look at Jingyu. Seeing him sigh in relief, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What's wrong? Jingyu, I think they've already discovered our weakness. If we fight again, it's hard to say who will win. We won this match mainly because we took the initiative with the Lifebound Demon in the first match, so the enemy had no choice but to follow us. But this also exposed our lineups and weaknesses too quickly. I don't know if the enemy will take advantage of this in the next match. Qin Fei didn't think much of it. It's fine. It's not like these are the only lineups we know. Jingyu thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. He couldn't help but smile. That's true. The MVP of the LD International Invitational Tournament was very interesting. It was voted for by the losing team. It didn't vote for the demon, only the players. In the end, the MVP of the losing team was voted for by the RE team. It was PGGF. Yes, it was Jingyu. Then, the MVP of the losing team had to go to the front of the stage to be interviewed by the host. Me? When Jingyu heard that he was going to be interviewed, he hesitated for a moment. I don't speak English. Is it okay? The staff member replied with a smile, it's okay. There's an interpreter. And so, Jingyu followed the staff member to the front of the stage and sat down next to the host. The host was a blonde beauty. She was quite good-looking. After Jingyu sat down, she asked a question very enthusiastically. Jingyu listened carefully. Yes, he didn't understand. Fortunately, the interpreter next to him quickly reminded him. She's asking you why you thought of using Heart of Ice as a jungler. Is that so? Jingyu picked up the microphone and replied seriously, I like it. After a pause, he felt that this wasn't deep enough, so he added 2 more words, very much. Pfft, Yi Hong was about to die of laughter on the keyboard. Luo Yiming laughed so hard that his chair almost flipped over. Ha 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 ha. I can speak English too. Hanlin looked surprised. I actually understand English. Even Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. He raised his hand and touched his nose. That's too cute. The host from M Country smiled awkwardly and politely, then asked the second question. As we all know, love isn't enough to train a good demon. You must have trained Heart of Ice for a long time, right? Can you tell me how long you've been training? The interpreter said to Jingyu, she asked you how long you've been training Heart of Ice. Jingyu nodded to show that he understood. He picked up the microphone and said, very long time. Yi Hong, ha 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 ha. Oh my god. Someone stop him. Han Leng, I'm dying of laughter. Does he not know that he can speak Chinese? The interpreter couldn't help but laugh. Finally, he kindly reminded him that you can actually speak Chinese. He can actually speak Chinese. Why didn't he say so earlier? Jingyu knew that his English wasn't good. When he recalled the poor English he just said, he wished he could escape on the spot. In the end, he could only brace himself and explain, sorry, my English is very, not good, but, in order to take care of the feelings of the audience, I tried my best to speak, but it seems like I messed up. I'm very sorry. The host only understood the first half of the sentence. He smiled and replied, it's okay, you can speak your mother tongue. Jingyu, regarding the question just now, I've been training Heart of Ice for a long time. It's the first demon I've trained. Host, we'll have subtitles to help with the translation. Jingyu, huh? Actually, I think Heart of Ice is much better after it's strengthened, the interpreter almost laughed out loud. No. Jingyu froze for a moment. Before he could react, the host had already given up and looked at the audience. Okay, let's give a round of applause to thank the GF contestant for sharing. Although Jingyu didn't really understand, he knew from the audience's reaction that his interview was over. He heaved a sigh of relief and stood up from his chair. He had no idea that a certain Chinese commentator, a ban, was laughing so hard that his screen was filled with comments like, cross-server chat, I'm laughing so hard, and, I'm laughing so hard. After a while, when Jingyu returned to the competition room, Yi Hong patted him on the shoulder. Yi Hong covered his face with one hand and patted Jingyu on the shoulder with the other. He had a hard time holding back his laughter. I'll try my best to be the MVP in the next competition. Otherwise, your high school English teacher will come and kill me. Huh? What are you talking about? The wind is too loud, I can't hear you. Jingyu tilted his head innocently and tried to get away with it. Not long after the match between PG and RE, the result of the match between LBL and Death was also out. Death defeated LBL 3-1. The next opponent's information was in hand. PG's match in the afternoon was against LBL. Therefore, when they returned to the hotel, they didn't even have time to eat lunch before they were called to Feng Luofan's room to listen to his review of the 4 matches between LBL and Death. In the first match, LBL was reckless and let the Immortal go. As a result, LBL was crushed to death in the early game and couldn't fight back at all. In the second match, LBL relied on Realm to turn the tables. In the late game, LBL's damage was heaven-defying. In the third round, the Undying and Realm God, these 2 new goblins that were like bugs, were all in the ban position. Death used Lilith to destroy LBL's top lane, then continued to destroy LBL's mid lane. After getting the Mystic Dragon twice, they finally destroyed LBL's territory. In the fourth match, both sides were clearly tired and started to make mistakes. LBL's top lane made a mistake and was killed by Death's top lane Azrael with his scythe. Then, LBL's top lane was destroyed again. However, in this match, LBL's mid lane used Blood Carp to defend the middle tower. In the end, LBL's mid lane was destroyed first. As soon as LBL's jungler died, LBL immediately went to steal the dragon. However, LBL's top lane rushed into the dragon pit just as LBL's jungler was about to die. Not only did he kill LBL's jungler, he also stole the dragon. In the end, the two teams took 3 dragons and 1 underworld phoenix. After 36 minutes, the match ended. Death won and took more than 50 kills. Half of them were taken by their top lane Azrael. All in all, when playing against LBL, pay more attention to their mid laners. When playing against Death, pay more attention to their top laners. Fong Luofan said, I also watched your match. Sword Burial's mid lane was really unexpected and it was hard to defend against his tower kill. Yezi, adjust your condition quickly. Other than that, there's no big problem. Yi Hong, okay. After the review, the 5 of them went downstairs for lunch. They didn't expect to bump into BALC's people. Li Yan went straight to the point. Oh, what a coincidence. You're here for dinner too? How was the match this morning? Jingyu, a perfect 3-0 victory. Li Yan, what a coincidence, us too. Jingyu, see you in the finals? Li Yan, yes, we'll definitely be the champions. Jingyu laughed. Let's see who's more capable in the afternoon. After the two teams had lunch, they rushed to their respective battlefields. Aban and Tanghua also turned on their live streams immediately. Aban, PG and Ball C did well in the first match. Let's see how they perform in the second match. Tanghua, PG's opponent for this round is an LBL player from Country L. This team's mid laner seems to be very strong. Aban, yes, I saw their match against Death. LBL's mid laner is godly. He's a true pentakill. Tanghua, how good will PG's Yezi be against him? Let's wait and see. Luck was indeed a balance. This time, PG got the blue team first. However, it wasn't necessarily a good thing to have the first move against an unfamiliar team. What should I ban? Jingyu felt a headache coming on. The opposing team's mid laner was very good, but their own mid laner wasn't bad either. They definitely had to snatch the first position, so they didn't need to ban the mid laner. As for the other positions, should they ban Sword Burial? Ban Sword Burial. Obviously, Qin Fei and Jingyu had the same thought. At this point, Yi Hong was probably traumatized by Sword Burial. Although he was often caught by Sword Burial in the past, it definitely wasn't as bad as being defeated in the matchup. Since they were going to snatch the mid laner, Sword Burial would most likely be snatched by them. Therefore, they had to ban it. A ban, PG's first ban is given to Sword Burial. It seems that Sword Burial dealt a heavy blow to PG in the morning match. Tanghua, on the other hand, Ball C's opponent also gave their first ban to Sword Burial. A ban, let's see what PG's opponent will ban. PG's opponent for this round was an LBL player. They decisively gave their first ban to Moonshade Spider. Obviously, they had also reviewed the match between PG and RE before the match and had a certain understanding of PG. On PG's side, it was Luo Yiming's turn to ban the Devil Spawn. He moved his mouse towards the Undying based on his intuition, but suddenly thought of something and his hand paused. In the end, he decided to ask for Jingyu's opinion. Should we ban the Undying? Jingyu, wait, let's ban Flower in the Mirror first, then see what the opponent picks for the second ban. If they don't ban the Undying, it won't be too late for us to ban it. In other words, they would leave the Undying alive and see if they could trick the opponent into giving up a ban. After all, Qin Fei's performance in the previous match was very outstanding, and LBL had just lost to a strong top laner team. They should be afraid of the opponent's top laner taking the Undying. As expected, LBL's second ban was given to the Undying. Jingyu raised his eyebrows. What a pity. He had originally thought that if the opponent didn't ban the Undying, they wouldn't ban it either and would snatch the Undying instead. It seemed that he had thought too much. Since the Undying was banned, they would just have to snatch the Realm God or Nine-Tailed Fox. Jingyu still decided to give the third ban to Yi Hong. Brother Yi, what do you want to ban? Yi Hong, Wanmi Liuhua. After playing against RE, he realized that the Devil Spawn he would face in the International Invitational Tournament might not necessarily be a mage. He had to broaden his thinking. If he used the Realm God or Nine-Tailed Fox, what would he be most afraid of encountering? That would probably be Wanmi Liuhua. If the mage and the archer went up against each other, if the mage couldn't take down the archer in one move, the archer would be chased all the way to death. Wanmi Liuhua, on the other hand, was strong enough to protect herself. Even if she was hit by a mage's set of skills, she could still survive if she used her air shield well. Okay. Jingyu completely believed in Yi Hong's judgment. He didn't even ask for the reason and directly banned Wanmi Liuhua. Yi Hong's lips curled up, but he didn't say anything. Luo Yiming looked at the last ban of LBL with some excitement. Will they ban the realm god or nine-tailed fox? I bet 50 cents that it's nine-tailed fox. Han Leng, then I bet the realm god. Jingyu, I think it should be nine-tailed fox. After all, Yi Hong's nine-tailed fox had already been shown off in the last match against RE. His realm god's strength was unknown, so no matter what, nine-tailed fox should be banned to show respect. However, LBL's final choice made everyone's jaws drop. Their last ban wasn't the realm god or nine-tailed fox, but Azrael. Azrael? Yi Hong was surprised, but he quickly understood. He must have been traumatized by the death of Azrael. Jingyu, in this way, we have to make the choice. Realm god or nine-tailed fox? Realm god. Yi Hong answered without hesitation. Life is tempting, but the realm god has a higher chance of winning. Jingyu smiled. If it was a few months ago, Yi Hong wouldn't have said such a thing. Geniuses always had strong self-esteem. Yi Hong's pursuit of victory wasn't inferior to any professional player, but he didn't like people to know about it. He always pretended to be indifferent. After losing a match, he would often laugh in front of others and burst into tears behind closed doors. But now, perhaps under the influence of Jingyu, he could naturally reveal thoughts like "I want to win." Jingyu felt that this was a good thing. He liked people who were open and straightforward. If you want to win, say it. If you're happy, smile. If you like someone, just go for them, cough. In short, for this match, Yi Hong locked onto Realm God with great fighting spirit. Today, I must be the MVP. So that some people won't embarrass our team again. Jingyu, this some people definitely wasn't talking about him, definitely not. However, to everyone's surprise, after they locked onto Realm God, LBL's mid laner locked onto Nine-Tailed Fox. Yi Hong froze for a moment, then understood. I was wondering why they didn't ban any mid laners. It turns out that their mid laner also has Nine-Tailed Fox? Even so, Yi Hong wasn't scared at all. Ever since PG created their second team, they would play internal practice matches whenever they had free time. Yi Hong didn't know how many times he had played against AI Min's Nine-Tailed Fox. Even though there were wins and losses, with Realm God, his chances of winning against Nine-Tailed Fox were almost 100%. After LBL locked onto Nine-Tailed Fox, the other player hesitated for a while before finally choosing Blood Carp. Wow, is Blood Carp used so much overseas? Yi Hong was surprised. If that's the case, I think I can get Glimpse of Death this round, Jingyu said. The enemy mid laner and support were so weak. If he didn't get Glimpse of Death, it would be a waste of their good intentions. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you get Glimpse of Death, can I still get MVP? Luo Yiming, obviously not. Han Leng, no. Qin Fei, yeah, no. Yi Hong, wow, you guys are too much. You're not even giving me a sliver of hope? Even though he said this, he didn't look disappointed at all. Instead, he looked a little excited. I still want to compete with little Jingyu for MVP. However, Jingyu ignored him and turned to Qin Fei. Brother Fei, should I get Glimpse of Death? Glimpse of Death was his sure kill weapon. If he took it out, he would definitely be banned in the next round. Therefore, it was important to choose when to take it out. In this first round, Yi Hong had gotten the Realm God, so their chances of winning were still very high. Therefore, Jingyu felt that even though the opponent had gotten a bunch of squishy skins, and he should be able to kill them with fleeting shadow, wouldn't it be a waste to use his only chance to appear here? Qin Fei thought for a moment before replying, take it if you want to. He paused for a moment before casually analyzing, if you use Glimpse of Death this round, the situation should be very interesting. If you completely destroy the LBL team in the first round, even if you don't use Glimpse of Death in the next few rounds, you can still play more smoothly. A lot of people are hinting that they won't break down no matter how bad the situation is. they're just trying to be brave. No matter how stubborn they are, their mentality will still be affected. Jingyu, that makes sense. Qin Fei, on the other hand, if you save glimpse of death for when you have no choice but to use it and you can't turn the tide, not only will you lose your secret weapon, you'll also lose a chance to completely destroy your opponent. Jingyu, yeah. As expected of Brother Fei, his analysis was absolutely correct, thus, Jingyu happily locked onto glimpse of death. He didn't notice that Yi Hong was looking at him helplessly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He clearly wanted to use it. Qin Fei really spoiled him, giving him a reason to use it. Qin Fei didn't hesitate to lock onto Lilith in the other position. Actually, for Qin Fei, it didn't matter what kind of monster he used. He would change the monster he used for the team's victory, and even the position of the monster. However, in most cases, he would still prioritize his own monster. After all, the monster with the highest proficiency would always have a different feel to it. It was the LBL team's turn again. They locked onto Dark Cupid and Flower Petal of Datura in the 3rd and 4th positions. Flower Petal of Datura is also very popular overseas. Han Leng said as he locked onto Soul. Luo Yiming immediately locked onto Sin's Garden. It's time to let these foreigners know the correct way to use Sin's Garden. At this point, the PG team's lineup was confirmed, while the LBL team still had one last position to choose. It was their top laner. Luo Yiming guessed, don't tell me they're going to choose Archer? Playing against these overseas teams was really like gambling. Anything was possible. However, if I were them, I definitely wouldn't have picked up a crispy skin when I saw a fleeting shadow. Jingyu said. As soon as he finished speaking, the LBL team locked onto Hejiao, Mage, a proper fleeting shadow. Jingyu was expressionless. Luo Yiming didn't give him any face and laughed out loud, ha 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 ha, Jingyu, does your face hurt? I didn't say anything. I don't know anything. Jingyu tried to be cute again, even bringing up Qin Fei. Brother Fei, did I say anything just now? Qin Fei laughed, no, I didn't hear anything. Luo Yiming, wow. Don't you two have any shame? Yi Hong, showing off your love in front of everyone. Shameless. Han Leng, that's right. Shameless. Wait, is there a recording for the International Invitational Tournament? There was a moment of silence in the gaming room, followed by Jingyu's voice, it doesn't matter. Let's play. Watch me carry you with 5 kills in this round. Of course, there was a recording for the International Invitational Tournament. However, it was not certain whether it would be released or not. It all depended on the mood of the officials. In fact, by now, Jingyu and Qin Fei's relationship was already known to many people. It wasn't that the two deliberately showed off, but that the fans who watched the two's livestream had discovered it themselves. When the two of them were playing duo, Jingyu would kill whoever killed Qin Fei. Moreover, he would always stare at the same person from the beginning to the end of the match. He would even shout as he killed, how dare you kill my brother Fei? You're looking for death. As for Qin Fei, his protection of Jingyu couldn't be any more obvious. He protected him for almost the entire match, and at crucial moments, he would rather protect him than the archer. He even sent a public message, Fish, come and take this buff. The matched archer? In short, the two of them didn't deliberately show off their love for each other, but they didn't intend to hide it either. It was more or less an attitude of not admitting or denying it. This ambiguous relationship attracted even more people to watch their livestream, causing Yi Hong and the others to refuse to play Duo 3, 4, or 5 with them. After the LBL locked onto the archer, the lineups of the two teams were confirmed: PG, Lilith, Realm God, Sin Garden, Soul, Fleeting Shadow LBL, Hejiao, Nine-Tailed Fox, Dark Cupid, Blood Carp, Flower Petal of Datura. After entering the battlefield, the first 5 minutes were peaceful between the two teams. The moment the 5 minutes jumped to 6 minutes, Jingyu said, I'm in big trouble. These 4 words were like a signal. The PG, top, middle, and bottom lanes all went berserk, pressing into the tower and crippling the opponent. Then, Jingyu's sweeping shadow activated. After accumulating power on the spot, he rushed to the top lane with a whoosh, leaving behind a silver afterimage on the battlefield, like the trace left behind by lightning in the night sky. The enemy Heijiao's return to the city had just started, and before he could react, his screen turned gray. System, Fleeting Shadow, 1 kill. System, enemy Heijiao has died. Then, Fleeting Shadow moved out of the tower to avoid the tower damage, and charged up a second time, instantly arriving at the bottom of the tower in the middle lane, appearing behind the enemy nine-tailed fox. Without even using his sword, the fragile nine-tailed fox was killed by Fleeting Shadow's big move. System, Fleeting Shadow, double kill. System, enemy nine-tailed fox has died. Fleeting Shadow moved out of the tower again, and his big move teleported him to the bottom lane. The enemy support hurriedly opened his shield, but he was still stabbed to death by Fleeting Shadow. The enemy Dark Cupid moved to escape, and Jingyu's Fleeting Shadow caught up to him, and successfully hit him in the back with a normal attack, killing him. System, Fleeting Shadow, triple kill. System, enemy Blood Carp has died. System, Fleeting Shadow, quadruple kill. System, enemy Dark Cupid has died. Jingyu moved out of the tower again, but this time, he bumped into the enemy jungler. At this time, his Fleeting Shadow still had 1/3 of its health left, and all of his skills were on cooldown. The enemy Flower Petal of Datura, on the other hand, was full of health. Almost everyone thought that Jingyu's Fleeting Shadow would definitely die, and that he would definitely not be able to get a pentakill. Country M's commentator had even announced the result of 1 for 4. Although Aban believed in Jingyu's skills, he couldn't help but sweat for him. Can't get it? Really can't get it? Under everyone's gaze, the Flower Petal of Datura took the lead and attacked with a skill, Flower Strike. Jingyu's Fleeting Shadow directly flashed behind the Flower Petal of Datura, and while dodging the skill, he slashed at the Flower Petal of Datura's back. The Flower Petal of Datura's passive triggered, and a layer of poison stacked on Fleeting Shadow. Jingyu didn't panic at all, and when the Flower Petal of Datura turned around to attack, he dodged and slashed again, and hit. The Flower Petal of Datura didn't hesitate to use Flash and Teleport, and ruthlessly crushed Fleeting Shadow, instantly reducing his health to a critical value. At this time, Jingyu's Fleeting Shadow successfully looted a monster, and he used Retribution. His health was back. After the two of them exchanged a few more blows, Jingyu's Fleeting Shadow skill was off cooldown, and before the Flower Petal of Datura could turn around after his attack missed, Jingyu used Shadow Blade on his side. The black blade turned into an afterimage, piercing into the Flower Petal of Datura's body and coming out again, causing 2 damage. The Flower Petal of Datura's health bar was only a little higher than Fleeting Shadow's. Then, Jingyu's Fleeting Shadow was off cooldown, and he directly crushed the Flower Petal of Datura, taking revenge. Fleeting Shadow's health exceeded that of the Flower Petal of Datura. Country M's commentator was shocked speechless when he saw this change. The LBL jungler started to panic. The one-on-one battle made him feel the difference in skills between him and his opponent, and he had a premonition that he was going to lose. However, seeing that he was about to kill his opponent, and that his teleportation and flash skills were on cooldown, he could only bite the bullet and continue fighting no matter how much he wanted to escape. The two of them kept moving, attacking, and fighting fiercely, and finally, System, Fleeting Shadow, pentakill. System, the enemy Flower Petal of Datura has died. Aban, Jingyu is awesome. Without being a proper live commentator, he could finally cheer for Jingyu without any scruples. Jingyu's Fleeting Shadow got a pentakill. That's too awesome. However, just as Jingyu was about to return to the city, System, Flower Petal of Datura, 1 kill. System, our Fleeting Shadow has died. Tangua, Ayaya, Jingyu's Fleeting Shadow was also poisoned to death by the Flower Petal of Datura. Aban, but it doesn't matter. We got a pentakill. Pentakill, ah. Aban was so excited that he said we, but he obviously didn't realize it himself. The match hasn't even reached the 10th minute, and we got a pentakill. In other words, System, Magic Dragon will respawn in 1 minute. Great, Jingyu looked at the death countdown on his screen. He was clearly dead, but he was in a good mood. Using Fleeting Shadow was really awesome. Fleeting Shadow was probably the only one in the entire LD who could complete a pentakill in such a short time. Of course, it also had to do with the cooperation of his teammates. Come, I'll let you feel the fear of being dominated by Fleeting Shadow. Jingyu looked at the countdown on his screen that was getting closer and closer to 0 and was eager to give it a try. Pentakill, only 0 times, and countless times. Yi Hong, who had taken off the Magic Dragon's vision, couldn't help but laugh. It's coming, this one's in the bag. Luo Yiming imitated Jingyu's tone and said, come, I'll let you feel the flirtatious words of our jungler. Hanleng, ha ha ha, flirtatious words, only 0 times, and countless times. Jingyu, == wow, you're a bunch of bad people. Jingyu complained in his heart, but he was already used to his teammates teasing, so he didn't take it seriously. After the death countdown ended, he immediately controlled his fleeting shadow to rush to the dragon pit. For a team as brutal as PG, the option of raising a dragon was basically non-existent. Even if it was a baby dragon that spawned in the 7th minute of the match, they would still take it if they could. Therefore, as soon as the magic dragon spawned, all PG members rushed forward and took down the magic dragon as quickly as possible before the LBL members came to steal it. System, fleeting shadow. Conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. Yi Hong, nice Jing. I got a big one. Are you guys ready? Luo Yiming, we're ready. Qin Fei, pentakill, let's go. Hanleng, let's go. Jingyu, okay, let's gather in the middle lane and push the tower. One wave after returning to the city to replenish their health, PG gathered in the middle lane and aggressively pressed toward the enemy's tower in the middle lane. Halfway through, Jingyu had his shadow glimpse go to the jungle to get a magic disc. With the magic dragon army and the magic disc paving the way, PG pushed through 2 enemy towers in the middle lane in one go, but they were blocked by the enemy demons under the 3rd tower. If it were any other team, they would probably continue to push. However, PG had its own way of doing things. Push through. Following Jingyu's order, PG pressed into the tower under the leadership of Qin Fei and Lilith. Qin Fei's Lilith endured the tower damage and directly pressed into the enemy's back row. Hanleng's soul used flash and used all his crowd control skills after entering the tower. Yi Hong's realm god activated, 4 directions realm. The 4 golden walls surrounded all the enemy forces, making it difficult for them to move. This wasn't the end. Yi Hong immediately followed up with a skill, boundary. He drew a golden line between himself and the enemy demons, then followed up with a second skill, realm pull. The beautiful blonde man in a gorgeous robe pushed forward with a golden wave. The enemy demons hit by the wave all moved forward uncontrollably, crossing the boundary that realm god had just drawn. The heaven-defying damage that resulted from this was no joke. System, realm god, first kill. System, enemy nine-tailed fox has died. System, realm god, double kill. System, enemy blood carp has died. System, realm god, triple kill. System, enemy dark cupid has died. System, realm god, quadruple kill. System, enemy Heijiao has died. System, realm god, pentakill. System, enemy flower petal of Datura has died. Yi Hong, nice. Luo Yiming, damn. 5 kills in one go, awesome. Hanleng, Yezi 666. While Yi Hong was annihilating the entire enemy team, Luo Yiming's Sin's Garden and Jingyu's Glimpse of Shadows had successfully destroyed the 3 towers and rescued Lilith, who was at critical health. System, Sin Garden, destroy the enemy's defense tower. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. If you were any later, I would have died. Luo Yiming, didn't we make it in time? Yi Hong, continue to push the tower. Quick. Continue. Yi Hong, who had gotten a pentakill, was especially excited. It was as if he could already see himself receiving the MVP award in front of the stage. His teammates smiled helplessly and continued to push forward with him. With the enemy's entire team dead, PG and his team were able to follow the last wave of Magic Dragon army into the enemy's territory with ease. Then, with all their members attacking the territory, they destroyed the territory in minutes and won the match. Final time used, 12 minutes, they only needed 12 minutes to win the match. A ban, PG is awesome. Jingyu and Yezi each got a pentakill. 2 pentakills in one match, that's awesome. Tanghua, 12 minutes, that's too fast. It's unbelievable. This is the fastest match in the International Invitational Tournament so far. Aban, Soul and State God combined control. State God's set of skills took out the entire enemy team. This will definitely be the top 1 kill this Friday. Tanghua, then the top 2 will definitely be Jingyu's Glimpse of Shadows. Pentakill. In this match, PG's performance was impeccable. It was obvious that he had dealt a heavy blow to the LBL team, causing the LBL team's room to be silent for a long time. In the end, it was their captain who spoke first and comforted them. "Don't worry, it's a best of 5. We only lost one match, so we still have a chance." Their teammates responded one after another, but everyone's expressions were stiff. Everyone knew that it was too early to say that they were going to lose. However, they had lost 2 pentakills in the first round, and they had no way to fight back. They had lost the match in 12 minutes. This blow was not something that could be erased with a simple, "there's still a chance." However, the winning team also had their own pressure. "Jingyu, don't relax, maintain your condition and win in one go." If they lost the second match after leading the first match, the pressure on them would be even greater than the LBL team. In the second match, the LBL team gave the first ban to Glimpse of Shadows. This was within everyone's expectations. Country M's commentator even claimed that Jinyu's Glimpse of Shadows was unbeatable and that he was the world's #1 Glimpse of Shadows. A ban couldn't help but laugh. Country M's commentator is really daring. Every sentence is so full of confidence. Aren't they afraid of being slapped in the face later? After a pause, however, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that Jinyu's Glimpse of Shadows is the world's #1. Ha ha ha. A ban, you really think highly of Jinyu? Tangwa laughed. However, it turns out that your judgment is quite accurate. Jinyu's current position in the Chinese server is no less than BALC's Li Yan. In this season, very few people say that Li Yan is the #1 jungler in the Chinese server. Everyone says that he's the #1 sword burial, and Jinyu's title as the #1 assassin in the Chinese server can't be any more stable. A ban, I'm looking forward to seeing which assassin monster jungler he'll use this time. As the two spoke, PG gave the first ban, and it was still sword burial. Jinyu calmly analyzed, they're going to make the first move this round, so they'll definitely snatch the mid laner. We can't use Realm God, but we have to ban them in the end. Qin Fei, giving them hope and then cutting it off. That's really bad. Jinyu coughed. It's all tactics. You taught me. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I taught you. Jinyu decided to ignore him and continued his analysis. They still have 2 bans left. I'm guessing they'll be Moonshade Spider and Immortal. If they don't ban those 2, we'll snatch them. He paused. In other words, their first ban is almost certain to be Nine-Tailed Fox. Brother, you won't have a problem suppressing it with Soul, right? No, Yi Hong said, then sighed. Although I'd rather use a Burst Mage to show off, Jinyu, then we won't ban Realm God. How confident are you if you use Nine-Tailed Fox against a Realm God? He didn't expect Jinyu to really try to satisfy him. Yi Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. After a while, he replied seriously, I don't know how good he is at Realm God, so it's hard to say. But I can tell you that if I go up against AI Min or Xianxia, my chances of winning against Nine-Tailed Fox are 50-50. AI Min, PMGM Team PG's mid laner, former captain of Team DJSS. Known for imitating Yi Hong's style and playstyle, she gradually figured out a playstyle that was more suitable for her. In the mock competition against Team 1, she led the team to victory many times. Although most of the time it was PG who lost. Xianxia, Jock XD Team JOK's mid laner and captain. Before Yi Hong, he was known as the #1 Nine-Tailed Fox in the country. He was the main tank of JOK's team and led his teammates to victory many times. So he was targeted very badly in the last few tournaments, causing JOK's ranking to drop to the bottom of the top 8. In short, they were 2 very strong mid laners. Jinyu thought seriously for a moment. 50-50, that's enough. Let's release Realm God. Yi Hong blinked. He couldn't believe that Jinyu would actually agree. Jinyu smiled. Don't you have me? My chances of winning against the opposing jungler are 100%. Wow, look at how confident and arrogant he was. If it wasn't for Jinyu's good looks and flirtatious tone that made people's hearts itch, he would really be asking for a beating. However, it was the truth. In the previous round, everyone had seen Jinyu use his low HP Glimpse Shadow to fight against Flower Petal of Datura, who was at full HP. They had made a husband and wife bow to each other. It had to be known that Glimp's shadow was just a little brother without his big move. He was far more of a flower vase than heart of ice. Even so, Jingyu still used Glimp's shadow to kill Flower Petal of Datura. This was a technical beating. It probably dealt a heavy blow to LBL's jungler. After thinking this through, Yi Hong couldn't help but smile. Then I'll leave it to you. And so, PG didn't ban Realm God or Nine-Tailed Fox. Instead, he banned Flower in the Mirror and Wami Liuhua. As for LBL's ban positions, Jingyu had completely guessed it: Glimp's Shadow, Moonshade Spider, Immortal. They had no other choice. In this round, LBL had clearly made the first move, but they were completely passive. After LBL insta-killed Realm God, PG insta-killed Nine-Tailed Fox and Flower Petal of Datura. Aban was instantly excited. Looks like Jingyu is planning to show off Flower Petal of Datura in this round. Is it possible for him to show off all the assassin-type monsters in the International Invitational Tournament? Definitely. Tanghua said with certainty. Speaking of which, Yezi got Nine-Tailed Fox in this round again. Even though he's up against Realm God, for some reason, I have a feeling that Yezi will win. Aban, ha, it's probably because Yezi's Nine-Tailed Fox has never lost before. According to the official statistics of the monster's win rate, there are only 2 monsters with a 100% win rate. One is Jingyu's Glimp's Shadow, and the other is Yezi's Nine-Tailed Fox. Tanghua, that's unbelievable. At the same time, LBL's members were also seriously analyzing PG's lineup for this round. He's actually using Nine-Tailed Fox to fight against Realm God? He even took my Flower Petal of Datura. If he loses this round again, won't he lose face? In an esports competition, the most frustrating thing was to lose even after exchanging monsters and monsters. This was the most direct reflection of the strength of both sides. When both sides entered the battlefield, the final lineup was as follows: PG, Lilith, Nine-Tailed Fox, Dark Cupid, Sarier, Flower Petal of Datura LBL, Azrael, Realm God, Sin Garden, Mermaid, Bladeless Burial. Jingyu was really surprised when he saw that the LBL's last position was Bladeless Burial. In China, it was very rare to see assassin-type monsters jungling. Only the Flower Petal of Datura and the Moonshade Spider were more common. Now, he actually saw Bladeless Burial when he was fighting against an LBL team from country L. Jingyu. It seems that the foreign junglers prefer to chase after low-health players. Bladeless Burial was undoubtedly the best monster in the world when it came to chasing after low-health players. Whether it was her second skill, Burrow, or her ultimate skill, Slayer's Will, they all had a speed increase effect. As long as she targeted a low-health player, it was almost impossible to escape. However, Bladeless Burial's base health was even lower than Heart of Ice. It was very easy to be counter-killed, so it had to be used very carefully. Soon, the match began. After Jingyu's Flower Petal of Datura entered the battlefield, he directly rushed to his own jungle. After clearing all the jungles in the jungle, he unlocked the third skill, Invisibility. Then, he ganked the enemy's top laner, Azrael, and was hit by Azrael's normal attack. After activating his passive, he successfully stacked 3 layers of poison on Azrael. He could now use Invisibility. Flower Petal of Datura's Invisibility could only be used when stacked 3 layers of poison. After Jingyu successfully made his Flower Petal of Datura invisible, he didn't even look at Azrael, who looked like he was facing a great enemy. He swaggered under the enemy's defense tower and invaded the enemy's jungle. Aban was about to laugh to death, ha. LBL's Azrael is hiding under the tower and doesn't dare to move. Tanghua, he must think that Jingyu's Flower Petal of Datura is still nearby and wants to ambush him. However, Jingyu's goal is only to use Invisibility. Aban, yes, gank Azrael and activate Invisibility in order to sneak into the jungle, that's too cunning. Jingyu calculated the time and knew that Bladeless life should be farming in the upper jungle right now. Sure enough, when he arrived next to the Green Goblin, he saw that Bladeless Burial was soloing the Green Goblin. Jingyu shamelessly had his Flower Petal of Datura crouch by the side and wait for the Green Goblin to have low health before using Retribution on it. Got it, the enemy's Bladeless Burial? The Green Goblin that he had worked so hard to kill was taken away just like that. The enemy jungler was obviously stunned for a moment before he suddenly attacked Jingyu. Jinyu's flower petal of Dachira's invisibility was removed the moment he used retribution. Even so, he still had the initiative. Almost at the same time that Bladeless Burial was about to grab him, he used his second skill, Flying Flower. He turned into a small purple flower and floated behind Bladeless Burial. Then, he used Flower Strike. The two skills hit consecutively and successfully stacked 2 layers of poison on Bladeless Burial. The LBL jungler was indeed someone who knew how to use Flower Petal of Dachira. He knew that attacking at this time would trigger a passive effect, so he simply gave up on attacking. Instead, he roamed nearby and waited for his teammates to come help him. However, the LBL top laner, Azrael, was busy clearing out troops to defend the tower. He was being suppressed by Xianxia's Lilith to the point that he couldn't breathe. The mid laner, State God, and Nine-Tailed Fox were both at low health. They couldn't even take care of themselves. What should he do if no one came to help him? Bladeless Burial hesitated, and Jinyu's flower petal of Dachira immediately chased after him. Bladeless Burial was clearly the one who was good at chasing, but he was being chased by Jinyu's flower petal of Dachira and had no choice but to escape underground. Thus, Jinyu took the opportunity to steal another wild in the LBL's jungle. The LBL jungler felt wronged. He could only watch as his wild was stolen, but there was nothing he could do. Finally, the LBL top laner couldn't stand it anymore. He gave up on a tower and rushed into the jungle. However, Xianxia also decisively gave up on pushing the tower and chased after him into the enemy's jungle. The LBL jungler was both happy and worried. He was happy because he finally had the confidence to fight against Jinyu's flower petal of Dachira, but he was worried because, as soon as the LBL Azrael entered the jungle, Jinyu's flower petal of Dachira took the initiative to meet him. After dodging the opponent's skill, he received the opponent's normal attack. Then, he used 2 skills, one after the other: passive, Flower Rage, Poison Stack 1, Displacement, Flying Flower, Poison Stack 2, Attack, Flower Strike, Poison Stack 3, Invisibility. After Jinyu's flower petal of Dachira became invisible, he didn't even look at Azrael. He turned around and rushed towards Bladeless Burial. A normal attack: when flower petal of Dachira attacked an enemy monster while invisible, the damage dealt would be doubled. Bladeless Burial, who was at half health, only had a sliver of health left after this attack. He was so scared that he counterattacked. He successfully hit, but he wasn't happy at all. Passive activated, Poison Stack 1. After Jinyu's flower petal of Dachira gave Bladeless Burial another normal attack, he didn't even look at him. He moved to dodge Azrael's skill and met up with Xianxia's Lilith. System, Flower Petal of Dachira, 1 kill. System, enemy Bladeless Burial has died. Tangua, huh? A ban, Bladeless Burial has been poisoned to death. When Jinyu's flower petal of Dachira turned around to face Bladeless Burial wasn't dead yet. However, Jinyu left without hesitation. He clearly knew that Bladeless Burial was dead for sure. A ban, so cool. Every time I see Jinyu using flower petal of Dachira to leave a layer of blood on the enemy and then the enemy dying behind him, I think it's especially cool. Tangua, ha ha ha. Real men never look back to see the poison activate. Just like that, Jinyu coolly took down the first blood. Then, under the protection of Xianxia and Lilith, he retreated from the enemy's jungle. However, was his comeback to the jungle over just like that? Obviously not. Without the protection of the defense tower, Azrael was instantly killed by Lilith. Xianxia's Lilith was so ferocious that Azrael had no choice but to use Blink. However, Xianxia wasn't willing to give up. He also used Blink and chased after Azrael. Almost at the same time, Jinyu's flower petal of Dachira's cooldown ended. He used Blink and teleported to catch up to him and used Flower Strike. Then, the two of them turned around and went to farm in the wild. System, Flower Petal of Dachira, double kill. System, enemy Azrael has died. Tangua, ha ha ha. Another one poisoned to death. A ban, the two of them turning around at the same time is too cool, ha ha ha. After Xianxia and Jinyu worked together to clear the LBL jungle, they returned to the top lane and destroyed the enemy's tower. The LBL top laner was about to cry. 2 consecutive top laners are so domineering. My luck is too bad. His teammate comforted him. Think about it this way. You took Azrael this round. If you didn't do that, you probably would have been killed. The LBL top laner wasn't comforted. I'm already dead. Thank you. The LBL top laner wanted to rely on his realm to destroy the enemy's mid lane. However, not only was he unable to take down the mid lane, his own top laner was also destroyed. Jinyu's flower petal of Datura unscrupulously went against the jungle and increased the economy of both sides. Finally, Yi Hong, who was one piece ahead of the rest, used his nine-tailed fox to instantly kill the LBL top laner's realm. System, nine-tailed fox, 1 kill. System, enemy's realm has died. Jinyu, who was so engrossed in the jungle that he forgot to gank, said, Brother Ye's nine-tailed fox is really strong. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Come and help me push the tower. Just like that, the LBL top laner's tower was taken down by the PG. At the 13th minute, the two sides engaged in a huge team battle in the mid lane. Just as the PG was about to be wiped out, Hanlung's Sarrier activated his ultimate, Light of Protection. In the end, the PG took the opportunity to counterattack and wipe out the LBL team. Hanlung, TSK, a pure support is still very useful, right? Luo Yiming, old Han is awesome. Yi Hong, hahaha, I'll give you a like. In this team battle, 1 for 5. On the PG side, only Qin Fei's Lilith died. In order to kill the enemy's backline, he gave up on using his ultimate to escape and instead chased after them. In the end, he managed to get a double kill before dying. Now, the LBL was scared to death of Qin Fei. Too cruel. This suicidal playstyle is too scary. Lilith has to be banned. Even if we die, we have to ban her. Then, what should we use? After a moment of silence, everyone felt a headache coming on. Their 3 bans for this round were Fleeting Shadow, Moonshade Spider, and Undying. Could they use Fleeting Shadow? Of course not. If they used Fleeting Shadow, what else could they do? They could easily get a quintuple kill. With low health, they didn't dare to wander outside the territory. It was too much of a test of their mental fortitude. Could they use Moonshade Spider? That was absolutely impossible. After watching the replay, they still had lingering fears. They felt that Jinyu's Moonshade Spider was simply a bug. One set of skills could kill people, and it also had a chain of control. Once targeted by it, they couldn't move at all and would be controlled until they died. Could they use Undying? Haha, unless they wanted to die a more tragic death. What could they do? Change lanes. The LBL mid laner said. Change lanes with me in the next round. I don't believe that I, a mage, will lose to a tank in the early game. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fei's Lilith rushed into the second tower and directly clashed with the LBL mid laner. Not only did it use a few skills, it even corroded the sprite commandeering. System, Lilith, 1 kill. System, the enemy's realm god has died. The LBL mid laner, the other 4 teammates. After a moment of silence, the LBL mid laner looked at his gray screen and said calmly, in the next round, the top laner and bottom laner will change lanes. The LBL archer, QAQ after Qin Fei's Lilith jumped the tower and killed the realm god, he was only left with a layer of health and flashed out of the tower. Jinyu saw that he didn't die and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Fei, go back to the city to recover. Brother Yi, lead the bottom lane. Yiming and Brother Han, gather in the middle lane and prepare to steal the dragon. Thus, after a period of time, the PG split into 2 groups. One group led the bottom lane and exposed themselves to the LBL's vision to attract their attention. The other group went to the dragon pit to steal the dragon. However, the enemy jungler still realized their strategy. The moment the magic dragon was about to finish, he drilled out of the ground and handed over retribution. Jinyu's flower petal of Datura handed over retribution at almost the same time. However, the moment he saw the enemy's bladeless man rise from the ground, his heart skipped a beat. As expected, System, Bladeless Man, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. System, flower petal of Datura, 1 kill. System, the enemy's bladeless man has died. TSK Jinyu really didn't understand. Why did the system always give the dragon to the enemy when they handed over retribution at the same time? At this moment, he was really annoyed. Reality proved that if you failed at the same thing too many times, you would lose your patience. What could he do? He could only vent his anger on the LBL players. Jingyu, I'm so angry. Kill them. It was indeed infuriating to have your dragon stolen, but for some reason, hearing Jingyu say it out loud made his teammates feel very happy. Yi Hong immediately agreed. Yes. Kill them. Luo Yiming, we won't forgive them for stealing our dragon. If we don't kill them 300 times, we won't be able to vent our anger. Qin Fei, how can 300 times be enough? We'll kill them at least 500 times. Han Leng, I'm not going to say anything else. I'm going to use my carry. Don't stop me. Thus, the moment the LBL players followed the first wave of Magic Dragon troops into the middle lane, Qin Fei's Lilith directly used her ULT to suppress the 5 of them. At the same time, Yi Hong's Nine-Tailed Fox used her ULT and Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid teleported over to deal damage. Han Leng's Sarier used her ULT to block the enemy's ULT and protect his team. At the same time, she switched to her carry and attacked crazily. Jinyu's Flower Petal of Datura took the opportunity to fly out and reap the kills. System, Nine-Tailed Fox, 1 kill. System, the enemy Sin Garden has been killed. System, Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System, the enemy Sin Garden has been killed. System, Dark Cupid, double kill. System, the enemy's Mermaid has been killed. System, Sarier, 1 kill. System, the enemy's Bladeless Death has been killed. System, Lilith, 1 kill. System, the enemy's Azrael has been killed. Jingyu? Where's my kill? Jingyu was the angriest of them all. In this 0 for 5 group battle, he didn't even get a single kill, so he shut himself up. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Fei also couldn't help but laugh. You're too impatient. You used your skills too early. Alright, push the tower, be good. Reality proved that it was not good to be in a match with emotions. However, Jingyu's performance was not a problem. Even if he did not get a single kill, he dealt heavy damage to the 5 opponents and got 5 assists. Jingyu was still a little angry at first, but when he heard Qin Fei say good boy, his anger instantly dissipated. He led the entire team and rushed towards the enemy's territory. He was completely unaware that the spectator stands outside were completely silent. Almost everyone in the audience had their mouths wide open in disbelief. It took a long time for the commentator to find his voice. While fighting against the Magic Dragon army, the PGs also got wiped out by the LBLs. This is simply amazing. Aban burst out laughing when he heard this. Ha 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 ha. Country M's commentator is shocked by PG's performance again. Tanghua, to be honest, I was shocked too. PGs were too decisive and brutal in this group battle. It was clearly the LBLs who got the Magic Dragon, but PGs were more aggressive than them. Aban, this way, the LBLs got the dragon for nothing. PGs got the magic disc and started pushing the LBL's middle tower. Now that the first tower has fallen, they're pushing the second tower. The second tower has fallen. Next up is the third tower. With the help of the magic disc, PGs pushed into the LBL's territory in one go. After the LBLs resurrected, they tried to defend with the help of the magic dragon army, but they were killed one after another. In the end, the game ended at 24 minutes. The LBL's territory was destroyed, and PGs won. This result was almost within the expectations of all PG's fans. Aban and Tangwa's fans in the livestream had already seen through everything. Ha 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 ha. Anyone who dares to steal PG's dragon is a brave warrior. As everyone knows, PGs will go berserk after their dragons are stolen. Once PG's seals are unlocked, they're out of control. LBLs, what a miserable team. The 5 LBLs looked at the word failure on their screens. They were so shocked that they lost their expressions. If they didn't steal the dragon, they could still comfort themselves by saying that they lost because of a good opportunity. However, they managed to steal the dragon. Under such circumstances, not only did they fail to turn the tables, but they were also wiped out by PGs. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow. In the first round, PGs defeated them and the game ended in 12 minutes. In the second round, PGs traded 5 times for the Magic Dragon and wiped them out. Was there even a need to continue playing this game if it wasn't for the fact that they were participating in the International Invitational Tournament and shouldering the honor of their country? They would have just forfeited and left after going through such a cruel 2 rounds. However, they obviously couldn't do that now. No matter how desperate they were, they could only bite the bullet and continue playing with the belief that they would win. Otherwise, even if they didn't forfeit, they would only be scolded when they returned to China. They didn't know how the other team from their country was doing. The LBL captain, anyway, the game isn't over yet. We still have a chance, we can't give up. In the next round, the top and bottom lane will switch lanes. The jungler will help the bottom lane. This might be a little risky, but we can only try. After the 2 teams rested for a while, the 3rd round started. In this round, the blue team of LBL made the first move. There were some changes to their 3 bans. In the end, they banned Plunder Shadow, Moonshade Spider, and Lilith. PG's first banned Sword Burial and second banned Flower in the Mirror. When they were about to ban the 3rd monster, they realized that LBL didn't ban the Immortal. They were instantly at a loss. Ban what? Jingyu felt that he couldn't make a decision. Immortal, Realm God, and Wanmi Liuhua, choose one of the 3? Qin Fei, Immortal. Yi Hong, Wanmi Liuhua. Luo Yiming, Realm God, right? Jingyu, == do you dare to share your opinions, Jingyu, Brother Han, what do you think? Han Leng, I think that Brother Fei's life has been banned, so it'll be a little difficult for him to suppress the Immortal. However, Yezi must think that he can't suppress Wanmi Liuhua with Realm God or Nine-Tailed Fox. That's why he said that he wants to ban Wanmi Liuhua. However, the other team might not use Wanmi Liuhua as a lane. Jingyu, okay, it's decided. We'll ban the Immortal. Yi Hong. Did you hear old Han's analysis and think that the other team won't use Wanmi Liuhua as a lane, or do you just not want to see Brother Fei get suppressed? After banning the Immortal, Jingyu replied seriously, Brother Fei won't get suppressed no matter who he plays against. Yi Hong, Qin Fei, you're right. Yi Hong, do these 2 people have any shame at all? However, it turned out that flags couldn't be raised carelessly. The first position of the LBL was Wanmi Liuhua. Yi Hong frowned. Even though he felt that something was wrong, he still chose to ban Realm God. Then, in the other position, Jingyu chose Bladeless Man. Seeing this zombie lowly, Luo Yiming couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Jingyu, are you going to pick whatever the other team picks? Jingyu shrugged. I'm just being nice and teaching the other team how to play the jungler. Qin Fei, don't be arrogant. No one knows the result of the game until the very last moment. We can't rule out the possibility that the other team will use 2 to chase 3. I know, Jingyu replied sullenly. Of course he knew about this. He was just being sarcastic. He felt that Qin Fei should know him well. Hearing the dissatisfaction in his voice, Qin Fei helplessly smiled and ruffled Jingyu's hair. Jingyu quickly raised his hand to stop him. What are you doing? Qin Fei grabbed his hand and helped him straighten his hair. Okay, I'm just saying. I know you won't underestimate your opponent. Anyone can underestimate their opponent, but you won't. Hearing this, Jingyu was instantly happy. Okay Yi Hong, wow, I'm going to call the police. Luo Yiming, save my mother. Who's going to drag these 2 away? Han Leng, you 2 are too much. Can't you just play the game properly? Qin Fei, yes, yes, yes. His tone was extremely perfunctory. Jingyu, == while they were talking, the other team locked onto Nine-Tailed Fox and Sin Garden. Seeing these 2 monsters, the PG team was stunned. Finally, they could talk about the game normally again. Yi Hong, Nine-Tailed Fox and Sin Garden? Then Wanmi Liuhua is the top laner? Most likely, Qin Fei replied. They didn't expect to meet a double archer lineup in the International Invitational Tournament. However, they had experience fighting against a double archer lineup. Luo Yiming, when I saw the double archer lineup, I knew that we were going to win this game. Han Leng, ha ha ha, we didn't train for nothing these past few months. It was all for the sake of beating this kid 2-0 in the points competition. Yi Hong, why is this LBL team so unlucky? They keep running into us? Qin Fei, you can't blame them. I'm just too strong. Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. He could finally return Qin Fei's words to him word for word. Don't be arrogant. No one knows the result of the game until the very last moment. Qin Fei, tisk, you're absolutely right. Yi Hong, wow, that's enough. After a while, the lineups for the third round were confirmed. PG, Satan, Realm God, Dark Cupid, Heijiao, Bladeless Death LBL, Wanmi Liuhua, Nine-Tailed Fox, Sin Garden, Blood Carp, Flower Petal of Datura. The midlaner and jungler of both teams swapped monsters. Apart from that, the biggest change was that LBL's top laner had Wanmi Liuhua. LBL thought that since their top laner couldn't beat their opponent's top laner, they would take a gamble by swapping lanes. Since their top laner had to take the bottom lane, they had to take a monster with longer arms. Wanmi Liuhua was undoubtedly the best choice. They didn't want to make a comeback in a 1v2, they just wanted to defend their bottom lane. Moreover, PG had their reasons for banning Wanmi Liuhua in the first 2 rounds. Since they were so afraid of Wanmi Liuhua, LBL had to try Wanmi Liuhua. Unfortunately, LBL didn't know that while PG was indeed afraid of Wanmi Liuhua, they were afraid of Wanmi Liuhua going mid lane. Wanmi Liuhua going mid lane, there was no pressure in the lane, okay, however, there was one thing that PG didn't expect. They didn't expect LBL's top and bottom laners to swap lanes. Thus, when Qin Fei saw Sin Garden and Blood Carp in the top lane, he was shocked. Huh, 2 people against me? Who asked you to be so strong? Yi Hong joked. As it turned out, LBL's last-minute strategy was effective. In the early stages of the match, they successfully suppressed Qin Fei's Satan. Sin Garden was an archer with long arms. Blood Carp's second skill, Vortex, had a crowd control effect. Of these 2 monsters, one forced them to move while the other exhausted them. They managed to completely suppress Qin Fei's Satan. At the same time, the mid laners of both teams were in a deadlock. Luo Yiming and Han Leng were also suppressing Wanmi Liuhua in the bottom lane. However, because Wanmi Liuhua cleared the minions quickly, they were unable to reach the tower. From the looks of it, PG's top laner would be the first to drop the tower. However, LBL seemed to have forgotten that it was dangerous to be too close to a squishy target. I'm coming. Go. Following Jingyu's command, Qin Fei's Satan suddenly activated Demon King's deterrence and pressed down on the enemy archer and support. The enemy archer and support were shocked. It was too late when they realized that something was wrong. On the screen, a pale-skinned girl crawled out from the ground in a strange posture. Her 5 fingers were like blades as she clawed at the archer's back. Bladeless Man's skill, Sharp Claw, dealt heaven-defying damage to the enemy archer. Then, Qin Fei's Satan threw a demonic blast, which accurately hit the enemy archer and successfully took away his remaining health. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, enemy Sin Garden has been eliminated. When the enemy Blood Carp saw that he could not protect the archer, he quickly turned around and retreated. At the same time, the enemy jungler, Flower Petal of Datura, rushed out and tried to kill Satan, who had only a sliver of health left. Qin Fei's Satan retreated to the bottom of the tower and dodged a skill from Flower Petal of Datura. Jingyu used his Bladeless Man to chase after the enemy Blood Carp and gave chase. His Bladeless Man had not reached level 6, so he did not have an ultimate skill that could increase his movement speed. His second skill, Burrow, was also on cooldown. Unlike other assassin-type monsters, Bladeless Man could not respawn immediately after killing an enemy. Hence, it was difficult for him to chase after the enemy. However, in the end, he managed to catch up to Blood Carp with the movement speed advantage of Bladeless Man and dealt a fatal blow. System, Bladeless Man, 1 kill. System, enemy Blood Carp has been eliminated. When the enemy jungler saw the 2 system notifications, he knew that once Bladeless Man returned, he would completely lose the chance to kill Satan. He hesitated between jumping over the tower and retreating. In the end, he chose to retreat. However, he still encountered Bladeless Man who was rushing back. At the same time, Qin Fei's Satan also rushed over with a sliver of health left. In the end, Jingyu's Bladeless Man successfully took the enemy jungler's head. System, Bladeless Man, double kill. System, enemy Flower Petal of Datura has been eliminated. Jingyu looked at the 2 kills and 1 assist at the start of the game and could not help but click his tongue. Hesitation leads to defeat. If the enemy jungler had not hesitated and retreated, he might have been able to save his life. However, a few minutes later, the enemy jungler made the same choice. He decisively rushed into the tower and tried to jump over the tower to kill Qin Fei's Satan. However, Qin Fei dodged his attack several times in a row. It was too late for him to retreat. The enemy jungler could only watch as he was killed by the tower. What was more depressing was that when he died, Qin Fei's Satan had less than 2 digits of health left. He was on the verge of death. He was so close. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, enemy flower petal of Datura has been eliminated. Jinyu, who did not have time to attack, observed a moment of silence for the enemy jungler. Then, he shrugged and said, decisiveness leads to defeat. Hesitation leads to defeat. Decisiveness leads to defeat. These 2 sentences were the truth of the world. In the end, 10 minutes into the match, the LBL's top lane collapsed. Almost at the same time, Luo Yiming successfully killed the enemy's Wami Liuhua and took down the bottom lane's tower. In the end, the LBL's strategy only achieved a negligible effect at the start of the match. Overall, the LBL team was suppressed by the PG team. The match ended at the 22-minute mark. The PG team won again. The PG team defeated the team from country L 3-0. After the match, the PG team members commented, Jinyu, their jungler is not good. Qin Fei, their top laner is not good. Yi Hong, their mid laner is far worse than mine. Hanlun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Hey, can't you guys save some face for them? Jinyu, actually, strictly speaking, it's their strategy that's not good. In order to defeat us, they changed their lineup again and again. I feel like they've lost their original style. Qin Fei, yes, they didn't play as well as they should have. Yi Hong, it's simple, they've lost their mentality. Anyone who had been suppressed by the same team twice in a row would find it difficult to maintain a good mentality and win the third match. Jinyu had made the right choice in choosing Glimpse in the first match. As they chatted, the members of the LBL team voted for the MVP. Yi Hong, pick me, pick me, pick me. Luo Yiming, let's go, Yezi. Hanlun, why do I feel like it's Jinyu? As soon as Hanlun finished speaking, Qin Fei's ID appeared on the screen. Yi Hong, what the F***? Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. He did not expect the other team to pick him. Jinyu was not surprised at all. In the first 3 matches, they lost the top laner first. It's normal for them to have a deep impression of Brother Fei. Yi Hong, wow, I'm not convinced. I, God of Realm, even got a pentakill. Jinyu, my glimpse also got a pentakill. It was useless to say more. Since the other party had chosen Qin Fei, the interview could only be done by Qin Fei. Qin Fei sat down next to the host. Before the interview began, the Chinese viewers couldn't help but discuss frowny face after Jinyu. Is Brother Fei going to show off his Chinglish? Ha ha ha, I can't imagine Brother Fei speaking English. I'm guessing the god of sleep can speak Chinese. When Qin Fei first came into contact with LD, the ID that was randomly thrown out was Sleeping Prince of the Forest. Later on, when he wanted to create a professional team, he needed to change his ID to English. This was why many fans who respected him as a god called him the god of sleep. In fact, it had nothing to do with his sleepy physique. It was just because his ID was PG Sleep, that was all. The first question that the host asked Qin Fei was related to this, may I ask why you're called Sleep? Qin Fei's translator wanted to prompt him, but Qin Fei beat him to it, no, thanks. Meaning that there was no need. Then, Qin Fei answered the host's question in fluent English. He also explained Jinyu's ID, GF is not an abbreviation for girlfriend. It's an abbreviation for Jinyu. Because my teammate GF's Chinese name has the same pronunciation as Jinyu's Chinese name, I lazily used Jinyu's initials. Why do I have to explain this? Because I see that many people here are curious about this. Have I solved an age-old problem for everyone? The audience laughed loudly. The atmosphere couldn't be more relaxed. A Ban and Tang was live broadcast room instantly exploded with comments frowny face F***ck. Neil, when you open your mouth. Brother Fei's English is so good? I don't believe it. Is this still my Brother Fei? Such a handsome person can't be my brother Fei. Wake up, this is really brother Fei. It's the real deal. Jingyu sat in the gaming room and stared blankly at Qin Fei on the screen. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He knew that Qin Fei's English was good, but in reality, he was still amazed when he heard him speak it. This fluency was obviously not on the same level as him. It was as if he was from another world. However, this person was his boyfriend, the other half of his life. This feeling was very strange. It was probably called pride. In short, at this moment, Jingyu especially wanted to see the reaction of the Chinese people. Were they surprised? Did they think that brother Fei was awesome? Wasn't my brother Fei super awesome? He couldn't see the reaction of the Chinese people, but he saw the reaction of his teammates, Luo Yiming, F***ck. Brother Fei's English. Although I don't understand it at all, it feels awesome. Han Leng, I don't understand, but it's awesome. Yi Hong, ha ha ha. He's explaining to everyone that little Jingyu's ID doesn't mean girlfriend. Jingyu, huh? Jingyu was surprised for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Fei is really the best. He didn't forget me even when he was interviewed. Wait, what girlfriend? After Qin Fei's interview ended, PG's team packed up their things and went home. Their match ended very quickly, so they still had a lot of time to waste in the afternoon. But that was impossible. The tiredness of a match and training was completely different. Even though PG had defeated their opponents 3-0 twice in a row, the five of them just wanted to lie in bed and enjoy the silent peace after returning to the hotel. However, after Jingyu laid on his bed for a while, he shamelessly crept onto Qin Fei's bed. Qin Fei was lying face to face with him on the bed. He reached out and scratched his nose, asking in a hoarse voice, "What are you doing? You have a bed to sleep in, but you have to squeeze in here." Jingyu blinked. "I think you're very handsome today." Qin Fei, "Oh, you mean I'm not handsome usually?" "You're also very handsome." Jingyu said without thinking, "But you're especially handsome today." "I can't control myself." "Huh?" At first, Qin Fei didn't react. It wasn't until Jingyu hugged him and felt the change in a certain part of him that he realized something. He laughed helplessly and scolded, "I just said a few words in English, and you had a F***king reaction? You're too sensitive." Jingyu didn't know that word, nor did he want to know it. He just wanted to interact with Qin Fei for a while and confirm that he was still by his side and not in another world. Jingyu felt that Qin Fei speaking English was very impressive. At the same time, there was a strange feeling that made him a little uneasy. Well, the reason didn't matter. He just suddenly wanted Qin Fei. Jingyu and Qin Fei looked at each other and blinked innocently. "I know the rules. We can't do it during the match." But you can help me with your hands." Qin Fei looked at him. Before he could react, Jingyu kissed him tentatively on the cheek. "Brother Fei help me?" Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. "I really don't know what to do with you." He reached out and pinched Jingyu's chin, kissing him fiercely. Qin Fei found that Jingyu was a masochist. Pain would not make him flinch, but would instead stimulate him, making him unable to stop. Therefore, Qin Fei's kiss and hand movements were a bit rough. On the basis of not hurting Jingyu, he let him enjoy himself to his heart's content. Jingyu panted in Qin Fei's arms. After the release, his body was instantly exhausted and he wanted to sleep. Qin Fei kissed his forehead and said hoarsely, "Sleep if you're sleepy. I'll call you for dinner." "Okay." Jingyu replied and returned Qin Fei's kiss. Before dinner, Qin Fei woke Jingyu up. The two of them took a shower one after another and dried their hair before going out. After dinner, Fang Luofan gathered the 5 members of PG in his room. "Tomorrow morning, we'll play the last group match. In the afternoon, we'll play the knockout match. The opponents for the knockout match will be automatically matched after the group match. Time is limited. I can't help you analyze all the teams, so you'll still need to play on the spot and adapt to the situation. But tomorrow's opponent for the last group match, without any suspense, is Death from Country H." As Fang Luofan spoke, his laptop played the last match between Death and Ri. The result was Death defeating Ri 3-0. It was obvious that Death's ability was not at the same level as Ri and LBL. Death's top laner is very domineering. Qin Fei, you have to be careful when you play against him. Feng Luofan was worried that Qin Fei would underestimate his opponent. However, when he looked up and saw the seriousness on Qin Fei's face, he felt that his worry was completely unnecessary. If Qin Fei would underestimate his opponent, he would not be able to suppress his opponent under the tower every match. In PG's team, the most consistent player, besides Jingyu, was Qin Fei. Sure enough, Qin Fei looked at the recording of the match on his laptop screen and said indifferently, "It's pretty domineering." His tone was casual and even a little lazy, but that didn't mean that he wasn't thinking. My chances of winning against him are about 50%. However, as long as I can defend, we will have a huge advantage in the middle and bottom lane. Feng Luofan agreed. Even though Death's mid laner and archer aren't weak, I don't think Yezi and Yiming are any weaker than them. Plus, we have Jingyu. Jingyu, so, the middle and lower tiers are working together? Feng Luofan, yes. I'll leave it to you guys. I have faith in you guys. Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. In the first 2 games, he and Qin Fei worked together in the jungle a bit too many times, but what he really liked and was good at was still working together in the jungle. Every time a brittleskin was caught, they would die. This was much better than catching them alive. But this way, if he wanted to go against the jungle, he would have to do it alone. So, the next morning, when the match started, Jingyu said when PG drew the blue team to go first, "I want to take sword burial this game." Yi Hong reacted almost immediately. "You want to go against the jungle?" Jingyu replied with an and then felt a little funny. It seemed that his sword burial had left a deep impression on his teammates. In the banning segment, PG used his understanding of death to target the enemy's top laner, and banned the Immortal, Azrael, and Lilith. This was the first time PG banned Lilith because they could see that the enemy's top laner, Lilith, wasn't any worse than Qin Fei. Lilith's true playstyle was to be fierce. This was because she relied on her outstanding lifesteal ability to take damage. If she couldn't hit the enemy, she wouldn't be able to lifesteal and would be beaten to death by the enemy. To play Lilith, one had to face the enemy at all times and confront the enemy head-on. Once the thought of retreating appeared in her mind, even if she turned her back to the enemy, the only outcome waiting for Lilith was death. Qin Fei's style was fierce, and Death's top laner was actually as fierce as Qin Fei. If Lilith was released and PG went for sword burial first, then Death's first position would definitely be Lilith. So, in the first game against Death, since they had decided to go for sword burial, PG would definitely ban Lilith first. Country M's commentators didn't think there was a problem with this, but Aban and Tangwa were shocked by PG's ban. A ban? PG actually banned Lilith? This is the first time. It should be a ban against Death's top laner, right? Death's top laner is really tricky. Tangwa, but isn't PG going to go first? He can definitely snatch Lilith first. A ban? Maybe there's another monster who wants to snatch PG in this game. I don't know if it's Nine-Tailed Fox or Dark Cupid. Death's 3 bans were given to Plunder Shadow, Moonshade Spider, and Realm God. Obviously, after analyzing PG's style and tactics, they judged that PG's jungler and mid laner were the biggest threats to them. When Yi Hong saw that his Nine-Tailed Fox was released, he really wanted to hug and kiss Jingyu. "Little Jingyu, I love you to death. As long as you use Plunder Shadow and Moonshade Spider, you'll definitely take up 2 bans." This was also the reason why Yi Hong was able to use Nine-Tailed Fox several times in the 5th Domestic Professional League. He led the team to win the championship of the Invitational Tournament and 2nd place in the finals. However, in the face of Yi Hong's excited voice, Jingyu replied indifferently, "Thank you for your confession, but unfortunately you won't have the chance. I only love Brother Fei." Yi Hong was stunned when he heard this. When he came back to his senses, he almost vomited blood. "You're not even trying to hide it anymore?" Jingyu shrugged and didn't say anything. Then, Qin Fei patted his head affectionately. Qin Fei wasn't satisfied after patting Jingyu's head. He leisurely added, "What are you talking about? We've never tried to hide it." Yi Hong rolled his eyes and decided to ignore them. "Qin Fei, speaking of which, Yezi, it's time for you to find a girlfriend." Yi Hong, "Hey, it's none of your business. I'm proud to be single." As they spoke, Jingyu locked onto Sword Burial. Then, Death chose their top laner Quangu and Archer Dark Cupid. Death's top laner was within PG's expectations, but Dark Cupid. Luo Yiming wailed. Hanleng wasn't surprised at all. At this point in the competition, every team, player's style, and commonly used monsters have been more or less exposed. It's normal for your Dark Cupid to be stolen. Then, it was PG's turn to choose. Qin Fei locked onto Satan, and Yi Hong's nine-tailed fox was chosen. When those who supported PG saw Yi Hongsua's nine-tailed fox, they all had a feeling that this game is in the bag. However, when PG and the others saw that the other side had locked onto the 10,000 extinguishing wildfire, they all revealed worried expressions. Jingyu, I have a feeling that they've figured it out. Yi Hong, I have a feeling too. Yesterday afternoon, in the match between PG and LBL, PG banned Wanmi Liuhua twice in a row, as if he was afraid of Wanmi Liuhua. However, in the third round, LBL, who had Wanmi Liuhua, wasn't able to turn the tables. Instead, he was completely defeated by PG. The question was, if that was the case, why did PG ban Wanmi Liuhua? Evidently, Death had studied PG's battle videos before the match and discovered this detail. They had already locked onto Wanmi Liuhua after locking onto Dark Cupid. Clearly, they planned to use Wanmi Liuhua as a mid laner. This was undoubtedly bad news for Yi Hong. Before I reach level 6, it's unlikely that I can break through the mid laner. I'll have to think of a way for the bottom laner. Hanleng, then let's pick Gulan and Maha. Thus, not long after Death locked onto Flower in the mirror, PG both locked onto Maha and Gulan. This was PG's first change-up pace combination. At this point, Death only had one jungler left. After some hesitation, they locked onto Soul. Huh? The choice of an elemental soul was beyond everyone's expectations. Whether it was PG's players or the local and foreign commentators, everyone was silent for a moment because of this choice. Then, the foreign commentator said in surprise, so Soul is the mid laner? Wanmi Liuhua is the jungler? Aban and Tanghua also thought so. Aban, I thought Wanmi Liuhua was the mid laner. After all, many countries like to use Wanmi Liuhua as a mid laner. However, it's impossible for Soul to be the jungler. Tanghua, Soul's skill is magic damage. The jungler's speed is very slow, so it's definitely the mid laner. It's not uncommon for Wanmi Liuhua to be the jungler. Of course, PG's players thought the same, but for some reason, they felt uneasy. Yi Hong, since they studied us and took Wanmi Liuhua and Flower in the mirror, I think it's very likely that Wanmi Liuhua is the mid laner. Why would they lock onto Soul in the last position? Luo Yiming, it's not uncommon for Soul to be the mid laner and suppress the high damage and weak HP, right? Yi Hong, it's not uncommon, but I still feel that something's not right. How should I put it? I just feel that the other party shouldn't be that stupid. Hanleng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted Yi Hong to restrain his mocking skills, but before he could say anything, he heard Jingyu say, do you still remember Jock's mage jungler in the LDPL semifinals? In the 5th LDPL semifinals, PG's second team was about to enter the top 8, but they lost to Jock at the crucial moment and missed the top 8. In that round, Jock had used a mage jungler. A mage jungler, this would be scolded in a random matchmaking game. However, Jock had used such a ridiculous tactic to win against PMG. In the later stage, the three mages each took a big hit and sent all PMG members back to the respawn point. Thinking of that round, all PG's members shuddered. Jinyu's sudden mention of this matter could not be more obvious. If even mages could jungler, it was not impossible for Soul to be the jungler. Soon, Death revealed the answer to the world. A second before entering the battlefield, Soul had adjusted his sprite commandeering to retribution. All the audience members who were paying attention to this match were shocked. It took a long time for the commentator to react. Tanghua, oh my god. Soul jungler? PG didn't expect Death to have such a move. Soul's jungler, this was the first time PG had seen such a ridiculous lineup. However, Jinyu thought about it carefully and felt that Soul's jungler did have an advantage over Soul's jungler. Brother Yi, Yiming, be careful when you're facing each other. Don't go too deep. It wasn't a joke to be controlled when facing each other. Since Death's jungler had taken Soul, he had basically given up on farming and killing. His goal was only one, gank, think about it. When both sides faced each other, Soul would suddenly rush out and control the enemy's monster. Then, Soul's team would be able to seize the opportunity to kill their opponent. As for the monsters in the jungle, they could let their own archers develop. It was obvious that Death's jungler had a completely different style from the two teams PG had met before. RE and LBL's junglers were basically herbivorous. They focused on farming and would enter the battlefield in the later stages of the team battle to chase down low health. Death's jungler, on the other hand, was definitely carnivorous. He focused on gank and helped his teammates kill the enemy. As for Jinyu? If one had to describe him, he was probably omnivorous. He would farm and gank at the same time. He would enter the battlefield before and after the team battle. He had even personally led a team and was the main damage dealer. Not to mention killing and chasing down low health. That was the jungler's job. Well, from the looks of it, Jinyu was both a father and a mother in PG's team. He was extremely busy. Not to mention, he was also PG's commander. He was fully deserving of being the core of the team. In short, when PG and Death entered the battlefield in the first round, their lineups were as follows: PG, Satan, Nine-Tailed Fox, Maha, Gulen, Sword Burial Death, Quangu, Wanmi Liuhua, Dark Cupid, Flower in the Mirror, Soul. With such a lineup, there were only two things that the commentators and the audience focused on. One was how well the two of them could match up in the one-on-one match. Both of them had won the MVP award in the previous game, so they were obviously very capable players. The other was to see how effective the Soul jungler could be. If this lineup was effective, it might be imitated by the whole world, giving the game LD more possibilities. This was the first point of concern, and the fans of PG felt that there was no suspense. When has our family's brother Fei ever been suppressed in a match? However, as soon as the match began, Qin Fei's Satan was pushed into the tower by the opposing Quangu. Satan was a warrior-type demon, and the Quangu was a tank-type demon. One was responsible for dealing damage, while the other was responsible for receiving damage. Those with high DPS had low DPS, and those with high DPS had low DPS. In fact, it was hard to say who would have the advantage in the lane. However, in theory, since the demon with high DPS could clear the enemy troops faster, Qin Fei should have the upper hand. The current situation was caused by the fact that Qin Fei wanted to kill off the enemy troops, but the opposing Quangu attacked him from the beginning. Even if he didn't kill off the enemy troops, he wouldn't let Qin Fei kill off the enemy troops. After gaining the upper hand, the Quangu didn't relent and forced Qin Fei to retreat into the tower. However, this wasn't a big problem. After all, the Quangu had short arms. As long as Qin Fei hid his Satan under the tower, the Quangu wouldn't be able to hit him. Then, he could slowly wait for the Quangu to finish killing off the enemy troops, and then he could leisurely kill off the enemy troops. However, to PG supporters, this was simply unbelievable. Frowny face. Someone can suppress Brother Fei? My brother Fei, the top player in the online game, is being suppressed? Is Brother Fei still asleep? Sleeping God, stop sleeping. Wake up. Go, Brother Fei. Of course, there were also some rational voices. Frowny face. Since he didn't gain the upper hand, he could only strategically retreat. Do some people really understand the game? Is it okay to lose the game as long as you enjoy the game? There's a difference between being fierce and being reckless. Brother Fei is fierce, but he's never reckless. Yes, Qin Fei was never reckless. He would only press forward when he was sure that he could kill his opponent. The minimum requirement was to perform a husband and wife bow to each other. If he couldn't even do a one-for-one trade, what was wrong with retreating temporarily? Jinyu had a hunch that Qin Fei would be suppressed in the online game, but he didn't expect him to be suppressed at the start of the game. On the other hand, the situation in the mid lane was much better than expected. Nine-Tailed Fox was indeed Ji Hong's life weapon. Not only was he not suppressed by Wanmi Liuhua, but he was also able to find opportunities to deplete Wanmi Liuhua's health. However, Death seemed to have expected such an outcome, so Soul appeared very quickly. Just as Ji Hong's Nine-Tailed Fox pressed a little deeper, the enemy Soul flashed out and cast a crowd control on him. Crowd control. However, Jinyu, who had expected this, repositioned himself and slashed Soul with Sword Burial. Almost at the same time, the enemy Wanmi Liuhua flashed over. He didn't even look at Lu Zilong as he focused on Nine-Tailed Fox. Jingyu used his sword burial to block a lot of damage from Yi Hong's Nine-Tailed Fox. Then, the moment Nine-Tailed Fox released its crowd control, the two of them flashed into the tower and successfully escaped. This was a fruitless gank, but it was led by Death. This made PG sweat. Yi Hong sighed in relief, thanks, sorry. Jingyu, I told you not to push too deep. After Yi Hong's Nine-Tailed Fox cleared the minions, he returned to the city to recover his health. Jingyu's sword burial went straight to the jungle. He had less than half of his health left, so he definitely didn't dare to go into the jungle. Fortunately, he had retribution. When he used it on the minions, his health immediately recovered to more than 2/3. Then, he continued to farm while paying attention to the minimap, waiting for an opportunity to help the bottom lane. Soul's skills had cooldowns, so he would definitely choose to farm. However, no matter how fast Soul was, it couldn't be faster than Jingyu's sword burial. After farming the two minions, Jingyu sent his sword burial to the bottom lane. At the same time, he reminded, Brother Yi, be careful. Soul might have gone to your place again. Don't come out of the tower. Yi Hong, okay. Then, not long after Jingyu's sword burial reached the bottom lane, Soul appeared in the middle lane. Jingyu decisively moved his sword burial out and chased after the enemy archer who had half of his health left. He slashed all the way into the tower. System, sword burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Dark Cupid has been killed. After killing Dark Cupid, Jingyu moved his sword burial out of the tower and chased after the enemy support. Then, he ignored him and waited for his minions to enter the tower. Then, he turned around and helped Luo Yiming to push the tower. This series of clean and efficient operations was really pleasing to the eye. Aban couldn't help but laugh. Jingyu's sword burial is really as unreasonable as Qin Fei's when he was farming. Tanghua, ha ha ha, that's right. Overrunning the tower is a basic move. As long as he makes a move, there's no kill that he can't take. Aban, his judgment is also very correct. The top lane is in a stalemate, and Soul is interfering in the middle lane. He'll go help and destroy Death's bottom lane first. Tanghua, is Death's bottom lane's tower going to fall? The archer and jungler worked together to push the tower. Even though it was just the start of the game, Death's bottom lane's health bar was dropping rapidly. However, the two were unable to destroy the tower in the end because the enemy Soul had arrived. However, it was of little use. Whether it was PG or Death himself, they both knew that it was just a stalling tactic. Sure enough, at the 8-minute mark, PG managed to push Death's bottom lane tower. Then, he stole the magic board and shifted the main battlefield to the middle lane. Just as PG and Death were tangling in the middle lane and trying to steal the tower in the middle lane, 2 system notifications appeared. System, Satan, 1 kill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. At this time, the live stream was focused on the middle lane. Therefore, neither the casters nor the audience knew what was going on in the top lane. When they saw the 2 notifications, they were undoubtedly curious about what had happened in the top lane. Thus, the screen quickly replayed what had happened in the top lane. After Qin Fei's Satan finished off a wave of creeps under the tower, he purposely came out of the tower to show off. The enemy Quangu attacked him without hesitation, but he accidentally got too deep and took a tower damage. Then, Qin Fei's Satan immediately activated Demon King's deterrence and took the opportunity to counterattack the enemy Quangu. In the end, he took the enemy's head with a big swipe. In this wave, Qin Fei was able to kill the enemy Quangu because of his opponent's mistake. However, Qin Fei was too good at seizing opportunities. A small mistake from his opponent was enough to kill him. Aban could not help but exclaim, PG's members are all opportunists. Especially Qin Fei, he's too good at seizing opportunities. Tanghua, that's right. Brother Fei's counterattack was too decisive and clean. It was so enjoyable to watch. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, several system notifications popped up on the screen. System, sword burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Soul has been killed. System, sword burial, double kill. System, enemy Wanmi Liuhua has been killed. System, sword burial, destroyed enemy tower. Death's tower in the middle lane was taken down. In addition, Qin Fei had successfully killed the enemy top laner. In the first round with Death, PG had completely crushed the enemy's top, middle, and bottom lane. Jingyu heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he said cheerfully, "Brother Fei's Satan is invincible." Qin Fei could not help but laugh. Before he could say anything, Jingyu spoke again, "Brother Fei is sneaky no matter what he uses." Wow, this bragging. Yi Hong had goosebumps all over his body. Looks like we're in the bag this round. Luo Yiming, is it because Brother Fei killed Quangu? Yi Hong, no, it's because little Jingyu is starting to play around. Luo Yiming, so that's why. Han Leng, that makes sense. Qin Fei, no problem. Jingyu, hey, we've just gained an advantage. Can't you guys be more serious? If his teammates could hear Jingyu's ridicule, they would definitely retort back, who was the one who started playing around. However, since playing around would boost the morale of the PG team, Jingyu did not mind playing around a bit more. Come on, let them feel the fear of being dominated by a PG. Let's go. Luo Yiming was the first to burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. No, I can't take it. Jingyu, do you know? Your voice is very popular. Jingyu? Yi Hong, yes, it's very popular. You can tell it's the bottom one. Jingyu? Han Leng concluded with a straight face, I've confirmed the voice. It's the bottom one. Jingyu's face was cold. You guys are going overboard with your ridicule. Looks like I need to show you my top side. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. Jingyu. In the game. Jingyu was speechless. So be it in real life, it's the truth anyway. But in the game, he would never admit that he was the bottom. I'm the main attacker in the game. He shouted, and then used his actions to prove this point. At the 12-minute mark, in the team battle in the middle lane, he set the pace and wiped out Death with the help of his teammates with a pentakill. The series of kill notifications made people's blood boil. Even if PG lost a mid-laner, it didn't affect the perfection of this team battle. Tanghua, Jingyu set the pace so well this time. The enemy team is completely messed up, they can't use many skills accurately. A ban, yes. The timing and entry point of this team battle is too good. It's very advantageous for PG. Yezi's nine-tailed foxes was very crucial. It directly crippled all of Death's members, and then Jingyu went up to kill them. Tanghua, Jingyu's killing speed is too fast. Every time I see it, I can't help but think, is that something a human can do? A ban, ha ha ha. That's why I say Jingyu is good. Some of his moves are really easy to understand, but can't be learned. After a pause, he continued, there are many reasons why a professional player can become a professional player. Some rely on their intelligence, some rely on their skills, and some rely on their hand speed. As for Jingyu, I think he has both intelligence and skill, and his hand speed is also very fast. He's really a very good player. This was a very high evaluation. However, there was not a single comment on the live broadcast screen. Almost all the comments were in agreement. After all, Jingyu's record was there. No matter how high the evaluation was, it wouldn't be too much. In the first game against Death, PG took 26 minutes to win. However, in the second game, the opponent banned Nine-Tailed Fox and released Moonshade Spider to steal Soul and Flower in the Mirror. The Moonshadow Spider that Jingyu had locked onto was not able to achieve the desired effect despite the fact that all the members of the opposing team were there to dispel crowd control. At the 16th minute, they lost the team battle and Death took the dragon. This round took 36 minutes, and PG lost in the end. Wishful thinking was indeed undesirable. Not all foreign teams were helpless against the Moonshade Spider. In the third round, Jingyu used Heart of Ice to win back the point that he had lost. Even though he didn't get a pentakill, no one doubted that his Heart of Ice played an important role in this match. After all, at the end of the tournament, his Heart of Ice record was 23 kills, 8 deaths, and 10 assists. PG had a total of 47 kills, and almost half of them were his. Then, it was finally the fourth round. Jingyu, stop delaying. Win. Yi Hong, yes. Let's win 3-1. Han Leng said, coach is still waiting for us to analyze our opponents in the knockout round. Luo Yiming, win. Qin Fei smiled, but didn't say anything. After Death banned Plunder Shadow, he was the first to ban Immortal. Then, he said, I heard that Azrael is a slippery top laner? Yi Hong raised his eyebrows. He suddenly had a bad feeling. What do you want? Qin Fei, I just want to know, who's better, his Azrael or my Lilith? As he spoke, the other team banned Realm God. On PG's side, it was Jingyu's turn to ban. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he banned Wanmi Liuhua. Okay, then let's bring out Azrael and Lilith. Yi Hong was convinced. You two can spoil each other. I won't spoil you to death. But even so, he didn't think that Qin Fei's Lilith would lose to Azrael. So for this round, the final lineups of both teams were PG, Lilith, Scarlet Fury, Garden of Sin, Soul, Heart of Ice Death, Azrael, Heijiao, Dark Cupid, Blood Carp, Moonshade Spider. Seeing this lineups, the commentator and audience were a little surprised. Even Luo Yiming, who was the slowest of them all, saw it. Huh? Moonshade Spider is the jungler this round? They should know that with Catoptric Deflection banned and their elemental souls stolen, they won't be able to use the Moonshadow Spider. It shouldn't be a problem for Death. Jingyu said, after all, their jungler isn't the DPS core. If it's just chasing low HP, Moonshade Spider is enough. That was indeed the case, so the commentator and audience were more focused on the top lane. Country M's commentator, PG, knows that Azrael of Death is very strong, but he still released Azrael. I wonder what he's thinking. Tanghua was also a little worried. Lilith will be at a disadvantage against Azrael, right? Not to mention, the opponent this time is quite strong. A ban, in theory, that's true, but I still think highly of Qin Fei. Tanghua, are you loving the house and its crow? A ban, huh? Obviously, a ban didn't react, but the comments on the screen reacted almost instantly. I actually got it instantly. Got it instantly +1, ha ha ha, got it instantly. Tanghua decided to give a ban a hint. Aren't you Jingyu's little fan? A ban, yeah? Tanghua, so now you think highly of Qin Fei? A ban, I've always thought highly of him. Tanghua, love the house and its crow, a ban? The comments were about to die of laughter from a ban's reaction. A ban is a straight man, identification complete. A ban, I understand every word you said, but why can't I understand when you put them together? A ban, commentator, is dumbfounded online. Ha ha ha, Tanghua is too bad. She's spouting nonsense because she's not an official commentator. Tanghua laughed for a while and felt that it wasn't good for her to lead the conversation without an official announcement, so she explained. Recently, Brother Fei and Jingyu are together, so I said that you love the house and its crow. It's just a joke, don't take it to heart. A ban's face darkened. In this round, Qin Fei fought fiercely from the start. His first skill was lifesteal, and he used it to suppress Azrael, suppressing both Azrael and his minions. When two players with the same ferocious style met, one of them was bound to lose. It was either retreat or die. In the first round, Qin Fei was suppressed and chose to retreat. In this round, Azrael was suppressed and chose to fight back. In the end, Qin Fei's Lilith killed the enemy Azrael at the cost of several near-death situations. System, Lilith, kill, system, enemy Azrael has died. The match had only started for less than a minute, and these two system notifications appeared too suddenly. Jingyu was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He couldn't help but laugh. No one can be fiercer than my brother Fei. These words gave Yi Hong goosebumps. Hey, are you really not worried that the recording of the match will be released? Jingyu was very magnanimous. There's a saying that goes like this. Anyway, I've already let it slip, so it doesn't matter. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't you know that the officials will delete the recording before it is released? If you let it slip, the officials will definitely delete it for you. But you keep saying it every day, every match. Jingyu coughed guiltily. When did I say it every match? Qin Fei returned to the city to recover while reminding the two, what are you doing? Match. Yi Hong's face was serious. The enemy mid laner has low health. Jingyu's face was serious. Hold him, I'm coming. System, Heart of Ice, kill, system, the enemy's Heijiao has been killed. Yi Hong's face was full of disdain. TSK, there are still people who use Heijiao as a mid laner. This mage is so weak that even his mother can't recognize him. Jingyu's face was serious. That's right, it's better to use Soul as a mid-laner. Qin Fei, keep pretending, you two keep pretending. Jingyu coughed again and let his heart of ice float to the bottom lane. Gank the bottom lane failed, but they successfully chased away the enemy archer and obtained the magic disc. After releasing the magic disc, Jingyu gathered all PG's members in the middle lane and took down 2 towers in one go. Then, they were met with a strong counterattack from PG's members and retreated with low health. Soon, the match reached the 10-minute mark and the magic dragon spawned. Jingyu observed the enemy's distribution and immediately made a judgment. They're all in the bottom lane, this dragon can be stolen. Quick! At his command, PG's members gathered in the dragon pit and took down the magic dragon in minutes. At this time, PG's 3 towers in the bottom lane were stolen by Death. Obviously, they wanted to try it out while they were stealing the dragon. Unfortunately, they were one step too late. After PG took down the magic dragon, they immediately returned to the city. Then, the 5 of them went up together and domineeringly blocked all of Death's members and successfully killed their CS. After Death's archer died, almost everyone thought that there was no suspense in this match. Sure enough, PG couldn't defeat Death because their damage output wasn't high enough. They fought and retreated, and in the end, they were forced into PG's territory. At the 22-minute mark, PG killed 5 of Death's members at the edge of PG's territory. Only Hanlang, the support, died. Then, at the 23-minute mark, the screen froze and the scene of Death's territory being destroyed played. The word victory in gold appeared. Ah, we won! Luo Yiming happily took off his headphones. That's great, we don't have to play another match. BO5, best of 5. In the match against Death, PG took the lead and took the 3rd point, obtaining the final victory. At the same time, they also won Group D of the group competition, 2 3-0s, 1 3-1s, PG got a total of 8 points. This score was undoubtedly high in the group competition. After all, the highest score was only 9 points. The group competition came to an end. PG's 5 players felt relieved. Although they looked relaxed during the competition, in fact, each of them had a string in their hearts. They had already won the domestic championship. Therefore, this season, they didn't show much fighting spirit in the domestic competitions. Even if they worked hard to win the championship, they only got 2nd place in the end. However, they had never won the international championship, therefore, they were determined to win. In the match against Death, the final MVP was once again given to Jingyu. This time, Jingyu had learned his lesson. Facing the host's interview, he responded in Chinese. Regarding this, some people let out a sigh of relief, while others sighed in pity. After his interview ended, PG's members packed up and returned to the hotel to rest. Before lunch, they once again gathered in Feng Luofan's room. After the group stage, the 16 teams will be reduced to 8 teams and will compete in pairs. In other words, no matter how you perform in the knockout stage, you will all be in the top 8 of the world. Are you happy? Feng Luofan's tone was very relaxed, but this didn't mean that he felt that the top 8 of the world was PG's final destination. I've watched the matches of the 8 teams. Since there's still time, I'll help you analyze each team's style and playstyle. However, whether you can remember it or not, that's up to you. The 5 of them all agreed. Thus, Feng Luofan continued, I won't say much about BALC. You've fought them so many times, you might know them better than I do. However, the chances of you being matched against them in the first round of the knockout stage are very small. Death has just fought against you, so it's impossible for you to be matched against them so quickly. So, let's not talk about these 2 teams for now. I'll talk about the other 5 teams. Feng Luofan analyzed the other 5 teams in one breath, and then let the 5 of them go for lunch. At 1 p.m., the first round of the knockout stage officially began. PG's 5 players returned to the competition room and adjusted their equipment. After entering the room and clicking on the button to prepare, they began a long and tense wait. After a period of silence, Yi Heng decided to speak up to ease the atmosphere. I hope that our next opponents will cry from our handsomeness and directly surrender. Qin Fei didn't give him any face. In your dreams? Yi Heng glanced at him. Anything is possible, okay? But you're too ridiculous. Han Leng replied. Then, he said, with your looks, who do you want to cry from your handsomeness? Pfft, ha 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 ha. Luo Yiming couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yi Hong's face darkened. Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. He was already used to PG's teammates teasing each other. However, it had to be said that with Yi Hong's interference, the atmosphere in the PG team became much more relaxed. So much so that when the name of the enemy team appeared on the screen, their hearts did not waver at all. They even felt like laughing? Luo Yiming, 7? Why not call it V5? Yi Hong, This is a team from country B. They can't get the point of a 1v5. Yes, the opponent for the first round of the PG elimination round was 7 from country B. Jingyu immediately went through all the information about this team in his mind. The coach said that this is a very nimble and even a little weird team. They're comparable to SKR. Yi Hong, it's good to cause trouble. We like to cause trouble too, Jingyu, hey. To be more precise, SKR1's style was flexible and varied, while V7's style was strange. Both teams seemed to like to stir up trouble, but their nature was completely different. SKR1's intention to stir up trouble was ultimately to win. V7, on the other hand, stirred up trouble for the sake of stirring up trouble. After the game started, both teams rolled the dice to determine their sides. This time, Lady Luck did not side with PG, so V7 got the blue team first. PG could only patiently wait for V7 to pick the first ban position. Yi Hong, is it a good thing that we're playing V7 in the first round? Qin Fei, what do you mean? Yi Hong, think about it, V7's style is different from other teams. To put it bluntly, it's messy. Against such a messy team, it doesn't matter how much preparation you do in advance because you don't know what kind of lineup they'll use or what kind of tactics they'll use against us. If we're playing against them in the first round, it means that we'll have more and more information about our opponents in the next few rounds. Qin Fei sneered. I know what you mean. But there's a prerequisite. We have to beat them before we can move on to the next opponent. While they were talking, V7 picked the first ban position, Immortal. Seeing this ban position, everyone, including PG's 5 players, was stunned. They took the initiative to ban Immortal, Country M's commentator. V7 gave the first ban position to Immortal. This is too strange. They took the initiative and clearly had the opportunity to steal Immortal. Even if they didn't plan to steal it, they could have given the ban position to them. After being stunned for a moment, Jingyu said calmly, God of the Realm, wait. Let's ban one of them first and see how things go. Wanmi Liuhua. And so, PG banned Wanmi Liuhua. 7's second ban position didn't hesitate at all. He didn't even think about it before banning Realm God. They took the initiative to ban 2 strong teams. What was this team trying to do? Qin Fei suddenly laughed. This team is very interesting. Jingyu tilted his head. He didn't understand what was so interesting about it. As if he knew what Jingyu was thinking, Qin Fei patiently explained, they ban so casually without any pressure. It's like they don't care what the people think of them. Huh? Jingyu still didn't understand. Qin Fei looked at him helplessly. I want to say, they're not representing the country, but representing themselves. Yi Hong, wow, it sounds so easy and free. Qin Fei, that's good. It's a competition. Just enjoy it. What's the point of bearing so much pressure? Sometimes, too much pressure makes it worse. Jingyu, so what should we ban in the second position? Qin Fei, Flower in the Mirror. Ever since a new group of demons appeared, Flower in the Mirror's presence had become stronger and stronger. She could achieve a very terrifying effect when cooperating with many demons. Therefore, to a certain extent, this demon was even more difficult to deal with than the Undying. If they could ban it, they had to ban it. Jingyu never doubted Qin Fei's judgment. He decisively banned Flower in the Mirror. Finally, it was the last 2 positions for both teams. This time, 7 hesitated for a while before finally choosing Nine-Tailed Fox. Yi Hong couldn't believe his eyes. They didn't ban Plunder's Shadow? Jingyu was also very surprised, but he didn't say anything. Han Leng, not only did they not ban Plunder's Shadow, they didn't ban any jungler. Is this team's jungler very strong? Luo Yiming, they didn't know about us for no reason, right? This was very likely. After all, there were 8 teams that had advanced to the knockout stage. Not every team had enough time to understand all of their possible opponents. However, Yi Hong didn't agree. If they really didn't know anything about us, why would they ban Nine-Tailed Fox? It had to be known that although Nine-Tailed Fox was very strong when used well, her skills were difficult to use and she was easy to die. Therefore, most players stayed away from her. In a situation where they didn't know anything about a team, the possibility of banning Nine-Tailed Fox was close to zero. Luo Yiming shrugged. Then I don't know. In the end, it was still Jingyu who made the decision. The last position, ban Sword Burial. 7 was such a messy team. It was possible that they would take Sword Burial. Just in case, they had to ban it. Just like that, the 6 positions were decided and they entered the pick round. 7's first position, Plunder Shadow, everyone. At that moment, the scene of them being killed by Plunder Shadow flashed through everyone's mind. Therefore, the gaming room was eerily silent for a second. Then, Jingyu and Yi Hong both targeted Moonshade Spider and Soul. No matter how good their opponents were at Plunder Shadow, at least they got the core composition to control one-wave rush. They were slightly relieved. Then, 7's second and third positions were targeted Flower Petal of Datura and Bladeless Death. PG? Jingyu really didn't understand. What did 3 assassins mean? Who was the jungler? Country M's commentator was also shocked by 7's lineup. 3 assassins? This is the first time I've seen such a lineup. I don't know what 7 is trying to do. Jingyu, it doesn't matter. We'll take our own. Lilith and Dark Cupid, any problems? Qin Fei, yes. Luo Yiming, okay. I want Dark Cupid. Then, 7's last 2 positions, Sarier and Maha. Was this finally normal? But this couldn't hide the fact that they had taken 3 assassins. Jingyu braced himself and said, Brother Han, let's take Mermaid this round to protect us. Han Lung, I think so too. Mermaid is safer. The opponent's lineup is really making me panic. At this point, the 2 sides' lineups were decided: PG, Lilith, Soul, Dark Cupid, Mermaid, Moonshade Spider 7, Flower Petal of Datura, Plunder Shadow, Bladeless Death, Sarier, Maha. Then, the moment the 2 sides were about to enter the battlefield, everyone watched as 7's Maha changed sprite commandeering to Retribution. It was simply crazy. For a moment, Yi Hong felt like he was dreaming and not playing a game. The assassin isn't fighting in the jungle, but the archer is fighting in the jungle? I must be dreaming, I must be. Then, Luo Yiming, who was beside him, pinched his thigh hard. He cried out in pain and almost jumped out of his chair. Luo Yiming retracted his hand and said seriously, looks like it's not a dream. Han Lung shrugged. Who cares what lineup they have? Just fight. Qin Fei, that's what I mean. But with this lineup. Jingyu sighed and said sadly, I don't dare to fight in the jungle. If they were discovered by the opponent, they would probably be chased all over the map. Before entering the battlefield, Jingyu couldn't imagine how a 1v7 lineup would play. He suddenly remembered the painful memory of using Sword Burial. Now that he thought about it, he probably used the wrong equipment and went in the wrong direction. He felt that if he went up, he would have to use defensive equipment to help the team take damage. That wasn't wrong, but it wasn't the playstyle he was used to. That was why he lost miserably in that match. But what if he changed his mind? If he went up, he would still use critical damage. In the early game, he would use offense as defense and jump towers to kill. In the late game, he would pretend that he was still a jungler and do what junglers were supposed to do. In that case, he should still be able to carry the team with 5 kills. Assassins weren't the only ones who could be called assassins. Fighting head-on, seizing the opportunity to attack, and killing in one hit, that was how assassins did things. As the #1 assassin in the country, Jingyu's mind was suddenly filled with images of himself using his assassin to fight against his opponents from the top, middle, and bottom lines. His expression instantly turned serious. Don't push too hard when you're fighting, especially when your opponents are strong. If you have low health, immediately return to the city. Don't stay under the tower. His teammates all agreed. However, when they entered the battlefield, the match had only started for 1 minute. System, Lilith, 1 kill. System, the enemy flower petal of Datira has died. System, Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System, the enemy bladeless youth has died. System, Dark Cupid, double kill. System, the enemy Sarier has died. Jingyu? Taking 3 kills at the beginning of the match was so fast that Jingyu felt like he was hallucinating. Let alone him, even Luo Yiming, who had personally taken the double kill, was confused. What happened? Yi Hong. You took the kill. You're asking us, but who are we supposed to ask? Luo Yiming, isn't Bladeless Youth too fragile? I don't even feel like I killed him. Qin Fei, assassins? Let's kill them a few times before they use their big moves. Luo Yiming, that makes sense. Yi Hong, I thought they were really going to cry from our handsomeness, so they took the initiative to offer themselves to us. Qin Fei, you're thinking too much. Jingyu shrugged helplessly. He felt that he might have overestimated his opponent's ability. If he had been the one fighting on both sides, even if he had been suppressed, he wouldn't have died so easily, right? However, at the 6-minute mark, frowny face system, glancing shadow, 1 kill. System, my soul has died. System, glancing shadow, double kill. System, Dark Cupid is dead. System, bladeless death, 1 kill. System, our mermaid is dead. Jingyu. The 3 kills were taken by surprise, and Jingyu wasn't prepared at all. He knew that the enemy's glancing shadow was powerful, but seeing that his teammates' health was still healthy, he thought that the enemy wouldn't use their glancing shadow rashly. But the result? They killed Yi Hong's soul on the spot, then flew to the bottom lane to gank Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid. This wave of maneuvering was so efficient that it was frightening. Speaking of which, before the start of the game, when Fang Luofan helped them analyze this team, he said, although the lineup of this team is unpredictable, the individual styles of their players are very clear, especially their mid laner. He plays very decisively, and he especially likes to go big when he sees them. The so-called go big meant that after encountering the enemy, he would immediately use his big move without saying anything, and then follow up with his follow-up skills. This was a playstyle that junglers liked to use, especially when gank mages. Many mages would immediately lose their crowd control when encountering junglers, but the jungler would directly use his big move. He could dodge the crowd control while dealing a lot of damage to the mages, and then chase after the mages with low health. The possibility of being killed was greatly reduced. When Jingyu used Heart of Ice, he especially liked to go big when he saw them. No matter what, he would freeze them first, and then he would slowly kill them. When he heard Fang Luofan talk about the style of Seven's mid laner, he actually didn't think that this player might be more suited to play an assassin than a mage. Jingyu guessed that Seven must have gone easy on them in the group stage, and didn't show their true strength. Maybe this lineup was what they usually used and were good at. For example, their mid laner's glancing shadow could accurately appear behind Luo Yiming and kill him. This maneuver's precision was enough to crush most professional players. Seven's 3 assassins had their big move, and the PG side was getting more and more difficult to deal with. Yi Hong didn't know how many times his soul was killed by the glancing shadow, and he recalled the fear of being dominated by Ri's sword burial. At the 12-minute mark, the PG took the initiative to attack, but Yi Hong's soul only managed to crowd control the enemy's support Sarier. The enemy's 3 assassins all had dispel crowd control. After being crowd controlled by Jingyu's Moonshade Spider, they immediately dispelled the crowd control and moved to dodge the Moonshade Spider's combo, killing it in minutes. After Jingyu's Moonshade Spider died, the situation became one-sided, and the PG couldn't be more passive. The enemy's Sarier activated his big move, and the enemy's assassin moved nimbly, dealing incredible damage. Yi Hong and Han Ling died one after another, and Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid finally got a double kill before dying. Then, Qin Fei's Lilith killed the enemy's Archer Maha in a 1v3 situation, and then was killed by the Flower Petal of Datira. At this point, the PG team was wiped out by Seven in a 3v5 exchange. Seven only had Flower Petal of Datira and Sarier left alive. They didn't dare to take the dragon, and instead led the minions. Yi Hong sighed, "It's my fault, I didn't start the team properly." "Jingyu, don't worry, we still have a chance." Jingyu's tone was calm, but his heart wasn't calm at all. He knew that Yi Hong must have been defeated by the enemy's fleeting shadow, causing his condition to decline. He was very anxious, but before the end of the match, he couldn't add fuel to the fire. He could only choose to believe in his teammates. After the PG team revived, they cleared a wave of minions. Jingyu had his Moonshade Spider sneak all the way to the dragon pit, and sure enough, he saw Seven stealing the dragon. He wandered around nearby, calculating the magic dragon's HP. When he felt that it was enough, he moved into the dragon pit alone and killed Maha with a combo, then handed over his own retribution. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, enemy Maha has died. System, Bladeless Death, 1 kill. System, our Moonshade Spider has died. System, Moonshade Spider has conquered the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. Several system messages popped up on the screen one after another. There was no more than a second between them, but the amount of information was enormous. It took a long time for the commentator from Country M to react. Oh my god! PG got the magic dragon. Aban almost jumped out of his chair. That's amazing. Tanghua also said, oh my god. Jingyu's maneuvering is godly. In 1 second, he killed Maha, conquered the magic dragon, and then was killed by the enemy demon. Jingyu had created a miracle. Yi Hong, nice. Hanleng, 66,666. Luo Yiming, holy shit, Jingyu, you're a savior. Qin Fei smiled. Awesome. Jingyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and then explained somewhat helplessly, every time I steal a dragon, I can't beat the enemy's jungler, so I thought that I might as well kill the enemy's jungler before stealing the dragon. It's foolproof. That being said, his heart almost stopped the moment he handed over retribution. On one hand, he was afraid that Seven would take down the magic dragon before he handed over retribution. On the other hand, he was afraid that Seven would kill him before he handed over retribution. Fortunately, the moment Maha died, Seven chose to attack the dragon instead of him. Fortunately, Seven didn't have a mage, so he couldn't use an ultimate move to take out the magic dragon's HP in one go. So, he managed to steal the magic dragon alive. It was too thrilling, like a gamble. If there had been even the slightest mistake, this wouldn't have been the result. Hanleng, awesome. Yi Hong, awesome, awesome. Luo Yiming, Jingyu, I'm going to call you Brother Yu from now on. Jingyu, no, I refuse. Just like that, PG turned the tables with the stolen magic dragon. At the 18-minute mark, he traded 2 for 5 and wiped out 7. At the same time, he successfully took down the second tower in Seven's middle lane. At this time, Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid had completely developed. Whether it was killing the enemy monsters or taking down the tower, it was terrifyingly fast. The enemy monsters wanted to focus fire on him, but PG had 4 players protecting him, so Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid had the highest damage output and the most kills. In the end, they successfully destroyed Seven's territory. Although this round didn't take more than half an hour, it was a narrow victory for PG. If Jingyu hadn't stolen the magic dragon, if Luo Yiming hadn't survived to the end, then the result definitely wouldn't have been like this. When the golden word victory popped up, Luo Yiming cheered, and Jingyu let out a long sigh of relief. Yi Hong looked at the post-battle data and his terrible record. He was in a daze and couldn't remember what he had done in this round. After recovering from the tense atmosphere of the game, Jingyu said tentatively, Brother Yi, let me take the middle lane in the next round. Yi Hong froze for a moment. After a while, he found his voice and said, huh? Jingyu didn't dare to look him in the eye. I don't mean anything, it's just. I also want to try taking the middle lane. Of course, he couldn't say that he was worried that Yi Hong wouldn't play well in the next round. However, even if he didn't say it, someone else would. Qin Fei never cared about anyone's reputation. Yezi, you weren't in the right condition this round. Next round, you'll play support and adjust your condition. Jingyu will take the middle lane and Old Han will be the jungler. Hanleng, okay. Yezi, don't think too much. Brother Fei and Jingyu aren't looking down on you. Yi Hong smiled helplessly. What's the matter? I know how I played. You don't have to comfort me. In esports, being weak is a sin. As he spoke, he stretched and said in a serious tone, I'll adjust as soon as possible. I won't drag you guys down. Hearing this, Jingyu and Hanlong both let out a sigh of relief. Jingyu, yeah. Good luck. Hanlong, Yezi, you're okay. We can't do without you. However, there was always one person who didn't care about the situation. Luo Yiming, Yezi, you're going to be the support? Ha, just follow behind me. I'll protect you. Yi Hong. Thus, in the second round of PG and 7, both teams' lineups underwent a huge change. PG, Lilith, Sword Burial, Dark Cupid, Scarlet Fury, Wind of Condensation 7, Azrael, Fleeting Shadow, Flower Petal of Datura, Heijiao, Maha Double Archer vs Double Assassin. Jingyu is playing Sword Burial in this round? Aban was surprised. Yezi is actually a support? Tanghua, this is the first time I've seen Scarlet Fury as a support in a professional match. You'll be mocked for using Scarlet Fury as a support in ranked matches, right? Aban, yeah. Scarlet Fury as a support is useless in the early game. You can't even protect yourself, let alone the archer. He paused. However, I'm still looking forward to Yezi's Scarlet Fury. Tanghua, both teams used sorcerers as support in this round. However, the highlight is PG's Double Archer and 7's Double Assassin. 7's Assassin is really good. This is the first time I've seen a team that can use assassins to such an extent. Aban, that's right. Anyone who can play an assassin well can't be too bad. However, I think 7 has realized that no matter how good their assassins are, they can't do without APC. That's why they used Heijiao as a support in this round. They also changed their top laner to Azrael. I'm not sure if they were scared off by Qin Fei. Tanghua, ha. Using an assassin to play against Brother Fei is really stupid. However, even if they change to Azrael, there are still very few people who can beat Brother Fei. Soon, Tanghua's words were confirmed. When the second round started, 7's Azrael was pushed to the bottom of the tower by Qin Fei's Lilith. To be honest, the fans who supported PG were already used to this kind of situation. No one who can beat Brother Fei online has been born yet. Brother Fei is the best jungler in the jungle. He's the best player online. He's the best player everywhere. However, the first kill of this round was taken by Jingyu. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, enemy Shadow Plunder has been killed. Jingyu said that he wanted to use an assassin as a mid laner, but in the end, he chose Sword Burial for the sake of winning. Hanlong was a herbivore jungler. At least in the early game, he couldn't gank. Therefore, after Jingyu killed Plunder, he returned to his jungler role to gank 7's bottom lane. In the end, he successfully killed the enemy's support Heijiao, allowing the enemy's Flower Petal of Datura to teleport away. Then, Jingyu and Luo Yiming took down the magic board and together, they took down 7's tower in the middle lane. At this time, the game had only been going on for 5 minutes. Tanghua, it seems like PG's decision to switch positions was wise. Aban, now, we can see that the game's perspective has changed to the top lane. Qin Fei's Lilith crippled Azrael and forced him to return to the city. Then, he went to the enemy's top lane, Qin Fei's counter jungler. Who said that counter junglers could only counter junglers? Anyone could counter junglers. Qin Fei's Lilith domineeringly went into 7's top lane and took down the Green Goblin. Soon, Azrael, who had recovered, teleported back. He wanted to kill Qin Fei in his own jungle. Plunder Shadow, who had revived, went to Qin Fei's Lilith and attacked him. Qin Fei didn't even blink. He used lifesteal and chased after Plunder Shadow. He crippled him in a matter of minutes. Then, he cast Corrode and left. System, Lilith, 1 kill. System, enemy's Plunder Shadow has been killed. After killing Plunder Shadow, Qin Fei directly faced Azrael head-on. He fought against Azrael with only a sliver of health left. He kept moving and attacking. Finally, System. Lilith, double kill. System, enemy's Azrael has been killed. Jingyu, who had just arrived at the top lane, didn't know what else to say other than shouting 66,666. The bullet screen in Aban and Tanghua's live stream was also flooded with 66,666. Ha. You don't know anything about the dominance of the jungle's top lane. Brother Fei, the jungle's top lane. He lives up to his name. Maha, the enemy jungler, originally wanted to kill Qin Fei. However, when he saw Jinyu's sword burial from afar, he was so scared that he turned around and fled. In the end, he hid under the second tower in the middle lane and cleared out a wave of troops. Thus, Qin Fei directly returned to the city in Seven's top lane. He didn't even hide in the bushes. He was extremely arrogant. After that, Qin Fei rebelled several times in the jungle. He was tyrannical in Seven's jungle. Jinyu was also led away by him and helped him in Seven's jungle. The two of them joined hands to dominate Seven's jungle and pulled the economic gap between the two sides apart again and again. Han Leng's Wind of Condensation and Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid were very comfortable farming in their own jungle. They quickly developed and suppressed the enemy's bottom lane duo. They took down the first tower in minutes. Yihang also had his Scarlet Fury sell his support equipment and replaced Jinyu with a sorcerer's equipment. He began to replace him in the middle lane. PVG originally had the advantage in terms of composition. Now, PVG's economy was completely ahead of Seven's. They had the upper hand in several team fights in a row. They completely suppressed Seven. When it was close to 20 minutes, Jinyu pretended to fight the magic dragon and lured Seven's members to steal it. He decisively gave up on the magic dragon and led his teammates to wipe out Seven. Then, he didn't care about the magic dragon. He directly followed the troops into the tower and destroyed it. When it was 21 minutes, PVG successfully destroyed Seven's last tower. Everyone started to attack the territory. After Seven's members revived, they didn't even have time to clear the troops. They didn't even have time to stop them. In the end, before they could clear all the troops, PVG successfully destroyed their territory and won the second game. Luo Yiming, wow, I had so much fun playing this round. In this game, his Dark Cupid took more than 20 kills. It couldn't be more comfortable, Han Leng also said. It's nice to occasionally take down archers. Yihang looked at his post-game stats. He was relieved when he saw that his damage was higher than Jinyu's sword burial. It seems like my condition isn't too bad. Qin Fei glanced at him indifferently. If I didn't fight with Jinyu and widen the economic gap, would you be so comfortable? Of course you two are the core of PDG. We're counting on you guys to carry us. Yihang didn't even blink when he flattered. The #1 jungler and the #1 assassin in the country. With the two of you working together, wouldn't you be able to do whatever you want in the enemy's jungle? Alright, shut up. Qin Fei felt goosebumps all over his body. Can we fight in the next game? Yihang paused for a moment. He knew what he was asking and nodded firmly, yes. In the third game between PVG and Seven's bans were still the same: Immortal, Realm God, Nine-Tailed Fox. However, there were some changes to PVG's bans: Flower in the Mirror, Maha, and Fleeting Shadow. Yes, PVG banned Fleeting Shadow and released Wanmi Liuhua. When Jinyu banned Fleeting Shadow, he said to Yihang, "Let me make it clear. If the opponent tries to steal Sword Burial, you can only support." Yihang, okay, it's fine. Then, under the watchful eyes of PVG, Seven targeted Moonshade Spider first. Yihang raised his eyebrows. It seems like we need to steal Soul. But I don't want to take Soul this time. Han Leng, then I'll take it. And so, PVG targeted Soul and Wanmi Liuhua. Don't get me wrong, Wanmi Liuhua wasn't for Luo Yiming, but for Yihang. This time, he planned to use Wanmi Liuhua as the mid laner, maybe because they were surprised by Wanmi Liuhua. Seven hesitated for a while before choosing their second and third picks. They were Flower Petal of Datura and Bladeless Death. Seeing these two monsters, Jinyu couldn't help but say lucky. It was really unexpected that the opponent didn't choose Sword Burial. Of course he had to steal it, and so, PVG targeted Sword Burial and Heart of Ice. Aban, who was familiar with PVG's team, immediately reacted. Sword Burial is the top laner. This time, Qin Fei is going to use Sword Burial. Tanghua, on the other hand, was focused on, finally, I see Jinyu using Heart of Ice again. I don't know why, but I can't help but get excited when I see him using Heart of Ice. Aban, hahaha, it's probably because there are too few people using Heart of Ice in an official match. That's right, a team like Seven that was obsessed with assassins had used almost all kinds of assassin-type monsters, but they hadn't used Heart of Ice. Actually, there were still a lot of foreign players and spectators who were surprised by Jingyu's Heart of Ice. They whispered as they watched the match on the big screen. Why did he target Heart of Ice? Do you want to show off your assassins after seeing how many assassins Seven got? He only won 2 games and he's already showing off. Heart of Ice doesn't have any other uses besides looking good, okay? Even the commentator from M Country said in a teasing tone, I see PVG's girlfriend using Heart of Ice again. I can see that he really likes Heart of Ice. His Heart of Ice is really good, but I think there should be a better choice right now. Does he think that his Heart of Ice can take him to the top with a pentakill? The spectators laughed out loud, obviously thinking that it was impossible. Aban raised his eyebrows. Okay, it seems that M Country's commentator is ready to slap his face again. Let's wait and see. The last 2 positions of 7 were Kwanggu and Kamal, who seemed to be their top laner and archer for this round. After Luo Yiming helped him lock onto Dark Cupid, he couldn't help but complain, are they finally going to use their archer to play against me normally? Yi Hong said, oh, that might not be the case. Maybe Kamal is the mid laner? This was very possible for a strange and unpredictable team like Seven. However, after the 2 sides exchanged demons internally, PG looked at the corresponding IDs under Seven's demon avatars and confirmed that Kwanggu and Kamal were really Seven's top laners and archers for this round. The lineups for the 3rd round were as follows: PG, Sword Burial, Wanmi Liuhua, Dark Cupid, Soul, Heart of Ice 7, Kwanggu, Flower Petal of Datura, Kamal, Moonshade Spider, Bladeless Death. The more Aban looked at this lineup, the more he wanted to laugh. Seven's top laners are getting fatter and fatter with each round. In the first round, they took Flower Petal of Datura, in the second round, they took Azrael, and in this round, they took Kwanggu, the fattiest player in LD. Tangua, ha ha ha, I can tell that their top laner is very afraid of Brother Faye's Lilith. However, Brother Faye took Sword Burial this round. Aban, this is the first time I've seen a Moonshade Spider support. Seven is really good at causing trouble. Tangua, I'm looking forward to how this round will turn out. As they spoke, both sides entered the battlefield. In this round, Jingyu's Heart of Ice went to the jungle, and Qin Fei and Yi Hong fought the Blue Devils with him. In the end, they gave him the buff that increased mana regeneration. Jingyu took mana, killed a few more monsters, and went to gank the mid lane after respawning. He circled behind the enemy's tower in the mid lane and waited to grab the low HP mid laner. Seven's mid laner was Flower Petal of Datura, who was under a lot of pressure in the early stages against Yi Hong's Wanmi Liuhua. He was completely suppressed under the tower. After Yi Hong crippled him, he shrank behind the tower and wanted to return to the city. Jingyu saw the opportunity and connected his Heart of Ice. Snow Traction had 2 stages: first, connect; second, relocate. Second. During the linked phase, it could also deal damage and reduce the enemy's speed. The moment Flower Petal of Datura was connected to Heart of Ice, his return to the city was interrupted. Wanmi Liuhua was in front of him, and Heart of Ice was behind him. He could only hide under the tower and wait for the jungler to help him. Seven's jungler was actually nearby, but he was holding Bladeless Man, so he didn't dare to get close. It turned out that he was wise not to come. Yi Hong's Wanmi Liuhua and Jingyu's Heart of Ice rushed into the tower together, not giving the enemy Flower Petal of Datura a chance to struggle. They sent him back to the fountain in minutes. First blood, system, Heart of Ice, first kill, system, enemy Flower Petal of Datura has been killed. After Jingyu's Heart of Ice killed the enemy, his repositioning skill refreshed, and he immediately connected to Yi Hong's Wanmi Liuhua. Wanmi Liuhua received a buff and quickly left the tower. Heart of Ice pulled him over and left the tower. Yi Hong's Wanmi Liuhua was hit by a tower, so his health wasn't very good. Jingyu reminded him, the enemy jungler is nearby. Go to the second tower before returning to the city. Okay. Yi Hong let his Wanmi Liuhua go to the second tower and clicked the return button. At this moment, Jingyu's Heart of Ice invaded the enemy's jungle. Aban was shocked. Jingyu's jungler before Heart of Ice is injured. This is the first time. Tangua, it's probably because the enemy jungler is Bladeless Life. After Jingyu took down the Green Goblin and killed another monster, Bladeless Life, who had failed to chase after Yi Hong, finally came back to collect his debt. Let go of my monster, let me do it. At the same time, the enemy's top laner Quangu also turned around and rushed over. Jingyu hurriedly crouched into a bush. "Brother Fei, save me!" "Qin Fei, coming." Qin Fei's sword burial teleported and flashed over. The moment Bladeless Life appeared under Jingyu's Heart of Ice, he swung his long sword and slashed at him. Almost at the same time, Jingyu connected Heart of Ice to Bladeless Life. Before he could do anything, Bladeless Life was killed. System, Heart of Ice, double kill. System, the enemy's Bladeless Life has died, the enemy's monster died, and the displacement skill was refreshed. Jingyu decisively connected Heart of Ice to Qin Fei's Sword Burial. Sword Burial, which had been increased in speed, instantly rushed to the front of the Quangu and started fighting him. After Jingyu connected Heart of Ice, he used the skill Ice Blade that he hadn't used before. The assassin's unique overpowered damage instantly pushed the Quangu's blood pressure to a critical level. Qin Fei deliberately let Jingyu deal the final blow. System, Heart of Ice, triple kill. System, the enemy's Quangu has died. Yi Hong couldn't help but laugh. "You two are good. You call this saving someone? You're clearly trying to kill them all." Jingyu got a triple kill and leveled up to level 6. He had a big skill. He hurriedly rushed to the bottom lane. Before he arrived, the enemy archer and support had already realized something and retreated into the tower. However, Jingyu didn't give them a chance to escape. Jingyu shouted, "Old Han, cast crowd control." As he said this, he had already connected Heart of Ice to the enemy archer. Then, he leaped over the wall and used his ultimate. The raging blizzard froze the two demons. Han Lung's elemental soul immediately used its second skill. 10,000 threads returned to origin, using silver threads to entangle them and forcefully drag them out of the tower. Jingyu's Heart of Ice followed them out of the tower and shouted, "Yi Ming, go." Almost at the same time as he shouted, Luo Yiming had his Dark Cupid teleport right in front of the enemy archer's face. Then, his hand speed skyrocketed. Then, the moment the crowd control was about to be lifted, Han Lung's soul threw out myriad threads, trapping the two pitiful monsters in place. Jingyu saw the moment Kamal was about to die and pierced him with Ice Blade. System, Heart of Ice, quadruple kill. System, enemy Kamal has died. The teleportation skill refreshed. Jingyu immediately connected to the enemy Moonshade Spider. The moment he escaped after the crowd control was lifted, he floated over and hit him with a normal attack. System, Heart of Ice, quadruple kill. System, enemy Moonshade Spider has died. Because he had taken a tower damage when he first used his ultimate, Jinyu's Heart of Ice was already at critical health. Now, he chased into the tower to kill the Moonshade Spider. Another tower damage was coming at him. If he took it, he would definitely die. At this critical moment, Jinyu used Flash and narrowly avoided the tower damage. He appeared at the edge of the defense tower, as if he was standing on the other side of the Yellow Springs. He survived. Ah! Jinyu's Heart of Ice, quadruple kill. Aban jumped up in excitement. He really jumped up, making the sound of a chair rubbing against the ground. Not only did he get a quadruple kill, but he also survived. That's amazing. That's really amazing. Tangwa was also very excited. Quadruple kill at the beginning of the game. It must have been a big blow to Seven. As she spoke, she suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, I wonder how the commentators of M Country are reacting now. Aban also laughed. What else can they be reacting to? They've turned into a repeater. They can only repeat amazing now. The commentator of M Country looked at the replay on the screen, his face burning with pain. He had just mocked Heart of Ice for not being able to get a quadruple kill. In the end, he got a quadruple kill. However, in addition to the sour feeling of being slapped in the face, he actually felt his blood boiling, so much so that he shouted amazing a few times. After that, he let out a sigh from the bottom of his heart. Oh my god! This is unbelievable. This player from GF is simply a miracle. He created a miracle. Especially the double kill at the bottom lane, it's simply an extreme maneuver. Amazing. The live audience was also shocked by this scene and couldn't make a sound for a long time. They had never thought that Heart of Ice was so strong, and they had never thought that this player from GF was so handsome. At this moment, almost everyone was shouting in their hearts. How could he be so handsome? Jinyu was completely unaware of this. He leisurely returned to the city. At the same time, a system notification popped up on the screen. System, the magic dragon will respawn in 1 minute. I almost forgot that if I get a pentakill within 10 minutes, the magic dragon will respawn in advance. His teammates started to flatter Jinyu again. Jinyu was a little helpless. Stop flattering me, you guys gave me the heads. Putting everything else aside, it was obvious that Qin Fei had given him the heads of Bladeless Life and Quangu on purpose. He had deliberately left them for him to deal the final blow. As for the other monsters, they were basically dealt with by Yihang and Luo Yiming. He had only dealt the final blow out of habit and took the enemy monsters' heads. MOBA games were never a one-man game. Moreover, this was a game where no one knew the outcome unless they persevered until the very last moment. When it was close to 10 minutes, Kamal from V7 charged into the dragon pit and unleashed a huge blast. His heaven-defying damage directly took out both PG's tanks, which were Yihang and Luo Yiming. Of course, Kamal was quickly killed, but they still had a tank and 3 assassins. The enemy Quangu tanked the crowd control thrown by Han Leng, and the 3 assassins rushed up one after another, taking away Soul in minutes, and then crippling Qin Fei and Jinyu. Qin Fei took Jinyu, and the 2 of them teleported and flashed away, and then rushed back when V7 beat the dragon to critical health. Qin Fei killed the enemy jungler Bladeless Life with a sliver of health, and Jinyu handed over discipline to the magic dragon. System, Heart of Ice, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. System, Flower Petal of Datura, 1 kill. System, Sword Burial has died. System, Moonshade Spider, 1 kill. System, Heart of Ice has died. PG got the magic dragon, but PG was annihilated. PG was annihilated by V7 in a 2-for-5 trade. This magic dragon clearly wasn't very useful. When V7 cleared out the last wave of magic dragon army, PG actually only succeeded in taking down one of V7's towers. Yihang clicked his tongue. Kamal's AP isn't AD, but spell burst. Jinyu said, we had to defend. In the International Invitational, the 2 sides couldn't see each other's equipment, but they could see the type and ratio of damage they took before they died from their death details, and speculate what the other side dropped. Seeing the heaven-defying spell damage in his death details, Yihang immediately realized V7's strategy. He deliberately took the bottom lane and misled us into thinking that he was an archer. He guessed that we didn't defend, so he used spell burst and took us down in 1 combo. Amazing. Qin Fei said, yes, amazing. But there won't be a next time. At the 14th minute, the 2 sides broke out in another huge team battle in the middle lane. Han Leng's Soul led the team and successfully controlled 4 players. Yihang and Luo Yiming dealt damage, and Qin Fei and Jinyu reaped the kills. In the end, V7 was annihilated in a 1-for-5 trade, and only Yihang's Wanmi Liuhua died. At that moment, the second magic dragon hadn't respawned yet, so PG could only go to the jungle to get the magic wheel. In the end, PG successfully took down V7's second tower in the middle lane. When Yihang revived, Qin Fei couldn't help but say, Yezi, your Wanmi Liuhua has the same problem as Jinyu. I know. Yihang, of course, took Wanmi Liuhua knowing this. I took Wanmi Liuhua to ensure that the early game doesn't collapse. The later game depends on you guys. In this game, Yihang's Wanmi Liuhua didn't die once in the early game. He defended the middle tower and ensured PG's development. He felt that he had achieved this goal very well. He had done what he needed to do. Next, he just needed to make use of every opportunity to deal damage. He didn't want to drag PG down, so he could contribute to PG's strength. At the 22nd minute, PG discovered that V7 was stealing the magic dragon, so he rushed up and killed V7 in a 2-for-5 trade, and took the magic dragon. V7 had already been baptized by the magic dragon army once, and now they lost another magic dragon. They were devastated, but they still tried their best to defend. After clearing 3 waves of magic dragon army, they only had 1 tower left in the top lane. The minions in the top, middle, and bottom lanes were all taken by PG, so they had no choice but to focus on clearing them. V7's jungler, Bladeless Death, realized that PG was going to attack the magic disc, so he went to take a look. As expected, he burrowed out of the ground and grabbed the magic disc, but was immediately killed by PG, unable to release the magic disc. Then, PG gathered in the middle lane, followed the minions, and took down V7's last tower. At this time, V7's situation was very hopeless, but none of them had any intention of giving up. The two sides fought at the edge of V7's territory. PG killed Kamal first, but he still managed to use his ultimate skill. Yi Hong's Wanmi Liuhua died, and Han Ling's soul shield protected all PG's members, allowing Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid to get a double kill before dying. The commentator from Country M was very excited. The demons on both sides died one after another. In the end, only PG's Heart of Ice and V7's Flower Petal of Datura are left. Who will win this team battle? As soon as the commentator finished, Jingyu's Heart of Ice killed Flower Petal of Datura with a sliver of HP, but soon, he was also poisoned to death by the Flower Petal of Datura's superimposed poison on him. At this point, all 10 demons on both sides were dead, and none were spared. The sounds of skills fell silent, and only the system's notifications could be heard on the battlefield. Frowny face system, all enemy demons are dead. System, all the demons on our side are dead. Aban looked at the empty battlefield where only the minions were fighting and chuckled, unable to say a word for a long time. The comments on the live stream were also very exciting. Frowny face, no survivors. Ha 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 ha. No F** king survivors. I'm afraid the air will suddenly become quiet. I've witnessed a famous scene. Jingyu didn't expect this result. Looking at the countdown on both sides' avatars, he raised his eyebrows. Halftime? Yi Hong laughed out loud. Halftime is really amazing. Qin Fei let his hands leave the keyboard and mouse, and stretched. No need to look, we won. As if to prove his words, not long after, PG's minions killed V7's minions and began to attack V7's territory. Then V7's players watched as the status bar of their territory became shorter and shorter. Finally, the screen froze and the animation of their territory being destroyed appeared. The golden word victory appeared on the screen of PG's 5 players. Luo Yiming laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. We really won. Qin Fei laughed. Best of the game, minions. Yi Hong, minions are the best of the game, ha ha ha. Han Lang, are V7's players angry? Jingyu shrugged. They're desperate. They watched as their territory was invaded and destroyed by minions, and they couldn't do anything about it. This feeling was quite desperate. In short, PG won the first elimination round with such a dramatic ending. However, this dramatic ending wasn't over yet. Because in this round, V7's final MVP was minions. The audience laughed so hard that they collapsed on the floor. After the host from Country M announced the result, he asked V7 to choose another MVP on the grounds that he couldn't interview minions. In the end, V7 voted for Jingyu. Me again? Jingyu really didn't want to be on stage at all. He didn't want to be exposed in front of so many people. He was surrounded by foreigners, which made him feel very insecure. Seeing his uneasiness, Qin Fei stood up as if nothing had happened. I'll accompany you? Huh? Can I? Jingyu looked at the staff member. After receiving an affirmative answer, he was instantly happy. Okay, accompany me. His teammates vomited blood. Yi Hong, F** King PDA again. Bye. Han Lang, are you going to show off this time? Luo Yiming, are you guys planning to come out of the closet here? How is that possible? Qin Fei glanced at the 3 of them in disdain. We're very low-key, okay? Yi Hong. As long as you're happy. Qin Fei said that he would accompany Jingyu for the interview, so he really did. When the 2 of them sat down on stage, the host from Country M was obviously surprised. Huh? You're PG's top laner, Sleep, right? Why are you here? Qin Fei smiled and replied, I'm accompanying him and acting as his translator. In Aban and Tang was livestream, the netizens who understood English were all confused. Frowny face attention. I'm accompanying him and acting as his translator, not helping him translate and accompanying him. Aha. Brother face smile is so affectionate. I can't help but think the wrong way. Jingyu doesn't understand, ha 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 ha. The look of confusion on the goldfish's face is too cute. Qin Fei said that he would translate for Jingyu, but he basically answered whatever the host asked. From beginning to end, Jinyu had nothing to do. The netizens were once again confused. Frowny-faced Brother Fei knows Jinyu too well. He actually knows Jinyu's preferences like the back of his hand. Brother Fei, be honest. Do you have a crush on him? I don't think it's a crush at all, it's an open love. Jinyu, ha ha ha. Jinyu's sitting posture is so obedient, I'm dying of laughter. Thus, the interview ended happily with the host and Qin Fei's questions and answers. When the applause sounded, Jinyu was still a little confused. Huh? Is the interview about to start? Then Qin Fei stood up and extended his hand to him. The interview is over, let's go back. Jinyu? The live audience. Jinyu only had eyes for Qin Fei. When he saw Qin Fei's outstretched hand, he very naturally placed his hand in Qin Fei's palm. Then, he used Qin Fei's strength to stand up and let Qin Fei lead him away. He was completely oblivious to the subtle commotion in the audience. If Qin Fei had only pulled Jinyu up from his seat, it would have been fine. However, after he pulled Jinyu up, he did not let go of his hand. Instead, he held his hand all the way out of the competition venue. This was very thought-provoking. Tanghua seemed to have confirmed something. She covered her mouth with both hands and looked pleasantly surprised. At this moment, she really wanted to share her speculation with her fans. However, she was afraid that she would ruin PG's reputation, so in the end, she controlled herself. On the other hand, a band said very naturally and meaningfully, Qin Fei and Jinyu's relationship is really good. Of course, PG's players didn't know about this. PG's teammates had long accepted the relationship between Qin Fei and Jinyu, so they didn't take their interaction to heart. They were more interested in what they were going to eat that night. However, before dinner, they all wanted to go back to the hotel and rest for a while. Playing a game was really tiring. It was mainly mental exhaustion. After Qin Fei returned to his room, he didn't rush to take off his clothes and get into bed. Instead, he sat by the coffee table and waited patiently for a while. As expected, not long after, someone knocked on his door. Brother Fei, can I come in? Hearing this familiar voice, Qin Fei got up and opened the door. Jinyu, who had changed into casual clothes, walked in. He leaned against the door with his back and then jumped on Qin Fei and kissed him on the lips. Qin Fei didn't refuse. He took the initiative and kissed Jinyu passionately. Then, he supported Jinyu's weak body and whispered in his ear, "Can't hold it anymore?" Jinyu gasped for breath. It took him a while to find his voice and say, Qin Fei let go of him and patted his head. Hold it in a little longer. There are only 2 games left. After that, I'll satisfy you. Jinyu said, the corners of his lips unconsciously curled up. He knew that he was a little too dependent on Qin Fei. He even fell into an endless cycle of I can't be without him and I can't hold it in when he's in my sight. He was afraid that Qin Fei would be annoyed by this, but every time, Qin Fei would gently tolerate him and comfort him. It made him feel that he was forgiven. Qin Fei picked up Jinyu and carried him to his bed. He looked into his eyes. He suddenly remembered the first time he carried Jinyu to his bed. This person was drunk and eager to be possessed by him. He couldn't help but laugh. Jinyu blinked in confusion. What are you laughing at? Qin Fei, I'm laughing at how cute you are. Jinyu, Qin Fei sat down on the edge of the bed. Close your eyes and rest for a while. Don't think too much. Jinyu, Qin Fei turned his head and looked into his eyes. After the game, let's get married. Jinyu smiled. Okay. End of chapter 151. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.